due to my amiable and ungrasping disposition. Throughout the 5 years of my association with the campus beauty, I upheld an impressively relaxed disposition. She incited my jealousy purely for her own amusement. I am personalizing a cake for her. In her pursuit of ephemeral affection, she weathered the deluge to shelter her junior beneath an umbrella. Just as she thought she had hidden herself flawlessly, the video and photographs of her embracing her junior in the rain began to circulate throughout Peking University. The following morning, she found herself inundated with phone calls from her friend. "Lu Ruyan, you scoundrel." At the sound of these words, Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Tang Yu berated her from the other end of the line. "You fail to recognize the value of someone as extraordinary as Mugo, yet you become entangled with other men. Have you lost your senses?" Lu Ruyan was subjected to an unrelenting diatribe from Tang Yu, and the gravity of her words resonated deeply, instigating a wave of disquiet within her. She rose suddenly. "What is the implication? Please elucidate it for me." Tang Yu emitted a disdainful snort. "I inquire, where do you find yourself at this moment?" Lu Ruyan was on the verge of replying when a sudden recollection struck her she was still accompanying Bai Chuan at the hospital. Consequently, her words hung delicately on the cusp of her lips, yet she chose to remain silent. Tang Yu was acutely cognizant of the cause behind her silence, a revelation that only intensified her fury. "You remain at the hospital with that individual, Bai Chuan, do you not? Are you familiar with the campus network? Have you observed that your photographs and videos have been disseminated widely?" With a resounding crash, Lu Ruyan felt as if her head had been struck by a formidable hammer. In an instant, she remembered her promise to come and retrieve me. It was only after escorting Bai Chuan to the hospital that she became somewhat ensnared by her thoughts. In her whirlwind of activity, she hurriedly endeavored to contact Tang Yaoyao. Upon unlocking her phone, a plethora of missed calls inundated the screen, the majority originating from Mugo. In that moment, Lu Ruyan felt as though her heart was seized by an invisible force. She swiftly opened our chat window, on the verge of calling me to elucidate, when her hand was grasped by Bai Chuan, who stood beside her. "Yan." Tang Yu's remarks were widely acknowledged. He was also cognizant of the occurrences from the previous day. Those who required the information had already been apprised. But what is amiss in cherishing another? Even if he resorts to some understated maneuvers, what of it? He tenderly grazes Lu Ruyan's hand, with a supplication in his gaze. "Do not depart. Do not forsake me here in this hospital." "Bai Chuan." Lu Ruyan subtly shook her head, her eyes brimming with a profound sense of bewilderment. After a brief yet poignant moment of connection, she uttered, "Kindly take care of yourself." With those words, Lu Ruyan elegantly pivoted and departed. Bai Chuan, however, disregarding all else, hastily descended from his sickbed, stumbled over a chair, and collapsed onto the floor. As Lu Ruyan stepped out of the ward, she paused momentarily. Behind her, Bai Chuan was overwhelmed with tears. "I am consumed by sorrow. I beseech you, do not leave. Do not abandon me in this desolation. My mother has passed from this world within these hospital confines. I am truly filled with trepidation." His voice resonated with an intense feeling of despair and apprehension, as if only Lu Ruyan could provide him with a modicum of comfort amidst the chaos of his tumultuous existence. Rationality, at this moment, compelled Lu Ruyan to ponder that should she fail to arrive at the specified destination I had conveyed to her within the allotted time frame, Mugo would undoubtedly be quite displeased. Nevertheless, the ephemeral vision of rescuing her from the blazing backdrop of idyllic days enveloped Lu Ruyan's thoughts, progressively calming her agitated spirit. It is inconceivable that a Gu, possessing such deep-seated self-esteem, would forfeit even the slightest opportunity for something so insignificant. In the end, the shepherd will immerse himself in the searing chasm for her. As time gently elapses, I find myself staring into the void ahead. 10 minutes drift by, followed by another 10, and yet another span of 10, yet Lu Ruyan remains conspicuously absent. An hour has elapsed since the moment we collectively agreed upon. Are you feeling disheartened? Perhaps to some extent, yet not overwhelmingly so. It resembles a multiple-choice question where the answer is already known. Thus, the outcome elicits no surprise. You have been bestowed with wisdom available until October 2023. I bowed my head and disseminated the refined content within my social circle. Shortly thereafter, the The campus network of Peking University ignited with enthusiasm. The catalyst was a screenshot of my moments, exclaiming the delight of singlehood, complemented by a vivid portrayal of my beaming smile. The comments section is abuzz with exhilaration, as many enthusiastically declare that my idol has at long last re-entered the realm of singlehood. The countenance of the male divinity enchants me, esteemed elder. The comments section of the campus network has ignited with fervor, while my circle of friends remains astonishingly untainted. The most prevalent expressions are merely young master, and I have long anticipated this moment. Irrespective of the nature of our relationship, I shall unequivocally articulate my position. I casually perused the news within my circle of friends and couldn't help but smile with quiet understanding. None of them alluded to Lu Ruyan. My existence is not delineated by her absence. It has not relinquished all its splendor. I release a deep breath, stepping out of this CAF that possesses an uncanny sense of familiarity. Subsequently, I placed a telephone call to my cousin residing in a distant land overseas. Little song, when you find a moment of leisure, kindly reach out to me. Mu Jixiao recently responded to my call, only to place it on hold without delay. The current meeting has drawn the attention of those present in the office, though they have become quite accustomed to such occurrences. After all, he is the sole male in the Mu family, a singular presence, and everyone has long since adapted to this reality. To the very extent of ensuring my safety, the Mu family has returned me to the most secure area of Huagua. In recent years, the Mu family has commenced the repatriation of their assets. While the discontinuation of meetings is not a frequent occurrence for them, it is certainly not an unprecedented event. As I steer my vehicle towards the setting sun, I softly release a breath, replying to Mu Jixia, I have concluded my relationship. The moment I uttered my words, it resembled the release of a deluge. Mu Jixia's demeanor transformed profoundly, the once gentle visage darkened in an instant. The employees within the office exchanged furtive glances, hastily averting their gaze, apprehensive of uttering a sound. A fundamental prerequisite for joining the esteemed Mu family's workforce is a command of the Chinese language. Consequently, all individuals present were capable of understanding the discourse between the siblings. Mu Jixia, engulfed by rage, stood up from the conference room and stormed back to her office, where she vehemently upended her desk. She whispered 7 curses softly, her voice laced with genuine concern. Is it burdensome to endure? I acquiesced with a nod, for it was only fitting. After all, we had shared 4 years together. It would be rather unusual not to experience a pang of melancholy. Mu Jixia experienced a sharp ache in her heart, acutely aware that this issue could not remain hidden from her uncle and Shao. I harbored no intention of misleading them. Mu Jixia exhaled softly. Considering her father's temperament, it was improbable that he would withstand the sight of his beloved daughter bearing such hardships, particularly after a noticeable weight loss. She surmised that he would struggle to endure even a single day away from home. Gently massaging her forehead, she pressed on. Please, express your thoughts. Why is it necessary for me to summon you? I let out a gentle chuckle. Only a month remains until my graduation. Upon completing my studies, I do not wish to linger in the capital. It is not solely due to Lu Ruyan, rather. I find myself fatigued by my prolonged residence in the capital and yearn to discover a new destination. Mu Jixia elegantly inquired, to what destination do you wish to journey? I emit a soft chuckle. In the port city, is there not a branch office located yonder? It so happens that I have matters to address as well. What are your thoughts? Bangir. Mu Jixia knitted her brows in contemplation. The security in the port city had been laudable in recent years. It exuded an air of exclusivity. It might not prove entirely agreeable for you in that place. No problem. Permit me to make an attempt. Reflect for a moment. Mu Jixia inclined his head in acknowledgement. I have made provisions for your lodgings. Regarding your uncle, you shall converse with him directly. The Mu couple has long harbored a desire for me to establish myself in the capital city. However, I now find it imperative to escape to the harbor city. Mu Jixia, alas, is unwilling to shoulder the burden of responsibility. I harbor an unwavering conviction within myself. Upon concluding our conversation, I shall swiftly end the call and proceed directly to the airport. Though a month remains until graduation, I have diligently completed all requirements pertaining to the finance department. Now, I merely await the commencement ceremony and the receipt of my diploma. This month has been exceptionally languorous for me. Instead of yielding to inertia, it would be far more delightful to embark on a journey to the coastal city and immerse myself in a rejuvenating change of scenery. As for clothing and luggage, I can effortlessly procure them upon my arrival. I sent a message to Uncle Zhao, requesting that he arrange for someone to drive me back to the villa, while also informing him of my whereabouts. Subsequently, I put away my phone and boarded Flight 7 with effortless elegance. At this hour, Lu Rian hastily arrived at the CF. Throughout my journey, thoughts of her seldom occupied my mind. Even when she did briefly cross my thoughts, I swiftly dismissed her from my consciousness. Just as I settled into my seat on the aircraft, Lu Ruyan, having ensured Baichuan's comfort, promptly departed from the hospital. Little did she foresee the revelation that awaited her, my formal announcement of being single. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, she scoured my social media, only to be met with a solitary horizontal line. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Had I blocked or deleted her? As this notion flickered through her mind, her heart nearly stopped. In a state of panic, she dialed my number, but the cold, mechanical voice echoed through her phone. The number you have dialed cannot be connected. Lu Ruyan found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions at that moment. The instant she lost connection with me, the world seemed to teeter on the edge of disorder. Before her lay an emptiness stripped of beauty, overshadowed only by an all-consuming dread that gripped her heart. Desperately clutching to the faintest flicker of hope, she hurried towards the address I had given her, her eyes scanning the surroundings in search of my presence. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Amidst the perpetual ebb and flow of patrons, this coffee shop has been thoughtfully designed for me by Lu Ruyan. It stands as our most treasured haven for clandestine meetings. She gazes upon this familiar locale before her, where each table resonates with the echoes of our conversations and laughter. In the blink of an eye, all of this has vanished. Lu Ruyan approached the staff, concealing her trepidation beneath a veneer of composure as she inquired, "May I ask the location of a go?" The personnel responded swiftly and with remarkable efficacy. Mr. Mu remained in this place for 2 hours before his departure, leaving without any possessions. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of emotion within her heart and inquired once more about the timing of my departure. I yearned for contemplation. The staff knitted their brows in profound introspection. It was roughly 10:30. Lu Ruyan lowered her gaze to her phone. Mugo had sent her a message at 9:30, yet she had yet to make her appearance. Even after Mugo arrived, he remained in anticipation for an additional hour. What contemplations filled his mind during that period? It must have demanded great resilience for him to endure such a delay. As the hour passed without her making any attempt to reach out, he seemed to have surrendered all hope. Though she was reluctant to admit it, in that moment, Lu Ruyan perceived that her once steadfast belief was beginning to wane. She gradually came to the realization that Mugo was genuinely vexed. After all their years together, despite Mu Ji's innate pride, they had always confronted their challenges in person. They had never experienced such an extensive silence before. He now finds himself in a precarious condition. Might it be that he has utterly abandoned any semblance of self-worth? His heart is tormented by deep sorrow. From a moment he was liberated from this confinement, it began to twist and torment her heart. Her eye sockets pulsed with unease, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Lu Ruyan re-entered the vehicle, appearing a mere specter of her former self, unsteadily endeavoring to dial my number time and again. Uncertain of the passage of time, the phone resting in the passenger seat began to vibrate. It was highly probable that Baichuan, unable to establish contact with her, was resorting to the alternative device. Yet, Lu Ruyan was beset by an overwhelming reluctance to respond to the call. She gazed blankly at the dimly lit parking lot, her heart ensnared by an invisible power. Though shrouded in melancholy, her thoughts remained in a void. Lu Ruyan yearned to traverse to my dwelling in search of my company. However, she discovered that her hands, firmly gripping the steering wheel, revealed not the slightest tremor of courage. It became apparent that her love for Muge overshadowed even her own awareness. Lu Ruyan was briefly taken aback when Tang Yuyu's call arrived. She promptly replied, and the initial words that graced her ears were, "I beseech your assistance." At the opposite end of the line, Tang Yuyu experienced a momentary hesitation before gently releasing a sigh. "Where are you?" In the 7th position, Lu Ruyan seemed to have unearthed a conduit for her suppressed emotions, softly articulating her grief. I can no longer establish a connection with a girl. I am left in a state of bewilderment regarding how this could have unfolded. He must be profoundly troubled, which likely accounts for his decision to overlook my presence. Tang Yuyu hastened towards Lu Ruyan, a chilling smile illuminating her countenance. Surely, you cannot be oblivious. It is your insatiable greed that drives you. What shortcomings does he possess that could possibly justify such treachery against him? Had it not been for the profound bond we nurtured in our formative years, I would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to tread upon you, motivated solely by your actions. Tang Yuyu is truly bewildered by Lu Ruyan's choice to leave. In the realm of physical allure, while Mu Ge may not exude the same captivating handsomeness as Bai Chuan, he is certainly not devoid of charm. Regarding lineage, in recent years, although the Mu family may not be regarded as the most powerful, it has undeniably thrived. The Bai Chuan family pales in comparison to our own. While Bai Chuan is undoubtedly an academic achiever, despite his significant endeavors, he cannot be regarded as one of my stature, who consistently attains a position among the top 3 in competitions. What, then, ultimately drove Lu Ruyan to betray Mu Ge? After profound contemplation, Tang Yuyu could only arrive at the conclusion that Lu Ruyan had wavered in her discernment. The Spirited Star's comments were incisive, however. Lu Ruyan opted to refrain from responding. Instead, she bowed her head in deep thought, pondering the motivations that led her to betray Mu Ge. At what moment did this all begin? It seems that even the brightest souls harbor a unique essence within their hearts. Regardless of the surroundings, as long as I am present, their gazes remain steadfastly fixed upon me. The break of day reveals a gentle radiance. The inundation of summer rains. The stifling autumn heat is unbearable. The harsh and bleak embrace of winter. Even in the profound embrace of night, when the moon rises with majestic grace in the firmament. As long as a yearning persists, pastoral melodies will surely manifest in one's presence. Who could have envisioned that the young master, Mu Ge, could skillfully create such exquisite culinary delights? Lu Ruyan recognized that Mu Ge not only possessed extraordinary gastronomic talents, but also had the ability to summon forth every cherished delicacy she held in her heart. As time progresses, the bucolic symphony that shines brilliantly above all, in her company, has softened all its previously sharp contours. In the wake of the extraordinary advent of the holy, singular Bai Chuan, Lu Ruyan found herself enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Bai Chuan radiates a soft and gentle presence, yet conceals a temperament that can be astonishingly unpredictable. Despite being subtly rebuffed on countless occasions, she remains sullen in her moments of fragility, continually longing for a response to her emotions. Even the subtlest indication of attention can evoke a deep sense of gratification akin to that of a child savoring a delectable treat. In stark contrast, the pastoral melodies, devoid of introspection, effortlessly soothe the myriad rivers. Unbeknownst to her, this newfound sense of accomplishment alleviated her prior aversion to Bai Chuan's presence. She found herself increasingly captivated and began to weave elaborate narratives of deception, gradually devoting more of her time to Bai Chuan. What transgression has the pastoral song perpetrated? It is merely a question of demonstrating reverence in her presence. Lu Ruyan had never felt more acutely aware of her own disgrace and humiliation than she did at this moment. She languidly reclined in the driver's seat, barely mustering the courage to confront the reflection of her own disheveled appearance. Upon her arrival, Tang Yuyu beheld Lu Ruyan seated there, utterly still, exuding a subtle scent of smoke. Tang Yu slightly furrowed her brow, her distaste prompting her to cover her nose. He then queried, "I beseech you, do not suggest that you intend to meet the shepherdess while clad in such disheveled garments." Upon hearing Tang Yaoyao's voice, Lu Ruyan reluctantly shifted her gaze, which had been ensnared in deep thought. With a wistful curve of her lips, she summoned her courage before daring to seek him out once again. Upon observing her in such a condition, Tang Yu was seized by an immense hesitance to speak. She led her to a nearby establishment to refresh her attire and restore her appearance. Thereafter, they hastened to my abode with a palpable sense of urgency. Nevertheless, the two remained poised for 30 minutes at the threshold of the picturesque abode, yet no one emerged to heed their call. Lu Yan felt an overwhelming urge to concentrate deeply as she attempted to unlock her device using her fingerprint. However, the instant her finger touched the screen, she was met with a notification signaling a failure in recognition. Lu Yan felt an immense burden upon her heart. As she contemplated embarking on another endeavor, a voice echoed from behind her, declaring, "Miss Lu." The two individuals swiftly turned to observe Uncle Zhao diligently organizing his belongings. Lu Yan took a deep breath, meticulously observing Uncle Zhao. "I have come in search of Ge." Uncle Zhao replied with a sense of apathy. "The gentleman has commenced his travels and is currently away from his abode. I am unaware of his anticipated date of return. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey beyond our borders for a while. Hence, refrain from returning to this place. I have chosen to withhold from Uncle Zhao the details of the occurrences between Lu Yan and myself. Nevertheless, my abrupt decision to end our relationship unequivocally indicates that Lu Yan's misdeeds are utterly beyond redemption. Given the circumstances, despite Uncle Zhao's prior fondness for Lu Yan, he shall not defy my wishes to champion her cause." As soon as Uncle Zhao finished his discourse, he made ready to step inside the house. Lu Yan, her heart heavy with grief, urgently stopped him, imploring, "Would you be so gracious as to contact a Ge on my behalf? There are emotions I yearn to convey to him. I entreat you." Uncle Zhao observed her sorrowful disposition and, with a tired shake of his head, replied, "I am unable to extend my assistance. If I were to provoke Mr. Mu's ire, the Mu family might opt to cast me aside." Despite his hesitance to engage in the matters concerning myself and Lu Yan, Uncle Zhao found it untenable to remain mute. Chapter 6. Arrival at the port city. A warm reminder echoed through the cabin. You have arrived in the port city, where you will soon experience the unique charm of this place. As the lights begin to twinkle, the harbor reveals its beauty. The moment the plane touched down, the announcement played twice in Mandarin and Cantonese. Wen Jiu adjusted her sore waist from the prolonged sitting, donned her sunglasses, and exited the aircraft. As she stepped onto the tarmac, a scent entirely distinct from that of the capital enveloped her. The breeze carried a hint of the sea. Politely declining the flight attendant's offer of assistance, Wen Jiu made her way towards the exit alone. The aircraft had been quite full, and without the privilege of the VIP passage, the corridor felt somewhat congested. Yet, Wen Jiu found the lively atmosphere rather pleasant. However, as she walked, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted into a cacophony, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility. Startled, Wen Jiu adjusted her sunglasses and furrowed her brow, peering ahead. There, a young woman in her 20s clutched her chest, her tear-filled eyes wide with panic. Opposite her stood a man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, holding a briefcase, impeccably dressed. Upon noticing the gazes directed at him, the man remained unperturbed, calmly smirking as he offered an explanation. "I apologize, amidst the hustle and bustle. I inadvertently brushed against this miss. I had no idea her reaction would be so extreme. I beg your pardon." He emphasized the word miss, drawing the attention of passers-by who began to glance over. Yet, despite the man's courteous demeanor, the onlookers did not dwell on the incident, assuming it was merely an accident. However, the aggrieved girl spoke up. "This is not the first time he has touched me. He deliberately made physical contact on the plane. He is a pervert." Though shaken, she endeavored to articulate her reasoning clearly. To her astonishment, the previously polite man erupted into a mocking laugh upon hearing her words. "Little girl, some statements should not be made lightly. What sort of women do you think I am accustomed to? With your appearance?" His lewd gaze swept over her, eventually resting on her flushed face. "Am I the one with ill intentions, or are you the one seeking to attract my attention? On the flight, you were subtly asking for my contact information, which I declined. I never expected you, looking so innocent, would resort to such retaliation. How the world has declined. One must not judge by appearances." His last sentence was uttered in Cantonese, yet the gathered crowd, influenced by short videos, easily grasped the underlying implication. Shinchun could hardly believe she had encountered such a shameless individual. It was he who had been persistently flirting with her on the plane. Initially, she had responded politely, but upon realizing his intentions, she ceased to engage further. Who would have thought that after the plane took off, this man repeatedly leaned against her under the pretense of being asleep? Shinchun endured it a couple of times, not wishing to stir up trouble, but eventually decided to request a seat change from the flight attendant. However, she never anticipated that even after disembarking, this man would continue his unwelcome pursuit. Not only did he deliberately grope her chest amidst the throng of passengers, but he also uttered slanderous remarks about her character. Although Shinchun was reluctant to cause a scene, she was not truly intimidated. With a choked voice, she retorted, "You are clearly taking advantage of me. The flight attendants can testify that I changed my seat after you harassed me. How can you be so shameless?" Despite her earnest objections, her eyes were red, resembling those of a rabbit, and her voice, tinged with a soft, tearful cadence, lacked any real intimidation. Wen Jiu took a photo with her phone and sent it to the staff member who had earlier suggested accompanying her. Then, she approached the two individuals in confrontation, her wrist swaying lightly as she walked. "Listen, young lady, while one may indulge in careless meals, one must not speak recklessly." The man, emboldened by the absence of evidence against him and the apparent disinterest of those around him to defend Shinchun, grew ever more brazen. "How about this? If you genuinely wish to add me to your contacts, I shall give you that opportunity. However, a woman who seeks to climb the social ladder by latching onto an accomplished man is not someone I could ever admire. I advise you to pursue a more virtuous path." Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupted the man's tirade. "A tadpole bears the markings of a frog. Are you flaunting something?" In a wave of astonishment, Wen Jiu emerged from the crowd, standing protectively before the tearful girl. The man squinted, displeased at the unexpected interruption, but relaxed upon realizing she was merely a young girl. "Little lady, I advise you not to meddle in this matter." Wen Jiu removed her sunglasses and handed them back to Shinchun, who instinctively accepted them. Without turning back, Wen Jiu scrutinized the man with the same disdainful gaze he had previously directed at Shinchun, then scoffed. "Old man, if you need to relieve yourself, take a good look in the mirror. With that appearance, any girl would have nightmares for 3 days just passing by you. You think you can attract her attention? You should really consider your own worth." "How can I not?" the man hastily retorted, caught off guard by the girl's sharp tongue. "I am dressed in designer brands. Isn't it normal for her to attract me with her outfit? Today's girls are so materialistic. She dresses like that to lure you? By that logic, is a dog's south droppings on the street also meant to tempt you? You." The man felt his scalp tighten in disgust at Wen Jiu's words. Yet he found himself at a loss to counter her logic. The onlookers, who had been mere spectators moments ago, now regarded him with mocking expressions, as Wen Jiu's recent comment painted a vivid picture that resonated with all. Under the scrutiny of others, he instinctively shrank his neck, yet he refused to concede defeat. With a fierce glare, he sneered at Wen Jiu, "Little girl, this is the port city, not the mainland. I advise you to be cautious and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, otherwise." The threat was unmistakable. However, Wen Jiu paid no heed to his warning, letting out a cold snort. "Otherwise what? I'm right here, waiting. Either you kill me now, or you apologize and leave." Her provocation and defiance incensed the man, who was well aware that even if the situation escalated, no one would dare challenge him. He spat out a curse. "I curse your mother. You meddlesome harlot. Aren't you all cut from the same cloth? What do you think you are?" His mouth flapped open and closed, spewing an array of vile insults. He even raised a finger to point at Wen Jiu's forehead, making a gesture as if to strike, taunting. "What will you do if I refuse to apologize? Come on, do it. Kill me?" Wen Jiu's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Initially, she had no intention of resorting to violence, but she lifted her foot. With a scream, the man's foul language abruptly ceased. Coldly snorting, she had no intention of stopping there. She approached him from behind and kicked him in the back of the knee. With a resounding thud, his knee crashed to the ground, eliciting another shriek of agony. You wretched woman!" he gasped, perspiration beading on his forehead, wishing to collapse and writhe on the floor. This woman truly dared to lay hands on him. He gritted his teeth against the pain and attempted to rise. Just as he raised his hand, airport security personnel arrived, swiftly surrounding them. "Sir, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 7. She doesn't need it. Upon seeing the approaching security personnel, Shinchun's anxious heart did not settle. She nervously tugged at Wen Jiu's sleeve. "Thank you, but I can handle the situation from here. After all, I was the one who instigated it. You may leave." With that, Shinchun returned the sunglasses to Wen Jiu. It was at this moment that Shinchun realized the beautiful girl before her had removed her sunglasses, perhaps to facilitate her act of striking, and she found herself utterly in awe of her. As someone prone to emotional outbursts, Shinchun could not restrain her tears at any time or place, should her feelings surge. Thus, she genuinely admired Wen Jiu, who could calmly berate others without leaving a trace of dignity intact. Yet, admiration was all it could be. Wen Jiu acted heroically, and it would be inconceivable for Shinchun to drag her down into the fray, lest she impede Wen Jiu's important matters and feel even more guilt. Meanwhile, not far away in the VIP lounge, Several pairs of eyes were keenly observing the unfolding scene. A boy with an exaggerated wine-red hairstyle closed his mouth, which had gaped in astonishment, and remarked in fluent Cantonese to those around him. That girl has quite the sharp tongue. Indeed, it was impressive, but trouble was likely to follow. Another boy seated on the sofa glanced at Wen Jiu and nodded in agreement. Engaging in a scuffle at the airport in Hong Kong was neither trivial nor monumental. If the beaten man were to pursue the matter relentlessly, he might find himself detained for several days. Yingu? The boy with the wine-red hair turned to the man sitting alone on the central sofa, grinning mischievously. Are you going to rescue the damsel? Hearing this, Jiang Yanci elongated. Clear eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth before he shook his head. She doesn't need it. Huh? Qi furrowed his brow, ready to inquire further when he noticed the girl making a phone call. Subsequently, the head of the security team picked up his walkie-talkie and said something, respectfully gesturing for the girl to proceed. After Wen Jiu and her companions departed, the man who had been kneeling in pain was unceremoniously dragged away. Yingu? Qi could not conceal his astonishment. How did Yingu know that the stunning girl would not encounter any trouble? Ning Wang cast a sidelong glance at Qi-Qin's bewildered expression and pondered before responding. That girl was escorted off the plane by the staff. From our vantage point, we could clearly see her disembark. The attention from the staff indicates that she is not merely wealthy. She must possess another identity as well. Yet, it is surprising that we were unaware of such a prominent figure arriving in Hong Kong. Ning Wang inquired of Jiang Yanci. Yin good. Should we send someone to investigate? Transitioning to a serious tone, Ning Wang addressed the matter at hand. Jiang Yanci shook his head dismissively. No need. Since we were unaware beforehand, she might simply be here for tourism. If we were to investigate, we might inadvertently offend her. As time drew near, Qi and the others made their way toward the boarding gate. Outside the airport, Wen Jiu looked helplessly at the girl who was closely following her. Do you need something? Shinchun shook her head, but upon seeing Wen Jiu frown, she quickly nodded, her sparkling eyes reflecting admiration and reverence. May I treat you to a meal? Certainly. Wen Jiu felt a pang of hunger, yet upon hearing the accent of the person before her, she realized he was not from the harbor city. Thus, she inquired, Are you familiar with this city? Shinchun replied, Somewhat. I study here and have been to quite a few places. Oh, I see. Wen Jiu felt reassured. Then let us find a place to eat. I am quite hungry. Sure. I will call a cab right away. Shinchun nodded eagerly, and when they reached the roadside, he introduced himself. My surname is Shinchun, with the character Chun meaning pure. Wen Jiu acknowledged. Hello, I am Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu, it was surprising to meet a girl with Jiu in her name. However, Wen Jiu had a certain charm to it. She smiled. You are truly impressive. I have never won a quarrel in my life. I always end up in tears, but thankfully, you are here today. What a coincidence. Wen Jiu smirked. I have never lost a quarrel. Since childhood, Wen Jiu had a fiery temperament. Although she had mellowed over the years, she remained far from submissive. Shinchun's admiration grew, and he asked, Are you still studying? I graduate in June. Then you are slightly older than I am, Shinchun replied with a smile. As the taxi came to a stop, he opened the door for her, saying, Wen Jiu Jia, please. Thank you. Wen Jiu found Shinchun's demeanor quite likable, especially since she had just assisted him, which prompted her to exhibit a bit more patience. Inside the car, Shinchun took the initiative to add Wen Jiu's contact information. Noticing her phone buzzing incessantly with calls that she disregarded, he felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from asking, instead engaging her in conversation about the fascinating aspects of the harbor city. As they discussed their interests, Shinchun grew animated. Wen Jiu Jia, besides watching the sunset at the port, you absolutely must visit the Stone Slab Street. It is a local favorite, brimming with countless places to eat, drink, and play. Especially the bar at the end of the street, where there are an abundance of handsome men. Wen Jiu listened attentively to Shinchun's enthusiastic descriptions, mentally noting the intriguing places she wished to explore, occasionally joining in with her own remarks. The driver in front chimed in with a word or two from time to time. Outside, the sun was setting, casting a golden warmth that enveloped them perfectly. After they alighted and entered the restaurant, Shinchun glanced around before lowering his voice to confide, in the harbor city, Wen Jiu Jia. There is one thing you must be mindful of. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, What is it? Shinchun replied seriously. If you encounter any wealthy individuals with the surname Jiang while out and about, it is best not to provoke them. Having observed that Wen Jiu's background was likely more complex than it appeared, Shinchun understood that one must remain discreet in certain situations. The Jiang family, more often than not, represented the formidable Jiang family that currently dominated the harbor city, the true owners of the Shijing Group. Though Wen Jiu was not well versed in the city's affairs, she had enough awareness to grasp this. She smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will be cautious. With that response, Xin Chun felt a sense of relief. The two enjoyed a delightful meal, and Xin Chun insisted on paying the bill before bidding farewell to Wen Jiu. Mindful of the approaching school curfew, bathed in the retro neon hues of the bustling streets, Wen Jiu stood amidst the vibrancy, shivering slightly as the cool breeze swept through the alley. At the end of April in the harbor city, the temperature difference between day and night remained quite pronounced. Dressed in a long-sleeved, lightweight t-shirt, Wen Jiu felt instantly invigorated by the gust of wind. After glancing around the vicinity and failing to locate a suitable hotel, she had no choice but to summon a taxi to take her. By the time she completed her check-in at the hotel, it was already 8 in the evening. Observing her phone draining rapidly from incessant calls, Wen Jiu grimaced in annoyance before plugging it in to recharge while returning a call to Wan Xing. It was quite late abroad, and she was uncertain whether Wen Sheng and the others had already retired for the night. The moment the call connected, a refined and resonant voice emerged from the other end. Jiu, have you arrived at your destination? Chapter 8. Memories prior to boarding the plane to Hong Kong. Wen Jiu had informed the Wan Sheng couple of her travel plans, so they were well aware. Exhausted, Wen Jiu collapsed onto the bed upon arriving at the hotel. Dad, I'm so tired. I miss you and Mom. Wen Sheng wrapped his arms around his wife's waist, his face reflecting fatigue yet devoid of any impatience from being disturbed during a moment of rest. Instead, it was filled with concern for his beloved daughter. Once your mother and I finish our current affairs, we'll return home to accompany you tomorrow. How does that sound? Though Wen Jiu was raised in the warm embrace of the Wen family, she possessed a fiercely independent spirit. It was rare for her to openly express her feelings unless she felt wronged. Mom thinks that's a splendid idea, Mu Wan responded, kissing Wen Jiu through the phone before gently assuring her, Darling, if there's anything you wish to share with your father and me, know that with us by your side, no one can bully you. Your father and I work so hard for you to have a solid foundation, so do not worry. As long as it is lawful, we will support whatever you wish to pursue, even in matters of the heart. You need not engage if you do not desire to. When Xing chimed in softly, your father will support you for a lifetime. Had it not been for the good reputation of Jian Yu's father in the capital, Wen Sheng would have never consented to the relationship between Wen Jiu and Jian Yu. After all, Jian Yu's father was utterly devoted to his wife. Unfortunately, Jian Yu had not inherited even a fraction of his father's fidelity. Though Wen Xing and Mu Wan had refrained from questioning Wen Jiu about the events transpiring at home, their curiosity was palpable. From their subtle hints, Wen Jiu discerned that they were already aware of Jian Yu's infidelity. However, she chose not to dwell on it, nonchalantly replying, I will still pursue a relationship. She turned over, nestling into her comforter, lazily declaring, I refuse to live in fear of being bitten by a snake, only to be weary of ropes for the next decade. Moreover, with so many handsome men in the world, it was impossible for her not to feel a flutter of attraction. The suitors vying for Wen Jiu's affection were numerous. Previously, her heart remained unyielding because she was already devoted to Jian Yu, being his girlfriend. Now, with that title stripped away, it would be foolish not to relish her singlehood. Whether one deemed her heartless or carefree, her singular desire was to seek her own happiness. You're absolutely right, sweetheart, Mu Wan concurred. With your exceptional qualities, you are never short of admirable men. Indeed, Wen Jiu nodded enthusiastically, engaging in leisurely conversation with her parents until sleep gradually overtook her. Listening to the rhythmic sound of her daughter's breathing on the other end of the line, Wen Xing quietly muted the microphone and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Mu Wan's forehead. Let us not end the call tonight. We can wait for Jiu to hang up when she awakens. Agreed, Mu Wan replied, her furrowed brow finally easing a bit since learning of Jian Yu's betrayal. She settled down, saying, Let us expedite the transfer of our assets back home. I wish to be by her side as soon as possible. The Wen family's fortune was vast, and transferring it to the domestic front was no simple feat. Although Wen Sheng had begun preparations for this transition since Wen Jiu returned to study, various obstacles had hindered the process, resulting in only about half of his assets being moved thus far. Since Mu Wan has said so, it seems that a more stringent approach is necessary. Wen Xing is not afraid to press those obstacles, for Wen Xing Yu's faction is to remain abroad. With him present, even if discontent brews, it will not escalate significantly. A glint of resolve flickered in Wen Xing's deep-set eyes, yet when he cast his gaze upon his childhood sweetheart, his wife, his expression softened once more. Sleep now. MHM. Muwan nestled comfortably in Wen Xing's embrace and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, Wen Jiu awoke naturally, groggily reaching for her phone. A warmth spread through her heart as she noticed the call still connected. Mama, Daddy. She had always addressed them in the manner that felt most comforting. Hearing her still hoarse voice, Wen Xing, busy in his office, gestured for everyone to leave while softening his tone. Good girl, are you awake? MHM. Wen Jiu climbed out of bed, drew back the curtains, and gazed at the waves dancing upon the sea, stirred by the wind. She pushed open the glass door and stretched languidly. Are you at the company? Wen Jiu had slept until nearly noon at this hour. Wen Sheng should be occupied at work. Yes, your mother has gone to pick out some jewelry for you. We'll send it over later. So, do you want it sent to Jing City or Port City? Port City, please. I've informed my brother that I will be staying here for the time being. All right. Just send me the address later, and I will have it delivered. Okay. Wen Jiu wrinkled her nose in distaste as she caught a whiff of her own clothes. I need to take a shower. I accidentally fell asleep last night without changing. Very well, just don't silence your phone. If anything arises, call your family. We will always love you. Wen Xing never hesitated to express his affection for his only treasure. Okay. Wen Jiu smiled and exaggeratedly planted several kisses on her phone. Moi? Thank you, Daddy. I'll hang up now, goodbye. After ending the call, Wen Jiu noticed another incoming call from a number that had managed to squeeze its way through. Frowning, she recognized it as a stranger but knew instinctively who it was. She tapped the screen, and just as Jiang Yu believed she would not answer, the call connected. Looking at the call interface, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Jiu. His throat dry, he struggled to find the right words, daring only to call her name softly. Less than a day had passed, yet Jiang Yu's chin was already adorned with stubble, his eyes red-rimmed and weary. His spirit seemingly drained as if he had been haunted by a specter. However, Wen Jiu was oblivious to this, even if she had seen it. She wouldn't have cared. She scoffed lightly. Aren't you tired, young Master Jian? 99 missed calls. If it weren't for the good quality of my phone, I would think it was about to crash. Where are you? Let me come find you. Can we settle this face to face? Jiang Yu endeavored to disregard the chill in Wen Jiu's words, cautiously attempting to appease her. Such a tone of voice reminded Wen Jiu of the time she was hospitalized after rescuing Jiang Yu from a fire, her arm severely burned. Embarrassed by the unsightly scars and unable to bathe, the aesthetically inclined and cleanliness-loving Wen Jiu could hardly bear the thought of presenting herself before others in such a state. Consequently, Jiang Yu's numerous attempts to visit her were met with rejection. During that time, Jiang Yu would stand at the hospital door, speaking to her with utmost caution. He sent her photos from the graduation ceremony she missed, sharing snippets of the experiences she had lost, his voice filtering through the closed door. Whenever he recounted amusing anecdotes, their laughter would resonate simultaneously in the ward and the corridor. Wen Jiu was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Once the awkwardness in her heart was soothed, she took the initiative to open the door and greet Jiang Yu. What was Jiang Yu's reaction at that moment? Chapter 9. Do not sentence me to death so swiftly as Wen Jiu reminisced, the image of a youthful face, once radiant with laughter, abruptly froze at the sight of his bandaged arms and back, upon witnessing the faintly red bodily fluid seeping through the wrappings. The once imperious school bully's eyes brimmed with tears, catching him completely off guard. His emotions surged, lips trembling, as he raised his hand several times in a futile attempt to touch Wen Jiu, only to retract it, fearful of causing her pain. Jiu, why did you rush in? He lamented, his voice laden with sorrow and self-reproach, tears cascading down at the very moment he spoke. Conversely, Wen Jiu, with unyielding optimism, smiled reassuringly. Come on, we have been childhood friends. I could never stand by and watch you perish. At that moment, she herself could not fathom from where she drew such audacity and strength, as she dashed into the Jian family home and carried him out. Even as the falling curtains billowed towards them, she instinctively shifted Jiang Yu to the side, inadvertently igniting the sleeve of her clothing. Logically, she should have discarded her garment for self-preservation, yet as the flames intensified, she feared that if she set Jiang Yu down, she would lack the courage to lift him again. Without a moment's thought, Wen Jiu bore the searing pain in her arms and resolutely carried Jiang Yu to safety. The instant they escaped the inferno, she relinquished him to the approaching adults and swiftly shed her charred clothing. However, her entire arm from shoulder to neck was grievously injured, while Jiang Yu, clad in a sleeveless sports shirt, suffered only a minor burn on the arm that had rested upon her shoulder. That small burn, though seemingly trivial, tormented the privileged Jiang Yu, leaving him restless throughout the night. Thus, upon seeing the severity of Wen Jiu's injuries, he felt overwhelming guilt and heartache. Time passed. and the once vibrant and self-assured youth had transformed into someone markedly different. Drawing her thoughts back, Wen Jiu sighed with an air of maturity. What is it you wish to tell me? How you and Lin Anlin shared a flirtation? How exhilarating your illicit romances? Or perhaps that despite your infidelity, I remain your one true love? As she uttered these words, a wave of nausea surged within her. Jiang Yu, your apologies mean nothing to me. That is not the case, Jiang Yu hastily clarified. Jiu, nothing substantial occurred between Lin Anlin and me. At most, we shared a single embrace, nothing more. He choked on his words, desperately attempting to salvage his position. Please, do not hastily condemn me. Grant me a chance, would you? Since the moment he learned he had lost Wen Jiu, his world had felt utterly hollow. A singular thought consumed him. The person he could not live without was her. Only by finding Wen Jiu could everything around him regain its significance. Thus, he frantically reached out to her, only to be met with her dismissive retort, it means nothing. Jiang Yu gripped his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and before he could articulate more, all that filled the line was the mocking sound of beep, 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 reiterating the absurdity of his situation. He instinctively redialed, only to discover that Wen Jiu had blacklisted this number. Reluctantly, he switched to another phone to call. Wen Jiu frowned as she gazed at the incoming call on her phone, recalling her promise to Wen Sheng and the others, which compelled her to refrain from shutting her phone off. Activating flight mode, she purchased some clothing and shoes from a shopping platform in the harbor city, filled in the hotel address, and then retreated to the bathroom for a shower. An hour later, Wen Jiu emerged, adorned in a Klein blue camisole with an irregular triangular hem and an open-back design, paired with vintage blue-fitted flared jeans and complemented by black stilettos with red soles. Donning sunglasses, she exited the hotel. The first order of business upon stepping out was to visit the service center and procure a new SIM card. Subsequently, she sent her new number to Wen Xing and the others and suspended the use of her previous card. Only then did she feel a sense of joy as she sought out a place to dine. As night descended, Wen Jiu, who had spent the afternoon lounging in her hotel after lunch, stepped out under the fading glow of the sunset. The mildly salty sea breeze added a touch of tranquility to this romantic city. Wen Jiu hailed a taxi to the cobblestone street recommended by Shenchun, meandering leisurely toward the end of the alley. The sky had darkened completely, and the neon lights on either side of the street shimmered, revealing a vibrancy distinct from that of Jing City. At the end of the street, she stood before the entrance of a bar, tilting her head to admire the vintage door paved with bluestone, her gaze sweeping over the entrance. At that moment, she wondered why Shenchun hadn't mentioned the bar's name. It turned out that the establishment didn't even have a sign. Had it not been for Shenchun's introduction, she would likely have passed by without a second thought. With a slight smile, Wen Jiu stepped into the bar. Upon entering, she was greeted by a vast hall that seemed to extend endlessly before her. In stark contrast to the simplistic elegance of the main door, the bar's interior was adorned with exquisite luxury, featuring floors of the finest white cloud marble. A grand, floor-length crystal chandelier, cascading like a waterfall, bathed the hall in soft light, evoking a sense of comfort reminiscent of a forest at dawn. The surrounding dark-patterned leather booths appeared casually arranged, yet were meticulously placed, creating an exquisite contrast between a relaxed ambience and a sense of restraint. As Wen Jiu stood at the entrance, assessing her surroundings, numerous patrons had already taken notice of her presence. "Beautiful girl," someone at the bar whispered, lowering their voice. This was the peak hour at the bar, with a throng of guests milling about. Yet when that strikingly radiant face appeared at the entrance, everyone at the bar turned to look. Her lazily tousled waves cascaded over her alabaster shoulders, and her sharply defined features remained strikingly fierce under the entrance's overhead lighting. Her elegantly curled lashes fluttered slightly, her eyes scanning the hall as if searching for something. In those fleeting seconds, someone approached her. "Hi, can I assist you with anything?" Wen Jiu looked at the man standing before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Hello, I would like to speak with the manager of this bar." The newcomer pondered this, muttering under his breath, "Damn, she isn't here for Yan, is she?" The person spoke in Cantonese, and when Wen Jiu did not catch it clearly, she merely responded with a vague The local, smiling promptly, replied in Mandarin, "There are several managers at the bar. Which one are you looking for?" "Any of them will do, as long as a decision can be made," Wen Jiu replied. "I see." The man studied Wen Jiu, observing her calm demeanor and relaxed posture, which starkly contrasted with the anxious expressions of those who typically sought out Jiang Yanci. It seemed this young lady was not here for Yanci. His previously disheartened spirit was instantly revitalized as he led the way and asked, "Are you visiting Hong City for tourism?" When Jiu nodded, her gentle and sweet smile tinged with an appropriate degree of aloofness. Yes. How long do you plan to stay? If it's for an extended period, perhaps I could embark on a heart-stirring romance with this young lady. Wen Jiu did not intend to take the question seriously, simply responding as fate would have it. Is that so? The man elongated his tone and pulled out his phone. May I have your contact information? Should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Wen Jiu calmly observed as he displayed the QR code, promptly switching to her alternate account to scan and add him. Then, with practiced ease, she switched back to her primary account. Chapter 10. I fear her wrath. As she executed her actions in the presence of the men, the corner of the man's mouth twitched. Did this girl truly consider herself blind? Yet, it was not a question he could voice, for it would betray his grace. Nevertheless, he discerned that Wen Jiu's demeanor indicated a lack of interest in him, prompting him to escort her to the bar and depart. Left alone, Wen Jiu harbored no objections. With a smile directed at the bar staff, she requested, I would like to speak with your manager, if you please. Just a moment. The bartender, smiling politely, did not question whether her request adhered to the bar's regulations and promptly set off to find someone. Moments later, a flamboyant youth with striking red hair approached Wen Jiu, following the bartender. At that instant, Wen Jiu was seated on a rotating stool, idly toying with a wine glass. Upon seeing the languid beauty before him, Qin paused mid-yawn. His steps momentarily halted before his eyes widened in surprise. What a remarkable coincidence. Upon recognizing Wen Jiu's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was an uncanny stroke of fate. Leaning against the bar, he addressed her. A stunning lady like you. What brings you to seek my attention? The section of booths by the coast, I have reserved. It was only after stepping into the bar that Wen Jiu realized the cobblestone street culminated at the coastline. The vantage point from that location offered a breathtaking view of the entire seaside panorama. Wen Jiu possessed a peculiar quirk. She thrived in chaos while yearning for tranquility. Following her gaze toward the western side of the bar, Qin chuckled nonchalantly. You are a bit domineering. That area boasts the finest positions in the bar, and you intend to claim it all for yourself. Were it not for your striking beauty, I might have considered expelling you. Wen Jiu shot him a glance, her fingers producing a card as if by magic. With a playful flick of her wrist, she added a hint of alluring confidence to her smile. Is there profit to be made? Qin's gaze fell upon the card in her hand, and he grinned, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Indeed, there is. He accepted the card and handed it to the attendant behind him before inquiring, how many seats do you require? Within 10 meters. Deal, Qin replied decisively, casting a knowing glance that prompted immediate action to clear the tables. Soon enough, someone arrived to escort Wen Jiu to a table by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Once seated, the attention of the bar once again converged upon her. Soft light illuminated her fair skin, dazzling to behold. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious to the gazes surrounding her. Leisurely glancing out at the scenery, the sea breeze tousled her hair, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. In an instant, the news of a stunning beauty gracing the nameless bar spread like wildfire through the harbor city. Why did you acquiesce to her request? The bar hardly lacks for patrons. Qin shot a sidelong glance at him, recalling the scene of Wen Jiu reprimanding someone at the airport, sending a shiver down his spine. With a pointed remark, he replied, I fear her wrath. Huh, what? It was only after he had walked away that the inquisitive bartender processed Qin's words. In this city, who dared to admonish the illustrious Qi? Ignoring the thoughts of those in the bar, Qin swiftly entered the elevator and ascended to the second floor, only to rush into a private room frequented by several individuals. Unfazed by the startled glances from two people, he enigmatically inquired, Can you guess whom I encountered downstairs? Ning Wang, taken aback by his sudden entrance, hurled an apple from the table at him, exclaiming in irritation, Are you insane? No need for theatrics. Qin, with quick reflexes, caught the apple and took a bite before mumbling incoherently, Take a guess. You won't believe it. Not interested. Ning Wang retorted, unwilling to engage in such a trivial game. Reluctantly, Qin leaned toward Jiang Yanci, who was engrossed in his tablet. Brother Yin, what do you think? Jiang Yanci didn't even spare him a glance, curtly replying, Get lost. Qin felt a pang of disappointment. After taking another bite of the apple with a scowl, he reclined on the sofa, spreading his legs and sighing dramatically. The air fell silent for a moment, and sensing their indifference, he muttered loudly, There's a stunning beauty on the first floor, surely that attracts customers to the bar. This remark failed to capture Jiang Yanci's attention, earning him only an exasperated glance from Ning Wang. Speak plainly if you have something to say, he snapped, with a disdainful huff. Qin suppressed his eagerness to share this tantalizing tidbit, opting instead to rest on the sofa. The previous night, the trio had hurried back to the city without much respite, and he had initially chosen to follow Jiang Yanci for a leisurely lifestyle, only to find himself more industrious than ever. Yawning lazily, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. The private room returned to tranquility until Ning Wang finally roused him after about half an hour. Time to head downstairs and grab a bite. Groggily, Qin followed the two as they exited the room. Upon stepping out, he suddenly snapped to attention. Intending to speak when he noticed Jiang Yanci standing ahead with one hand in his pocket, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the lower level. Noticing his intense focus, Qin slapped his forehead. Brother Yin, I forgot to mention that girl has taken over that area. Their usual dining spot at the bar was within 10 meters of her. Ning Wang raised an eyebrow. Is that mysterious demeanor of yours due to her? Precisely. Qin grinned, his eyes narrowing in delight. She looks even more radiant today than yesterday. Ning Wang scoffed derisively. Indeed, she was captivating. A third of the patrons in the hall were lined up in front of her, while those who didn't TQ were still captivated by her presence. Even many women gathered to join the spectacle. She welcomed all, as long as they queued, and if they were attractive and fit, they could sit opposite her and engage in a game. The winners would gain her contact information, while the losers had to run a lap along the beach, shirtless. In the brief moment they stood there, two men stripped off their shirts and dashed outside. In an instant, the entire coastline was almost filled with men flaunting their physiques. It was only then that Qin, noticing the spectacle, exaggeratedly covered his eyes, remarking on the girl's playful spirit. His words were entirely complimentary. Ning Wang chose not to comment. In contrast, Jiang Yanci, with an indifferent expression, withdrew his gaze and proceeded towards the elevator. For reasons unknown, Qin felt an inexplicable chill. He deliberately bumped into Ning Wang, asking, "Do you not sense that something is amiss?" Ning Wang distanced himself, retorting, "Your mind is not quite right. If you can sell your dining position, you might as well donate your brain as well." Jiang Yanci disliked the scent of food in the private room, which was why they opted to dine on the first floor. "Don't be angry," Qin, clearly aware of Ning Wang's irritation, quickly followed, pleading, "I'll discuss with her about borrowing a table for our meal. Get lost." Ning Wang was unwilling to engage with this foolish boy. Chapter 11. He didn't want to play with me. Qin paid no heed to Ning Wang's indifference. Upon reaching the ground floor, he hastened towards Wen Jiu. "Beautiful lady," he greeted as he took a seat across from her. "Today, drinks are on the house. May we borrow a table for our meal?" Wen Jiu's slender fingers caressed the surface of the dice cup, her mischievous and affectionate phoenix eyes curving like a pool filled with clear spring water. Upon hearing Qin's request, she nonchalantly nodded. "Feel free." It was merely a meal for a few people, hardly a disruption for her. Having received the desired response, Qin promptly gestured to Jiang Yanci and Ning Wang, who were seated in the booth next to Wen Jiu. "What a disgrace," Ning Wang muttered under his breath, disdainful. "After all, he is the owner of this establishment. Yet he must borrow space from the patrons just to dine. This is all the fault of that foolish Qin." In contrast, Jiang Yanci appeared unaffected. He diverted his gaze from Wen Jiu's direction and sauntered leisurely to sit beside Qin. During the brief wait for their food, Qin leaned on the sofa closest to Wen Jiu, observing her as she played dice with those who approached her. As time passed, the number of challengers before Wen Jiu dwindled. Yet, apart from occasionally losing a few rounds and exchanging contact information with her challengers, she seemed to enjoy an uninterrupted streak of victories. When the man seated opposite Wen Jiu rolled a 1-1-2, he regarded her with a confident grin. They were competing to see who could roll the lower number, and he could scarcely believe that this woman possessed such extraordinary luck. However, his smile faltered upon witnessing Wen Jiu leisurely reveal her dice cup, exposing 3 ones. In the next moment, he begrudgingly remarked, "In this place, the most skilled at dice are not us." Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, and, "If you can defeat that one," he gestured, "I will concede." "Concede to me?" Wen Jiu shot him a glance, her impatience evident as she reminded him, "Undress, and then you may leave." For her, it was merely a diversion during her boredom, and she found his attempts at provocation tiresome. The man, clearly taken aback by Wen Jiu's attitude, was met with a ripple of snickers from the onlookers, mocking his lack of wit. Frustrated, he held back his indignation. "Surely you noticed those few individuals who just exited the elevator?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying. She had indeed taken note of their striking appearances and the commotion they caused upon their arrival. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Seeing her acknowledgement, the man smirked with ulterior motives. "The one in the center possesses unrivaled skill in dice rolling here. If you manage to best him, I will wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Wen Jiu scoffed lightly, I care not for your acceptance. Caught off guard by her demeanor, the man was about to retort when Wen Jiu interjected, next. Recognizing that Wen Jiu was not easily baited, the man clenched his fists, simmering with frustration. However, the next challenger immediately intervened, taking a seat before Wen Jiu and engaging her in the next round. This challenger, unfortunately for him, was not someone he could afford to provoke, leaving him with no choice but to depart in discontent. As several rounds passed, Wen Jiu, feeling utterly bored, tossed the dice onto the table and declared, I'm done playing. The crowd, comprised of individuals with varying physiques, expressed their discontent as they had yet to engage in the game. Wait, we haven't played yet. She was met with protests from those waiting in line. However, Wen Jiu paid them no mind, rising to leave. Are you leaving? Qi was taken aback by her sudden movement and quickly added, you might want to consider that young man's suggestion. My brother Yanci is quite skilled at rolling the dice. He was not yet finished admiring the girl's beauty and was reluctant to see her depart. Wen Jiu slowed her exit, casting a sidelong glance at the man who was engrossed in his phone. Truth be told, he was the most captivating individual she had encountered among all the men she met. The bar's dim, hazy lights cascaded softly downwards, and the man's long, curled lashes cast delicate shadows upon his face. His sharply defined nose boasted a sophisticated contour, and even his lips bore a naturally healthy crimson hue, exuding an alluring charm. It seemed he sensed her gaze as he lifted his eyes from the screen to meet hers. In that moment, Wen Jiu silently sighed, so handsome. When he lowered his gaze, he emanated an air of refined mystery that beckoned one to draw closer and explore further. However, when he looked up, the sharpness in his dark brows hinted at a rebellious streak, making it clear at a glance that he was not to be trifled with. Wen Jiu smiled warmly at him and stepped forward. Just as the music transitioned, her heels clicked crisply against the floor, synchronizing with the resurgence of the melody as she came to a halt before him. Jiang Yanci set his phone aside, leaning casually back, his long legs crossed, his inscrutable eyes fixed upon Wen Jiu as she approached. Amidst the cacophony of music, she inquired, care to play? Jiang Yanci let out a light chuckle, feigning ignorance. Play what? Wen Jiu furrowed her brow, thinking, the dice, did he not notice the commotion on her end? Perhaps, as he had been preoccupied with his phone. After a moment's contemplation, her enthusiasm waned. After all, it was his gaze that had drawn her over in the first place. Since he showed no interest, she decided against playing. With that thought, her excitement faded, and she offered an apologetic smile, saying, I'm sorry for the interruption. With that, she turned to leave. Play. Jiang Yanci observed her retreating figure, an inexplicable tightness gripping his heart as the word escaped his lips. Wen Jiu heard him but chose to feign ignorance. Yet Qi, unwilling to let her exit so easily, hurriedly intercepted her, exclaiming in a flurry, play, play, play. The girl, my brother Yin says to play. He nearly stumbled from his sudden stop, and Wen Jiu was amused by the red tuft of hair bobbing atop his head, with a radiant smile blooming on her lips. She replied, I want to play with him. How about playing with you instead? Qi was left speechless. However, the sudden chill that enveloped him in the next moment jolted him back to reality. He hurriedly shook his head, his words stumbling forth. I can't. You should play with Yen Gu. Yen Gu is quite remarkable. Although he spoke words of praise, his eyes were filled with a silent plea. Heaven knows that Jiang Yanci seldom cast more than a fleeting glance at girls. If he were to ruin this situation, the influential figures of the Jiang family would surely strip him of his skin, despite it being their first encounter. Wen Jiu quickly grasped the meaning reflected in the red-haired boy's gaze. She furrowed her brow. He did not wish to play with me. This was the truth. How could that be? Qi vehemently denied. He simply likes to put on airs. You see? Ning Wang, who absorbed every word, silently gave Qi a thumbs up from the corner. Wen Jiu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving with mirth, as she turned to look at Jiang Yanci. She noticed his expression, clearly one of embarrassment and stiffness, as he attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance. Her laughter grew more unabashed in response. Settling back in front of him, Wen Jiu shook the dice cup on the table. How shall we play? Chapter 12. Waiting for your invitation in the 12th chapter. The expression on Jiang Yan's face revealed no signs of abnormality as he leaned slightly forward to converse with Wen Jiu. Best of 3, according to your rules. Loser removes their shirt and runs a lap. Winner receives your contact information. Agreed. Wen Jiu responded readily, yet Jiang Yan added, the contact I seek is your primary one, not the lifeless number you use to dismiss others. Wen Jiu did not immediately acquiesce, countering with a question, large or small. Jiang Yan, not wanting to press the issue. Replied, "You decide." Then small, Wen Jiu stated, gesturing for him to proceed. Jiang Yan offered no further objections. He casually shook the dice cup on the table a few times before coming to a stop, then calmly gestured for Wen Jiu to take her turn. Wen Jiu, well practiced, picked up the dice cup, shook it a few times, and set it down. Qin glanced around, noting the casualness of both their actions and their eerily calm expressions, making it difficult for him to gauge who might have the upper hand. He decisively proposed, "Shall we reveal together?" Wen Jiu nodded, exchanging a glance with Jiang Yan before they simultaneously uncovered the dice cup. The onlookers leaned in eagerly to see the outcome. Qin first scrutinized the dice before Wen Jiu, exclaiming, "3 ones again. Your skills are impressive." Having observed her for some time, he noted that she seemed to effortlessly roll 3 identical numbers. However, at this compliment, Wen Jiu's expression remained unperturbed. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Yan's dice, where 3 were stacked, revealing only a single red dot atop, indicating her inevitable loss. Wen Jiu, confident in her ability to handle defeat, promptly retrieved her QR code. "Scan it." Yet Jiang Yan merely cast a calm glance at it and shook his head. "That is not what I wish to add." The number Wen Jiu presented was not her usual contact, lacking even the account switching process, and Jiang Yan was far from oblivious. With her ruse exposed, Wen Jiu was unbothered, simply smiling at Jiang Yan, "Then teach me how to roll the dice." Observing her eager demeanor, Jiang Yan was puzzled by her fascination with the dice and inquired. Without hesitation, Wen Jiu replied, "It's cool." An odd silence enveloped them before Jiang Yan burst into laughter. When a man smiles, the curve of his lips rises, and his clear gaze, in that moment, resembled a spring breeze stirring the blossoms. It was a sight that could be considered almost excessive in its beauty. Wen Jiu stared at him for a moment before reluctantly averting her gaze. Qin marveled, "Your reason for learning dice is the same as my Yen Ji's." For them, mastering dice was not a necessity, but rather a social pastime embraced by their circles. Yet Jiang Yan had mastered the skill to an extraordinary degree, sometimes even being invited to oversee games. Initially, his motivation for learning had been succinct. He found it handsome. Wen Jiu, her eyes sparkling, retrieved her usual contact, the green bubble, waiting for Jiang Yan to scan it. "Shall I leave a note?" Jiang Yan inquired, feigning nonchalance. Thus, it can be considered an acknowledgement of her request for instruction. Wen Jiu, with her name composed of the character for warmth and the character for wine, promptly responded without waiting for Jiang Yanci to inquire further, sending her name, Jiang Yanci. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Wen Jiu paused momentarily, but her gaze quickly returned to its usual state. Noticing that the 2 had exchanged contact information, Qin chimed in, "I want to add you too." However, he added with a playful tone, "Although I certainly cannot match your skill at dice, how about I treat you to complimentary meals whenever you come here?" Wen Jiu responded with a shake of her head, suggesting instead, "How about treating me to dinner?" Qin, with a character that clearly relished food, was not deterred by her suggestion. "It's a deal then." He agreed eagerly, promptly adding Wen Jiu before continuing with his introduction, "My name is Qin. Nice to meet you." Wen Jiu smiled at him, causing Qin to momentarily lose his composure, overwhelmed by the brilliance of her smile. Regaining his senses, he exclaimed, "You are truly the most striking girl I have ever encountered, graceful and radiant. Your beauty is simply captivating." Qin's compliment was no exaggeration. Although Wen Jiu's playful demeanor while playing dice might seem ostentatious, seeing her in person rendered such concerns trivial. Her vibrant personality evoked no sense of disdain. Rather, her gentle, arched brows and sparkling eyes made her every action appear perfectly justifiable and endearing. "Thank you. You are not lacking either," Wen Jiu replied sincerely. Although Qin's hairstyle was somewhat disheveled, his appearance was quite commendable. His eyes, large and round, seemed to harbor a galaxy within their inky depths, and his natural exuberance and warmth made him instantly approachable. Not just him, but even the 3rd individual in their company, who had hardly exchanged words with Wen Jiu, possessed an undeniable allure and poise, despite a hint of coldness in his demeanor. "Are you visiting Hong Kong?" Qin inquired curiously. Given the surge of travelers from the mainland to Hong Kong in recent years, his question was not surprising. Wen Jiu contemplated for a moment before replying. "For the time being, yes." "And how long do you plan to stay?" Qin's enthusiasm was palpable in his inquiry, clearly intrigued by a girl whose personality resonated with his own. "About a month," Wen Jiu answered. This was her current intention, although the exact duration would depend on her mood. "Quite a lengthy stay," Qin remarked thoughtfully before asking, "Where are you staying?" "Yuanzai." As soon as Qin posed his question, Jiang Yanci interjected with a warning tone. Realizing the abruptness of his inquiry, Qin hastily clarified, "I apologize. I merely wish to invite you out for some fun. I harbor no ill intentions." "That's all right," Wen Jiu replied. Whether Qin had ulterior motives was uncertain, but she was not inclined to disclose her residence indiscriminately. She glanced at her phone, stating, "If you need anything, just message me." Then it's settled. "When the time comes, make sure to honor my invitation," Qin affirmed. "All right," Wen Jiu nodded, checking the time before standing up. "I must return to rest now. See you next time." "Okay," Qin replied, but Jiang Yanci interjected, "Tomorrow, I will come to pick you up?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you need to pick me up for?" Jiang Yanci retorted, "Isn't it about learning to roll dice?" Wen Jiu chuckled lightly, realizing the matter at hand, and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Wait for me to arrange a meeting." With that, she paid no heed to the reactions of those present and strode away. This girl certainly has a spirited nature. Once she had distanced herself, Ningguang finally exhaled a remark. Noticing Jiang Yanci's pensive expression, he inquired, "Are you intrigued?" Jiang Yanci massaged his slightly swollen temples. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days and had indeed not rested well. "She holds no interest in me," he replied, his voice betraying his fatigue. Ningguang remained noncommittal, glancing at Qin. "It appears she is more enthusiastic about Qin than about you." "What?" Qin, who was engrossed in browsing Wen Jiu's social media posts, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could that be? However, upon reflecting on the earlier scene, he began to chuckle. It does seem that way. Wen Jiu's amiable demeanor towards him was indeed more pronounced than towards Jiang Yanci. Get lost. Jiang Yanci found Qin's smug expression intolerable and lightly kicked his knee. Qin pretended to be heavily injured, limping over to sit beside Jiang Yanci, and then placed his phone displaying Wen Jiu's social media updates before him, cryptically stating, "She just broke up." Chapter 13. Polite blessings. The moment of perusing social media was merely a couple of days ago. Could it be? Is there truly such a ridiculous man? Ningguang also leaned in for a look. Although Wen Jiu's temperament and appearance were not to his liking, he would never dishonestly claim that she was unattractive. However, upon observing the content of Wen Jiu's social media, he was momentarily rendered speechless. There really are individuals so absurd. Thus, Qin furrowed his brow. Is Wen Jiu in Hong Kong to mend a broken heart? Ningguang concurred. That seems to be the case. Yen Gu. Just a moment ago, the man who appeared inexplicably subdued became animated once more. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Yanci, seized the opportunity. Yen Gu. Jiang Yanci found himself questioning, "Am I being too obvious?" "Not at all." Ningguang patted his shoulder, noting that from the very first glance of Wen Jiu yesterday, he had been unable to tear his gaze away. Furthermore, Qin, with a glimmer in his eye, added, "Yesterday at the airport, you claimed she didn't require our assistance. Yet you still contacted the airport's manager to facilitate her." At the time Jiang Yanci made that statement, it was clear he had just sent a message. Qin, with his keen eyes, instantly caught sight of the message he had dispatched. If one could argue that Jiang Yanci's actions yesterday were merely a spur-of-the-moment act of kindness, today his conduct truly took both men by surprise. For, under normal circumstances, Jiang Yanci would not spare a second glance at someone of Wen Jiu's exuberant nature, one who welcomed all and engaged in frivolity. Yet, upon her appearance, regardless of the throng of men queuing around her, Jiang Yanci's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon her, utterly transfixed. Hence, Qin proposed borrowing a spot from Wen Jiu and playfully urged her to engage in a game of dice with Jiang Yanci. The moment Jiang Yanci refrained from declining, it validated their suspicions. At least for Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu's presence was undoubtedly exceptional. Observing the two men exchanging knowing glances, Jiang Yanci shook his head in resignation, neither affirming nor denying their insinuations. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he was acutely aware that his feelings for Wen Jiu transcended the desire for mere friendship. The uncontrollable fluttering of his heart and the rising warmth within him were constant reminders of experiences he had never encountered before. Wen Jiu. He whispered her name to himself, his ears growing warm under the teasing gazes of Qin and Ningguang. "Do not disturb her." His voice held a slight hoarseness. Yet it was not difficult to discern his pleasant mood. Qin and Ningguang exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Ningguang understood that matters of the heart should unfold naturally, as interference from outsiders might yield counterproductive results. Meanwhile, Qin reasoned that as long as Jiang Yanci was not mentioned, inviting Wen Jiu out for a casual outing would not contradict Jiang Yanci's suggestion. On the other side, upon leaving the bar, Wen Jiu noticed numerous discreet glances following her every move. Strangely, before she could act, those gazes vanished entirely. After circling the vicinity a few times to ensure that the eyes trailing her had indeed disappeared, she finally hailed a cab back to her hotel. After a quick freshening up, Wen Jiu stepped onto the hotel balcony, phone in hand. The humid sea breeze enveloped her as the silk nightgown she wore billowed, entwining around her graceful, porcelain legs. Wen Jiu reclined in the rocking chair, activating her phone to respond to messages. Upon receiving a notification, Gu Xiao abruptly sat up from her bed. Jiu, are you done with your tasks? Wen Jiu replied, what's the matter? Gu Xiao recounted the day's events in detail. The photos and videos of Jiang Yan and Lin Anlin on the campus forum have vanished. It must have been Jiang Yan who orchestrated it. Besides that, Gu Xiao sent over a photo and continued. Jiang Yan claimed on the campus forum that his association with Lin Anlin was merely a misunderstanding, asserting that your relationship remains stable and that you have not separated. I noticed many people seem to believe him. Having grown up together as childhood friends and been in a relationship for several years, their appearances, family backgrounds, and capabilities were comparable, making them a quintessential couple in the eyes of the Peking University community. When the photos from Wen Jiu's social media were leaked, many were skeptical, suspecting photo manipulation intended to sow discord. However, with Jiang Yan's recent statement, a greater number of people were convinced that Wen Jiu and Jiang Yan had not parted ways. Wen Jiu opened the photo sent by Gu Xiao, which was a screenshot of Jiang Yan's statement. Thank you all for your concern. But my relationship with Wen Jiu is stable. As for the photos circulating in the last couple of days, they were merely a benevolent act in the face of injustice. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from maliciously disseminating related photos and videos, or I will resort to legal means to protect my personal rights. A brief declaration, yet so resolute that it left no room for criticism. Wen Jiu smirked slightly and replied to Gu Xiao, I understand. Thank you. She then accessed the campus forum. Due to the ongoing buzz, Jiang Yan's post remained at the top, and Wen Jiu found it without the need for a search. She entered the comments section and typed a response. I am currently single, and the claim that my relationship with Jiang Yan is stable is purely a fabrication from him. Furthermore, the initial photos and videos of Jiang Yan embracing Lin Anlin in the rain were released by me. I extend my polite wishes for the two of them to solidify their bond. After sending this message, Wen Jiu copied it to her own profile and tagged Jiang Yan and Lin Anlin. Having completed these tasks, she felt invigorated and returned to her room for some rest. Since Jiang Yan sought to provoke her, she saw no reason to be overly courteous. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he read Wen Jiu's reply. He promptly opened the private messaging interface on the campus forum. Jiu, where are you? Must you be so resolute? He implored, considering our many years of affection. Grant me an opportunity to explain myself, will you? After a prolonged wait without receiving a response, he slumped against the sofa, drained and heartbroken. Downing a drink before messaging Wen Jiu again. It's fine if we don't meet. I can explain myself right now, okay? The only reason Lin Anlin exists in my life is that I wanted to make you jealous, to encourage you to care for me a little more. The closest I've been to Lin Anlin lately is that embrace the other day. Jiu, I only love you, truly only you. Jiu, I merely wanted to evoke a bit of your temper. I never intended for us to part ways. Please, don't be so heartless as to cast me aside. After sending this message, Jiang Yan helplessly collapsed onto the carpet, his bloodshot eyes brimming with tears. He was utterly at a loss as to which faction had intervened. He could not ascertain Wen Jiu's current whereabouts. She had left him no respite, vanishing entirely from his life. Jiang Yan admitted to himself that he was in profound anguish. His heart felt as though a piece had been hollowed out, rendering him incapable of finding joy in anything. The sole solace he found was in perusing the chat history with Wen Jiu, clinging to a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Yearning for the next moment to bring news from her, he felt that even if Wen Jiu were to scold or strike him, it would be preferable to this agonizing silence. However, receiving such a cold and indifferent message from her only deepened his heartache. With his eyes closed, tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking into the carpet beneath him. He truly recognized his mistakes. Why could she not show him just a hint of tenderness? After all, how could someone who loved him so dearly be so distant? Chapter 14 Reunion. Since the day she had cast a figurative bomb on the campus network, Wen Jiu had paid little attention to the news from Jing City. During her days in Port City, she indulged in restful slumber and leisurely strolls. Basking in the morning sun and enveloped by the evening glow, her spirit entirely at ease. One rainy afternoon, after a refreshing nap, she lay in bed, allowing her mind to wander when she received a message from Qi, surprised to see a message from someone she had met only once. Wen Jiu opened the chat window. Qi, Wen Jiu, Would you like to join me for a gathering? I've organized a little get-together at my estate. The scenery is quite lovely. Interested? As she opened the chat, Chi noticed her typing and quickly sent another message. Come on, everyone there has a pleasant demeanor. I assure you, they won't dampen your spirits. The words she had initially intended to use to decline vanished, and she replied, sure. Considering Chi's thoughtfulness and her own lack of obligations, she decided that a little outing would be perfectly acceptable. She turned over in bed and typed back. What time and where? Ecstatic at her affirmative response, Chi grinned widely. We'll head out in an hour. It's a private area, so outside vehicles can't enter. Shall I pick you up? Of course, if you prefer, I can wait for you at the entrance. However, this would make it somewhat inconvenient for Wen Jiu to find a ride. Since she had already agreed to go, she thought little of revealing her address. Given the Chi family's status in Port City, if they truly wished to investigate, they could effortlessly do so. She sent her location and then added, I'll tidy up a bit. Call me when you arrive. Chi responded, okay. An hour passed swiftly, and just as Wen Jiu finished drying her hair, she received a photograph from Chi with the caption, I'm downstairs. Glancing at it, she realized it was indeed her hotel. After informing Wen Xingyu of her plans, she descended the elevator. Having grown a bit bored in the car while waiting, Chi eagerly lowered the window upon spotting Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu, over here. She waved back. In truth, Chi's vibrant red modified SUV was impossible to miss. Hastening to the vehicle, Wen Jiu hesitated between the front and back seat when Chi promptly exited and opened the rear door for her. Someone else already claimed the front seat. I'm sorry to make you sit in the back. Wen Jiu nodded, expressing that it was no trouble. She thanked him and was about to enter when her gaze fell upon a pair of long, elegant hands, the prominent veins visible on the pale skin. As her eyes traveled upward, they met the gaze of the occupant within the car, who bore no expression of surprise, clearly aware of her arrival. Wen Jiu smiled. We meet again. Once more, she found herself captivated by Jiang Yanci's striking appearance, a beauty that was truly flawless. Jiang Yanci gently nodded, his gaze softening imperceptibly. He spoke, Do you need assistance? Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand to assist Wen Jiu as she climbed into the vehicle. Wen Jiu did not decline. Recognizing that Chi's off-road vehicle was rather elevated, despite the presence of a step, it was prudent to grasp something for support. Placing her hand on Jiang Yanci's forearm, Wen Jiu deftly hoisted herself into the car. Thank you, she said, securing herself as she fastened her seatbelt. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci's eyes remained fixed on the spot where her hand had just rested. Wen Jiu's hand was soft, imbued with a gentle warmth. The instant it touched him, it felt as though a swarm of tiny insects scurried up his arm, engulfing him entirely. Jiang Yanci found himself in an unusual state. As if he were on the brink of combustion, he pressed his lips together, feeling the heat rise to his ears, and quickly averted his gaze to the window in an attempt to mask his discomfort. Chi, observing the scene in the rearview mirror, raised an eyebrow and smiled, humming a tune as he started the vehicle. The roar of the engine was invigorating, yet Wen Jiu clutched her seatbelt tightly. Noticing her tension, Jiang Yanci furrowed his brow in contemplation and then lightly kicked the back of the front seat. Drive slowly, Chi replied. I'm not driving quickly, he added. Isn't this the usual speed? Although he spoke casually, upon seeing Wen Jiu's anxious expression in the mirror, he reluctantly eased off the accelerator. Wen Jiu, are you afraid? Normally, Jiang Yanci remained unfazed during Chi's rapid driving, yet today he unexpectedly insisted on slowing down, which, combined with Wen Jiu's demeanor, led Chi to deduce the reason behind the request. Huh. Wen Jiu looked up at him, a hint of exasperation in her voice. It's not fear, it's car sickness. Though Wen Jiu rarely vomited from motion sickness, she often experienced dizziness and nausea. Perhaps due to skipping lunch, today was particularly uncomfortable. You get car sick? Chi inquired, immediately reducing his speed further. Wen Jiu quickly interjected, just drive at your normal pace. A short discomfort is better than prolonged suffering. I can endure it. Are you certain? Chi countered. Wen Jiu nodded, offering him a reassuring glance. Chi signaled his understanding with an okay gesture and then accelerated towards their destination. While the speed remained unchanged, the ride became considerably smoother. A few minutes later, Jiang Yanci suddenly called for a stop. Pull over ahead. Chi asked. Is there something wrong? Just need to grab something, Jiang Yanci replied. Chi complied without hesitation, halting at the designated spot. Soon, a person waiting by the roadside handed over a tote bag. Jiang Yanci accepted it, ensuring the contents matched his request before retrieving an item to offer to Wen Jiu. Honey grapefruit lemon tea. It should alleviate some discomfort. For me? Wen Jiu paused, surprised. Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. Who else would it be for? You're the only one in the car who needs it. Thank you. Wen Jiu expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile, then unreservedly took the cup and began to drink. Seemingly quite pleased with the flavor of her lemonade, her entire demeanor appeared to brighten in an instant, her sparkling eyes curving into lovely crescents. The post-rain breeze tousled her hair, cascading over her shoulders, while the ethereal light breaking through the clouds gently illuminated her, as if she were draped in a warm glow. Jiang Yanci gazed at her in a daze. Upon noticing Wen Jiu removed the straw from her lips, he retrieved a box of unsealed motion sickness medication from his bag and handed it to her. Jiang Yanci? Wen Jiu mused on his name, glancing at him sideways. Are you always this considerate? The person in the front row, Qi, couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Jiang Yanci being attentive? It was undoubtedly the most amusing joke he had ever heard. However, the Jiang Yanci in the back row showed no signs of guilt or shame. Instead, he responded with a smile. There's still an hour's drive to our destination. Taking the medication should make the journey more bearable. Chapter 15. Does Miss Wen often gift others? Wen Jiu pressed a pill into her mouth and swallowed it, leaning back against the armchair for a moment of respite. Whether Jiang Yanci was a meticulous person seemed trivial to her, as they were merely acquaintances. Time trickled by, and Qi found himself overwhelmed by an inexplicable discomfort amid the soothing music that surrounded him. The heavy metal bass was far too intense for this moment. As he tentatively reached for a change in music, a pair of ominous eyes from the back seat fixed coldly on him. After several attempts, Qi resigned himself to his fate. The vehicle left the bustling city behind, and the road widened on either side. Wen Jiu's breathing became increasingly steady, her head swaying with the motion of the car, perilously close to colliding with the window. Jiang Yanci instinctively leaned over, extending his hand to prevent the impending impact. His broad hand intervened between Wen Jiu's head and the glass, and in the next instant, her forehead comfortably rested in his palm. Realizing the abruptness of his actions as he gazed down at the fine fuzz on her fair skin, Jiang Yanci involuntarily held his breath, fearing he might disturb the slumbering figure. Yet, the faint woody fragrance emanating from Wen Jiu infiltrated the spaces between his breaths, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Each beat laid bare his anxious and bewildered feelings. When Wen Jiu opened her eyes, she beheld Jiang Yanci's tense expression. The distance between them was strikingly close. Not only did Jiang Yanci catch the scent of her, but she too inhaled the crisp aroma of cedar that clung to him. His arm rested horizontally before her. The spot where her forehead had been was warm and inviting. Wen Jiu shifted slightly, freeing Jiang Yanci's hand from its position. I apologize, he murmured, a hint of inexplicable fluster in his gaze. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. His actions surprised even himself, for they were not the most prudent choice. No, Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head, her still sleepy eyes landing on him, her gaze tracing the contours of his features before she smiled softly. I quite enjoy the scent of cedar. The perfume she favored often incorporated cedarwood, a scent to which she was utterly devoted. Consequently, she had gifted Jiang Yu with fragrances containing cedar, though he had never used them. However, in Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu found confirmation of her aesthetic sensibilities. Indeed, he suited the woody aroma, mysterious and composed, with a hint of warmth that could allure all who crossed his path. Her nostrils flared slightly, a dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth, her expression a mix of delight and mild vexation. I possess a bottle of perfume that would suit you perfectly, yet I did not bring it with me. I shall arrange for it to be sent to you later. Would that be acceptable? Wen Jiu's voice, when she spoke normally, carried a softness typical of southern women, yet perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the capital, there lingered a certain nonchalance in her tone. Jiang Yanci fixed his gaze upon her eyes, and it was at that moment he realized why Wen Jiu's eyes were so captivating. Her pupils were, astonishingly, the color of amber. Like a galaxy unfolding within her gaze, they sparkled enticingly, making it difficult to look away. After a prolonged silence, he forcibly retracted his gaze. Does Miss Wen often gift others? He inquired, although the reason behind his question eluded him. Regret washed over him the instant the words escaped his lips. Nevertheless, he revealed none of his inner turmoil on his countenance. Wen Jiu tilted her head, her eyes sweeping over his reddening ears, then leaned closer. No, but Mr. Zhang's charm and demeanor truly complement the perfume I had custom-made, unique in the world. Would you like it? Having received no clear answer from Jiang Yanci earlier, she asked again. As time ticked by, Qi, who was driving ahead, sensed an indescribable tension in the air, yet he remained wisely silent. After a while, Jiang Yanci, suppressing the urge to smile, nodded, yes. Then it settled, Wen Jiu said, her eyes crescenting as she reclined in her seat, pressing the car window to gaze outside. Perhaps due to the medication, she no longer felt as unwell. Qin drove a little further before reminding them, our esteemed guest has arrived. With that, he halted the vehicle at a junction where two other cars were already parked. A girl clad in denim overalls dashed over, leaping to embrace Qin's neck. How could you not come to fetch me? Qin. Overwhelmed, Qin theatrically cried out, Yanci, help me. Upon hearing Yanci, the girl instantly straightened. And upon seeing that it was indeed the formidable Jiang Yanci who had exited the vehicle, she quickly donned a flattering smile. Yanci, long time no see. Jiang Yanci cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Yet, that single look sent a shiver down Mu Ling's spine. Fearless in all aspects of life. She could even spar with her own father, but she harbored an innate dread of Jiang Yanci. Had she known he would attend the gathering today, she would have certainly concocted an excuse to decline. But once he had said earlier that Jiang Yanci wouldn't come, why the sudden change? She shrank her neck, attempting to retreat behind others, only to catch sight of another individual descending from the car. Curiously, Mu Ling turned to Qin and asked, who is she? I don't recognize her. Qin nodded, she isn't from Harbor City. Oh? Mu Ling elongated her tone, then pressed further, why is she here then? Normally, gatherings are filled with our childhood companions. What's the deal with a stranger? Her discontent was palpable, prompting Qin to cast her a sidelong glance. Her temperament suits me well. She will likely be a regular at our gatherings. Suits you well? Mu Ling clasped her hands and scrutinized Wen Jiu from head to toe once more before breaking into a smile. This appearance certainly pleases my palate. But are you certain it is your temperament you fancy rather than your looks? She teased. Qin grinned broadly. Both, indeed. Such a lack of ambition, Mu Ling scoffed. Yet she refrained from further comment. As Wen Jiu approached, Mu Ling was the first to extend her hand. Hello, I am Mu Ling. Before her stood a girl with a cascade of lush hair elegantly styled into a bun, her doe-like eyes wide and lively. Clad in denim overalls, she sported a quirky crossbody bag featuring a knitted, sorrowful expression, exuding an infectious energy. Wen Jiu regarded the outstretched hand and smiled gently as she took it. Hello, I am Wen Jiu. Wow. Upon seeing Wen Jiu's smile, Mu Ling seemed to have uncovered a new world. You actually have dimples. Do all your family members have them? Is it hereditary? They are simply delightful. Her excitement was palpable as she gripped Wen Jiu's hand with enthusiasm. Nonetheless, Wen Jiu's expression remained unchanged. She sensed no malice from Mu Ling. My mother has dimples, and so does my grandmother. There must be a hereditary factor at play, she replied patiently. Her soothing tone akin to a gentle breeze, providing a sense of comfort. Chapter 16. His character. If Mu Ling had initially felt a twinge of annoyance at the sudden intrusion of a stranger named Wen Jiu into today's gathering, she now found herself somewhat fond of this unfamiliar individual. With an air of familiarity, she directly wrapped her arms around Wen Jiu's arm and inquired, do you have any older brothers or younger brothers at home? That ambiguous tone? Wen Jiu blinked, poised to respond, when a chilling voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. What are you discussing? The coldness of the voice sent shivers down Wen Jiu's spine. Meanwhile, Mu Ling, who had been playfully winking at Wen Jiu moments ago, now seemed as if someone had tightened a noose around her neck. Her breath caught in her throat. She turned around and flashed a sycophantic smile at the newcomer. Oh, it's nothing much. But, are you particularly interested in what I'm discussing? As she spoke, she naturally withdrew her arms from Wen Jiu and wrapped them around the newcomer's arm. Wen Jiu glanced down at her now empty arm with a soft chuckle. Chi Su, with an impassive gaze, cast a cursory glance at Mu Ling's hand. Upon noticing she refused to let go, he simply withdrew his arm. In a cold voice, he warned, mind your boundaries. Humph. Mu Ling scoffed, anger flaring as she stepped on his foot. I will not mind my boundaries. Chi Su furrowed his brow but found himself at a loss when it came to dealing with Mu Ling. Wen Jiu. Not far away, Jiang Yanci called out to her, noticing her isolated state. Following the sound, Wen Jiu saw Jiang Yanci leaning against an off-road vehicle, beckoning her with his fingers. Come here. Wen Jiu hesitated, acknowledging that the scene was rather pleasing to the eye, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being treated like a pet. She muttered under her breath and strolled over at a leisurely pace. Jiang Yanci, fixated on the movement of her lips, finally asked when she drew near. What were you just talking about? Wen Jiu's expression stiffened. Was Jiang Yanci hearing that acute? She barely uttered a sound. From her conflicted demeanor, Jiang Yanci effortlessly deduced her thoughts, unable to suppress a smirk as he replied, I saw it. I didn't hear it. Wen Jiu was taken aback. She knew she and T made a sound. Turning to find a spot beside Jiang Yanci, she leaned against him, tilting her head to gaze at the sun peeking through the clouds, its brightness almost blinding. Lowering her eyes to compose herself, she finally replied, I didn't say anything. The thought of Jiang Yanci overhearing her musings and possibly regarding her as a pet was too mortifying to contemplate. Jiang Yanci, recognizing her dismissive tone, merely listened as he inquired, Do you feel any better after getting out of the car for a bit? Quite so, I feel much improved, she admitted. In truth, after sipping honey water and resting momentarily, Wen Jiu felt significantly better. The effects of the medicine were kicking in, and after stepping outside for some fresh air, her motion sickness had all but vanished. At her response, the smile on Jiang Yanci's lips deepened. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, simultaneously gazing at the sky above. In the distance, it seemed Mu Ling had riled Qi Su. Her eyes reddened as she ran off to complain to Qi Qin. As she passed by Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu, she quickened her pace, as if pursued by some unseen specter. As Wen Jiu observed her rapidly crossing short legs, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mu Ling, standing at a modest height of nearly 1.60 meters, had an endearing bounce in her little legs. Jiang Yanci, catching a glimpse of Wen Jiu's amused expression, inquired, Do you have feelings for Mu Ling? It appeared that Wen Jiu had little resistance to individuals with such extroverted and lively personalities. From Qi Qin to Mu Ling raising an eyebrow, she asked, How did you deduce that? By looking with my eyes, he replied. Wen Jiu retorted, Your eyes are quite discerning. Despite the sarcastic nature of his remark, she spoke with utmost sincerity, which amused Jiang Yanci. Instead of turning to him, Wen Jiu focused on Qi Qin, who was coaxing Mu Ling with a woeful expression, and replied, Because people like them radiate warmth. During her initial days back in the country, Wen Jiu felt utterly out of place. Although she could speak Chinese, her grasp of context and speed lagged significantly behind that of her peers. Perhaps due to her pride, she was reluctant to speak in front of others, fearing they would uncover her shortcomings. Yet, a few children persistently insisted on playing with her. Perhaps drawn by her beauty, they patiently lavished attention on her, even after numerous rejections. At first, they refrained from mocking her slow speech, instead waiting patiently for her to finish, and later practiced with her to improve her pace. Gradually, as she became familiar with her surroundings, Wen Jiu fully integrated into her environment. Although they lost touch after graduation, she developed an intrinsic affinity for individuals with such warm dispositions. Is it truly warm? Jiang Yanci pondered, reflecting inwardly. Would Wen Jiu perceive warmth in his character? The answer was no. Apart from Qi Qin and a few others, nearly everyone in the harbor city regarded him with trepidation. He was certainly not the type to evoke a sense of warmth. As the wind swept by, the remaining members of their group arrived, signaling it was time to depart. While allocating vehicles, Jiang Yanci asked Wen Jiu, Would you mind sharing a car with me? Of course not, she replied. Given Jiang Yanci's presence, she could hardly object to having such a handsome driver. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yanci felt relieved and explained. Mu Ling must sit in the front passenger seat with Qi Qin, and Qi Su will accompany him. If we add ourselves to the mix, it may become cramped. So I will take another vehicle with you. There are plenty of cars available, after all. Wen Jiu nodded, but still found it somewhat strange. Are Mu Ling and Qi Qin merely ordinary friends? She inquired. Jiang Yanci shook his head. No, he stood behind Wen Jiu, watching her settle comfortably into the car before closing the passenger door and rejoining the vehicle. He continued, Qi Qin and Mu Ling are engaged. Ah? Wen Jiu exclaimed, taken aback. Then what about Qi Su? Mu Ling has feelings for Qi Su. Jiang Yanci calmly dropped this bombshell, leaving Wen Jiu astonished. This relationship seemed even more intricate than she had initially perceived. Jiang Yanci, while driving, noticed Wen Jiu hesitating several times as if she were on the verge of asking something, clearly curious yet restrained from probing further. Taking the initiative, he remarked. Qi Qin regards Mu Ling merely as a sister. He has doted on her since childhood. Qi Su, on the other hand, is the illegitimate son of Qi Qin's father, making him Qi Qin's half-brother. It is no wonder I sensed a resemblance between them earlier. Wen Jiu, deep in thought, inquired. Is Qi Qin aware of Mu Ling's affection for Qi Su? Indeed, Jiang Yanci affirmed with a nod. Without Qi Qin's intervention, Qi Su, given his status as an illegitimate child, would never have been able to be near Mu Ling. Understanding the dynamics among the individuals, Wen Jiu concluded, now I see. However, she was taken aback by Qi Qin's apparent clarity. It was astonishing that he would permit his fiancée to pursue his half-brother. Were she in his position, she could never exhibit such magnanimity. Even if she held no affection for him, she would never allow someone bearing the title of her fiancé to engage in betrayal. Chapter 17. The fear of death. After driving for half an hour, Jiang Yanci noticed Wen Jiu, the passenger, staring vacantly out of the window, and inquired, "Can you drive?" Wen Jiu turned to him, somewhat puzzled by the question, but answered truthfully, "I have a driver's license, but I have rarely driven myself." After a moment's pause, she seemed to recall something and questioned, "You're not planning to let me drive, are you?" Jiang Yanci remained silent, merely steering the car to the side. As Qi Qin's vehicle passed by and observed the scene, they rolled down the window and asked, "Yanci, what is going on?" Jiang Yanci gestured with his chin, signaling them to proceed. For reasons unknown, Qi Qin instinctively glanced at Wen Jiu, who appeared innocent and unreadable. Reluctantly, Qi Qin and his companions had no choice but to leave first. Once they were out of sight, Jiang Yanci removed the car key and approached the passenger seat, brandishing the key in front of Wen Jiu. "You drive." Wen Jiu exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Wen Jiu chuckled. "You truly have no fear of death?" She herself doubted her driving skills. Yet Jiang Yanci appeared remarkably at ease. "It's fine. This road has no sharp turns. And with me here, what do you have to fear?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu fixed him with a serious gaze for a long while. Just as Jiang Yanci thought she would not respond, she effortlessly uttered two words that could choke anyone. "Fear death." Jiang Yanci was taken aback. He lowered his gaze, observing Wen Jiu as she took the keys and began to study them, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy within him. Every movement she made filled him with delight. "Rest assured, with me around, you won't meet your demise." "I'm not concerned about you. I'm worried about myself," Wen Jiu replied. Yet she had already opened the car door and jumped out, her eager demeanor betraying her lack of resistance to the idea. The Wen family placed great importance on her safety, typically employing a skilled driver from the family for her travels. Wen Jiu had once dared to drive herself, but after her first outing resulted in a battered front end, the family was less inclined to let her take the wheel again. Later, she had attempted to learn from Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan believed that with a family driver available, and at the very least, himself, Wen Jiu did not need to learn. Thus, the matter faded away. Now, feeling somewhat anxious, Wen Jiu grasped the steering wheel, her eyes fixed resolutely ahead. Her expression elicited laughter from Jiang Yanci. "You know the left foot is the brake and the right foot the accelerator, right?" The amusement in his voice was unmistakable. Wen Jiu shot him a sidelong glance, acknowledging, "I'm not so clueless." "Then let us set off," Jiang Yanci said casually. Wen Jiu was behind the wheel of a manual transmission car, so she cautiously maintained a slow pace in first gear. Fortunately, the road indeed conformed to Jiang Yanci's description, lacking sharp turns and additional traffic. During their journey, Jiang Yanci quietly accompanied Wen Jiu, gently adjusting the steering wheel whenever she veered off course. Once she regained her composure, he relinquished full control of the wheel to her, patiently explaining how to navigate. His voice was calm and deep, laced with a subtle smile. As if he found her struggles with driving endearing, the corners of his lips never faltered. As time passed, it wasn't until Wen Jiu, dissatisfied with the speed in first gear, pressed the accelerator and shifted gears that he spoke again. "Once you find your rhythm, driving will become second nature." Wen Jiu exhaled, feeling inexplicably proud. "It's quite simple." Without the pressure of familiar faces watching her from the roadside or a barrage of unexpected commands, her spirit remained tense yet her mood relaxed. Jiang Yanci's gaze lingered on the dimple at the corner of her lips before he averted his eyes, generously complimenting her, "Because you are exceptionally clever." Wen Jiu glanced at him, momentarily taken aback by the unmasked tenderness in his profound gaze. In the next instant, she decisively averted her eyes, as if nothing had transpired. "Thank you for the compliment." Under Jiang Yanci's guidance, Wen Jiu's driving skills improved significantly. When they encountered a car ahead, Jiang Yanci advised her, "Honk the horn." She complied without hesitation. He continued, "Activate your left turn signal, accelerate to overtake. Then switch to the right turn signal." The instructions resonated in her ears as her hands moved swiftly. After a series of maneuvers, they left the other vehicle behind. "Truly impressive," she remarked, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Jiang Yanci refrained from dampening her enthusiasm immediately, waiting for her exhilaration from her first overtaking to subside before gently advising, "Remember, Not all drivers on the road will yield to you. At such moments, observe the traffic conditions carefully before making your move. Understood, Wen Jiu replied, eager to learn, although her driving had become markedly more proficient by the time they arrived. Their companions had already been waiting for over half an hour. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Wen Jiu alighted from the car and noticed the curious stares directed at them. Just as she was about to apologize, Jiang Yanci stood beside her, nonchalantly stating, "Let's go." With those casual words, the group that had arrived earlier began to rise. In their circle of friends, camaraderie was valued, but a lack of understanding of basic etiquette was another matter altogether. Witnessing this scene, Wen Jiu realized that Jiang Yanci held a position in Port City that exceeded her expectations. On her second day in Port City, Wen Xinggu sent her an organized dossier detailing the various factions within the city, like the general public perception represented by Shen Chun and his peers. The Jiang family was a dominant force in Port City, a name that most would not dare to cross. However, beyond their limited understanding, it became evident that Jiang Yanci's standing surpassed the mere reputation of the Jiang surname. He was the one no one could afford to offend. His contributions were instrumental in the Jiang family's current prominence. Yet, Jiang Yanci was Jiang Yanci, and Wen Jiu was Wen Jiu. Upon reaching Qin and the others, Wen Jiu offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My driving skills left much to be desired, causing a delay. I appreciate your patience." Qin waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Even if you had arrived half an hour later, no one would mind. After all, with Jiang Yanci I here, who would dare to complain?" Though Qin did not articulate it explicitly, Wen Jiu understood that his leniency stemmed from his regard for Jiang Yanci. After expressing his apologies once more, Wen Jiu was drawn aside by Mu Ling. As Mu Ling pulled him away, she distinctly felt a chill creeping up the nape of her neck, prompting her to quicken her pace with Wen Jiu. Once they reached the swing set, situated a good 10 meters away, Mu Ling finally released him. "Please, take a seat," she gestured to Wen Jiu. Then, with a slight lift of her foot, the swing began to sway gently. Chapter 18. Perhaps he should have deliberately lost the last time they played dice. Seeing Wen Jiu still gazing at the pink dragon sand gem entwined with vines, Mu Ling inquired, "Do you have an affinity for roses?" Wen Jiu nodded. "I find beauty in all of them, regardless of the variety. Yet, I have a particular fondness for roses." Mu Ling emphasized, "Especially red roses. I believe you resemble a red rose." She halted her swing and turned to look earnestly at Wen Jiu, particularly the wine-red variety. "Its silky noble texture and inherent elegance are strikingly similar to yours." Thus, Mu Ling concluded, "In light of my generous praise, could you enlighten me about your relationship with Yingu?" Wen Jiu's swing came to a stop for a moment, but she resumed it nonchalantly. "Why do you ask?" Mu Ling scrutinized Wen Jiu's reaction. "Because you are the first female to receive such favor from Yingu." "The first?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. Considering Jiang Yanci's face, she assumed he would have no shortage of admirers. Mu Ling pressed on, "You're surprised, aren't you?" I was quite taken aback as well. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Wen Jiu. "Tell me, how did you manage to captivate Yingu?" Her inquiry indicated she had already concluded that Wen Jiu's relationship with Jiang Yanci was indeed extraordinary. After all, in Mu Ling's understanding, Jiang Yanci was cold and slow to warm up, bordering on unapproachable. Their circle could only present themselves before him through the influence of their elders, and it was only through relentless efforts to please him that they had managed to become friends. Yet, according to the information Mu Ling had gleaned from Qin, Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci had only met once before today, making this their second encounter. Remarkably, he attended a gathering he had no intention of joining, even offering to drive Wen Jiu. It was evident that neither Mu Ling nor Qin had ever been driven by Jiang Yanci. While Wen Jiu was undoubtedly beautiful, mere beauty could not account for Jiang Yanci's peculiar behavior. One must recognize that there were certainly others more stunning than Wen Jiu in his vicinity. Captivate him? Wen Jiu looked quizzically towards Jiang Yanci, whose sharply defined profile was strikingly handsome. Upon sensing her gaze, he turned to glance back at her. Their eyes met, and Wen Jiu unabashedly raised an eyebrow and flashed a playful smile, addressing Mu Ling. "Why should I be the one to captivate him? Might it not be the other way around?" Considering Qin and the others' reactions, Wen Jiu was not so oblivious as to overlook Jiang Yanci's interest in her. Mu Ling was taken aback. "You have quite a bold attitude. Are you serious?" Her tone was overly earnest, prompting Wen Jiu to chuckle lightly. "I'm just teasing you. I currently have no intention of pursuing anything with your Yingu, so don't overthink it." Seeing the calmness in Wen Jiu's eyes, Mu Ling grew anxious. "You might have the opportunity. My inquiry was merely out of curiosity, devoid of ulterior motives. I have someone I admire, Chi-Su. Chi-Su, do you know him? He asked the one who just interrupted us, fearing that Wen Jiu might misconstrue her inquiries as an indication of her interest in Jiang Yanci. Mu Ling hastily disclosed her feelings for someone else. Wen Jiu reassured her, saying, I understand. There is no need to be anxious. What could Jiang Yanci have done to instill such fear? Based on her knowledge of him, Wen Jiu genuinely could not fathom it. Noticing that Wen Jiu truly believed her words, Mu Ling felt a sense of relief. The thought of Wen Jiu's dimples invigorated her, prompting her to ask, You still haven't answered my previous question. Do you have any brothers? Wen Jiu shook her head, replying, I only have a few cousins. Do they have dimples? Mu Ling pressed on. If Wen Jiu's cousins possessed dimples, she might reconsider her feelings for Chi-Su, who always seemed so aloof. Contemplating this, Mu Ling's expression turned a shade somber. No, they don't, Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head, but they are quite handsome, especially Wen Xingyu, who is of Franco-Chinese descent and possesses a striking beauty akin to that of a seductive spirit. How handsome are they? Are they more attractive than Yinggu? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling paused her swinging and turned to Wen Jiu with eager anticipation. Well, Wen Jiu pondered, not exactly. They are different types of handsome. Do you have any pictures? Mu Ling was already fidgeting, eager to rise. Yes. Wen Jiu retrieved her phone and graciously invited. Would you like to see? Absolutely. Who would pass up the chance to see handsome men? That would be quite foolish. Mu Ling promptly abandoned her swing and squeezed onto the seat with Wen Jiu. As Wen Jiu revealed the photos, Mu Ling gasped with increasing excitement, causing Chi-Chin and the others to glance over in curiosity. Well, how can your brother be this handsome? Though he is wearing a tad too much. This one. Ah, Jiu, your photography skills are incredible. This shot is simply breathtaking. The well-defined chest beneath that white shirt. Oh my goodness, I think I'm going to faint. And this one, the hint of a mermaid line. Heavens. Can a Franco-Chinese mix be this stunning? I feel so fortunate to behold such a magnificent face. Mu Ling's exuberance was palpable, her voice ringing out even across a small distance, captivating the ears of those nearby. Chi-Chin stood up, perplexed as he rubbed his ears, wondering what Wen Jiu and Mu Ling were so engrossed in that was becoming increasingly unbearable to hear. I have no idea, replied the person beside Chi-Chin. Chi-Chin turned to Chi-Su. Aren't you going to go take a look? The already aloof expression on Chi-Su's face grew colder, as if encased in ice upon hearing Chi-Chin's remark. He scoffed. What does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Chi-Chin couldn't help but smirk, tugging at his lips before he shouldered past Chi-Su, heading toward the two girls. You might as well remain stubborn for life. Anyone with a modicum of perception could see that Chi-Su harbored feelings for Mu Ling, yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge them. Only Mu Ling had the patience to indulge him. As Chi-Chin took a couple of steps toward Wen Jiu and the others, he noticed someone trailing behind. Turning back, he met Jiang Yanci's profound dark gaze, which immediately sent a shiver down his spine. He forced a smile. Are you curious too, Yinggu? Jiang Yanci responded with a soft hum, stepping closer to Wen Jiu and her companion. With abs and a well-defined physique, these attributes were not foreign to him. It was merely the loose clothing that concealed them. It is often said that those closest to the water gain the first benefits. Yet he found it perplexing that attention was diverted to others rather than himself. Could it be that his attire was too concealing, rendering his physique unnoticed? Contemplating this, Jiang Yanci cast a glance at his relatively loose sportswear, pondering whether he should invite Wen Jiu for a swim at the beach next time, allowing her to witness his abs and sculpted figure. Perhaps he should have deliberately lost during their last dice game. Lost in thought, he and Wen Jiu had unconsciously approached her. A shadow loomed over them, and Mu Ling excitedly flipped through photos, her fingers trembling as the next image appeared on Wen Jiu's phone, a man in swimwear, adorned with a charming and gentle smile. It was over. Without needing to look up, Mu Ling instinctively sensed the identity of their visitor. A chilling gaze from above sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 19. A fondness for play. She curled her flawed finger, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yinggu, Chi-Chin Gu. In that moment, Mu Ling wished fervently to bury herself alive. Observing her as she resembled a quail trying to hide her head within her body, Chi-Chin found himself stifling a laugh. Yet, he couldn't bear to see her so frightened, so he spoke first. What are you looking at? Mu Ling was poised to respond honestly when Wen Jiu calmly interjected, Nothing. With that, she exited the album in front of both of them and tucked her phone away. Mu Ling swore that from this moment forth, Wen Jiu would be her idol, her sole deity. Who had given her the audacity to lie so effortlessly before Jiang Yanci without a hint of color changing in her face? Mu Ling quietly shrank behind Wen Jiu, wondering if Yen Gu would truly dare to bully her in front of Jiang Yanci. She had to admit, she felt she had found an extraordinarily reliable ally. Just as she nestled behind Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci indeed shifted his gaze away from her. "Chi Su is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Mu Ling felt as if she had received a pardon and hurriedly sprang to her feet, scampering away. "I'll go find him." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she was already far off. Wen Jiu tugged at the corners of her mouth, leaning against the swing while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yanci. "You scared Mu Ling away. Who will accompany me on the swing now?" "Yen Gu will." Chi Qin chimed in. "Yen Gu enjoys swinging." "Oh?" Wen Jiu winked at Jiang Yanci, her amber eyes sparkling with playful mockery. Jiang Yanci felt a twinge of helplessness. It was evident that she was deliberately teasing him. Her playful thoughts were written clearly on her face, with no intention to conceal them, as if she were certain he would fall for her antics. He bent down, aligning his gaze with Wen Jiu's while maintaining a distance that satisfied her, and asked pointedly, "Do you enjoy playing so much?" Wen Jiu replied with a mischievous smile, her eyes wide open. Indeed, both understood the double entendre of their exchange, feigning ignorance while fully aware of the flirtation. Chi Qin, wearing a beaming smile, observed the two and said, "Well, you two enjoy yourselves. I'll go check on how the dishes are coming along." To ensure the culinary delights were prepared to perfection, the chefs waited until everyone arrived before commencing their work. Chi Qin's exit merely served to grant the two some privacy. As Chi Qin walked away, Jiang Yanci straightened up, the shadow he cast retreating. Wen Jiu remained lazily leaning against the swing, unperturbed. Jiang Yanci, in no rush, stood silently beside her. Occasionally, his gaze would fall upon Wen Jiu, but seeing her lost in the scenery, he chose not to interrupt. The fragrant aromas of various flowers wafted through the air, mingling with the gentle breeze, as Wen Jiu gradually lost her focus, savoring the tranquility of the moment. It was only when Chi Qin called them for dinner that Wen Jiu reluctantly joined Jiang Yanci in walking over. "Jiu," Mu Ling waved at her. "Freshly cooked seafood. Come quickly." "All right." Wen Jiu approached and seated herself beside her, as Mu Ling presented the meticulously prepared seafood before her. "Let me know what you fancy, and I shall fetch it for you." After their earlier encounter, Mu Ling had resolved to forge a friendship with Wen Jiu. "All right," Wen Jiu replied with a smile, filling a plate with her favorite lobsters and crabs before passing it to the chef across the table. "Thank you. Please hold on for a moment." The chef accepted the plate and began to shell the seafood for Wen Jiu. At that moment, Chi Qin handed freshly grilled skewers of meat to Jiang Yanci. Just off the grill, Jiang Yanci accepted the offering, but chose to sit beside Wen Jiu instead of indulging immediately. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "Not exactly restrictions, but I find it difficult to tolerate the gamey taste of meat. Could I perhaps try a skewer?" Wen Jiu relished meat, yet she could not abide the slightest trace of its raw scent. The dishes prepared at home were expertly seasoned to eliminate any gamey flavor, but outside, it was all too easy to encounter culinary missteps. Thus, Wen Jiu typically refrained from consuming meat from restaurants. However, the skewers in Jiang Yanci's hand were undeniably enticing, their rich aroma mingling with the smoky scent of the grill, and Wen Jiu found herself irresistibly tempted. Noticing her gaze fixated on the skewers, Jiang Yanci silently chuckled and offered her one of each of the 3 types of meat. Just as she was about to savor it, he cautioned her, "Be careful. It's hot." "Okay," Wen Jiu nodded, though her eagerness compelled her to blow on the skewer briefly before taking a bite. At that instant, she braced herself for the inevitable gamey taste, ready to wash it down with water if necessary. Yet, to her astonishment, the golden meat was devoid of any unpleasant flavor. Instead, a burst of savory juices erupted within her mouth, delivering an exquisite warmth. The outer crispiness combined with the tender, juicy interior was nothing short of divine. Phew. Wen Jiu gasped as the juices pleasantly surprised her, savoring the flavor as she chewed. It was Jiang Yanci who provided her with water, allowing her to regain her composure. She gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious. She had just sampled lamb, and while there was the faintest hint of its characteristic scent, it was rendered negligible by the expertly blended seasonings. "If it's this good, I want more." With that, Jiang Yanci placed 3 more skewers before her. "Enjoy. Freshly made is always the best." He would have gladly offered her all his skewers, but he feared she might eat slowly and let them cool. Wen Jiu exclaimed, her mouth too full to speak. With the chef having finished preparing the seafood, her attention was further divided. As the meal progressed, Wen Jiu scarcely uttered a word, engrossed in her feast. Chi Qin observed the bamboo sticks in the wooden tub before her, hesitating to voice his concerns, lest he embarrass Wen Jiu. He quietly inquired of Jiang Yanci, "Is it really okay for her to eat like this? Has she consumed nearly 20 skewers? The meat on those skewers is quite substantial. And there are still so many seafood dishes. Is her stomach truly able to handle this?" Jiang Yanci shared his concerns, but, noticing no signs of discomfort on Wen Jiu's face, he refrained from intervening. Finally, under the astonished and worried gazes of her companions, Wen Jiu gracefully began to wipe the grease from her hands. Once tidied, she raised her gaze and met Qi Qin's astonished stare. She arched an eyebrow. "What is the matter? You are the most gluttonous girl I have ever encountered." Mu Ling quickly concurred, stating that she could hardly manage more than 10 skewers of meat. "Jiu, you truly have an impressive appetite." There was no hint of disdain in her words. Rather, her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if her ability to consume food were a remarkable achievement. Wen Jiu, resting her forehead in exasperation, replied, "I didn't eat anything at noon. And tonight's dinner is particularly to my liking. During my days in the harbor city, I have struggled to find any delectable eateries." With a pitiable blink, she added, "You all haven't gone hungry, have you?" "Oh no, no," Mu Ling shook her head fervently. "We are absolutely full. In fact, we have overindulged." Perhaps it was the sight of Wen Jiu enjoying her meal that inspired the group to consume more than usual that evening, especially for Mu Ling. She felt as though she might burst. Jiu, shall we take a walk? I need to digest. I am too stuffed." Of course, Wen Jiu nodded. But as she departed, she took the uneaten cherries from her table to alleviate her fullness. Watching the two walk away side by side, Qi Qin couldn't help but inquire, "If Wen Jiu eats so much, where does the meat go?" Jiang Yanci shot him a glance, admonishing him to be silent. "Does Wen Jiu really eat a lot?" "Not particularly," he replied. "It is merely that she indulges more than the girls in our circle who are preoccupied with maintaining their figures." Chapter 20. Jiang Yanci's desire to pursue me in the night. A few stars flickered faintly in the sky. A line of vehicles entered the port city, gradually dispersing. Eventually, only Jiang Yanci's SUV remained on the road. In the passenger seat, Wen Jiu tilted her head and peacefully slept, occasionally murmuring as she adjusted her position due to discomfort. Her disheveled hair obscured her face but did not obstruct Jiang Yanci's gaze. He reduced the speed of the vehicle repeatedly, wishing the road could stretch on indefinitely. Jiang Yanci. Wen Jiu drowsily opened her eyes. "Drive faster. I want to go back to sleep. If it's too slow, I'll take over." Amused by the undisguised disdain in her voice, Jiang Yanci promptly accelerated towards the hotel. 10 minutes later, the car came to a halt. Wen Jiu stretched lazily and yawned, only to realize she needed to open the car door to exit. "I had someone prepare a cup of hawthorn juice for you," Jiang Yanci said, approaching her and taking the handbag from the attendant at the entrance, handing it to Wen Jiu. "Just half a cup will suffice. Too much might upset your stomach." "All right, young Master Jiang." Wen Jiu nodded as she held the handbag. "I'll head up first. Message me when you get home to let me know you're safe." Bye-bye. With that, she waved and confidently entered the hotel. Only after her figure completely vanished from sight did Jiang Yanci turn to get back into the car and leave. A few days later, in a dim and eerie basement in a certain part of the port city, raspy and feeble pleas echoed. The iron door at the entrance was pushed open from the outside, and those who had been waiting handed over prepared gloves to the newcomer. "Brother Yan, we have clarified all the necessary questions, and the footage they captured has been dealt with." "How much was captured?" Jiang Yanci's lowered gaze revealed a faint red hue at the corners of his eyes, with stray hair obscuring the coldness beneath. Yet, his indifferent tone still tightened the nerves of those present. Chen Xiao handed over his phone. "These are just some photos of Miss Wen's daily outings. The hotel she stayed at was relatively secure, so these individuals hadn't managed to infiltrate." Jiang Yanci took the phone and flipped through the images. Noticing Wen Jiu's relaxed expression as she savored delicious food, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. However, the realization that these photos had been obtained through sordid means gradually overshadowed the warmth in his gaze with anger. He patiently deleted each photo, ensuring that there would be no lingering repercussions before inquiring of Chen Xiao. "Who is the mastermind behind this?" Chen Xiao replied, "It's Zhao Zhixin, the eldest of the Zhao family's younger generation. That day, when Miss Wen went to the bar, Zhao Zhixin happened to be there. He is exceedingly lecherous, and given Miss Wen's beauty, it is only natural that he would fixate on her. It has nothing to do with Wen Jiu's looks," Jiang Yanci said. Striding towards the room at the end of the corridor, his expression as dark as ice. He followed and secretly photographed her simply because he is a vile person. Chen Xiao fell silent, realizing the profound truth in Jiang Yanci's words. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yanci meticulously reviewed the few individuals submerged in water, ensuring that no vital information had been overlooked. Only after confirming this did he remove his gloves and cast them to the ground. With a soft sound of impact, a droplet of blood slid from the gloves. Ignoring the anguished screams behind him, Jiang Yanci turned and departed, intending to deliver their actions along with the evidence. In a society governed by law, it is imperative to act in accordance with legal protocols. The remaining matters could be entrusted to the authorities. Chen Xiao followed closely behind him, affirmatively responding, "Understood. By the way, arrange for the elder of the Zhao family to meet with me. I shall manage those he cannot." In the tranquil night, beneath the surface, currents stirred, yet Wen Jiu slept soundly. The next day, in a state between slumber and wakefulness, Wen Jiu cocooned herself in her blanket for quite some time, reluctant to open her eyes. It was not until her phone vibrated that she compelled herself to awaken. After some fumbling, she finally located her phone, which had been cast aside, and squinted as she answered the call. "Hello?" Her voice was tinged with fatigue. Wen Xingyu sounded somewhat surprised. "Still asleep? It should be noon back home." Wen Jiu yawned. "Yes. I had such a delightful sleep last night that I did not wish to rise." "Lazy pig," he chided affectionately before continuing. "I have received word from those in Port City that someone has been trailing you lately. Upon learning this, I instructed my team to investigate their identities." Wen Jiu replied, indicating she was listening. Her safety implied that Wen Xingyu had already addressed the situation. However, the next moment, he added, "A couple of days ago, those who were following you vanished. Just now, my people informed me that they have been apprehended by the authorities." "Wah!" Wen Jiu's eyes flew open. "Was it not your people?" Wen Xingyu's tone took on a serious edge. "No." Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. If it were not Wen Xingyu's men, then who could it be? As she pondered, familiar shadows flitted through her mind. Could it be him? After a moment of silence, sensing her hesitation, Wen Xingyu directly inquired, "Do you know who it is?" "I have my suspicions," Wen Jiu replied, not intending to conceal anything from him. "Jiang Yanci, along with Qi Qin, are acquaintances of mine. We dined together a few days ago. However, I cannot confirm whether they were involved in this matter." "Why would they assist you?" "Because you are from the Wen family of the capital?" He probed. "I am uncertain." Wen Jiu reflected and then, with a hint of self-admiration, mused. "Perhaps Jiang Yanci is interested in pursuing me?" Following an eerie silence, Wen Xingyu contemplated the situation seriously, considering it not entirely implausible. Yet he questioned, why Jiang Yanci and not Qi Qin? This time, it was Wen Jiu who fell silent. After a moment, she replied, "Perhaps because Jiang Yanci is more handsome?" One cannot possibly recount every detail of the events that transpired over the past 2 days to Wen Xingyu, as it may evoke a semblance of boasting. Jiang Yanci is an enigmatic individual whose actions are intricate and unpredictable. Moreover, he is the current head of the Jiang family, making him a formidable figure not easily trifled with. Wen Xingyu let out a deep sigh and inquired, "Jiu, are you truly certain about engaging with him? And what of Jian Yu? Have you genuinely moved on from him?" Chapter 21. The Jiang family old residence. Wen Xingyu believed that given Wen Jiu's character, she would not so readily relinquish her feelings for Jian Yu. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her to leave Beijing for Hong Kong. The sole motivation behind her actions was, in essence, to evade until she could entirely let go of her affection for Jian Yu, ensuring that his displays of vulnerability would not cause her to relent and return. However, achieving this should not involve another individual or a different relationship. Wen Jiu, instantly comprehending Wen Xingyu's reasoning, displayed a look of incredulity. "I have merely broken up with him. It is not as though I have lost my husband. Am I expected to mourn him? Moreover, since Jian Yu had wronged her, why should she wallow in sorrow over his absence or inflict pain upon an innocent person for his sake? The education I have received certainly does not dictate that I should remain fixated on a disloyal man." Thus, when Jiu insisted, "I truly harbor no feelings for him whatsoever. Leaving Beijing was simply a desire to explore. If it must be related to Jian Yu, then it is merely to avoid giving him the opportunity to entangle me in his repugnant antics. Do you understand?" While she had indeed invested her entire heart and trust during her time with Jian Yu, once she resolved to part ways, it was only natural for her to reclaim the sentiments she had freely given. Indecisiveness was not her style. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing this, Wen Xingyu should have felt a sense of relief, for Wen Jiu would not deceive him. Yet, thoughts of Jiang Yanci, who had been in contact with Wen Jiu, weighed heavily on his mind. Compared to Jian Yu, Jiang Yanci posed a far greater threat, if one could even draw a comparison. as Jian Yu's methods were not worthy of comparison with Jiang Yanci's. There existed a notable distinction between a flower nurtured in a greenhouse and one that fought for nutrients amidst the harsh realities of life. After offering some comfort to his concerned brother, Wen Jiu excused herself under the pretext of seeking food due to hunger and ended the call. With Wen Xingyu's voice fading away, the empty room was once again filled only with Wen Jiu's own breath. She exhaled softly, contemplating whether to inquire with Jiang Yanci and Qi Qin. Would such a question appear too abrupt? As she pondered, her fingers instinctively opened the chat window with Qi Qin. What are you up to? Qi Qin, with her disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, gazed in confusion at the message from the stunning Wen Jiu. What could this beauty want from her? Curiosity piqued, Qi Qin replied. Just woke up. Wen Jiu responded. I have something I would like to ask you. Qi Qin replied. Ask away. I shall speak candidly. Has anyone been following me these days? They seem to have vanished today. I want to know if you helped resolve this issue. What? Qi Qin sat up abruptly. Someone had been tracking Wen Jiu? She furrowed her brow, quickly formulating hypotheses. After all, it was unlikely anyone but Jiang Yanci would exhibit such concern for Wen Jiu. She replied, It wasn't me. But I suspect it might be Yanci. Even if it isn't him, he could help you clarify the situation. Perhaps you should ask him? Wen Jiu hesitated, contemplating whether to directly inquire with Jiang Yanci. It was certainly an option. She had this intention all along, merely consulting the seemingly more enthusiastic Qi Qin first. As she contemplated this, just as she was about to message Jiang Yanci, Qi Qin called her directly. Hello? Wen Jiu answered. And Qi Qin's voice came through. It's like this. Yangu might be a bit busy today, so he may not have the time to respond to your message. Since I'm heading to find him, why don't I take you along? Does this statement even make sense? If Jiang Yanci is busy, how could he possibly have time to attend to her? She thought this and directly inquired. Qi Qin smacked his forehead, realizing his brain wasn't functioning properly. He cleared his throat a couple of times. No matter how busy Yangu is, he will still find time to see you. After saying this, he weakly confirmed. Are you coming? The implication of his words was exceedingly obvious. However, Wen Jiu pretended not to understand. Sure, could you come pick me up? With her objective achieved, Qi Qin hastily donned his clothes and rushed out. I'll head over right now. With that, he hung up the phone. Wen Jiu stretched lazily, drew back the curtains, and stood for a moment to savor the outside air before returning to the bathroom to freshen up. Considering that Qi Qin might arrive swiftly, she didn't tidy up too meticulously. Sure enough, just as she finished changing, Qi Qin arrived, unaccustomed to making others wait. Wen Jiu quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed downstairs. Once she got into the car, Qi Qin noticed that Wen Jiu had not applied any makeup today. He unabashedly expressed his astonishment. You look so beautiful even without makeup. Wen Jiu smiled, it's natural beauty. She didn't believe in being overly modest about her own strengths. Qi Qin nodded, left speechless by her self-awareness. Half an hour later, Qi Qin's car pulled into the Jiang family's old residence. The ancient, grand gates creaked open, revealing a flagstone path wide enough for 3 vehicles to travel side by side. Wen Jiu's gaze fell upon the surroundings, where a series of elegantly winding corridors unfurled, with a pebbled path meandering alongside them, leading to the residence of the Jiang family. The expansive, detached villa, adorned in traditional style, faced the rising sun, embodying understated luxury. After parking, the two had a distance to walk, during which Wen Jiu caught the faint scent of sandalwood several times. Indeed, the Jiang family, a century-old lineage, should not be underestimated. Neither the Wen family of the capital nor Wen Jiu's own true home could rival the deep-rooted heritage of the Jiang family. As they approached the villa, they spotted an elderly man in a tang suit embroidered with the characters for fortune and prosperity, slightly bowing at the entrance. Beside whom knelt a man in his 30s. Wen Jiu's gaze skimmed over the two, her mind filled with questions, yet she had no intention of probing further. Qi Qin, however, stopped in front of the elderly man, nodding respectfully. Old Zhao. Ah, little Qi Qin. Old Zhao managed a strained smile. Here to see Yan? Yes. I have something to discuss with Yin Gu, Qi Qin casually explained, his eyes darting over old Zhao's pale lips and the beads of sweat on his nose. You may enter first. Go ahead. Old Zhao nodded, his peripheral vision catching sight of the girl standing next to Qi Qin, looking somewhat surprised. He recalled that aside from having a closer relationship with that young girl Mu Ling, the young master of the Qi family had no other female companions. Who could this young lady be, that Qi Qin would bring her to meet Jiang Yanci? Her identity must be quite remarkable. As he pondered the identity of Wen Jiu, He remained oblivious to the rigid expression of his grandson kneeling beside him upon seeing Wen Jiu's appearance. Zhao Zhixin finally comprehended why Jiang Yanci had suddenly turned against the Zhao family. It was because of her. But hadn't she only met Jiang Yanci once? Why would Jiang Yanci stand up for her? Could it be that Qin had taken a liking to her? Or perhaps it was Jiang Yanci who was captivated by her. As this possibility dawned upon him, Zhao Zhixin silently swallowed hard and then tugged at the corner of the old Master Zhao's garment. Grandfather, I may have discovered the reason behind Jiang Yanci's actions against our family. The elderly Master Zhao was in a state of agitation. Quickly, tell me. Chapter 22. My distinguished guest on the other side. Qin brought Wen Jiu to the entrance of the living room and softly said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall check on Yen Gu." Qin had no intention of taking Wen Jiu into the villa without permission, as many individuals came here to discuss matters with Jiang Yanci, and he feared that Wen Jiu might inadvertently stumble upon secrets that must remain confidential. Yen Gu. As he entered the living room and saw the gathering of prominent figures seated within, Qin felt an immense relief for his earlier decision. He greeted the distinguished guests before approaching Jiang Yanci, lowering his voice to remind him, "Wen Jiu wishes to see you. I have brought her along. She is currently at the entrance. Would you like to meet her?" Initially indifferent to Qin's arrival, Jiang Yanci, engrossed in his documents, slowly lifted his gaze upon hearing these words. His eyes traversed the living room and landed on the jade screen at the entrance. The graceful silhouette of the girl was illuminated by the light, merging seamlessly with the ancient bamboo shadows carved upon the screen, creating a new portrait of a lady. Jiang Yanci handed the documents to Chen Shao and stated, "Let's conclude our discussions for today. You may disperse." Understood. In the Jiang household, Jiang Yanci's word was law, regardless of how far the discussions had progressed or whether issues had been resolved. Once he declared the meeting adjourned, no one dared linger for even a moment longer. The guests in the living room gradually exited, and as Wen Jiu maintained her composed smile and prepared to withdraw, Jiang Yanci's figure appeared before her. Today, he was clad in a deep blue shirt, the collar slightly undone, and the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, exuding an indescribable air of relaxed nonchalance. He toyed with a red cord, from which dangled a half-broken white jade ring. As he stepped out of the living room, sunlight illuminated the jade, enhancing its natural luster and translucence. Yet, regrettably, the ring remained only half intact. "Miss Wen." Jiang Yanci halted 2 steps away from Wen Jiu, suppressing the urge to close the distance, and softly said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "It is nothing," Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head, and calmly continued conversing with Jiang Yanci despite the curious gazes occasionally directed towards her by others present. "I have come to inquire about something." Jiang Yanci gestured for her to enter. "Please, come inside." Wen Jiu stepped forward, one foot after the other, until she crossed past Jiang Yanci into the living room. Noticing that Jiang Yanci followed her in, one of the departing guests, unable to contain their curiosity, quietly asked, "Who is she?" "I do not know her." It was prudent not to pry into matters that did not pertain to them. Jiang Yanci was not their father, and they could not afford to be manipulated by him. "I was merely curious." The questioner attempted to argue, but upon feeling the piercing gazes directed at him, he hastened to leave. As the group at the entrance quickly dispersed, the vast living room was left with only Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci, and the leisurely Qin, who had been lounging in a side seat. Observing Jiang Yanci walking behind Wen Jiu, Qin cast a knowing glance at him, then languidly remarked, "I still feel drowsy. I shall return to my slumber." With that, he yawned and ambled out. Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci did not stop him, watching his figure depart before Wen Jiu finally withdrew her gaze. "Come with me," Jiang Yanci said, turning towards another door. "The living room is for receiving guests. I shall take you to the tea room." Wen Jiu walked beside him, saying, "I merely wish to confirm something. There is no need for such formality." She intended to inquire and then take her leave. Yet Jiang Yanci seemed intent on prolonging her visit. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Jiang Yanci remark, "It is no trouble. I must properly host my esteemed guest." He placed particular emphasis on my, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional. In silence, they traversed a small garden before entering the adjacent tea room. Jiang Yanci gestured for Wen Jiu to take a seat, and then inquired, "What tea would you like?" "Anything will suffice." As Wen Jiu settled opposite him, she observed his deft movements as he began to warm the cups and brew the tea, indicating that he was no stranger to this ritual. Jiang Yanci's hands were exquisite, his long, slender fingers pale and defined, with veins coursing beneath the skin. exuding an inexplicable allure. The blue and white porcelain teacup danced at his fingertips, presenting a captivating sight. Watching this scene, Wen Jiu found herself at ease. Propping her head on her hand, intrigued as he meticulously prepared the tea, ultimately savoring the finished product. "It smells delightful," Wen Jiu remarked as she lifted the cup. The enticing aroma enveloping her senses, reminiscent of the vitality of a mountain stream at dawn. She took a small sip and then gave Jiang Yanci a thumbs up. "This surpasses all the teas I've ever tasted." Though she frequently visited tea rooms, none could rival the brew Jiang Yanci had prepared for her. "Glad you like it." Jiang Yanci smiled, refilling her cup once she finished. "After this," he asked, "what brings you to me?" The mention of serious matters prompted Wen Jiu to adopt a more solemn demeanor. "I wish to inquire if you were the one who dealt with those following me." "Of course, I merely ask," she continued. "Among those I know in the harbor city, you and Qin are the only ones with the capability. I have already asked Qin, and he claimed it was not him. Thus, I came to you." Initially, Wen Jiu did not intend to divulge so much. Yet the warmth in Jiang Yanci's smiling eyes stirred an uncharacteristic sense of guilt within her. It felt as if she ought to reflect on the fact that she had approached Qin before him. "It was I," Jiang Yanci replied, still smiling. "Did you notice the person kneeling at the entrance when you arrived?" Wen Jiu nodded. "He was the one who arranged for someone to follow and photograph you. The individuals who took those photos have already been sent to the police." Upon seeing Wen Jiu's expression darken at the mention of being photographed, Jiang Yanci quickly added, "They were merely images of your daily outings, and I have taken care to erase them. There is no need for concern." "Thank you," Wen Jiu said. Realizing her gratitude felt somewhat inadequate. After a moment's thought, she added, "If there is anything you need assistance with, I will certainly do what I can." "Very well," Jiang Yanci replied, unfazed by her words, believing her sincerity. Gazing at the time, Jiang Yanci inquired, "Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet," Wen Jiu replied, showing no hint of embarrassment. "In fact, I just woke up an hour and a half ago. The meal at home is just about ready." Jiang Yanci raised his head to gesture to Wen Jiu. "Shall we go, Miss Wen?" The title Miss Wen seemed to have been savored by him numerous times. Imbued with an indescribable lingering affection, Wen Jiu followed in his footsteps, unconsciously raising her hand to touch her flushed ears, then remarked, "Jiang Yanci, you can actually call me by my name, or Jiu Jiu." "A Jiu? My family and friends all address me that way. Is that so?" Jiang Yanci paused his stride momentarily, then decisively halted, casting his gaze down to fixate on her intently. Chapter 23, as it turns out. He could now be considered her friend. His elongated eyes brimmed with warmth, yet they fixated upon her like a predator targeting its unsuspecting prey. Moments later, a voice, more tender and lingering, reached Wen Jiu's ears. She was momentarily taken aback and struggled to suppress the urge to let her lips curl into a smile. "Control yourself. Don't embarrass yourself." She exhaled softly and patted her flushed cheeks. Such an invisible charm was indeed disarming. Jiang Yanci was nothing like Mu Ling had described. He had evidently engaged with women before. His demeanor resembled that of a seasoned rogue. Wen Jiu mused inwardly, and after redirecting her thoughts, the earlier embarrassment subsided considerably. Upon entering the dining room, she found the table adorned with 4 or 5 delectable dishes. Jiang Yanci pulled out a chair for her and remarked, "Aunt Li is a true local from the port city. These dishes are her specialties. Why not try them and see if you like them?" With that, he seated himself as well. Noticing that Wen Jiu was still awaiting his cue, he encouraged, "Please, do eat." As he picked up his chopsticks, Wen Jiu followed suit. Throughout the meal, conversation was sparse, yet the satisfaction etched on Wen Jiu's face spoke volumes about her delight in the feast. It was impossible not to be satisfied. The translucent shrimp dumplings burst with juice, the sweet and tender shrimp within making her want to savor every bite. The sweet and sour pork, encased in a flaky crust, revealed tender meat that was simply irresistible. Seeing that Jiang Yanci's guest had devoured a good portion of the meal, Aunt Li expressed her admiration as she cleared the table. "You, young lady, have quite the appetite," she remarked in the local dialect, which Wen Jiu could barely comprehend, with a smile illuminating her unadorned, fair complexion. Her cheeks blushed healthily from the meal. Her charming smile was utterly enchanting. "Thank you, Aunt Li, it was delicious. Just as good as what my mother makes," Wen Jiu replied. Since discovering her daughter's love for food, Muon had taken it upon herself to learn cooking. Hoping to witness Wen Jiu's adorable expression as she savored her culinary creations during their rare family gatherings, Aunt Li's heart swelled with warmth at Wen Jiu's words. Being compared to a mother's cooking was the highest compliment. Unable to resist, she pinched Wen Jiu's cheek. The girl, though shy, bore no signs of displeasure, further endearing her to Aunt Lee. Next time you come, let Yan know what dishes you enjoy, and I'll prepare them for you, she offered. Wen Jiu nodded obediently. All right, thank you, Auntie. Good girl, Aunt Lee replied, satisfied as she departed. Have you thought about when you'll come again? Huh? Wen Jiu looked up in surprise, meeting Jiang Yanci's teasing gaze. She propped her chin on her hand. What's the matter? Afraid Aunt Lee will be disappointed in you? Jiang Yanci's expression remained indifferent, making it difficult to discern whether his words were born of genuine concern for Aunt Lee's disappointment or stemmed from another motive altogether. Wen Jiu fell silent for a moment, her thoughts swirling, before she suddenly remarked, whether or not Aunt Lee is disappointed does not solely depend on me, but rather on you. If President Jiang invites me, I shall come. Her smile was vibrant and captivating, yet she remained blissfully unaware of its effect. Jiang Yanci's gaze darkened slightly. Every day? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, then shook her head. I must decline. Every day? How delightful to imagine. Jiang Yanci was indeed adept at taking advantage of situations. But Wen Jiu was resolute in denying him that opportunity. Ignoring the disappointment etched on someone's face, Wen Jiu elegantly wiped her mouth. I'm full now. I shall take my leave. Farewell, President Jiang. Very well, farewell. Though Jiang Yanci recognized he had been outmaneuvered, he had no intention of holding a grudge against Wen Jiu. Simultaneously, while uttering farewell, he instinctively matched her pace. I shall escort you home. Are you not busy? Wen Jiu cast him a sidelong glance. If you have a driver, let him take me. I am busy. Jiang Yanci positioned himself in front of Wen Jiu, slightly bending at the waist. But I am eager to accompany you. It would be quite embarrassing to be turned down again for not making an effort. Huh? Wen Jiu smiled, lightly patting Jiang Yanci's shoulder. Then good luck with that. Good luck. How does one achieve that? He pondered how he might make Wen Jiu wish to dine with him daily. Or even more greedily, to remain by his side at all times. Throughout the journey back, Jiang Yanci contemplated this perplexing question. Upon returning to the Jiang family estate, he was surprised to find Aunt Lee still seated on the sofa, despite it being late. Aunt Lee, Jiang Yanci approached her. Why aren't you resting? I'm waiting for you, she replied, rising to her feet and looking at him with affectionate eyes. That young lady you met today, is she the one you fancy? The image of Wen Jiu surfaced in his mind, and Jiang Yanci's typically icy demeanor softened. He nodded. She is the girl I like. And does she like you? Aunt Lee inquired anxiously, not waiting for Jiang Yanci's response before continuing. With your personality, no girl has ever shown interest in you. Even those brave enough to approach you in the past have been frightened away. Yan, if you like her, you must treat her well. When you come to propose one day, remember to bring the gifts your mother saved for her daughter-in-law. Seeing Aunt Lee's increasingly outrageous speculations, Jiang Yanci hurriedly interrupted her. Aunt Lee, I'm not even sure if she likes me. It is too early to discuss such matters. The dreams in her heart crumbled in an instant, and Aunt Lee shot him a disapproving glare. You are quite useless. Jiang Yanci sighed deeply, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. She is only visiting Hong Kong as a tourist. She may leave soon. So what? You must pursue her. If you succeed, you can convince her to settle in Hong Kong. With you here, she would never be mistreated. That's not how it works. Jiang Yanci rubbed his temples, recalling similar advice from Qi Qin in the past. It seems that everyone assumes that once they are together, Wen Jiu should sacrifice her original life to remain in the harbor city. Yet, this is inherently unjust for Wen Jiu. She is not an accessory to anyone but a free spirit who can go wherever she desires. Aunt Lee, Wen Jiu is free. She can choose where she wishes to stay based on her own will. What if she does not wish to remain in the harbor city in the future? Aunt Lee frowned, somewhat surprised that the typically domineering and unreasonable Jiang Yanci appeared to have softened regarding Wen Jiu. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Yanci declared, wherever she is, I will go to be with her. He stood at the pinnacle of power, not to bind the freedom of the one he loves. Fool. Aunt Lee gently tapped his forehead. Then you must strive to make that girl develop feelings for you sooner. Otherwise, when you go to see her, she may not even wish to see you. All right, I will, Jiang Yanci promised. Had he not known that Wen Jiu had just concluded a previous relationship, he would not have resorted to such a gradual approach to allow her to accept his feelings. In his life, Jiang Yanci felt he had encountered the most challenging situation. Fortunately, it seemed that Wen Jiu's current demeanor did not indicate any aversion towards him. Chapter 24. Shenqi the following day. Wen Jiu returned to the hotel with snacks she had just picked up from a dessert shop. Upon arriving at her room, she was taken aback to find the door wide open and a group of unfamiliar individuals gathered outside, both men and women, none of whom Wen Jiu recognized. Hurry up and clean this place. My friend will be here soon. A haughty female voice echoed from within the room, grating on Wen Jiu's ears. However, she refrained from approaching immediately and instead called Wen Jiu. Once the call connected, she lowered her voice and sought assistance. Brother, check your messages. Wen Jiu promptly opened the green chat bubble, his eyes landing on the pinned message from Wen Jiu. Someone has broken into my hotel room. Please send your people to help me quickly. Outnumbered, Wen Jiu was not foolish enough to confront them alone. After receiving a reassuring response from Wen Jiu, she ended the call and prepared to leave. Just then, a staff member emerged from the room and spotted Wen Jiu instantly. Miss Wen, you're back. The moment these words were uttered, all eyes turned toward Wen Jiu, who was about to step away. In that instant, instead of halting, Wen Jiu quickened her pace. Yet, it was evident that her departure was not in the plans of those gathered. The individuals stationed outside swiftly approached to block her path, their fierce glares making Wen Jiu uneasy. Where do you think you're running off to? At that moment, a woman adorned in luxury stepped out from the room. Her gaze fell upon Wen Jiu, who was surrounded, and a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. A mainlander? Not bad-looking. Wen Jiu met her gaze calmly, responding, yes. Is there a problem? No problem at all, She said, raising her hand to admire her exquisite manicure, continuing with deliberate slowness. It's just that this room is reserved for me, so you need to take your trash and leave. Trash? Wen Jiu scoffed, her eyes drifting to the extravagant pink diamond necklace around the woman's neck, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. What does it mean when you hang what you call trash around your neck? Surprised by Wen Jiu's audacity, Shi's haughty smile faltered for a moment. After a brief pause, she scoffed again. What are you talking about? I don't understand. No worries if you can't comprehend human language. I can clarify. Wen Jiu leisurely placed the desserts beside a nearby trash bin and calmly articulated, the diamond around your neck is named the Heart of the Queen. Auctioned off for 150 million at a celebrity auction in country F a year ago. The buyer was a businessman from Huagua, whose surname is Wen. After her declaration, Wen Jiu fixed her gaze on Shi's eyes. In that moment, despite not knowing the veracity of Wen Jiu's words, the first thought that sprang to Shi's mind upon hearing the necklace's price was not caution or fear, but rather greed. A necklace valued at 150 million. No wonder she had been captivated at first sight. She raised her hand to caress the pink diamond above, her mind swirling with thoughts. And soon she made a decision. I am unaware of what you are insinuating, but this necklace rightfully belongs to me. With an impassive demeanor, Shi commanded the group encircling Wen Jiu, dispose of this individual along with her worthless belongings. In the harbor city, her word was law. Now that the necklace adorned her neck, it was unequivocally Shi's, and anyone who dared to question it would find no favor. Upon receiving the order, the group surrounding Wen Jiu prepared to act. As she sensed their clammy hands creeping closer, a wave of revulsion washed over Wen Jiu, causing her to furrow her brows. Yet, it was merely a feeling of disgust. She absently caressed the concealed dagger hidden within her sleeve, pondering how to protect herself and buy time. However, before she could make her move, the elevator doors behind them opened with a chime. The group's momentum towards Wen Jiu hesitated momentarily. In the next instant, a woman clad in a white suit emerged briskly, flanked by over 10 bodyguards. Wen Jiu glanced back and immediately recognized her. Shi, the head of the Wen family's branch in the harbor city, and also the spokesperson for Wen Jiu in this locale. Upon learning of Wen Jiu's arrival, Wen Jiu had sent her photo and details to facilitate her endeavors. However, Wen Jiu never anticipated their first encounter would occur under such tumultuous circumstances. Sister Qi. Wen Jiu waved her hand eagerly. I'm right here. Wen Jiu. Shi was once again taken aback by the striking beauty before her, identical to the photograph. She hurried to Wen Jiu's side, inspecting her from head to toe, only relaxing once she confirmed that Wen Jiu was unscathed. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Wen Jiu reassured. Tugging at her sleeve, we hadn't even begun to fight. It was merely a close call. With that, she playfully blinked. Shi gazed at the lively girl before her heart melting effortlessly. So, this was the beloved younger sister whom Wen Jiu had described. Truly a delicate and charming little cake. She had taken an instant liking to her. Ruffling Wen Jiu's hair, she said, with me here, there is no need for concern. Wen Jiu nodded, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Just moments ago, she had feared she might spill blood in the harbor city. Shi, what brings you here? Shi's gaze had been fixed on Shi since her appearance. When she witnessed Shi's immediate concern for this mainland girl, her heart sank sharply. Clenching her sleeve, she questioned, what is your connection to her? It's you. Shenqi had not anticipated that the peril Wen Jiu faced was linked to Shenqi. It was only upon hearing her voice that she took note of her presence. And what if it is me? Shenqi crossed her arms, disdainfully regarding Shenqi. You are merely the abandoned daughter of the Shen family. Do not presume that your arrival will alter anything. Let me make this clear. Whether it is you or this mainland girl, with a mere word from me, you shall both retreat in disgrace. In the past, you were treated thus in the Shen family, and here, it shall be no different. To be frank, it had been quite some time since Shenqi and Shun she had last crossed paths. Yet, no matter the passage of time, the foolishness of my half-sister still leaves me momentarily blinded. She approached Shenqi, and under the astonished gaze of the latter, raised her hand and brought it down with force. With a sharp crack, Shenqi's face turned to one side, and soon, a series of imprints appeared upon her cheek. Shenqi shook her hand, which had gone numb from the exertion. This slap was merely the interest collected in advance. Shenqi, you cannot offend just anyone. Await the repercussions of your foolish actions upon the Shen family. Chapter 25. You are finished suddenly realizing that she had just received a slap from Shenqi. Shenqi exclaimed, how dare you strike me? Who the hell gave you the audacity to lay hands on me? I will make you pay. Humph. Unlike before. Shenqi did not flinch this time. She could endure humiliation, but not at the expense of Wen Jiu. With her chin raised, she disdainfully observed Shenqi being intercepted by her bodyguards. I am waiting. Wen Jiu, a voice interrupted their confrontation. You might need to step aside a bit. Shenqi turned to see Wen Jiu holding her phone, seemingly recording something. Shenqi instinctively covered the necklace around her neck upon noticing Wen Jiu's actions. Wen Jiu smiled innocently at her. There is no need for you to cover up, madam. I have already recorded everything. Moreover, I captured each of your faces. Afterward, Wen Jiu lowered her head to send the video to Wen Xingyu, ensuring that no one could tamper with her phone and erase the evidence. Lightly, she continued. There are valuable items in my room beyond that Queen's heart necklace worth 15 million. There are many equally valuable possessions. Should one go missing or be damaged, you shall compensate accordingly. Earlier, Wen Jiu had appeared timid due to a lack of manpower, but now, she simply bypassed Shenqi and entered her room. Despite being prepared, upon witnessing her belongings strewn chaotically across the floor, even with shards of a jade bracelet present, her heart ached. This was indeed a piece of jadeite from the Zhengyang green glass variety. Continuing to record with her phone, she maintained a tight-lipped expression until confirming that only the bracelet was damaged, allowing her lips to relax slightly. She gazed at Shenqi, who was blocked at the doorway by Shenqi's entourage. You are finished. Wen Jiu, are there many damaged items? Shenqi's expression was equally grim. She never anticipated Shenqi could be so foolish. Wen Jiu sighed. Quite a few, probably worth several hundred million. What? Shenqi exclaimed in astonishment. Shenqi paused for a moment before shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? How could someone from the mainland possibly carry such valuable items? Though she spoke with bravado, an unsettling anxiety brewed within her. After all, that necklace on her neck was worth 15 million, even if she was unsure of its authenticity. Regrettably, Wen Jiu did not even spare her a glance, turning instead to sit on the sofa within the room. Wait until the police arrive, then you can yell at me. What do you mean? You called the police. Upon hearing this, Shenqi attempted to storm into the room, but Shenqi restrained her. Shenqi, let me go. She struggled vehemently, but Shenqi held firm, coldly warning, you had better not act foolishly again. Hey. Shenqi touched her stinging, swollen face in Hong Kong. Not everyone can call the police and expect results. When, even if you are a dragon, you must remain coiled. Shenqi's entourage outnumbered hers. But that did not mean Shenqi was afraid of them. Oh, Wen Jiu cast a fleeting glance at her, responding with a single word in a nonchalant manner. The feeling of frustration was akin to striking cotton. Shenqi could hardly contain her exasperation. She wished to articulate more, yet observed Wen Jiu stepping aside to answer a call, completely denying her the opportunity to speak. Hello? Upon hearing her relatively composed voice, Jiang Yanci felt an immense weight lift from his heart. The police have already arrived, and I will be there shortly. Do not worry. Though the voice on the line was measured, Wen Jiu could still discern the underlying instability in his tone. Reclining in the rocking chair on the balcony, the tension she had been holding began to dissipate, allowing her to engage in playful banter with Jiang Yanci. So concerned about me? Wen Jiu was unconcerned about how Jiang Yanci had learned of her predicament. She was simply aware that he had rushed over upon receiving the news. This sentiment, she felt, was something she must acknowledge. Seeing her still in good spirits, Jiang Yanci realized that Wen Jiu was indeed safe. Earlier, When he received the call informing him that someone had reported an incident concerning Wen Jiu, his heart had skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure and made his way to the hotel. Fortunately, Wen Jiu's call had gone through, and thankfully, she was unharmed. He felt grateful, thinking, "You are my only esteemed guest. Who else should I care for? Just me?" Wen Jiu echoed, inquiring. Jiang Yanci fell silent for a moment before responding resolutely, "Yes, just you. And what about the future?" she asked again. Wen Jiu was unsure why she posed the question. She was someone who never envisioned what lay ahead. Yet, at that moment, the question escaped her lips involuntarily. Jiang Yanci paused at the hotel entrance, gazing up at the towering building, and with unwavering determination took each step forward while providing Wen Jiu with his answer. "With you, there is a necessity to contemplate the future. Wen Jiu, I have arrived." Then, Wen Jiu chuckled lightly, inviting him as she strolled to the balcony to gaze down at the tumultuous waves by the seaside. Lingering for a moment before softly calling out to the person on the line, "I am waiting for you, Jiang Yanci." "Shenqi, why are you helping her so much?" At the door, Shenqi shouted impatiently, and seeing Shenqi remain unfazed, she lowered her voice. "What benefit do you gain from escalating this situation? Moreover, aren't you afraid of my telling father that you are aiding an outsider?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Shenqi's indifferent gaze. But it was just a fleeting moment. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "How things unfold is no longer for me to decide." So, Shenqi felt driven to madness by Shenqi's apathetic demeanor. It was precisely this indifference that she loathed most. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Who has the final say? That mainlander?" Shenqi shot her a sidelong glance but remained silent. Another punch felt like striking cotton again. And Shenqi thought she might suffocate from the frustration. She pulled out her phone, threatening Shenqi, "I will call father right now." This was Shenqi's greatest fear in the past, yet now, she observed Shenqi dialing with a heart devoid of turmoil. "Hello, father." Shenqi made a phone call, immediately expressing her grievances in a pitiful tone. "Sister, a person from the mainland is bullying me." On the other end of the line, Shen Huaixing maintained a stern demeanor. "That scoundrel, have her answer the phone." Without a single inquiry, he readily assumed the fault lay with Shenqi simply because Shenqi had reported her. Upon hearing this, Shenqi smugly smiled at Shenqi. "Dad wants you to answer the phone." With that, she activated the speakerphone and handed the device over. Shenqi lowered her gaze at the phone before her, feeling a pang of sorrow swelling within her. Though she had long been aware that she was the one being forsaken, each instance of hurt still stung. As her fingers twitched hesitantly, contemplating whether to raise her hand, a delicate white hand reached out and took the phone away. "Hello, who is this?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Shen Huaixing frowned in irritation and commanded, "Have Shenqi take the call." No, Wen Jiu decisively refused. The door to the room was ajar, and although Wen Jiu was not outside, she had overheard Shenqi's threats towards Shenqi. Chapter 26. The Things I Care Not For. To her astonishment, Shenqi turned out to be the sister of that woman. Even more surprising was the realization that someone as remarkable as Shenqi was not favored in the Shen family. "What are you?" Shen Huaixing bellowed, clearly dismissing a young girl with such disdain. However, if one were to inquire about Wen Jiu's worth, she pondered for a moment before breaking into a sly smile. "As for me, I shall henceforth be considered the creditor of the Shen family." "What do you mean?" Shen Huaixing was taken aback. Wen Jiu replied with a sarcastic tone, "Yes." With that, she hung up the phone without allowing Shen Huaixing a chance to respond. Tossing the device to Shenqi, watching her fumble to catch it, Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. The moment the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yanci beheld this very Wen Jiu. It felt as though his heart had been struck with great force, akin to the awakening of an ancient bell in a timeless temple, sending ripples through the stillness. Jiang Yanci's gaze fixated on her figure, instinctively drawing closer, unthinking and compelled, until she noticed him. "Jiang Yanci." Wen Jiu's smile softened slightly, and she beckoned him over. "Come here." It was a call akin to a master summoning a wayward hound, imbued with a gentle yet imperious authority that brooked no refusal. Jiang Yanci's lips curled into a smile, a strange thought flitting through his mind. Yet it did not deter his advance. However, in stark contrast to Wen Jiu's delight, those nearby who recognized Jiang Yanci wore expressions of dismay. "Mr. Jiang." Shenqi's demeanor grew complex. If she had merely speculated about the identity of the individual assisting Wen Jiu prior, the sight of Jiang Yanci provided her with clarity. Yet, the man was notoriously aloof, his dealings governed by an almost obsessive autonomy. What could be his motive in aiding Wen Jiu? "Miss Shen." Jiang Yanci nodded slightly to Shenqi as a greeting before his attention shifted back to Wen Jiu. The customary coldness in his eyes now held a hint of gentle warmth. What outcome do you desire from this situation? Compensation and an apology, Wen Jiu asserted, pulling Jiang Yanci closer to her side. However, you need not intervene. I shall handle it myself. If Jiang Yanci, the local dragon, were to take action, it would render the affair rather uninteresting. Very well, he acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Whatever Wen Jiu decreed would be the order of the day. Perhaps accustomed to Jiang Yanci's decisive demeanor, the unfamiliarity of this moment left Shenqi feeling quite unsettled. Not only her, but even Shenqi, who had nearly faltered upon Jiang Yanci's arrival, bore an expression of disbelief. Had she known of the connection between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci, 1,000 lifetimes would not have emboldened her to cross Wen Jiu. But now, it was far too late. WN, Miss One. Shenqi struggled to steady her trembling voice, cautiously removing the necklace from her neck and presenting it to Wen Jiu. The necklace, I return it to you. Please consider letting today's incident go. Letting it go? Wen Jiu smirked slightly. It's a bit difficult. Perhaps, as a person from the harbor city, you may not recognize me. But those who know me are well aware of my unforgiving nature. She took the necklace from Shenqi's hand, disdainfully pinching it between her fingers, giving it a shake before tossing it back to Shenqi. Moreover, I do not accept dirty items. Perhaps unaccustomed to such humiliation, Shenqi's face instantly flushed crimson. But as she contemplated the impending challenges, her complexion turned pale with fear. Although Shen Huaixing dotes on her, it does not imply that he would offend Jiang Yanci, nor the unidentified Wen Jiu, on her behalf. Her lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet the individuals before her remained unmoved. Before long, personnel from the police station arrived. Wen Jiu directly handed over the video from her phone to the officer in charge. Illegal entry into another's residence resulting in substantial economic losses. Officer, we have both witnesses and evidence. The officer was taken aback to see Jiang Yanci present, but composed himself when he realized Jiang had no intention of intervening. Focusing earnestly on the video Wen Jiu held. Once the scene was investigated and hotel surveillance footage reviewed, the officer finally exhaled and instructed, Miss Shen, please come with us along with your associates. Shenqi, accustomed to wielding her power against others, likely never anticipated encountering such formidable opposition. Pale and trembling, Shenqi hesitated, clutching her phone tightly before ultimately calling Shen Huaixing. After providing her statement at the police station, Wen Jiu departed with Shenqi, leaving the remaining matters to be handled by a lawyer that Shenqi would assign. When Mississippi, Shenqi began, but Wen Jiu interrupted her. Just call me Jiu like my brother does. Wen Jiu had often heard Wen Xingyu mention Shenqi, expressing admiration for this resilient and self-sufficient young woman. Consequently, Wen Jiu held a favorable impression of Shenqi. All right, Shenqi replied with a smile. Jiu, where do you wish to stay next? Hotels can be deemed safe or unsafe. Individuals of certain status always find ways to infiltrate. Thus, Shenqi hoped Wen Jiu could reside in the place Wen Xingyu had arranged for her. Clearly, Wen Jiu understood Shenqi's concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, has the house my brother mentioned been tidied up? It has indeed, Shenqi responded. Ever since receiving news from Wen Xingyu, she had been monitoring the preparations diligently, ensuring the house was fully furnished and cleaned daily. Wen Jiu could move in at her convenience. Then I'll move in directly, Wen Jiu stated, glancing at Jiang Yanci. Do you have anything else to attend to? No, I will accompany you, Jiang Yanci replied, not genuinely devoid of responsibilities, but prioritizing Wen Jiu's comfort at that moment. In contrast, Shenqi, having hurried over from a meeting with business partners, felt reassured seeing Jiang Yanci beside Wen Jiu. After bidding farewell, she hurriedly departed. Wen Jiu watched Shenqi's retreating figure, feeling a surge of admiration. Shenqi was currently working for Gangcheng Group. Suddenly, Jiang Yanci uttered something perplexing. Wen Jiu glanced at him and nodded. I understand. With that single sentence, noticing that Wen Jiu had no intention of elaborating, Jiang Yanci chose not to pursue the matter further. Let us go. I'll help you move your belongings. You're going to do it yourself? Is there a problem with that? You are, after all, the esteemed President Jiang. It seems rather excessive for you to assist a little girl in moving her things. Wen Jiu feigned a pout, wrinkling her brow dramatically. Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle, gently poking her forehead. Speak properly. What kind of antics are you learning? Is it not adorable? Wen Jiu retorted without a hint of anger, instead inching closer to Jiang Yanci, unabashedly pressing her head forward. Chapter 27. The chips before him. The girl's exquisite features loomed large, so meticulously detailed that he could discern the fine hairs adorning her face. Jiang Yanci prided himself on his self-control. However, in this moment, he realized that his restraint crumbled before Wen Jiu. Flustered, he averted his gaze, his throat tightening. After an indeterminate time, Wen Jiu finally heard his dry yet endearing words. She smiled, her eyebrows arched in satisfaction, and obediently stood tall. I think I am adorable too. Mr. Jiang has a discerning eye. She concluded with a compliment for Jiang Yanci. As she joyfully stepped forward, Jiang Yanci instantly recognized that Wen Jiu was teasing him. He shook his head and offered a helpless smile. The splendid scene was the largest and most luxurious villa district in the port city, where Wen Xinggu arranged for Wen Jiu to reside. When Wen Jiu, following the building numbers sent by Shenqi, arrived at her new home, Jiang Yanci's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Wen Jiu casually inquired, "What's the matter? If I told you that my home is next door, would you believe it? What a coincidence." Wen Jiu expressed no doubt about his words. Immediately, she extended her hand towards Jiang Yanci. "Please take care of me, new neighbor." Her delicate, pale hand lingered before him, and Jiang Yanci grasped her fingertips briefly before releasing them. "And I hope Miss Wen will take care of me as well." Although Jiang Yanci had not resided here for long, things would be different moving forward. After assisting Wen Jiu in moving her luggage into the room, Jiang Yanci proceeded directly next door. Wen Jiu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, watching him enter, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Her lips adorned with an enigmatic smile. Shenqi's self-assured calmness shattered upon encountering Shen Huaixing. She never anticipated that he had leveraged connections within the police force, unwilling to let her go. Moreover, the lawyer, upon learning the circumstances, concluded that the only viable resolution was for Wen Jiu to agree to a private settlement. Naturally, this settlement hinged upon Wen Jiu's willingness. After declining the Shen family's lawyer's repeated request for meetings, Wen Jiu received a call from her own lawyer 3 days later. "Miss Wen, Mr. Shen wishes to see you." At that moment, Wen Jiu was engrossed in an exhilarating 5v5 game and replied without hesitation, "Tell him to wait. I'll come over once I finish." Quadra-kill. The triumphant announcement resonated in the background, and Wu Lu, observing the rigid expressions before him, calmly hung up the phone. Offering a polite smile, "Please wait a moment. Miss Wen is currently occupied." Shen Huaixing forced a smile, his expression betraying his impatience. She is indeed quite busy." The teammate's performance was bewildering. Wen Jiu furrowed her brow as she noted the absurdity of her own 4 kills while her teammates faltered, leading to their demise. Stifling her frustration, she hastened to complete the game before finally departing in the vehicle arranged by Shenqi. Upon her arrival, the assembly of individuals within the room had grown exceedingly impatient. Yet the thought of Jiang Yanci restrained their annoyance. Ultimately, as Wen Jiu entered the private room, Shen Huaixing finally comprehended why Jiang Yanci chose to involve himself in matters concerning a mainland individual. He sat motionless in his chair, his murky eyes betraying a palpable disdain. Without waiting for Wen Jiu to take a seat, he spoke. "Speak. How much will it take to let my daughter go?" With Jiang Yanci absent, Shen Huaixing felt no obligation to extend any courtesy to Wen Jiu. Unperturbed, Wen Jiu bypassed Shen Huaixing and occupied the central position, leisurely sipping a cup of tea before responding, 10 billion. "Miss Wen, your demand is rather exorbitant," Shen Huaixing scoffed, dismissing her words as a jest. "It seems old Shen's boasts are overly audacious," Wen Jiu remarked, reclining slightly and crossing her arms, her tone dripping with contempt. "If you cannot muster 10 billion, then spare me your grandstanding and pretense of wealth." She seized a photograph handed to her by her lawyer and tossed it in front of Shen Huaixing. "Are you aware of the value of the necklace your daughter pilfered? Do you know the worth of the jade bracelet she shattered? And the jewelry I have lost? 10 billion is already a discounted price, given your connection to Miss Shen as her biological father." Shen Huaixing had encountered these photographs before, yet he had previously dismissed their significance. Now, however, he was compelled to scrutinize the appraisal documents on the table, his expression growing increasingly grim. Ultimately, he crumpled the stack of reports in his hands, recalling Shen Shi's words, and suppressed his rising anger, retorting, "The jewelry you lost cannot possibly amount to such a sum. She only took a necklace, and the only damage was to that jade bracelet." "Who claimed that?" Wen Jiu blinked innocently. "It is my property. Whatever I declare as lost stands as truth. Remember, my items have entry records at the airport, and now that they are missing, I can only blame the trespasser. Miss Shen. Of course, if Miss Shen can provide evidence proving her innocence, I shall accept my misfortune." "Prove? How can one prove that?" It was an undeniable fact that Xinxi had trespassed, rummaged through, and even stolen Wen Jiu's possessions. Who would believe that she had not touched those items? Shen Huaixing had never felt such loathing for Xinxi's folly as he did now. Yet, even if he could procure 10 billion, he could not squander it on Xinxi. After several deep breaths, he summoned a conciliatory smile. Perhaps Miss Wen could enlighten us on how you wish to resolve this matter? Regarding this matter, Wen Jiu contemplated, fixing her gaze on Shen Huaixing, before suddenly interjecting, is Shen Qi also your daughter? A jolt of unease shot through Shen Huaixing. How had this convoluted issue come to involve that wretched child? A foreboding thought emerged as he stiffened, responding, yes. I hear that Miss Wen has a cordial relationship with her. Ultimately, the Shen family was unaware of the true reasons behind Shen Qi's assistance to Wen Jiu. Naturally, Wen Jiu would not divulge this, instead smiling as she replied, indeed, we share a wonderful rapport. I hold Shen Qi in high regard. With this revelation, Shen Huaixing inexplicably felt a wave of relief and hastily suggested, since we are all family, might Miss Wen consider releasing a she for Shen Qi's sake? Certainly. Wen Jiu responded with an abrupt decisiveness that startled even her lawyer, Wu. Yet, in the next moment, her smile broadened exponentially. She tapped the table lightly. And with consideration for Sister Qi, she proposed, if you hand over the shares bequeathed to Sister Qi by her mother, I will reduce the amount by half. And I shall also drop the lawsuit against your precious daughter. What do you say? Impossible. Shen Huaixing immediately rejected Wen Jiu's proposal without a moment's hesitation. The shares left to Shen Qi by her mother constituted 10% of the Shen family's holdings. Returning those shares would effectively allow that unruly child to break free from all restraint. Wen Jiu's gaze turned icy in an instant. She leaned forward, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes betrayed a chilling emptiness that sent shivers down one's spine. Mr. Shen, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you. You can either comply with my demands for a settlement, or she will find herself in prison. Of course, Wen Jiu smirked. I am well aware that she lacks leverage. But I wonder, how would the situation change if we factor in Rongsheng and all of your family's collaborations? Chapter 28. Your words struck Shen Huaixing like a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and disoriented. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, what exactly do you mean by that? Old Shen had forced Qi to collaborate with the Shen family without considering the possibility of such a day, had he? Wen Jiu gazed at him with a smile that was half amusement, half mockery. Currently, more than half of your family's projects are funded by Rongsheng investments. Have you ever contemplated what would occur if Rongsheng decided to withdraw its investments? All the resources your family has committed would amount to nothing. No. Old Shen must have thought about it. It's just that you did not believe Qi would betray the Shen family, considering it is her mother's life's work. Furthermore, in your eyes, Qi is merely a woman working for Rongsheng. No matter her abilities, what storm could she possibly stir? Wen Jiu paused, then continued with a tone of approval. In truth, you are not entirely mistaken. Qi indeed would not harm her mother's legacy. She shifted her tone, her lips curling into a cold smile, her eyes gleaming with reckless determination. But I am different. What does the Shen family mean to me? If your family falls, Rongsheng will simply support another Shen family. After all, Shen Qi still bears the Shen surname. After saying this, she calmly sipped her tea, unperturbed by Shen Huaixing's furious glare, as if he might leap across the table to tear her apart. Who exactly are you? Shen Huaixing forced out the words through clenched teeth, realizing that the woman before him was not merely threatening him. If she desired, Rongsheng could genuinely withdraw its support. I have already told you, Wen Jiu replied innocently. I am the largest creditor of your Shen family. At this revelation, Shen Huaixing felt the world spinning around him. He stammered, aren't you afraid that the Shen family will drag Rongsheng down with it? Why should I be afraid? Wen Jiu laughed lightly. Rongsheng is merely playing with your family. An insignificant loss in the grand scheme of things. Do you think I would care? Would Rongsheng care? Ha ha ha, what a trivial matter. Shen Huaixing laughed heartily, nearly toppling from his chair. Wen Jiu was right. Rongsheng's enterprises span much of Europe and Asia. To them, Shen's downfall would be but a minor inconvenience. But would the Shen family dare to confront Rongsheng? No, they lacked the qualifications, the audacity. Previously, he had pressured Shen Qi into cooperation, betting that the distant headquarters of Rongsheng would remain oblivious to any minor issues that arose. He never anticipated Wen Jiu's appearance, nor that she would stand up for Shen Qi. It was he. He had lost the gamble, struggling to stand. Shen Huaixing felt as though he had aged a decade in an instant. He could forsake his daughter Shen Qi, but he could never abandon the Shen family. Miss Wen. He lowered his head, adopting the demeanor of a defeated man, and implored, Once I return, I will have Qi come to sign the share transfer agreement. I beg you. Show mercy and spare Shi and the Shin family. Wen Jiu nodded, her demeanor no longer as overbearing as before, as if she were merely an innocent girl unfamiliar with the ways of the world. In a soft voice, she remarked, one must keep accounts. My compensation cannot be less. Shen Huaixing nearly choked on his own blood but could only force a smile and nod in agreement, making a bye-bye gesture. Wen Jiu watched Shen Huaixing's stiff figure retreat into the distance, then let out a cold laugh. Old man, do you truly believe that Shen Qi is merely a dog of the Shen family? She took out her phone. Hello? On the other end. Wen Xingyu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice devoid of surprise. Resolved? Yes, Wen Jiu replied, then recalled something and added. Why are you so concerned about Qi? Brother, are you hiding something from me? Wen Xingyu pondered the first time he had seen Shen Qi at school. A girl with a Chinese visage seated among a sea of foreigners, yet she displayed not an ounce of trepidation, even when faced with the professor's challenges. She spoke eloquently until he recognized her talent. Yet, this resilient individual could also be caught off guard by the rain, weeping uncontrollably amidst the downpour. To be honest, when Xingyu had never witnessed any girl cry as she did, tears and snot mingling, her hair plastered to her face, it was a sight most unbecoming. Later, when Xingyu had someone deliver his umbrella to her, even during her internship, he arranged for her to stay at the company, promoting her to his secretary despite the usual protocols. He had intended for Shen Qi to remain abroad, yet after her internship, she expressed her desire to work at the branch in Hong Kong. At that moment, when Xingyu's only thought was how utterly lacking in perception she was. Nevertheless, he did not stop her, and she truly left, gradually climbing from the grassroots to the position of general manager at the Hong Kong branch, becoming someone who would regularly call him to report on her work. Years later, upon receiving Shen Qi's call for the first time, when Xingyu instantly recognized her voice, she said, Boss, long time no see. His response was, Congratulations, sincerely meant. However, the words he withheld were, Shen Qi. Long time no see, brother? After a prolonged silence without a reply, Wen Jiu called out again. Wen Xingyu snapped back to reality, clearing his throat nonchalantly. Shen Qi previously worked in my secretary department. She is, after all, a close aide, deserving of due consideration. Wen Jiu elongated her tone, then burst into laughter. All right, I understand. What do you understand? When Xingyu rolled his eyes dramatically, Wen Jiu playfully shook her head. What I understand is none of your concern. Just know that I do. Although her brother had dated 2 women before, he had never shown such care for anyone. It was known that, with his status, others typically speculated on his thoughts and catered to him. This level of consideration was a first, aside from family ties. Thus, Wen Jiu's fate was to receive the busy tone after when Xingyu abruptly hung up. She pouted, can't play the game. Having murmured this, Wen Jiu was about to leave the private room. However, as she reached the doorway, she unexpectedly encountered someone. Before she could sidestep, the other person approached her directly, seemingly having been waiting for her deliberately. Jiu, it truly is you. When Jiu's expression dimmed slightly, it is I. I can't believe you're in Port City. No wonder Jian Yu has been unable to find you. Luo Qi, familiar with the situation, reached out to grasp Wen Jiu's hand. I'm also here to enjoy Port City. Why don't we explore together? No need. Wen Jiu subtly evaded her grasp. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Wait. Upon hearing that she intended to depart, Luo Qi quickly seized her hand and gave it a gentle shake. Even if you and Jian Yu had a quarrel, we are still friends, aren't we? Friends? Wen Jiu pondered this term, then nodded ambiguously. Indeed. In the next moment, as Luo Qi's tension eased, Wen Jiu inquired, So, when you just revealed my address to Jian Yu, was it also because we are friends? She didn't think Luo Qi was unaware of her rapid texting. With a little deduction, Wen Jiu easily deduced whom Luo Qi was messaging. Chapter 29. Keep your distance. Luo Qi was somewhat taken aback that Wen Jiu was aware of her recent actions. I hastily explained, I merely believe there might be some misunderstanding between you and Jian Yu, and I wanted you both to clarify things. Jiu, it is not for me to say, but who in this circle is entirely innocent? Jian Yu has been devoted to you for so many years. That is commendable in itself. Moreover, nothing truly transpired between him and Lin Anlin. So why must you disappear and cause him such worry? Do you have any idea how anxious he has been about you? I've watched him grow thinner and thinner, and it pains me. As Luo Qi spoke with increasing conviction, the earlier hint of flattery towards Wen Jiu became apparent. Wen Jiu chuckled, shaking off Luo Qi's hand. Are you Jian Yu's mother or something, to defend him so ardently? Would you have him grovel before you, catering to your whims even in his frailty? Why must you speak so harshly? Luo Qi's face flushed crimson from Wen Jiu's biting words, though she bore no ill intentions. Do you think your words are any more palatable? Wen Jiu shot her a disdainful glance. At least I speak with reason. While your mouth spews foulness that makes one want to retch, she mockingly reiterated, who in this circle is entirely innocent? That is your circle, not mine. You wallow in your own filth yet expect others to join you? Trash belongs in the garbage, so keep your distance from someone as refined as myself. With that, Wen Jiu pulled out a wet tissue to wipe the spot Luo Qi had touched, tossing it at her as she declared, never let me see you again. Jian Yu's nameless matron. Without looking back, she strode away. What nonsense! She scoffed inwardly. You. Luo Qi pointed at Wen Jiu's retreating figure. A torrent of profanities bubbling to her lips, but Wen Jiu offered her no opportunity to retaliate. This left Luo Qi thoroughly enraged. But when she glanced down to see a message from Jian Yu, her anger subsided. If Wen Jiu was reluctant to meet Jian Yu, then she would ensure Jian Yu found her. With malicious intent, Luo Qi revealed Wen Jiu's whereabouts, while Qi Qin, tasked with monitoring Wen Jiu's safety, was once again entertained by her sharp tongue. He extracted the audio snippets from the corridor surveillance and shared them in their group chat, followed by a flurry of thumbs-up emojis. He then typed, to be frank, in my life. I have never been so impressed by anyone as I am by Wen Jiu's eloquence. Her words, laden with both personal and spiritual attacks, possessed an alarming potency. Ning Wang, who had quickly opened the file, remarked, I feel an overwhelming sense of absurdity as if I were the one being berated. Qi Qin laughed heartily. If Wen Jiu knew of your misdeeds, I assure you, her insults would be even more scathing. Ning Wang's expression darkened. If you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. If Fong Li had been more obedient, he would not have resorted to such harsh measures. In regard to this matter, Jiang Yanci has issued both overt and subtle warnings to him on numerous occasions. Yet, Ning Wang remains unable to relinquish his feelings. The sole woman he desires is Fong Li, the nominal adopted daughter of the Ning family, and his supposed sister. What of it? As long as she is the object of his affection, he feels compelled to possess her, even at the risk of public scorn. The reckless deeds committed by Ning Wang are well understood by their circle. Recognizing the situation is one thing, but endorsing it is another. Nonetheless, Ning Wang remains impervious to counsel. In the group chat, Mu Ling, who typically refrains from causing a stir, bravely interjected. Is it true that such a gentle girl as Wen Jiu can curse so fiercely? During their previous encounter, Mu Ling had failed to perceive this side of Wen Jiu. She had assumed Wen Jiu to be a serene and gentle soul, only to discover her formidable nature. The contrast was utterly delightful. Qi Qin, amused by the mention of gentle, could hardly contain his laughter. You have yet to witness Wen Jiu's more tempestuous side. That kick of hers could make even a man wince in pain. Qi Su, however, astutely noted the name mentioned in the recording. So, who was Jian Yu? Qi Qin felt a chill run down his spine. Quick, retract that message. Why must this topic arise at such an inopportune time? Though Qi Su was oblivious, he promptly deleted the message. Coincidentally, Jiang Yanci, having just opened the group chat, witnessed the unfolding drama. I saw it, he stated, plunging the conversation into silence. Qi Qin, attempting to diffuse the tension, chuckled. Yanci, I was just watching. Wen Jiu was not wronged. It was not merely a matter of her being unscathed. Qi Qin had observed clearly that when Shen Huaixing exited the private room, he appeared as pale as a ghost, his legs trembling. It was the first time in years that he had seen Shen Huaixing in such a state. To cover for Qi Su's social blunder, Mu Ling added, Indeed, I believe Wen Jiu's character is not one to be easily wronged. Jiang Yanci addressed Mu Ling. You are correct. My Wen Jiu would never allow herself to be wronged. Unlike you. With those words, Mu Ling instantaneously grasped the essence of a decisive blow. Mu Ling, wah crying, she exited the chat, blaming Qi Su. The scoundrel, for her troubles, she would seek retribution. After Jiang Yanci's calculated strike, the group fell into a hush. Ning Wang could not help but chuckle. Yanci? There is no need to tease that girl. She harbors no ill intentions. Perhaps she had merely lost herself in the matter concerning Qi Su. Jiang Yanci reclined languidly on the sofa, his fingers, sharply defined, tapping on the screen. She certainly differs from you, channeling her ill thoughts toward her adopted sister. Smirk damn. Upon reading that message, Ning Wang felt a strong urge to slap himself for meddling in Mu Ling's affairs. Now he too was entangled in the mess. With just 5 individuals in the group, aside from Jiang Yanci, for had inadvertently become targets. Qin, like a timid quail, clung to his own vulnerability, attempting to evade the brewing storm. Yet, the next moment, the lightning struck him as well. Jiang Yanci addressed Qin. Recently, the old gentleman mentioned to me the idea of sending you abroad for training. I see no issue with it, so I have agreed to keep an eye on you on his behalf. Upon reading this, Qin immediately sent a kneeling emoji, followed by a plea. Please. I was wrong, Yanci. Qin continued. I shall never dare again. I beg you. However, the overseas training Jiang Yanci spoke of did not entail a luxurious experience abroad. Rather, it implied severing all access to his bank accounts and casting him into a foreign land. The mere thought of foreign cuisine made Qin's scalp tingle with dread. A native of Huagua could scarcely endure a prolonged diet of foreign dishes. He would surely perish. Yet, Qin's messages seemed to vanish into the void, as he received no response from Jiang Yanci. Meanwhile, the individual seated in the monitoring room wore an ashen expression, wishing fervently to slap himself. It was his own folly. Why had he been so reckless as to share the audio clip concerning Wen Jiu in the group chat? He was fully aware that Jiang Yanci cherished her like a precious gem, and yet he allowed her to be discussed by the group. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Chapter 30. Compensation. After this, the group fell into a profound silence. Jiang Yanci opened the document, listening to the name that Wen Jiu had repeatedly mentioned, his eyes shifting with inscrutable emotions. Jian Yu. Jiang Yanci softly repeated the name, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Beyond mere familiarity, what troubled Jiang Yanci the most was the identity of this person, Wen Jiu's ex-boyfriend. Even with the prefix X, it irked him to no end. Yet, what vexed Jiang Yanci even more was that he felt utterly unqualified to be jealous of this former flame. As he gazed at Wen Jiu's quiet chat window, Jiang Yanci sighed, resembling a resentful concubine from a bygone era, and fiercely poked at Wen Jiu's avatar. Have you forgotten about me now that the important matters are settled? He murmured to himself, just as a message popped up in their chat. You tapped Wen Jiu's clever little head. Intimacy 1. Jiang Yanci. He stared at the message, flustered and eager to retract it, only to find that Wen Jiu had already replied. Is something the matter? Now he had to fabricate an issue. With a soft exhale, Jiang Yanci responded. I wanted to ask if you were done. Antley would like to invite you for dinner. With no other excuse to conjure, he resorted to mentioning Antley. Wen Jiu, glancing at the message, teased him deliberately. Is it just Antley who wants to invite me? Upon reading this, Jiang Yanci's mind conjured up Wen Jiu's mischievous expression. He smirked, feeling caught. All right, that was merely an excuse I concocted. Jiang Yanci. Wen Jiu, I genuinely wish to see you. Such rare directness made it easy for Wen Jiu to envision the earnest expression Jiang Yanci bore while uttering those words. He always had this way of being alluring yet sincere, as though he felt compelled to take responsibility for every word he spoke. It was inexplicably charming. She glanced at the time and inquired, How much do you wish to see me? Jiang Yanci furrowed his brow, pondering the question, so engrossed that he failed to notice Chen Xiao knocking at the door for some time. Coming back to his senses, he called out, Come in. Jiang Zong. Chen Xiao was about to report the remaining schedule for the day when Jiang Yanci interrupted him. Let's discuss it later. He sat upright, his demeanor unusually grave, alarming Chen Xiao into thinking something dreadful had occurred. Once he organized his thoughts, Jiang Yanci began, hypothetically. Let's say you tell a girl you like that you want to see her, and she asks how much you wish to see her. How should one respond to avoid appearing greasy or insincere? Prepared for the impending bankruptcy of the Shijing Group, Chen Xiao. Jiang Zong. He was speechless. Did Miss Wen ask you this? He had assumed it was a grave matter, given Jiang Yanci's seriousness. Jiang Yanci. Chen Xiao chuckled. I never would have guessed that our Jiang Zong would express a desire to see someone. As the only person daring enough to tease Jiang Yanci, Chen Xiao showed no restraint in informal settings. Jiang Yanci hurled the documents on the table at him. If you can't spit out something worthwhile, then scram. Haha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily, disregarding Jiang Yanci's murderous gaze, and deftly caught the documents before him. He stepped forward and arranged them neatly in front of Jiang Yanci, then, suppressing his amusement, remarked, I can certainly reveal the ivory today. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yanci's eyes. Mr. Jiang. I believe Miss when I did not specify that it was Wen Jiu. Jiang Yanci interjected, reluctant to acknowledge that he would pose such trivial inquiries to his subordinates. Chen Xiao calmly replied, Nor did I imply it was Miss Wen Jiu. There are many individuals with the surname Wen. After a moment of silence, realizing his attempts at concealment were futile, Jiang Yanci decided to embrace the situation. Proceed. Chen Xiao cleared his throat, suppressing the laughter that threatened to escape, and analyzed with utmost seriousness. Based on my extensive experience, I deduced that Miss Wen posed this question precisely because she is aware of your reluctance to respond, deliberately teasing you. Is that so? Jiang Yanci lowered his gaze, an indescribable disappointment stirring within him. He had believed that Wen Jiu was earnestly testing his feelings. So, was it merely a jest? Chen Xiao, oblivious to his expression, continued, based on my conjecture, it is quite probable. However, he suggested, if Mr. Jiang truly harbors doubts, why not inquire directly with Miss Wen? In romantic relationships, the worst transgression is to engage in guessing games. It is far better to address any issues head-on. Once the matter is laid bare, it can be discussed. If a resolution cannot be reached, then parting ways will incur no regrets. Chen Xiao initially offered this last remark casually, yet Jiang Yanci took it to heart, pondering deeply, unaware of when Chen Xiao had departed. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu, initially puzzled by the absence of news from Jiang Yanci, returned home and opened her phone to discover a message from him. I miss you dearly. Such simple 4 words. As she typed, she settled onto the sofa cross-legged. Mr. Jiang has pondered for so long, and all I receive are 4 words? How unfair. Unfair? Jiang Yanci entered the garage, contemplating whether Wen Jiu's words bore another meaning. After a moment, he replied, I shall compensate you. Oh. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow upon reading this message, curious about how Jiang Yanci intended to compensate her. She speculated silently, opting not to inquire further. At times, a subtle approach yields better results. After a refreshing shower, she emerged clad in her newly purchased rabbit ear pajamas. Ready to venture downstairs for a snack, when Jiang Yanci's call interrupted her. Hello? She brought the phone to her ear. I am outside your door. Jiang Yanci's voice resonated through the phone, deep and husky, imbued with an alluring breathiness unlike his usual tone. Wen Jiu hurriedly descended the stairs, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by his presence. He appeared to have just come from the office, his gold-rimmed glasses still perched on his nose. The corners of his narrow eyes tinged with a faint red, adding an unsettling charm to his already exquisite features. Yet he was clad in a tailored suit that fit him impeccably, his upright posture suppressing the hint of allure in his gaze, bestowing upon him an air of cultured devilry. Wen Jiu leaned against the threshold, casually whistling, openly admiring the stunning visage of Jiang Yanci. Have you just come from the company, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yanci felt the tightness in his throat under her unabashed gaze. In the next moment, he noticed her half-damp, casually draped hair and the playful pale pink sleepwear she wore, realizing she must have just bathed. He moved in front of Wen Jiu, shielding her from the oncoming breeze. Having purchased some authentic delicacies from the harbor city, he considered it a form of compensation. As he spoke, Jiang Yanci shook the bags in his hand, reminding her of the delightful treats he had brought. Thus, there was no need for her to gaze at him so hungrily. Let me see what you've got. Wen Jiu leaned in, eager for a glimpse, but Jiang Yanci firmly pressed her head down, stopping her in her tracks. Let's go inside. It's quite windy. Fine. Wen Jiu reluctantly conceded, stepping aside to let Jiang Yanci enter, and casually shutting the door behind them. Chapter 31. I find this agreeable. At home, we only have disposable slippers, so let us make do with them. Saying this, Wen Jiu tiptoed to retrieve a pair of disposable slippers from the upper cabinet, unwrapped them, and placed them beside Jiang Yanci. Noticing her cheerful demeanor despite his unexpected visit, Jiang Yanci's eyes sparkled with amusement. Consciously, he brought out the snacks he had brought, and, as Wen Jiu was about to reach for them, he gently stopped her, saying, Allow me. With a soft acknowledgement, Wen Jiu did not resist. Propping her head on her hand, she observed Jiang Yanci as he removed his suit jacket. Before he could speak, she extended her hand before him. Please hand it to me. Certainly. My pleasure, Jiang Yanci replied, passing her the jacket before leisurely unfastening the cufflinks of his shirt and rolling up the sleeves to his forearms. Wen Jiu's gaze lingered on the subtle definition of his muscles, her heart understanding the unspoken truth. Jiang Yanci must engage in regular exercise, otherwise, his physique would not be so appealing. Rising to hang his jacket, Wen Jiu scampered back in her slippers, the sound of her steps echoing softly, only to find that Jiang Yanci had already unwrapped most of the items. Shall we eat first? He asked, sliding a warm egg waffle towards her. This egg waffle is a time-honored delicacy from Hong Kong, sweet yet not cloying, crispy and soft. Do give it a try. Let us wait until you are ready, she replied. It will be ready shortly. Noticing her hesitation to pick up her chopsticks, Jiang Yanci quickened his movements. Although he was meticulous, some grease inevitably stained his hands. Wen Jiu handed him a disinfecting wet wipe. Is alcohol okay for you? Jiang Yanci shook his head, wiping his hands clean before sitting down. Please, do begin, he encouraged. Wait a moment, Wen Jiu replied, her curiosity piqued. Would you care for some wine? Wine? Jiang Yanci paused, momentarily taken aback. What kind of wine? Wen Jiu smiled mysteriously. Fruit wine, which I brought from Beijing. This was the first time she mentioned her origin. Jiang Yanci felt as if something had nudged his heart. Was she preparing to open up to him? Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from probing further, simply nodding in agreement. That would be delightful. Before long. Wen Jiu returned to the table, cradling a sealed jar of wine. Although she referred to it as a jar, it was merely as tall as her forearm. Yet, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a mulberry wine I learned to brew from an elder during my recent trip to the countryside. It's exceptionally delicious. She cast a proud glance at Jiang Yanci. You are in for a treat. As she uncorked the jar with a satisfying pop, a rich aroma of wine enveloped them. With a curved ladle, she stirred the contents before filling 2 glasses to the brim, one for Jiang Yanci and one for herself. This wine, Jiang Yanci hesitated, contemplating Wen Jiu's capacity for alcohol. Sensing his apprehension, she quickly reassured him. I do not intend to intoxicate you. It is simply that this wine is truly delightful. Previously, with Aunt Zhao watching over me at home, I could only indulge in a small cup. This time, with just the 2 of us, I intend to savor it fully. I am merely concerned about your inebriation. Jiang Yanci possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Thus, he harbored no worries that Wen Jiu would become intoxicated. Fear not, I cannot get drunk, Wen Jiu fervently assured, then raised her glass first. Cheers. The single utterance of cheers resonated with exuberance, and Jiang Yanci indulgently clinked glasses with her, watching her enjoy her food and drink, feeling a warmth in his chest that enchanted him. Nearly an hour had elapsed, and Wen Jiu's second glass of wine was nearing its end, while the snacks on the table remained plentiful. Observing Wen Jiu's hand inching towards the wine jar again, Jiang Yanci helplessly reached out to stop her. Another drink, and you shall be inebriated. I want tea, Wen Jiu retorted, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her clouded eyes earnest as she emphasized each word. Jiang Yanci. I will not get drunk. Upon finishing her declaration, she firmly grasped Jiang Yanci's hand that was blocking her path, exerting force. Yet, it did not budge. Wen Jiu silently scrutinized Jiang Yanci's hand, seemingly perplexed as to why she couldn't move it, despite her considerable effort. However, such a handsome hand. Perhaps due to her exertion, the veins on the back of Jiang Yanci's hand appeared more pronounced than usual. Wen Jiu continued to gaze, and suddenly, she extended her index finger, gently touching the back of Jiang Yanci's hand, tracing the contours of his veins under his astonished gaze. The warmth of the girl's soft fingertip was astonishing, causing Jiang Yanci's heart to flutter and a warmth to rise in his throat. Wen Jiu, have you truly drunk too much? He inquired softly, intending to withdraw his hand while she was distracted, but she deftly caught hold of it. Do not move. She chided playfully, her sidelong glance at Jiang Yanci filled with impatience. I'm just feeling. The righteous tone was quite formidable. Jiang Yanci inhaled deeply, observing Wen Jiu's grip on his hand, feeling a burgeoning pressure in his brow. There was no need for further inquiry. This person was undoubtedly intoxicated. Did she not claim to have a strong tolerance? Was it merely 2 glasses? He sighed in resignation, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to find it immovable. Clearly, the inebriated Wen Jiu remained wary of him. Fool, she teased, pulling Jiang Yanci's hand to her cheek, then lowering her head to rub against his hand. I like this. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, her flushed cheeks pressed against his hand, her thick, curled lashes fluttering with vivacity. If Jiang Yanci had contemplated retracting his hand earlier, witnessing Wen Jiu's joyful demeanor now stirred a sense of reluctance within him. He gently adjusted his breathing, using his other hand to move the wine glass aside. Engaging with his hand was far preferable to her insistence on continuing to drink. Switch hands, Wen Jiu suddenly commanded, resembling a capricious girl who had discarded the hand she had just been playing with, fixating on Jiang Yanci as she reiterated, switch hands. The previous one was too warm. I dislike it. Jiang Yanci. With an exasperated sigh, he extended his hand. Wen Jiu meticulously explored it, confirming her satisfaction before breaking into a contented smile. Jiang Yanci, this is not hot. As these words escaped his lips, the cheeks of the individual, who had been barely maintaining their composure, instantly flushed a deep crimson. The other hand, which she was playfully caressing, naturally grew warmer in light of his bashfulness. However, her touch did not linger long enough to share the warmth of her palm. He exhaled softly, observing Wen Jiu as she toyed with his knuckles, feeling a strange sense of relief that her attention was diverted from him, otherwise overwhelmed by the heat radiating from his face and the warmth enveloping his ears and breath. Jiang Yanci could hardly fathom the extent of his own embarrassment. Just as he savored this moment of relief, Wen Jiu's languorous gaze upon his hand unexpectedly shifted. "Jiang Yanci," she began earnestly, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. "Your face is so red. You must be intoxicated." The clarity of her enunciation belied the notion that she was addressing someone inebriated. Jiang Yanci slapped his forehead in exasperation, a bitter smile forming. "Wen Jiu? Do you even want to see who is truly drunk? Let her see? What a delightful prospect." Chapter 32. How to sleep. Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled as she rose to her feet, leaving Jiang Yanci momentarily bewildered. "Wen Jiu?" He gazed at her in confusion, only to see her stride confidently towards him, pushing him back by the shoulders before swiftly closing the distance. "Let me have a look." The sweet scent of her shower gel, intertwined with the rich aroma of alcohol, enveloped him like a whirlwind. Jiang Yanci barely had time to react before Wen Jiu's nose was mere inches from his. A slight forward movement would bridge the gap between their noses. He tensed, rigid with apprehension, fearful that any misstep could lead to an irreparable mistake. Yet, the instigator, Wen Jiu, grew increasingly audacious. Her warm hand grasped his earlobe, as if she had stumbled upon a delightful toy, gently kneading it. "Jiang Yanci, you have earlobes." Utterly disconcerted, Jiang Yanci's heart raced uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of chaos. She was aware that this was indeed an earlobe. "Wen Jiu," he gritted through clenched teeth, turning his head to evade her breath, awkwardly imploring, "Stop playing around." "What?" Wen Jiu blinked innocently, questioning why she should refrain from playing. "It feels wonderful." She feigned ignorance. "I can't hear you." Jiang Yanci retorted, "You heard me," mercilessly calling her bluff. Unhappy with his response, Wen Jiu glared at him with mock ferocity. And just when Jiang Yanci thought she might be angered, he noticed her gaze traveling from his nose to his lips, and then further down. Gradually, it seemed as though she intended to see beyond the layer of his shirt. At last, her gaze fixated there. "Wen Jiu." Jiang Yanci was startled by the intensity of her stare, hastily springing up to stand opposite her. "Don't do anything reckless." His voice trembled, mirroring that of a bashful youth subjected to teasing. Wen Jiu regarded his flustered expression with confusion, attempting to comprehend. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Yanci felt on the brink of madness. Though Wen Jiu's awareness was evidently intact, her actions were far from those of a sober individual. He inhaled deeply to regain his composure. "I am not afraid." An obvious cover-up. Wen Jiu shot him an incredulous glance, asserting, "I wouldn't take advantage of you. And wasn't it you who just asked me to look?" "When did I?" Mid-sentence, Jiang Yanci suddenly realized that he had indeed mentioned the word look. But did he mean it in the way she understood? He helplessly clarified, "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant." "Oh." Wen Jiu cast him a dismissive glance. The joyful smile that once adorned her face vanished, replaced by a gaze that reproached him with her beautiful eyes, as if chastising him for not keeping his word. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yanci's heart tightened painfully. After a moment of deliberation, he relented and approached Wen Jiu, bending down. Resignedly, he said, "Go ahead. But there are certain areas that are off limits." It was futile to reason with someone who was intoxicated. Her happiness was all that mattered. Standing before her was a man nearly 2 meters tall, even with his head bowed and his waist slightly bent. Wen Jiu still could not see her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window behind them. Only Jiang Yanci's was visible, tilting her head. Wen Jiu finally caught sight of her own shadow and smiled with satisfaction. She then raised her hand and patted Jiang Yanci's shoulder, declaring, "I wish to sleep." "Sleep? Sleep?" Jiang Yanci stammered, inadvertently posing the most foolish question he had ever asked. "How does one sleep?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu, the little wine enthusiast, looked at him in surprise. Her mouth slightly agape, she earnestly replied, "Wash your face, brush your teeth, close your eyes, and sleep." Moments later, Jiang Yanci followed Wen Jiu upstairs, and just as she was about to enter her room, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, she abruptly turned and headed into the side room. "Jiang Yanci," she called out. When he caught up, he saw Wen Jiu grinning at him, holding a new toothbrush. "This is for you. And this, and this." She proceeded to produce a towel and bath towel, handing them to him one by one before leaving with a look of satisfaction. Jiang Yanci stood there, cradling the unopened items, unable to articulate his feelings. Even in her inebriated state, Wen Jiu still thought of him. He suddenly felt as though he might be forever ensnared in Wen Jiu's charm. Jiang Yanci. Her playful voice echoed from outside, prompting him to hurry out, where he found her brushing her teeth with toothpaste in her mouth. "Good night," she said, tilting her head, a bubble forming as she spoke, exuding an inexplicable charm. Jiang Yanci couldn't help but laugh, then gazed deeply at her, responding, "Good night." A few minutes later, he stood at the bedside, watching Wen Jiu, who was cocooned in her blanket and fast asleep. He reached up to turn off her room's light before stepping out. Yet, instead of returning home, he chose to sleep in the guest room next to hers. He left both doors ajar, knowing that inebriated individuals could be at risk of choking or vomiting during the night, and he could not bear to leave Wen Jiu unattended. Fortunately, she slept soundly until the following morning. He placed the congee and hangover soup, sent by someone, on the table where Wen Jiu could easily see them, leaving her a note before heading to the office. By noon, Wen Jiu awoke, parched. As she groggily descended the stairs, she collected a glass of water from the kitchen, only to notice 2 thermoses on the table. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she wondered where they had come from. Setting the water cup down, she inspected the thermoses, ensuring they were not time bombs before cautiously lifting the lid. A fragrant aroma of rice wafted out, prompting her to swallow hard as hunger struck. However, Wen Jiu did not immediately reach for her chopsticks. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings. She remembered dining with Jiang Yanci the previous night, but what had transpired afterward? As she strained to recollect, fragments of the previous evening began to surface in her mind. She possesses a peculiar trait. No matter how intoxicated she becomes, the following day, with the slightest effort of recollection, or even without any conscious effort, merely by passing the location where she had engaged in her inebriated misdemeanors, her mind would replay the events that transpired during her drunken state. Thus, upon fully realizing how she had taken advantage of Jiang Yanci the previous day, Wen Jiu stood frozen in place, her wide eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Was that truly me? The one who shamelessly exploited another's kindness? Oh my heavens! Covering her face, Wen Jiu collapsed onto the sofa, allowing her body to bounce slightly as she silently screamed. Let it be annihilated. Has her craving for Jiang Yanci reached a point where even her subconscious is acting on her behalf? How could she possibly face him again? Should she pretend to have no recollection whatsoever? Would Jiang Yanci believe such a charade? In that moment, Wen Jiu wished fervently to dig a grave for herself right where she stood. Chapter 33. My thoughts mirror yours, yet the reality is that her notion is utterly impractical. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wen Jiu reluctantly shifted from the sofa and floated towards the door. A few moments later, upon seeing Jiang Yanci standing outside, she instinctively closed the door once more without a second thought. Realizing what she had just done, Wen Jiu thought to herself, this is precisely what they mean by the more one tries to conceal, the more evident it becomes. Through the door, she could almost hear the laughter emanating from the man outside. Taking a deep breath, she resignedly opened the door again. I know I was quite unreasonable last night. Go ahead and scold me, she murmured, her head bowed, embodying a timid demeanor that suggested she would accept any reprimand without retort. Jiang Yanci observed the way her hair bobbed as she lowered her head, the playful tuft standing up, and the mirth in his eyes deepened further. He reached out, ruffling her hair as one might do to a small dog. When she looked up in bewilderment, he smirked and countered, quite adorable, isn't it? And how do you know that I was acting of my own accord? Has he truly sunk to such depths? Wen Jiu questioned inwardly, realizing the warmth on her head was due to Jiang Yanci's hand still resting there. Just as she prepared to struggle, she found Jiang Yanci's face looming closer. In his profound gaze, she distinctly saw her own astonished expression reflected back at her. Wen Xiaojiu. Before she could retreat, Jiang Yanci leisurely inquired, Do you know what I wanted to do when you were so near me last night? For reasons unknown, upon hearing his words, her gaze involuntarily drifted to his glistening lips. The man's lips were rather thin, and the pronounced curve of his upper lip exuded a sensual yet mischievous allure. Especially when he smiled, there was a roguish charm that reminded her of a dangerously enticing boy next door, one who, despite the evident risks, made a young girl's heart flutter with a longing to draw closer. Wen Jiu pressed her lips together. She was uncertain of Jiang Yanci's intentions, yet she was acutely aware of her own desires. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, a captivating chuckle escaped the man. He straightened, withdrawing his hand, and as he passed by her, he remarked, My thoughts mirror yours. Wen Jiu. What do you mean? She hurriedly followed. What thoughts do I have, and what thoughts do you have? Yet, was it not odd? How could he possibly know what she had just been thinking? Regrettably, Jiang Yanci offered no response to her inquiries. His gaze fell upon the untouched hangover remedy tea and congee on the table. Just woke up? Wen Jiu intended to pursue the matter further, but upon reflection, she realized it would portray her as overly concerned, so she stifled her curiosity. Suppressing the slight embarrassment that bubbled within, she responded with a haughty, Noticing Jiang Yanci had busied himself in the kitchen, effortlessly preparing their meal, Wen Jiu couldn't help but feel that he was rather adept at this. The moment her thoughts drifted back to the pristine table she had woken up to, a wave of guilt washed over her. Last night. Did you clean up the restaurant? Yes, I tidied up without a second thought. Jiang Yanci placed the congee on the dining table, inviting her to partake. This person seemed to have considered every detail far too thoroughly, leading Wen Jiu to perceive, albeit mistakenly, that he was not pursuing her but rather caring for a daughter. Noticing that Jiang Yanci had already pulled out a chair, Wen Jiu approached and sat down. After savoring a spoonful of the delicate and velvety yam congee, she inquired, Aren't you having any? The man, who had just taken out his phone, glanced at her and replied, I already ate in the company cafeteria. Wen Jiu hesitated, wanting to question why Jiang Yanci had come over if he had already eaten, but she caught herself mid-sentence. She promptly fell silent. Yet Jiang Yanci seized the opportunity to tease her. Let us see if our Miss Wen has risen from her slumber. Wen Jiu took a fierce sip of the congee, justifying her recent lack of engagement as mere laziness due to a lack of pressing matters. It wasn't as if she slept until noon every day. Observing her mannerisms, one might think she was chewing on herself rather than the melt-in-the-mouth yam congee, prompting Jiang Yanci to chuckle softly. He realized that even if Wen Jiu were to do nothing, the mere sight of her would inevitably uplift his spirits. For instance, despite having been vexed by those foolish shareholders earlier that morning, witnessing her suppressed frustration dissipated his own discontent. Jiang Yanci laughed heartily, exuding a palpable joy, which elicited an annoyed glance from Wen Jiu. She poked her spoon forcefully into the bowl, wondering why he found her so amusing. It felt as though she were his source of exhilaration. After swiftly finishing her meal, she noticed Jiang Yanci preparing to clean up again and quickly raised her hand to halt him. No, please, I'm not helpless. I can manage. It was rather unbecoming to have a guest doing housework. Wen Jiu collected the thermos and bowl and headed to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to begin washing. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jiang Yanci had somehow followed her and was now standing at the kitchen door, observing her, which made her feel inexplicably awkward. She cleared her throat. Do you doubt my ability to do housework? Not at all. From Wen Jiu's usual demeanor, it was evident that she was no pampered heiress, otherwise, her home would not be maintained so impeccably while living alone. Then why are you staring at me? Though she was conversing with Jiang Yanci, her hands continued their task. Jiang Yanci replied, I was concerned you might be bored. Oh, I see, Wen Jiu responded, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. When did our General Jiang switch careers to become a companion? Is it lucrative? Seizing the opportunity to tease him, she reveled in the banter. Jiang Yanci, unperturbed, feigned deep contemplation. As she placed the bowl into the sterilizer and turned to grab the thermos, he remarked, It's not exceptionally profitable, but it mainly serves to amuse the employer. After speaking, he handed her a paper towel and took the thermos from her, smiling as he asked, Isn't that right, Miss Wen? Wen Jiu, wiping her hands dry, strutted past Jiang Yanci with an air of arrogance. I think it's just average. Average. Jiang Yanci was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry at such a lukewarm assessment. He placed the thermos on the table and swiftly pursued the fleeing Miss Wen. Is there any particular reason for your hasty retreat? The wall of people before him was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, the mint green suit failing to conceal the man's excessively fine physique. Miss Wen's eyes sparkled momentarily. Upon realizing the situation, she hastily feigned composure and replied, You are being rather reserved. She emphasized, engaging in conversation should be a tad more lively. What does lively entail? Jiang Yanci, genuinely curious, sought enlightenment on the nuances of conversational companionship. Miss Wen, invigorated by the exchange, gestured for Jiang Yanci to take a seat. Moments later, she regarded him, seated on the left side of the sofa, and began her tutorial by counting on her fingers. First and foremost, one must exhibit politeness in companionship. How does this politeness manifest? She angled her body slightly toward Jiang Yanci, adding, When faced with a lively, charming, and beautifully gentle client such as myself, you ought to address me as sister. With a playful squint, Miss Wen lifted her chin, teasing Jiang Yanci like a pet. Come on. Let me hear you call me sister. Chapter 34. A stunning encounter. Initially, Jiang Yanci had been aware that Wen Jiu was unlikely to genuinely wish to teach him. However, upon hearing her words, he felt he had underestimated her malice. With a resigned glance at her, He firmly refused. I shall not learn any further. Wen Jiu, being younger than him, found it utterly impossible to address him as brother. Jiang Yanci believed he was not so shameless. Why? Wen Jiu expressed her disappointment. Mr. Jiang, your voice is so melodious. I believe it holds great potential. She yearned to hear Jiang Yanci call her sister, delighting at the mere thought. Nevertheless, Jiang Yanci was far too astute to fall into her trap. Her intentions were painfully transparent. Yet, from another perspective, indulging her in some playful banter was not entirely out of the question. Suppressing a laugh, he suddenly leaned closer to Wen Jiu, narrowing the already scant distance between them. Wen Jiu's breath caught sharply, while Jiang Yanci appeared oblivious to her tension. Do you like my voice, Jiu? He inquired, clearly using the question to divert the topic, yet sounding more like an enchanting spirit, enticing her to reveal the answer he desired. Wen Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Had her compliment about Jiang Yanci's voice stemmed from genuine affection for it? It indeed seemed so. Perhaps due to his personality, his voice, aside from its clarity, possessed an air of calm confidence. At times, when she could not see Jiang Yanci's roguish face, merely hearing his voice led her to envision the owner as a refined gentleman. However, his strikingly aggressive appearance readily dismantled the impression conveyed by his voice. Yet, despite this contradiction, Wen Jiu found herself drawn to Jiang Yanci's voice. There was no need for denial. Admiring someone was never a matter to be concealed. I do like it, she responded candidly, devoid of shyness, only pure admiration. Jiang Yanci observed the fleeting tension in her eyes and subconsciously wished that her affection extended beyond just his voice. However, he was acutely aware that a skilled hunter must exercise patience. Suppressing his inner desires, he smiled with a playful grin. Thank you for your fondness, Miss Wen. Is that all? Wen Jiu arched an eyebrow, to which Jiang Yanci merely smiled enigmatically. Their gazes locked, and she discerned the pride reflected in his eyes. Indeed. That is all. Receiving no satisfactory answer, Wen Jiu frowned in discontent, increasing the distance between them as she retorted, You are truly unprofessional. Therefore, I await your continued instruction. Jiang Yanci, unfazed, complimented her. I believe, given Miss Wen's experience, teaching someone should not pose a challenge. Humph. Wen Jiu shot him an exasperated glance. Realizing Jiang Yanci was not in a serious learning mood, he was clearly dancing on the edge of a trap, delighting himself as the hunter anticipating his praiseful. Recognizing his intent, Wen Jiu lost the will to jest with him and lazily reclined on the sofa. I'm done playing. This is so dull. Her boredom was genuine. She had visited every notable place in the harbor city. After awakening naturally each day, she finds herself idly staring into space, feeling rather bored. She has even begun to contemplate returning to the capital. Observing her despondent demeanor, Jiang Yanci, though somewhat concerned, understands that her melancholy does not stem from the earlier incident. He ponders, shall we venture out to sea? A glimmer of excitement shines in Wen Jiu's eyes as she quickly sits up. Out to sea? Yes. But we must first submit an application. If you wish to go, I can make the arrangements. Unlike in the past, even private vessels require official approval to set sail nowadays. I want to. Wen Jiu eagerly nods. Truth be told, she has never had the pleasure of a sea excursion. The earlier gloom dissipates, and she shifts closer to Jiang Yanci. When can we leave at the earliest? The day after tomorrow, as tomorrow will bring heavy rain, making it unsuitable for sailing. Excellent. Wen Jiu nods enthusiastically. Jiang Yanci notes that her emotions seem to arrive swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. Glancing at the time, he states, I must return to the company. Aren't you taking a break? It's only 1 in the afternoon. The company has a lounge, and there's an important meeting this afternoon that I need to attend. After explaining, he rises. Wen Jiu follows him to the door, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for taking the time to check in on me amidst your busy schedule. No need for thanks. Jiang Yanci waves his hand, departing with a parting remark. Just try to drink a little less next time. He smiles at her helplessly, his eyes filled with affection. A tipsy Miss Wen is truly a handful. Concerned for her safety the previous night, Jiang Yanci found himself checking on her every half hour, resulting in a sleepless night. Understood. Wen Jiu obediently acknowledges. Clearly aware that she had caused him some trouble last night. I promise to be more careful and not drink excessively again. Very well, then take care. With that, Jiang Yanci waves and strides away. Wen Jiu wonders, take care? I am not one of his concubines. Wait, why concubines? Couldn't I be a palace maid or eunuch? She muses inwardly, yet a relaxed and content smile graces her face. Returning to her room, Wen Jiu retrieves her phone, preparing to make her daily call to Wen Sheng and the others, only to notice a message from Gu Xiao. Jiu, are you currently in the port city? Furrowing her brows, Wen Jiu replies, ? Upon receiving her response, Gu Xiao quickly sits up. Are you really there? Wen Jiu has no intention of hiding her whereabouts from Gu Xiao, so she responds, yes. Wen Jiu then inquires, how did you find out? Although phrased as a question, she already has someone in mind. Indeed, Gu Xiao's next reply confirms her suspicion. That big-mouth Luo Qi told me. Moreover, seemingly dissatisfied that mere text cannot convey her indignation, Gu Xiao sends a voice message. Luo Qi actually claimed that you were involved with the head of the Jiang family in the port city, and that you used your influence to harm her good friend, who ended up imprisoned, costing several hundred million and numerous shares for freedom. The ridiculous part is, there are genuinely fools who believe it. Listening to Gu Xiao's furious voice, Wen Jiu's expression gradually turned cold. She reassured Gu Xiao, do not concern yourself with them, ignore their antics. However, upon receiving this message from Wen Jiu, a pang of unease struck Gu Xiao's heart. She understood Wen Jiu well. If nothing had transpired, she would undoubtedly deny it. Yet, concerning the matter of the Jiang family's power holder, it seemed Wen Jiu had no intention of providing an explanation. With trembling hands, she inquired, so, is the Jiang family's power holder handsome? While news about Jiang Yanci was not absent from the internet, the media had only managed to release a vague silhouette. It was indeed challenging to discern a person's true appearance from mere shadows. Gu Xiao's inquiry was perfectly clear to Wen Jiu. Yet she had no intention of concealing the truth from her. After gathering her thoughts, she replied succinctly, a breathtaking sight. Upon reading this message, Gu Xiao let out a wail of despair. Curse it, my precious cabbage is about to be devoured by a pig again. Chapter 35 does not truly signify his obedience. For Wen Jiu, Gu Xiao's breakdown was incomprehensible. She was still exuberantly sharing her admiration for Jiang Yan's countenance. In the next moment, she received a message from Gu Xiao. Jiu, please black out my contact for a while. I need to calm down. As a devoted admirer of Wen Jiu, Gu Xiao found it hard to accept that her friend had developed feelings for another man. Very well then. Wen Jiu sent the message with a sense of guilt and adeptly blocked her. After a few minutes, Wen Jiu unblocked her. Have you calmed down? Gu Xiao had made such a request before, and Wen Jiu had grown accustomed to it. Somewhat, Gu Xiao replied weakly through a voice message. Before returning to the main topic, since we both know about your situation in Gangcheng, it is inevitable that Jiang Yan is also aware. Jiu, if he seeks you out, will you meet him? If he can find me, we shall see, Wen Jiu responded, not intending to grant Jiang Yan any opportunities. Fully understanding that if Jiang Yan truly arrived in Gangcheng, he would undoubtedly fail to locate her. Unless, of course, Jiang Yan was oblivious to Jiang Yan's connection with her and chose not to intervene. But could that be possible? Jiang Yan was only obedient in her presence. It did not imply he was genuinely so. As she held her phone, Wen Jiu found herself lost in thought, inexplicably missing Jiang Yan, who had only recently departed. Gazing at the cloudless sky outside, she found it hard to fathom that a torrential downpour was expected the following day. Otherwise, they could have met sooner. Wen Jiu turned on the television, preparing to select a film, when the doorbell rang. She glanced aside, her eyes clouded with confusion. Could Jiang Yan have returned? It was only logical for Wen Jiu to think this, as he was the only person in Gangcheng who knew her residence, though her mind raced with speculation. Wen Jiu cautiously checked the surveillance footage. Upon seeing an unfamiliar woman in the video, her brows furrowed deeper. The woman outside appeared to be in her 20s. With a pure and innocent oval face, her watery autumn eyes brimming with a faint mist, embodying the essence of a Jiang Yan beauty. However, this was precisely why Wen Jiu did not recall such a soft-featured visage. Otherwise, it would have been etched in her memory. Confirming that there were no anomalies in the other surveillance feeds, she finally opened the door. Who are you? Fong Li looked at the girl before her in astonishment, then stepped back to check the door number, realizing she had arrived at the wrong address. She hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I must have come to the wrong place. Wen Jiu scrutinized her, noticing blood seeping from the woman's knee, indicating an injury likely caused by a fall, with dirt still clinging to the wound. As she lowered her head to leave, Wen Jiu suddenly asked, do you need assistance? Fong Li hesitated. She indeed required help, but she did not wish to burden an innocent girl. After a moment's thought, she shook her head. It's fine. The person I'm looking for should live next door. I will be fine once I locate him. Though her words seemed to address the inquiry about Wen Jiu, they resonated more as a form of self-comfort. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Jiu inquired, are you searching for someone with the surname Jiang? Do you know him? Fong Li, taken aback. Swiftly comprehended who Wen Jiu was referring to, despite the mere mention of a surname. The expression on her face confirmed Wen Jiu's suspicion that this individual was indeed seeking Jiang Yanci. Their residences were adjacent, and the layout of the villas mirrored one another, making it plausible for an unfamiliar visitor to err in their navigation. Initially, upon recognizing that Fong Li was in pursuit of Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu intended to withdraw from the situation. However, the conspicuous injury on her knee compelled her to hesitate. After a brief moment of contemplation, she asked, "Who sent you here to find him?" Based on her deductions, Jiang Yanci rarely resided in this location, suggesting that those familiar with him would not typically come here. Curiously, had this person not attempted to contact Jiang Yanci prior to arriving? Seemingly caught off guard by Wen Jiu's seemingly unrelated questions, Fong Li displayed a fleeting look of confusion but ultimately replied truthfully, "I went to his company. Secretary Chen mentioned he had come to Shangshi Jiajing. So I came here." It appeared that Jiang Yanci's secretary did indeed bear the surname Chen, as Wen Jiu had noted in the information provided by Wen Xingyu. Observing Fong Li's disheveled state due to her injury, Wen Jiu informed her, "You are too late. He has already left." "Ah?" Fong Li reacted with astonishment, swiftly followed by a wave of anxiety, her soft voice tinged with urgency. "Where has he gone?" "No comment," Wen Jiu replied, unwilling to divulge Jiang Yanci's whereabouts. Her willingness to offer such a hint stemmed from her empathy as a fellow woman, reluctant to see her struggle in her injured condition. Nevertheless, upon hearing Wen Jiu's words, Fong Li's eyes glistened with tears. In an effort to refrain from weeping in front of a stranger, she tilted her head back, suppressing her emotions. "I'm sorry." Fong Li choked out, "I didn't mean to intrude." After this, she bowed slightly to Wen Jiu and began to limp away. "Wait," Wen Jiu called out. "Why not come in and tend to your wound?" It became clear to Wen Jiu why such a minor abrasion resulted in excessive bleeding. With her level of activity, it was no wonder her platelets were overwhelmed. Fong Li turned back, her misty eyes fixated on Wen Jiu. "Is that all right?" "Yes," Wen Jiu affirmed, nodding and stepping aside. "Please, come in." However, after receiving this confirmation, Fong Li hesitated, biting her lip. After a moment, she hesitantly articulated, "But if you help me, it might cause you trouble." "Do you believe I fear trouble?" Wen Jiu responded, somewhat weary of Fong Li's timid demeanor, yet unable to ignore her pitiable appearance. "I believe you," to Wen Jiu's surprise. The moment Fong Li heard her words, the tears in her eyes vanished completely, replaced by a gaze filled with trust and admiration. "Thank you," suddenly gaining a new admirer. Wen Jiu gestured with her body, "Come in." "All right," Fong Li responded obediently, limping into the house. Upon reaching the entrance, she looked at Wen Jiu with eager anticipation. "Do you have any slippers?" "I'm a bit dirty." Fong Li had slipped and fallen down the hillside while escaping the Ning family. And while her upper garments were relatively unscathed, her lower half was smeared with blood and mud. Observing the immaculate and tidy room before her, she felt too embarrassed to step inside directly. "Please wait a moment," Wen Jiu replied, retrieving a pair of her own spare soft-soled slippers from the shoe cabinet. "Wear these." "All right." Fong Li nodded softly, introducing herself as she changed her shoes. "My name is Fong Li. Fong is in, and Li is in. I'm 24 years old." Why did she feel the need to mention her age? Wen Jiu mused inwardly, yet replied honestly, "I'm Wen Jiu, one as in, and Jiu as in. I'm 22. "You're younger than me." Fong Li perked up to look at Wen Jiu. "Can I call you sister then?" "Sister? Wen Jiu's sister? Jiu's sister?" The thought of such titles sent a shiver down Wen Jiu's spine, and she quickly shook her head. "I must decline." Chapter 36. The Gossip of Jiang Yanci. Well, that. Although Fong Li felt a tinge of regret, she did not press Wen Jiu further. After changing into a pair of slippers, she gazed at Wen Jiu with her sparkling, willow leaf-shaped eyes, filled with anticipation. "All right." Though she uttered no words, Wen Jiu sensed the unspoken message in her gaze. "The second room on the right upstairs is yours. Please take a shower first, and then change your clothes. I shall tend to your wounds afterward." Wen Jiu's master bedroom was on the left side of the staircase, with Jiang Yanci's guest room adjacent to it. The first room on the right side of the staircase was a study. Thus, Fong Li was destined to occupy the guest room next to the study. After leading her to the room, Wen Jiu gathered all the toiletries for Fong Li and gently reminded her, "You must not wash your wounds for too long. Be swift. I'll fetch some clean clothes and leave them at your bathroom door shortly." "Thank you, little Jiu." Wen Jiu's attentiveness moved Fong Li deeply, and even during her shower, she marveled at her good fortune to have encountered such a kind-hearted girl. Unbeknownst to Fong Li, the girl she deemed benevolent had already betrayed her trust. A girl named Fong Li just came looking for you. She has an injury on her knee. So I decided to keep her here. Knowing that Jiang Yanci might be occupied, Wen Jiu sent him the message and then left it at that. By the time she received Jiang Yanci's reply, Fong Li had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa, cradling a cushion, her eyes brimming with tears and snot after cleaning her wounds. JYC, I just finished a meeting. JYC, is Fong Li still with you? Has anyone come to find her? Seated on the carpet, engrossed in a show, Wen Jiu glanced at Fong Li and noted her frowning expression even in sleep. She then responded to Jiang Yanci. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. JYC, Fong Li must have escaped from the Ning family. As for her reasons, I am still uncertain. I will inform you once I discover the details. After conveying this, Jiang Yanci instructed Qin Shao to investigate the events at the Ning family that day. Given Ning Wang's possessiveness over Fong Li, it was implausible that she would allow her to leave. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu's attention fixated on the word escape, reflecting on the scene when she first encountered Fong Li, it was evident that her disheveled state was a result of her attempt to flee. The only uncertainty remained whether the Ning family Jiang Yanci referenced was indeed the Ning Wang she had in mind. As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of Fong Li's head slipping down, prompting her to gently support it with her hand. Little Jiu Fong Li was in a light sleep, thus. Even with Wen Jiu's support, she was startled awake by the sudden sensation of falling. Upon seeing Wen Jiu's hand steadying her head, her heart softened instantly. Wen Jiu was the first person, aside from the Ning family, to extend her kindness towards her. Flushed by Fong Li's grateful gaze, Wen Jiu feigned calmness as she withdrew her hand. You should return to your room and rest. And what about you? Fong Li inquired. I still have a show to watch, Wen Jiu replied. I'll stay here to keep you company. Fong Li promptly shifted closer, offering a timid justification. I can't sleep alone. Her concern for Wen Jiu was genuine, albeit she would never admit it. What if something happened? In the event that scoundrel Ning Wang comes looking for trouble, what if he harms Wen Jiu while she's distracted? Therefore, Fong Li must keep a vigilant watch over Wen Jiu, ensuring her safety at all times. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, although Fong Li appeared restless in her sleep. The fatigue in her eyes did not resemble that of someone who was merely unable to fall asleep. However, seeing her resolute demeanor, Wen Jiu refrained from pressing her further. She got up to prepare a cup of honey water and returned to watch television. Yet, this only served to further disturb Fong Li's ability to sleep. She awkwardly slid down beside Wen Jiu, holding the honey water, and casually mentioned, I heard from Ning Wang that Yen Gu has been spending a lot of time with a very attractive girl lately. At this, Wen Jiu's gaze flickered. So, the Ning family's Ning truly referred to Ning Wang. Noticing Wen Jiu did not respond, Fong Li took a small sip of honey water and tentatively inquired, I suppose you must be that girl, right? Previously, whenever she sought out Jiang Yanci, it was always at the Jiang family's old residence. This being her first visit to Jiajing. Initially, when Qin Shao had suggested this place, Fong Li thought he was merely teasing her. After asking him twice and receiving the same answer, she finally decided to come. Although she did not encounter Jiang Yanci, meeting Wen Jiu brought her immense joy. Alas, she feared that she would soon have to return to the Ning family and would no longer have the chance to spend time with Wen Jiu. Contemplating this, Fong Li's expression dimmed once more. She truly cherished Wen Jiu, even though they were meeting for the first time. The sense of security that emanated from Wen Jiu was something Fong Li had never experienced with anyone else. In a matter of seconds, Fong Li's emotions oscillated wildly. Wen Jiu had initially prepared to tease her, but the words caught in her throat, fearing that she might inadvertently provoke tears. She rubbed her temples and said, I am unsure if I am the person you speak of, but it is indeed true that I am. Quite striking. It was the first time Wen Jiu had used the word striking to describe herself, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Xiao Jiu, you are so adorable. Fong Li exclaimed, her previous teary-eyed state transforming into laughter at Wen Jiu's stammering tone. She acknowledged, however, you truly are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. From every angle, her beauty, from her figure and face to her demeanor, was stunningly captivating. Thank you. Wen Jiu smiled back, not feigning modesty. Fong Li found nothing amiss with Wen Jiu's straightforwardness and leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. Would you like to hear some gossip about Yen Gu? Can I? Who wouldn't want to hear gossip, especially about Jiang Yanci? After a moment's thought, Fong Li continued in a hushed tone. Yen Gu has yet to have a romantic relationship. Not once. Wen Jiu was taken aback, for Jiang Yanci's countenance did not suggest a life devoid of desire. Fong Li nodded affirmatively. There were even rumors in the circle doubting his sexuality, leading some to try and win his favor by introducing him to a very handsome guy. Wen Jiu was astonished, her eyes now burning with curiosity. What happened next? Seeing her interest, Fong Li quickly continued. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I know that the young man who was sent over was dismissed without even having the chance to meet Brother Yan. As for the family that sent him, they were driven to the brink of bankruptcy due to Brother Yan intercepting many of their business deals. Ultimately, it was Ning Wang who intervened to mediate. And that is how the matter was resolved. Wen Jiu had initially expected some thrilling gossip, only to find it was merely this. However, upon reflection, it indeed seemed like something Jiang Yanci could do. Noticing Wen Jiu's expression of disappointment, Fong Li glanced around and whispered, Do you know what everyone has been saying about this? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. What? Fong Li coughed lightly. They are saying Brother Yan is incapable. That is why he has been turning away both men and women. Though, as of now, no one has been able to verify this. Incapable? Wen Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fong Li, mistaking her surprise for innocence, explained, It means he is not capable in a physiological sense. Do you understand? Chapter 37. I am not Ning Wang's fiancé, Wen Jiu thought to herself. How could she be so foolish as not to understand? However, dear Fong Li, is gossip something one can casually share? She quickly gestured for Fong Li to be silent. Does Jiang Yanci know about this? Fong Li furrowed her brow in contemplation, then shook her head. I am uncertain, but I believe he is unaware. No one dares to speak so recklessly in front of others. Relieved, Wen Jiu sighed. Realizing that Fong Li was not truly naive, she playfully pinched Fong Li's cheek. Remember, do not mention this in front of your Yan Go. Rest assured, Fong Li reassured, patting her chest. I will only share this with you. Were it not for the pleasant impression Wen Jiu left on her, Fong Li would not have confided in someone she had just met. Ultimately, she feared that Wen Jiu might not grasp Jiang Yanci's true nature. That devil, Yan Go, is hardly worthy of a beauty such as Wen Jiu. Perhaps due to their brief gossip exchange, an invisible bond formed between them, and Fong Li found herself spending much more time with Wen Jiu. Ouch! As she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her knee, causing her to cry out. Is it very painful? Wen Jiu inquired with concern. I pulled something while moving, Fong Li replied, exhaling slowly. Little Jiu, I need to use the restroom. All right. Wen Jiu nodded, preparing to fetch some ice for her to apply, as enduring constant pain was not a viable option. However, after standing up, Wen Jiu remained still, her gaze fixed on the direction Fong Li was headed, frowning. The restroom is to the right. Fong Li was walking towards the exit. Oh? Taken aback by Wen Jiu's sudden attention, Fong Li awkwardly smiled and mumbled, I took a wrong turn. After saying this, she shifted her steps towards the restroom, and it was evident to Wen Jiu that Fong Li was attempting to sneak away. Nonetheless, Wen Jiu refrained from probing further. After Fong Li entered the restroom, she headed to the kitchen to wrap some ice in a cloth. By the time she returned, Fong Li was just emerging from the restroom. Here, apply this ice for a while, she said, handing the ice pack to Fong Li. After a moment's thought, she added reassuringly, Do not worry. If you wish to stay, no one here can take you away. This sentiment felt oddly familiar to Fong Li. She stared at Wen Jiu, realizing that Jiang Yanci had uttered something similar to her before. The year she graduated high school, the Ning family sought to send her abroad for studies while Ning Wang was away. Growing up in the coastal city, Fong Li had no desire to study overseas, especially when she had her sights set on a prestigious university in her homeland. Moreover, given the circumstances at that time, the Ning family could hardly send her to a renowned institution. They would only consign her to a disreputable university, one that Ning Wang would not be able to locate. Thus, how could an accomplished student like Fong Li allow herself to be sent away so easily? After devising a plan to escape the Ning family, she immediately sought out Jiang Yanci, pleading for his assistance in finding Ning Wang. Only by locating Ning Wang could she avoid being forced abroad by the Ning family. At that time, those pursuing her were all stationed outside the Jiang residence, which was not yet the dominant Jiang family it would later become. Just as Fong Li was on the verge of succumbing to pressure and preparing to leave to avoid implicating Jiang Yanci, the latter, whom she had never seen since her arrival at the Jiang household, uttered a singular remark. Since I have allowed you into the Jiang family, no one but yourself possesses the ability to make you depart. With that assurance, Fong Li remained composed within the Jiang residence for 3 days, awaiting Ning Wang's return. And ultimately, the freedom she yearned for, even if it was but a fleeting 4 years. Now, upon hearing that reassuring phrase once more, a pang of guilt washed over Fong Li as she wiped away her tears. Xiao Jiu, perhaps you have forgotten my earlier comments about Yin Ge not being suitable. I truly believe he is extraordinarily charming. Wen Jiu fell silent, contemplating how to respond to Fong Li, for it was indeed challenging to dismiss such gossip. At that moment, the chime of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to glance towards the entrance. Fong Li's complexion drained of color in an instant as she tightly grasped the ice pack in her hands, contemplating escape, yet uncertain of where to flee. Fortunately, Wen Jiu noticed her unease and gently pinched her cheek, saying, "Sit down and apply the ice to your knee. You just went to the restroom and bled again." The bandage on Fong Li's knee had begun to seep red once more. Her injuries varied in severity, yet they were relatively minor, allowing Wen Jiu to tend to her wounds with some ease. However, despite their small size, Fong Li's fidgeting caused occasional blood to seep out. "Xiaojiu, it might be Ning Wang looking for me," Fong Li murmured, her gaze cast down in trepidation. "I snuck out from the Ning residence, and my presence here may trouble you." "Not at all," Wen Jiu calmly shook her head. "Just sit." The simplicity of her words carried a reassuring strength. For the first time, Fong Li felt no panic at Ning Wang's imminent arrival. She complied with Wen Jiu's instruction and sat down, though her gaze remained fixed on Wen Jiu as she moved to open the door. "Miss Wen," a familiar voice echoed into the living room, and Fong Li, with reddened eyes, was engulfed by a sense of despair settling over her like dust. Ning Wang arrived sooner than she had anticipated. Wen Jiu stood firmly in the center of the doorway, obstructing Ning Wang's view into the room, and inquired, "Are you looking for Fong Li?" There was no need for Fong Li to deny her presence, as Ning Wang's ability to locate her indicated he was well aware of her whereabouts. "Yes," he replied, somewhat taken aback by Wen Jiu's straightforwardness, yet he did not feel reassured. The stance Wen Jiu took in the doorway suggested she was aligned with Fong Li. With that thought, Ning Wang unexpectedly displayed a gentle smile. "Fong Li is my fiancée. I would appreciate it if Miss Wen could look after her. I shall take her home now." "Fiancée?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, turning directly to Fong Li. "Is that true?" The room remained dim, as Wen Jiu had left the television on without turning on any lights. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting a fervent glow on Wen Jiu's profile, making it almost blinding. Fong Li gazed intently into Wen Jiu's reassuring eyes, understanding the reason behind her inquiry. If she were to answer no, it would surely lead her to assist herself. Yet here in the harbor city, can Wen Jiu truly accomplish that? Would helping herself bring her any trouble? As she clenched the ice cubes tighter, a myriad of thoughts clashed in her mind, while Fong Li's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Ning Wang outside the door. He wore a smile, yet the insincerity of that smile instilled a sense of dread within Fong Li. Ning Wang was precisely like this. The gentler he appeared before others, the more terrifying he became when angered behind closed doors. Although he would never genuinely harm her, he would obstruct her yearning for the outside world, confining her and preventing her from meeting anyone she wished to see. In that villa, there were only the puppets Ning Wang arranged to monitor her life. Fong Li had grown utterly weary of such an existence. Noticing her fixed gaze, Ning Wang's lips curled into a smirk, reminiscent of a boyfriend gently scolding a petulant girlfriend. As he softly urged, "Ali, stop being difficult. Come here, let us go home." Habitually, upon hearing this, Fong Li slowly stood up. The wound on her knee throbbed painfully with the movement, and as she focused on Ning Wang's face, her feet, which should have moved towards him, remained stubbornly rooted in place. Observing her standing still, Ning Wang's tone darkened, an inexplicable unease enveloping him as he spoke with heightened intensity, "Ali, be obedient." Throughout this exchange, Wen Jiu had not uttered a single word, yet Fong Li understood she was waiting for her to make a decision. Meeting Wen Jiu's gentle gaze, Fong Li's determination gradually solidified. She did not wish to disappoint her, this girl who had consistently extended kindness towards her. "No." Fong Li's voice suddenly broke the silence, her eyes seemingly directed at both Ning Wang and Wen Jiu, each word resonating with conviction. "I am not Ning Wang's fiancée. I was not before, and I will not be in the future." Her relentless pursuit of education stemmed from her desire to be Fong Li, and not someone else's appendage or fiancée. As anticipated, Wen Jiu's lips lifted in a smile, her charming dimples captivating once more. Upon receiving Fong Li's response, she stepped aside, positioning herself squarely in the doorway to shield Fong Li from Ning Wang's menacing gaze. "Ning Xiao," Wen Jiu spoke with a hint of discontent, "do not be so fierce. You are frightening my guest." "Miss Wen," Ning Wang retorted, his gaze averted with displeasure, "I am aware that Yan Gu treats you with special regard, but this matter does not concern you." "Ah," Wen Jiu chuckled lightly, calmly extending her right hand, "that you know Jiang Yanci holds me in high esteem. Perhaps there is something you are unaware of." She paused, then spoke more clearly. "Rong Sheng Group, Wen Jiu, pleased to make your acquaintance. Rongsheng Group? At the mention of those 4 words, Ning Wang's eyes flickered momentarily. Wen Jiu remained unhurried, simply smiling at him. What is your relationship with Rex? Ning Wang glanced at Wen Jiu's outstretched hand, but did not reciprocate. If she were merely an inconsequential figure from Rongsheng Group, she would not warrant his attention. Chapter 38. I fear the rain will come the day after tomorrow. Ning Wang, undeterred by the indifference shown by Wen Jiu, calmly shrugged and withdrew her outstretched hand. Most individuals acquainted with Wen Xingyu were only aware of his other name, Vincent Rex. Hence, Ning Wang's inquiry regarding Wen Jiu was not surprising. With a raised brow and a mischievous smile, she remarked, if your question pertains to corporate matters, then my shares in Rongsheng are on par with Rex's. However, if you are inquiring about blood relations, observing the increasingly unsightly expression on Ning Wang's face, Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled with amusement as she continued in a relaxed tone, Rex is my elder brother. The term brother required no further elaboration, for the bond between them was undoubtedly deeper than that of ordinary siblings. This revelation compelled Ning Wang to regard the woman before him with heightened seriousness. He queried, does Yinga know? What was Wen Jiu's true purpose for appearing in Gangcheng? Previously, he had assumed her visit was merely for leisure. Now, with the knowledge of her other identity, he could no longer perceive her intentions as straightforward. Perhaps, Wen Jiu had not deliberately concealed anything from Jiang Yanci. If he wished to investigate, he might uncover the truth. Ning Wang fell silent, instead gazing past Wen Jiu to catch a glimpse of Fong Li. The flickering light from the television illuminated her face, yet Ning Wang clearly discerned the determination in her eyes. Fong Li was someone who deeply feared causing trouble for others. Yet today, she cast aside that trepidation. Wen Jiu had earned her trust, a trust that Ning Wang had strived for years to attain but had yet to grasp. For reasons unknown, a sharp pain suddenly pierced Ning Wang's heart. Suppressing the anguish and resentment within, he slowly took 2 steps back. Since Miss Wen wishes to host my fiancée, I shall refrain from intruding. However, he managed a strained smile. I hope Miss Wen will take good care of my dearly. Of course, who could resist the charm of the adorable Fong Li? Wen Jiu's seemingly casual response was a subtle indication to Ning Wang that her care for Fong Li was not out of obligation but stemmed from genuine affection. Once again, Ning Wang felt his heart plummet. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Wen Jiu, nor would Jiang Yanci dare to provoke her lightly. Even within the confines of their homeland, Wen Jiu's status ensured that no one could afford to cross her, especially given Jiang Yanci's high regard for her. This time, Ning Wang was destined for defeat. After his departure, Fong Li limped over to Wen Jiu, her face an amalgamation of shock, bewilderment, and confusion. He just left? Wen Jiu responded proudly with a simple acknowledgement, then furrowed her brow. I told you to sit still. Why are you up and about again? You're bleeding. Oh. Fong Li replied, dazed, as she shuffled back to her previous spot, her demeanor still in a daze. Who is this Rex they speak of? Is he someone even more formidable than Yinge? Someone whom even Ning Wang dares not provoke? How impressive. Meanwhile, as Ning Wang stepped out of the flourishing scenery, he immediately dialed Jiang Yanci. The moment the call connected, he inquired, is Wen Jiu the enigmatic young lady of the Vincent family? Yan, are you aware of this matter? Given Jiang Yanci's capabilities, he could certainly uncover any clues if he desired to investigate. However, Ning Wang feared that Jiang Yanci might be reluctant to delve into the secrets surrounding Wen Jiu. Indeed, after a brief silence following Ning Wang's words, he heard Jiang Yanci's nonchalant laughter. It seems you did not fare well with Wen Jiu. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to reveal her shortcomings to me. Ning Wang replied, Yan, do you not comprehend what Wen Jiu's identity signifies? Such a perilous individual in Hong Kong, and you choose to do nothing? Wen Jiu is simply Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci stated, fully aware of Ning Wang's concerns, which stemmed from the increasingly significant economic share that Rongsheng's branches had seized in the domestic market, thus posing a greater threat to the Jiang family. Yet, what of it? Jiang Yanci smiled indifferently, his eyes betraying a sense of indulgence. Regardless of her identity, to me, she is merely Wen Jiu. Worst case scenario. Even if she has come for the Jiang family's core secrets, what of it? If she desires something, I shall provide it. Ning Wang never anticipated such an irrational statement would emerge from Jiang Yanci, renowned for his rationality and composure. He felt a lump in his throat, nearly choking on his frustration. Again? Are you not afraid she might undertake actions detrimental to the Jiang family and to you? He pressed. Jiang Yanci paused in his pen twirling, gazing out at the gradually spreading evening glow, and sighed. I only fear rain the day after tomorrow. After all, I promised to accompany the young lady when on a sea excursion. What if it rains and angers my ancestors? Jiang Yanci mused that perhaps he should consider how to appease her should the heavens decide to be unkind. This was a matter in which he possessed little experience. Ningguang, unwilling to relent, continued to analyze the pros and cons of the situation, but upon finishing, he realized that Jiang Yanci might not have been listening at all. His heart sank, understanding that as long as Wen Jiu was involved, Jiang Yanci would not assist him. He would have to approach Fong Li instead. With this in mind, Ningguang asked Jiang Yanci, "Brother Yan, I heard you were going out to sea the day after tomorrow?" For those from Hong Kong, venturing out to sea had become a routine affair, and the novelty had long since faded. Naturally, others sought indulgence, unlike their own principled conduct. Now, with Jiang Yanci suddenly planning a sea outing, Ningguang could only attribute this to Wen Jiu, the mainland lady. "Yes," Jiang Yanci replied, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth from them, especially since he was not taking Wen Jiu alone. "Are you going?" Jiang Yanci questioned. Ningguang immediately pressed. "Is that permissible?" "Yes, it is permissible," Jiang Yanci conceded, leaning back in his chair, "but I cannot guarantee that Wen Jiu will bring Fong Li. A yin. For the sake of our childhood friendship, could you not lend me a hand? With Jiang Yanci's capabilities, if he were to speak on my behalf, perhaps Wen Jiu would be persuaded to return Fong Li. Do you truly believe that Wen Jiu is someone who would heed my counsel? He fancies himself too significant for such matters." As Jiang Yanci spoke, he relayed the reasons behind Fong Li's departure to Wen Jiu, then continued addressing Ningguang. "Moreover, I had previously cautioned you against excessive measures regarding Fong Li. Yet, you went ahead and effectively confined her. The outcome we face now is entirely of your own making. Fong Li is such a gentle soul, and now she is on the brink of madness, tormented by the Ning family and Ningguang. Last time, had it not been for Qi Qin's fortuitous encounter, we would be mourning a lifeless body in Ningguang's custody. Yet, even in the face of such a grim reality, Ningguang remains utterly unrepentant. I acknowledge my failings, but I cannot bear the thought of losing a Li." Mentioning this causes Ningguang's heart to twist in agony once more. With bloodshot eyes, he fixates on Wen Jiu's residence in the distance, as if envisioning Fong Li there. "A yin, now that you have someone you cherish, you should understand my plight. If one day, Wen Jiu were to part from you or fall for another, would you truly be able to watch her go with indifference?" Chapter 39. Other purposes, is it possible? Surely, it is not. The moment this question escaped Ningguang's lips, Jiang Yanci already had her answer. However, in Jiang Yanci's eyes, Wen Jiu would forever be free. She could go wherever she pleased and do whatever she desired. As for whether Wen Jiu might develop affections for another, Jiang Yanci believed that there existed no one in this world more attractive, affluent, or powerful than herself. Most importantly, no one more adept at captivating her. If such a day were to come, it would undoubtedly be due to her own inadequacies. She glanced at the phone on the table, fixated on the chat window that had yet to receive a reply from Wen Jiu. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming longing to see her. Even the sound of her voice would suffice. It seemed that only in this way could the anxiety she was desperately trying to suppress be completely obliterated. A moment later, Jiang Yanci, who loved Wen Jiu more than her own brothers, decisively ended Ningguang's call and, in the blink of an eye, dialed Wen Jiu's number. The phone rang once and then fell silent. There was no answer. Jiang Yanci remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting a response. Finally, 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. As she looked at the caller ID, a slight smirk appeared on her lips. She maintained her composure for a brief 2 seconds before answering the call. "Hello?" came a voice tinged with unexpected pride. Wen Jiu glanced at the call screen, confirming she had not dialed incorrectly, and then curiously inquired of Jiang Yanci. "In such high spirits? Your tone sounds as if you were about to ascend to the throne tomorrow." Jiang Yanci was momentarily taken aback, then cleared her throat lightly. "I suppose it's all right. I was just washing some fruit and didn't have my phone with me," she replied. Wen Jiu offered an explanation before opening the message Jiang Yanci had sent. As she read, Wen Jiu's pupils gradually widened in astonishment. She cast a shocked glance at Fong Li beside her and then instructed, "You entertain yourself in the living room for a while. I need to make a phone call upstairs." Fong Li nodded, delicately savoring the strawberries Wen Jiu had just washed, and paused the television drama to wait for her return. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu hurried upstairs, breathless, and inquired of Jiang Yanci, "Is Fong Li Ningguang's adopted sister?" Hearing her slightly breathless tone, Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle. "Could you not run so fast? If only you could share a fraction of this enthusiasm with me." Wen Jiu exhaled, reclining in the rocking chair, trying to steady her breathing while frowning as she posed her most pressing question. Does Ning Wang wish to marry Fong Li out of genuine affection? Or is there an ulterior motive? If it were merely a matter of affection, Fong Li's docile nature shouldn't warrant such fierce resistance. Unless there are deeper issues she cannot accept. Wen Jiu's perceptiveness regarding this matter surpassed Jiang Yanci's expectations. In the brief message Jiang Yanci had sent, it had simply stated that Fong Li had fled from the Ning family due to dissatisfaction with her engagement to Ning Wang. A succinct sentence that Jiang Yanci, as an informed party, understood all too well. Yet, Wen Jiu, in her ignorance, had immediately deduced that Ning Wang's intentions were far from innocent. No. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Ning Wang's initial intentions were not pure. Now, when he declares his desire to marry Fong Li out of love, who would truly believe him? The entanglement between the two left Jiang Yanci feeling quite vexed. He took a moment to organize the timeline before recounting the entire affair to Wen Jiu. On the surface, Fong Li appeared to be an orphan adopted by the Ning family, but in truth, she was the daughter of Ning Wang's mother's first love. Wen Jiu was once again taken aback. What? Jiang Yanci was not surprised by her reaction. He absent-mindedly fiddled with his fingers and gazed out the window before continuing. Years ago, Fong Li's father and Ning Wang's mother were forced to part ways due to their differing social standings. After their separation, Ning Wang's mother was married off to Ning Wang's father by her family. Upon learning of this, Fong Li's father, disheartened, what a girl introduced by a colleague, who became Fong Li's mother. Such disillusionment. Wen Jiu scoffed. What right did someone so emotionally burdened have to harm others? Detecting her indignation, Jiang Yanci silently curved his lips. Her clear-cut sense of right and wrong brought him a peculiar joy, and he nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Acknowledged in her sentiments, Wen Jiu felt a kindred spirit emerge, her earlier vexation dissipating slightly. With her long legs crossed, she commanded, continue. All right, Jiang Yanci replied indulgently, then reminisced about the shocking events that had stirred the entire port city, narrating the tale to Wen Jiu in a calm, soothing voice as if he were recounting a story. Ning Wang's parents welcomed their son in the first year of marriage, while Fong Li was born a year later. Yet, compared to the privileged Ning Wang, Fong Li's origins were rather tragic. As he reached this point, Jiang Yanci, who considered himself emotionally detached, found his tone tinged with pity. Fong Li's mother passed away from illness when she was merely 3, leaving her and her father to rely on one another. However, the year she graduated from middle school, her father tragically fell to his death at a construction site. Subsequently, this news somehow reached Ning Wang's mother. After Fong Li's father's funeral, she was taken in by Ning Wang's mother and raised as a daughter of the Ning family. However, Jiang Yanci furrowed his brows, seemingly perplexed by the intricacies. Ning Wang's mother harbored no affection for Fong Li. In fact, she despised her. Thus, even after entering the Ning household, Fong Li's life was far from pleasant. In just a few brief statements, Wen Jiu found her previously stable worldview shaken time and again. Yet soon, she grasped the crux of the engagement between Ning Wang and Fong Li. In disbelief, she asked, "Don't tell me Ning Wang intends to marry Fong Li just to defy his mother? Simply because he sensed that Lady Ning does not like Fong Li? Should I commend your intelligence?" Jiang Yanci rubbed his temples, genuinely impressed by Wen Jiu's ability to discern the pivotal points. He sighed. Although he did not intend to advocate for Ning Wang, it was hard for him to turn a blind eye to the plight of a brother he had grown up with. Initially, Ning Wang had indeed approached Fong Li as an act of revenge against Lady Ning, a rebellious youth. Upon learning that his mother had brought back the daughter of her first love to raise, found it impossible to comprehend or accept. Even though Madame Ning did not harbor affection for Fong Li, this did not prevent the young Ning Wang from harboring suspicions that his mother had betrayed his father's marriage. Thus, in order to convey his discontent, Ning Wang deliberately feigned closeness to Fong Li, even going so far as to publicly confess his feelings just before their impending college entrance examinations. As expected, upon learning of this incident, Madame Ning immediately sought to arrange for Fong Li to be sent abroad, fearing that any delay would ruin her carefully nurtured son. However, Ning Wang, who had long wished for Fong Li to completely depart from the Ning household, erupted in a fierce confrontation with Madame Ning upon discovering her plans. After Ning Wang threatened his own safety, Madame Ning ultimately relented, agreeing to allow Fong Li to attend her preferred university domestically. Of course, this concession came with conditions. During this period, Ning Wang was prohibited from meeting Fong Li. Initially, Madame Ning believed that if the two were kept apart, Ning Wang would soon be able to move on from this matter. Little did she foresee that this 4-year separation would mark the beginning of a transformation in Ning Wang's feelings for Fong Li. Chapter 40. Is it not the same in your eyes? Jiang Yanci briefly recounted the events of that year to Wen Jiu. Carefully choosing his words, Ning Wang's mistakes were indeed egregious, but he— Stop. Wen Jiu interrupted Jiang Yanci's unfinished thought. In my view, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Moreover, in this matter, the only truly innocent party is Fong Li. Wen Jiu scoffed, her voice laced with a coldness she herself was unaware of. Let alone the past, I see that Ning Wang has no intention of letting Fong Li off the hook even now. Unable to refute her statement, Jiang Yanci wisely maintained his silence, lest the ire from the other end of the line be directed at him. However, Wen Jiu was not unreasonable. Despite the common adage that like attracts like, Jiang Yanci was Jiang Yanci, and Ning Wang was Ning Wang. Wen Jiu would not unjustly transfer her anger. Having collected her emotions, she promptly apologized. I'm sorry, I wasn't directing that at you. I know, Jiang Yanci replied, understanding that Wen Jiu would not defend Ning Wang. He refrained from further speaking in Ning Wang's favor and instead discussed the preparations for their upcoming trip at sea. After an extensive conversation, Wen Jiu was the first to conclude the topic. Fong Li is alone in the living room. I must go keep her company. Jiang Yanci felt a twinge of reluctance to let her depart so easily, and he asked, somewhat plaintively, what about me? Hearing his pitiful tone, Wen Jiu could not help but smile, playfully teasing him. Jiang Yanci, do you know how you were introduced in the materials I received? The man's voice was laced with confusion, and for some reason, Jiang Yanci felt an ominous premonition. Then, in the next moment, he listened as Wen Jiu, with her soothing timbre, earnestly introduced him. Jiang Yanci, male, 26 years old, current chairman and CEO of the Shijin Group, contemporary head of the prestigious Jiang family. Personality: rational, cold, reclusive, indifferent, and unapproachable by women, uninterested in men. With each word Wen Jiu spoke, Jiang Yanci's face flushed deeper in the unseen realm. His fingers curled several times, wishing to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on his phone. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand Wen Jiu's playful torment. Wen Jiu, he hoarsely interrupted, his embarrassment palpable. Go keep Fong Li company. But I haven't finished. Wen Jiu replied innocently, blinking her eyes before she burst into laughter. My esteemed CEO Jiang, why are you so different from what the materials say? Indeed, Jiang Yanci was composed, yet Wen Jiu had never witnessed the reclusive and indifferent side of him. Her teasing was evident, but after a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yanci seriously responded, because I believe that such a version of myself would be unappealing. Thus, he endeavored to conceal all his shortcomings, hoping she might see a little more, just a bit more of the better version of himself. His emotions had inexplicably dipped. Wen Jiu, those things you just mentioned are, in my view, flaws in my character. If he were to set aside his concerns, embracing a bolder and more direct approach, would Wen Jiu have already discerned his intentions and paused for him for a moment? Yet, he dared not. Wen Jiu had only recently concluded a previous relationship. What if she had not yet moved on from that person? What if she resented his presumptuous affection? Jiang Yanci could not afford to gamble. He was paralyzed by the fear of making a misstep, leading to an irrevocable distance between them. Therefore, he chose to proceed slowly, inching forward. As long as Wen Jiu did not dismiss him, there remained a flicker of hope for her affection. But that was not the case. Wen Jiu struggled to articulate the emotion swirling within her. It felt strangely melancholic. Jiang Yanci should not be like this. He could be proud, arrogant, even audacious, but he must never be diminished. Yes, diminished. Upon realizing this, Wen Jiu felt as though a colossal weight had settled upon her heart. She shook her head, banishing this disquieting sentiment from her mind, and resolutely addressed Jiang Yanci. The Jiang family requires someone sufficiently composed and formidable to maintain its stead. Jiang Yanci, how could the qualities you possess be perceived as shortcomings? The name Jiang Yanci represented an insurmountable chasm for countless ambitious souls. Was it not so in your eyes? Jiang Yanci, driven by an overwhelming urgency, yearned to unveil his feelings for Wen Jiu. Yet, the impulse to reveal his heart was restrained. He inhaled deeply. You need not respond. No. Jiang Yanci's gaze flickered with disbelief. The sound that had emanated from his phone moments ago left him questioning his own ears. What did you say? He inquired uncertainly. Wen Jiu let out a gentle laugh, generously reiterating, I said no. The type of person I admire is one who meticulously plans each step before achieving their goal, even if it consumes time and energy. They persist relentlessly until the moment of success, fully aware of the challenges ahead. Preferences vary, of course. Some may favor the reckless abandon of the fearless, but I, Wen Jiu, cherish the solitary courage that exists within reason yet flirts with chaos. Her voice was soft yet resolute, like a tangible gust of wind, allowing Jiang Yanci to genuinely feel the fervor of her preference. Wen Jiu. Jiang Yanci repeated her name countless times in his heart, fully aware that he was irrevocably ensnared in her grasp. Xiao Jiu, you've arrived. Hearing footsteps behind her, Fong Li immediately turned to Wen Jiu, offering a sweet smile. I saved some strawberries for you. Good, Wen Jiu responded, quickly moving beside Fong Li and plopping down, seizing a strawberry and popping it into her mouth. Noticing her seemingly cheerful demeanor, Fong Li nudged her shoulder. Did Yango call you? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow and nodded, smiling as she asked, was I that obvious? Not exactly, Fong Li replied, but there is definitely an air of bubbly excitement surrounding you. This sensation was one that could only be understood intuitively, never fully articulated. However, when Jiu grasped the essence of Fong Li's words, her lips parting to reveal a dazzling smile. Take your time, she said. Wen Jiu cherished the delightful anticipation of two hearts cautiously inching closer, rather than the abrupt collision that, after a fleeting spark, resulted in a painful separation. At that moment, Fong Li seemed to recall something and brought up a green bubble page to present to Wen Jiu. Xiaoling. It's Mu Ling who knows I've left the Ning family, and she invited me to go shopping. Xiao Jiu. She has also invited you. Will you join us? To ensure Wen Jiu understood who Xiaoling was, Fong Li made a point to mention her full name. During her years at the Ning family, Mu Ling had been one of the few who remained unconcerned about Fong Li's status and had formed a closer bond with her. Noticing Fong Li's knees, Wen Jiu's gaze fell upon them. Without waiting for an answer, she offered a reassuring look. No need to worry. I have a solution. The next day, Mu Ling stood at the entrance of the largest shopping mall in the harbor city, her eyes scanning for Wen Jiu, who was pushing Fong Li in a wheelchair. She hurried over, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Fong Li's bandaged legs. Sister Fong Li, what happened to your feet? I had a little accident, Fong Li replied, feeling a rush of embarrassment. She had never anticipated that Wen Jiu would prepare a wheelchair for her before leaving the house. Chapter 41, A Jew. I have come to take you home. Startled, Mu Ling sighed in relief, entirely unperturbed by Fong Li's knee injury. To spare Fong Li any embarrassment, she proactively remarked, injuries on the knee are particularly susceptible to movement, especially in the creased areas. Just getting up or sitting down can easily rupture the scab. Recalling her own childhood experiences, Mu Ling shivered. In my youth, I scraped my knee all around, yet I could not resist fidgeting, leading to daily bleeding from that spot. She pulled up her pant leg, revealing a scar. See, there's a scar. It must have hurt, right? Fong Li grimaced as she observed the scar on Mu Ling's knee, promptly deciding to obediently use the wheelchair today. She wished to avoid any unsightly marks. It hurts, Mu Ling nodded, reflecting on her childhood antics with a sense of self-reproach. Back then, her family had provided her with the best methods to diminish scars, but Mu Ling had stubbornly viewed the scar as a badge of honor, refusing to cooperate, which resulted in the significant mark she bore now. As their conversation shifted, Mu Ling's gaze fell upon the area on Wen Jiu's left shoulder, where a deeper shade of flesh-pink scar could be discerned against the surrounding skin. Previously, Mu Ling had been curious about the origin of Wen Jiu's shoulder injury, but having just met, she felt it inappropriate to inquire. Now that the topic had arisen, she could not resist asking, Jiu, how did you get that scar on your shoulder? Burn, Wen Jiu replied, glancing down at it herself before continuing. In fact, this is the result of many rounds of healing. Her delicate fingers traced the irregular shape of the scar, and she casually explained, in the past, the skin in this area was discolored, but after numerous treatments, the color has gradually returned to normal. However, the junction between the burn and the intact skin still cannot be completely repaired. Noticing the concern etched on both their faces, Wen Jiu smiled to reassure them. Although a bit is still visible, it matters not to me. After all, it is not on my face. True, Mu Ling agreed, nodding. As long as your face is fine, no one will pay attention to anything else. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Mu Ling clapped her hands, skillfully steering the conversation. Let us go shopping. Today I intend to indulge. Hearing this, Fong Li instinctively covered the pockets of her clothing. My savings are limited. But if I find something I truly like, I shall purchase it. In the mall they visited, each floor offered a different level of consumerism. Normally, Mu Ling would have headed straight for the uppermost tier, But today, the trio began their exploration from the very first floor. Initially, Mu Ling feigned indifference towards the affordable clothing, yet as the day progressed, she ended up purchasing the most. Even Fong Li selected a few items. While Wen Jiu remained unimpressed throughout, Mu Ling handed her bags to the bodyguard following them and inquired of Wen Jiu, "Found something you like?" "Not earlier. But now I do," Wen Jiu replied. With a flirtatious glance, Wen Jiu approached and picked up a sleeveless, waist-cinching, pleated dress in a shade reminiscent of rice noodles. Making her way to the fitting room. "It looks stunning," Fong Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The dress, with its elegant fabric and sleeveless design, added an element of cool visual impact, and it was certain that Wen Jiu would look exquisite in it due to her aura. "I too believe it suits her perfectly," Mu Ling remarked, opting not to try on any clothes and instead waiting at the door for Wen Jiu's grand reveal. Soon, the fitting room door swung open, and the first sight that greeted them was Wen Jiu's long legs stepping out, accompanied by the swaying hem of her dress. Fong Li clutched Mu Ling's hand. Her gaze fixated on the gracefully emerging Wen Jiu, and she swallowed hard, overwhelmed by her beauty. Oh, why is she so stunning? Wen Jiu's already slender waist was accentuated by the dress's fitted design, highlighting her figure magnificently. Mu Ling wiped her mouth, suddenly grasping the essence of being both innocent and alluring. Although the dress was a sleeveless halter style, it exposed only her shoulders, rendering it not overly sensual. Their longing was entirely attributable to Wen Jiu's figure. However, the inherent coolness and pride in her expression tempered the alluring charm, creating an intoxicating distance that made her seem untouchable. Mu Ling hurriedly approached, pulling out her phone and suggesting, "Let us take a selfie. I need your beauty to elevate my social media presence. I want to join." Fong Li chimed in quietly. Mu Ling, quick to respond, said, "I'll take a picture first. You can wait your turn." "All right." Fong Li nodded, unconcerned about the order of their turns. Without regard for Wen Jiu's consent, they joyfully finalized their plan. "Wen Jiu, don't smile so brightly. Be a bit aloof," Mu Ling instructed after snapping several photos. Observing Wen Jiu's radiant smile, she slyly suggested, "We need that feeling of being coerced into submission." After saying this, Mu Ling dramatically gulped and stared at Wen Jiu, anxious about her acceptance. Wen Jiu paused, then nodded, aloof and regal. Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded eagerly. Instantly, Wen Jiu's expression transformed. Her demeanor shifted from vibrant and cheerful to cold and aloof. The disdain in her gaze caused Mu Ling to stifle several squeals of admiration. "So beautiful, so beautiful. Wen Jiu, can we date?" Mu Ling grasped Wen Jiu's hand, yearning to leap into her embrace. Yet, she restrained herself, fervently pressing the shutter button instead. Suddenly, Mu Ling hesitated mid-click, raising an eyebrow at the figure appearing in their frame. "Is there a handsome guy?" After her comment, Mu Ling curiously turned to look, oblivious to the icy gaze Wen Jiu cast upon the figure as she recognized it. "Hello, may I help you?" Under normal circumstances, Mu Ling would have been irked by an unexpected interruption during her selfie session, but today was different. The individual was so strikingly handsome that she found it hard to muster any irritation. "I'm here to see her." The young man smiled politely at Mu Ling. Then his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated unwaveringly on Wen Jiu, revealing an uncontrollable longing and affection within their depths. He spoke, his voice tender as if it could drown a person in its warmth. "Jiu, I have come to take you home." Chapter 42. I thought a Jew would care about me first, a Jew? Upon hearing this endearing address, Mu Ling and Fong Li exchanged a glance, and simultaneously, the flames of gossip ignited in their eyes. Mu Ling subtly distanced herself from Wen Jiu, moving behind Fong Li to shield her covert actions. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu, upon hearing the namage slip from the other's lips, instinctively furrowed her brow, suppressing the rising nausea within her. She cast a cold glance at the person before her. "What kind of deal has Luo Qi struck with you using my position?" The Jian family's foundation lies in the capital, with their reach not yet extending to the harbor city. The only force that could swiftly assist Jian Yu in pinpointing her whereabouts in the harbor city is the local power. Evidently, Shun Shi, who has a good relationship with Luo Qi, is the hand that has reached out to Wen Jiu. Jian Yu was not at all surprised that Wen Jiu could deduce the reason for his visit so quickly. However, he did not respond to her question immediately. Instead, he gazed sorrowfully at the face he had longed for, self-mockingly uttering, "I thought a Jew would care about me first." Since losing track of Wen Jiu, Jian Yu realized that his love for her was far deeper than he had previously believed. Each day without news of her had been tormenting, leaving him unable to eat or sleep, his entire being consumed by the search for her. Now that he had found her, It was evident that he had visibly lost weight. In the past, even without his words, Wen Jiu could easily perceive his changes. Yet now, her concern seemed to lie elsewhere. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, a sharp pain blooming in his chest as if a part of him had been forcibly excised, making it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, Wen Jiu remained indifferent, silently observing him, as if the answer to her questions had become more crucial than he himself. With a tinge of red in his eyes, Jiang Yan forced a smile, attempting to defend her before she could utter any cold words. It's all right. Our Jew must be tired from shopping and simply didn't he notice. He stepped forward, wishing to soften and charm her as he once did, but halted in confusion when he saw her frown. Answer my question, Wen Jiu reminded him, her tone calm yet firm, disregarding his evident distress. Regardless of the fact that he had once been her sole favorite exception. But now, she felt no inclination to bestow kindness upon this uninvited presence. Jiang Yan's hands clenched tightly at his sides. He had grown accustomed to Wen Jiu's gentle tone, and her abrupt harshness now felt unbearable. However, he understood all too well that if he did not acquiesce to her demands for answers, she would unhesitatingly turn and leave. Weighing his options, he finally spoke. The project in Beijing, the Luo family wishes to intervene. Thus, this was the condition under which Luo Qi had divulged his precise whereabouts to Jiang Yan. Wen Jiu scoffed, pathetic. If I were Luo Qi, I would demand much more. Does a mere project in Beijing even warrant my worth? I think so too. Jiang Yan replied. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a delicate smile, his eyes reflecting the proud demeanor of Wen Jiu, who resembled a fine wine. Upon witnessing her, Jiang Yan felt a stirring within his soul. Ultimately, this incident revealed that Luo Qi and the others had underestimated Wen Jiu's significance in his life. Even though the project in Jingbei was worth billions, it paled in comparison to a single strand of Wen Jiu's hair in his heart. As long as he could see her, Jiang Yan would willingly sacrifice everything. In the past, if he had expressed agreement with Wen Jiu, she would have eagerly engaged him in a lively discussion. Yet now, Wen Jiu did not even spare him a glance. Heading into the dressing room to change out of her dress before handing it to the attendant for packing. Witnessing this, Jiang Yan rushed forward, saying, "Let me pay with my card." Oh dear. Mu Ling, observing the scene, hurriedly stepped forward, offering her own card to the attendant, insisting, "Let me take care of it." She was well aware that if Yangu discovered she was here, spending money on Wen Jiu, she would surely face dire consequences. Very well, Miss Mu. As a prominent young lady of the harbor city, Mu Ling undoubtedly held more influence than Jiang Yan. The cashier accepted Mu Ling's card. But just as she was about to process it, Wen Jiu interjected, "I will handle it myself." With that, she presented her own card. Today, they were all paying for themselves, and there was no need for Mu Ling to settle the bill on her behalf. The attendant glanced at Mu Ling, who nodded in affirmation, before accepting Wen Jiu's card. As for Jiang Yan, he had already withdrawn his card with a grim expression the moment the cashier took Mu Ling's card. After settling the bill, Wen Jiu pushed Fong Li's wheelchair and asked, "Shall we explore other floors?" Fong Li did not respond immediately. She subtly glanced at Jiang Yan and then shook her head, saying, "I'm tired." Tired? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, bemused that she, who was pushing the wheelchair, felt no fatigue, while the one simply sitting still claimed exhaustion. She chuckled with resignation. "Very well. If you're tired, we shall not shop." Turning to Mu Ling, she suggested, "Would you like to come over to my place?" Mu Ling stuck out her tongue. "That might not be possible. Chi Su, that fool, is coming to join me for dinner." Oh, Fong Li elongated her tone, playfully winking at Mu Ling. "After all these years, do you still only have eyes for Chi Su?" Although Fong Li had not encountered Chi Su frequently, she could discern that, compared to Mu Ling's enthusiasm, he was like an unyielding block of ice. Only with Mu Ling's resilient attitude could she remain steadfastly by his side all these years. "It can't be helped," Mu Ling shrugged. "Perhaps I am drawn to the unattainable." Unattainable? Fong Li seemed to ponder something, smiling as she inquired. "Then your choice is definitely not the one with hellish difficulty." Mu Ling appeared puzzled for a moment before quickly grasping the implication. She hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "No way. Yangu is not just hellishly difficult. He would send me straight to hell." Mu Ling feared Jiang Yanci more than her own parents, and she could never entertain any improper thoughts towards him in this lifetime. Initially, Wen Jiu had not comprehended the riddle the two were playing. But upon hearing Mu Ling's mention of Yangu, she instantly connected the dots. She raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is Jiang Yanci truly that terrifying?" Haha. Mu Ling forced a laugh. "It seems our worlds are rather different." The day she first met Wen Jiu was also the day Mu Ling felt that the fierce childhood companion she grew up had become a stranger. Reflecting on the years of harsh treatment she endured under Jiang Yan's rule, Mu Ling wiped away a tear of bitterness and, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, patted Wen Jiu's shoulder, saying, "Keep going, Jiu. Once you manage to win over Yen Go, I will have the backing I need." Jiu, are you quite familiar with Jiang Yan? Originally intending to wait until Wen Jiu finished shopping before inviting her out privately, Jian Yu found it impossible to maintain her composure upon hearing the name slip from Wen Jiu's lips. Among the news relayed by Luo Qi from the capital, there was a report concerning Jiang Yan. She mentioned that Wen Jiu and Jiang Yan were quite close. Chapter 43. I am truly different from Jian Xiao. Jiang Yanci is a person known to Jian Yu, whose background is intricate, characterized by a proud and aloof demeanor, and a ruthless approach to his endeavors. Even the Jian family has suffered, to varying degrees, at his hands. It can be asserted that for the majority of those acquainted with Jiang Yanci, their trepidation far outweighs their admiration. Given Jian Yu's understanding of Wen Jiu, it is evident that a character like Jiang Yanci would be utterly unappealing to her. Wen Jiu would find him bothersome. Consequently, Jian Yu had previously dismissed the implications in Luo Qi's words, but now, he gazed at Wen Jiu with a wounded expression, as if perplexed by her interaction with someone she ought to dislike. At that moment, as their eyes met, Wen Jiu felt an involuntary wave of familiar bitterness surge within her. She recognized that this sensation stemmed from the muscle memory forged during their time spent together. Realizing this, her brow furrowed even more tightly. Just as she was about to respond to Jian Yu's inquiry, a tall figure descended beside her. Rather than asking me, "Jian Xiao would do better to inquire of me," the man's voice betrayed no discernible emotion, yet there was an added chill to his usually warm tone. To Wen Jiu's surprise, Jiang Yanci had appeared here, prompting her to lift her gaze towards him. His sharply defined profile came into view. The silver half-rimmed glasses he wore for work perched upon his prominent nose, perhaps due to an urgent arrival. His chest rose and fell with a noticeably quicker rhythm than usual. "What brings you here?" Wen Jiu arched an eyebrow, her gaze laced with a hint of mockery. She was fully aware of the reason behind his hurried appearance, yet feigned ignorance, knowing he was at her mercy. Jiang Yanci silently ground his teeth but had no choice but to comply. He leaned closer to her, his lips curling into a teasing smile. Mu Ling mentioned that Miss Wen was tired from shopping, so I came to be your chauffeur. Oh. Wen Jiu cast a detached glance at Mu Ling, who, upon being sold out, recoiled and hid behind Fong Li. She did not shy away from Jiang Yanci's deliberate proximity. "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Jiang." With that, she took the only shopping bag she possessed from Mu Ling's bodyguard and handed it to Jiang Yanci. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the bag with the same hand that had just signed an important document. "The car is waiting downstairs. Could you please wait for me?" "Very well." Wen Jiu nodded, not sparing a glance at Jian Yu as she turned to leave. Observing her intention to depart without further ado, Jian Yu, who had arrived brimming with confidence, finally grew anxious. The prior question was rendered unnecessary. Jiang Yanci's presence signified the answer. "Jiu." He reached out to grasp Wen Jiu as she passed by, but his hand was intercepted midair. The silver watchband on the man's wrist reflected a cold light, and the veins on the back of his hand stood out starkly from the exertion. With just one glance, Jian Yu recognized that these hands were favored by Wen Jiu. Unbeknownst to anyone but Jian Yu, Wen Jiu had a penchant for hands. The acute pain in his heart intensified suddenly, as if an invisible hand were squeezing it fiercely. "Mr. Jiang, why do you impede my passage?" He struggled to maintain his composure, striving not to lose his poise in front of the man who could potentially be his rival. Jian Yu retracted his hand, raising his chin with an air of arrogance, his sharp gaze fixed upon the man before him. "A Jew is merely throwing a tantrum. It seems inappropriate for someone like you, Mr. Jiang, to meddle, does it not?" "A tantrum?" Jiang Yanci repeated the words, savoring them before a soft chuckle escaped his lips, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. "It appears that I am quite unlike Jian Xiao. I assure you, I will not allow Wen Xiaozhou to sulk for nearly a month." Moreover, Jiang Yanci's gaze drifted past Jian Yu, following the fading silhouette of Wen Jiu, his eyes betraying an unmasked possessiveness. "As far as I know, Wen Jiu had already severed ties with you before arriving in Port City." A hint of mockery tinged his tone. "Is that post still adorning Wen Xiaozhou's circle of friends? I wonder, does Jian Xiao remain unaware?" Jian Yu yearned to know, yet he currently found himself on Wen Jiu's blacklist. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Jiang Yanci's words struck a chord within him. His palm instinctively clenched, a somber atmosphere enveloping him, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Yet, Jiang Yanci maintained a casual smile, reveling in Jiang Yu's speechlessness as he nonchalantly waved the shopping bag in his hand. Miss Wen is awaiting my escort home, Jin Xiao. I must take my leave. As Jiang Yanci prepared to depart, Jiang Yu stubbornly asserted, Wen Jiu and I grew up together. Our bond is not something others can intrude upon. Not something others can intrude upon. Jiang Yanci halted, a cold smile gracing his lips. As the saying goes, with a well-wielded hoe, there is no corner that cannot be dug up. Besides, if it were the former Jiang Yu, he might have stood a chance. But now, what difference would it make if I were to intrude? In response to Jiang Yu's provocation, Jiang Yanci initially replied with a disinterested "oh," before lowering his voice, laced with malice, to remind him, I wonder, Jin Xiao, when you first allowed others to interfere in your relationship with Wen Jiu, did you ever consider that one day these words would escape your lips? A sudden rush of realization struck Jiang Yu, as if he had been hit by something. Observing his reaction, Jiang Yanci disdainfully curled his lip before striding away. After such a lengthy delay, he wondered if that little ancestor had grown impatient. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Left behind in solitude, Jiang Yu's palm had turned pale from clenching it too tightly. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he watched Jiang Yanci depart, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to take a single step forward. Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu. He looked up at the blinding lights above, tears streaming down his cheeks unbidden. How had he come to this point? With such love for Wen Jiu, what had he truly done? Ugh. Mu Ling leaned against Fong Li's wheelchair, arms crossed, her expression tinged with worry. Why hasn't Yin Gu come down yet? Do you think they might get into a fight? Huh? Fong Li's eyes widened in surprise at this notion, pondering for a moment before hesitating. Surely they wouldn't actually kill each other? Wen Jiu. She would wager that these two were deliberately speaking for her benefit. She cast a disdainful glance at both of them before replying, no. The two turned in unison to look at her, leaning against the front of the car, and asked in chorus, what do you mean by no? Neither of them. Although Wen Jiu was reluctant to engage with these two childish spirits, she elaborated, Jiang Yanci would not take action against Jiang Yu. Why? Mu Ling's mind sparked with a thought. Could it be that I misunderstood? Is that handsome guy not Yin Ji's rival in love? That can't be right. Recalling the message Qi Qin had posted in their group chat that day, Mu Ling said, I remember your ex was named Jiang Yu. I meant to say that Jiang Yanci wouldn't act against Jiang Yu, not that he isn't my ex. Wen Jiu could no longer hold back and lightly tapped Mu Ling's head before continuing, a rival with little threat is not worth Jiang Yanci's attention. Are you lacking confidence in yourself, or overly confident in me? As Wen Jiu's words fell, Jiang Yanci's voice, tinged with mockery, drifted over. Chapter 44. Has he truly taken on the role of a chauffeur? Wen Jiu immediately lifted her gaze, inquiringly regarding him. The man, Jiang Yanci, held Wen Jiu's shopping bag in his hand, exuding an air of refined elegance, utterly oblivious to the incongruity of the shopping bag he carried. Yet, for reasons unknown, this scene appeared strangely harmonious and pleasing to the eye, drawing the attention of passers-by. Meeting Wen Jiu's gaze, Jiang Yanci wore a contemplative expression. I believe Jiang Yu poses a significant threat to me, he mused, aware that he was certainly not Wen Jiu's childhood companion. The mere mention of childhood companion was enough to incite envy in the hearts of many. How humble of Mr. Jiang. Wen Jiu shot him a glance. Jiang Yu's failure to pursue indicated that Jiang Yanci had successfully handled the situation. Despite being the victor, he feigned an air of pity, deceivingly coy. However, since he had exerted effort, she felt it only fair to offer him a reward. With this thought, Wen Jiu beckoned Jiang Yanci closer with a subtle motion of her hand. He hesitated for a moment, then disregarded the curious onlookers and strode toward her with long strides. As he stood before her, Wen Jiu grasped the collar of his clothing. Jiang Yanci's pupils dilated in surprise, and in the next instant, he found himself being gently tugged downwards by Wen Jiu, uncontrollably bending at the waist. His gaze drew nearer to Wen Jiu's luminous skin, inching closer until her breath mingled with his, a delicate scent of wood enveloping him. His eyes instinctively fell to her rosy lips. An inexplicable itch surged in his throat, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Wen Jiu interrupted him. Jiang Yanci, she said, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. In the next moment, she raised her hand to adjust the frames of his spectacles, which had slipped askew. Her demeanor was serious, devoid of any suggestive intent. Almost immediately after her words, she lifted her foot as if the previous flirtation had been nothing but his mere delusion. Yet, how could Jiang Yanci allow her to slip away so easily after being toyed with? His slender fingers encircled Wen Jiu's wrist, pulling her back just as she turned away. With his other hand resting firmly against the car's hood, he completely enveloped her in his embrace. His broad shoulders rendered her figure invisible to any onlookers. Lowering his head, he fixed his darkened gaze upon the seemingly innocent face before him. After teasing, "You simply intend to flee? Who taught you such behavior?" Although Jiang Yanci's physique obscured Wen Jiu's view, it did not shield her from the curious glances of the two onlookers nearby. Her cheeks flushed inexplicably, and exhaling softly, she met Jiang Yanci's dissatisfied gaze with a defiant sparkle in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "Do you not like it?" she queried, seemingly certain that he would not deny it. Indeed, in the next moment, Jiang Yanci's voice, tinged with an uncommon timbre, reached her ears. "I do." Before Wen Jiu could revel in her triumph, Jiang Yanci, with a tone laced with desire, inquired, "So, may Miss Wen tease me once more?" He lowered his head, resembling a large dog eagerly awaiting its master's affection. Wen Jiu was startled by the thought that suddenly emerged in her mind. Yet the obedient demeanor of the person before her solidified her understanding. She bit her lip and gently poked Jiang Yanci's shoulder, signaling him to step back. It was not permissible. Why? He had clearly seen the stirrings in her eyes. Wen Jiu replied defiantly, "I am shy." "This reason." Jiang Yanci sighed in resignation and said, "All right, just remember to flirt with me when our Miss Wen is no longer shy. Deal?" Wen Jiu nodded, watching Jiang Yanci retreat to his original position, and then she promptly turned on her heel to run. Anticipating her move, Jiang Yanci swiftly reached out to block her path. "Where do you think you're running off to?" he inquired. Though Jiang Yanci had always trusted Wen Jiu, her guilty demeanor made it exceedingly difficult to believe in her sincerity. Wen Jiu grasped the arm that hovered before her and retorted, "Where am I running?" "Not running?" Jiang Yanci narrowed his eyes, fully aware he was not blind. However, Wen Jiu would never admit that she had indeed contemplated fleeing moments ago. After all, she could never confess to the folly of trying to flirt with someone only to find herself blushing and flustered in return. Especially not in front of the ever-curious Fong Li and Mu Ling clearing her throat. She declared, "I want to go home." "Not shopping anymore?" Jiang Yanci, dismissing her attempt to escape, suggested, "We could go to another mall." "No, I'm truly a bit tired from shopping." Wen Jiu earnestly patted Jiang Yanci's shoulder. "Please take me home, Xiao Jiang." Jiang Yanci. Did she really see him as a mere chauffeur? He shook his head with a helpless smile, saying nothing as he turned to help Wen Jiu load the items she and Fong Li had purchased into the trunk. "Mu Ling, we're leaving now. Be sure to let me know you've arrived home safely," Wen Jiu called from the passenger seat, waving to Mu Ling. Although she said this, she harbored no worries about Mu Ling's safety, considering the multitude of bodyguards she had. Mu Ling nodded, "All right," watching them depart. Mu Ling then lowered her head to message Qi Su about their date that evening. After a while, the car entered the Xingshi Jiajing community. And once all the items were moved into the living room, Wen Jiu waved goodbye to Jiang Yanci. "Take care." President Jiang. This casual nonchalance left Jiang Yanci feeling somewhat inferior. He raised his hand, nervously ruffling Wen Jiu's hair. And when he saw no sign of distaste on her face, the corners of his lips began to curve. "I'll have someone deliver food to you tonight." "All right." Wen Jiu felt a warmth in her heart, gazing happily at Jiang Yanci. "How did you know I wouldn't want to go out or cook for myself later?" "Aren't you tired?" Jiang Yanci stated, "If you're tired, just rest well." He merely wished for her to avoid exhaustion, not thinking much beyond that. "Okay." Wen Jiu revealed a bright smile, personally escorting Jiang Yanci to the door. Only after he left did she return to the living room. Fong Li, seated on the sofa, remarked upon Wen Jiu's return, "Yan Gu truly treats you quite specially." Today, upon witnessing Jiang Yanci's demeanor before Wen Jiu, Fong Li realized that Ning Wang's assertion regarding Yanci was devoid of any exaggeration. Since Fong Li's arrival at the Ning family, amidst the few encounters they had, she had never observed Jiang Yanci exhibit such patience and attentiveness towards anyone else. Even his rare trusted companions, Ning Wang and Qi Qin, seemed not to receive such treatment. Wen Jiu had heard similar sentiments from Jiang Yanci's acquaintances in Gangcheng before. She languidly reclined on the sofa, her fingers idly twisting the strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, contemplatively gazing at the darkening sky outside. She pondered whether the Jiang Yanci perceived by others truly differed so profoundly from the one she knew. It is challenging for one's true nature to remain concealed in the intimacy of daily interactions. Although Wen Jiu had not spent an excessive amount of time with Jiang Yanci, she could sense a distinct ease in his demeanor when he was with her. Such an effortless posture could not be feigned, leading Wen Jiu to subconsciously believe that the Jiang Yanci before her was his authentic self. Yet, The Jiang Yanci she knew starkly contrasted with the one portrayed by others. Wen Jiu couldn't help but wonder which version of him was the true one. Chapter 45. Only she is stingy with her affection. What are you thinking about, Xiaojiu? Fong Li gently called out to Wen Jiu, who had been lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Snapping back to reality, Wen Jiu replied, I was wondering what delicious treats Jiang Yanci would arrange for me this evening. Fong Li's anticipation was piqued at the mention of food. During her confinement at the Ning family villa, her only form of rebellion had been to abstain from food or resort to self-harm. Over time, her enthusiasm for food and play had dwindled. However, after sharing a delightful dinner with Wen Jiu the previous evening, Fong Li felt her spirit rekindled. The two of them settled down to watch television, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Jiang Yanci's delivery. At last, a knock echoed through the room. Wen Jiu halted the excited Fong Li, saying, I'll go. You wait by the dining table. All right. Fong Li nodded vigorously, swaying side to side like a crab as she made her way to the table. Wait. Wen Jiu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mu Ling appear at the door along with the food delivery. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going on a date with Chi Su? Oh, Wen Jiu, Chi Su is such a scoundrel. Mu Ling sobbed as she collapsed into Wen Jiu's embrace, her doe-like eyes red and pitiful. Wen Jiu, feeling compelled to comfort her, wrapped one arm around her while gesturing to the delivery person with the other. Could you please place the food on the dining table? Of course, Miss Wen. The delivery person nodded, bringing the insulated box into the room. What happened? Once the delivery person left, Wen Jiu inquired, looking down at Mu Ling's adorably scrunched-up face. I waited for Chi Su for half an hour, Mu Ling sniffled, wiping her tears. And that scoundrel said he never agreed to dine with me. He.S. just a jerk, deliberately toying with my feelings. And Mu Ling gritted her teeth. I just learned from Chi Qin that Chi Su is lounging around at the Chi household right now. Her heart heavy with sorrow, Mu Ling cried even harder, her distress palpable. After catching her breath, she continued to lament. Chi Su, sob. He is such a terrible person. He would rather sit at home than keep me company. Am I really that bothersome to him? Leaning against Wen Jiu's shoulder, Mu Ling found a comfortable position before asking, Wen Jiu, do you really think? Am I truly that unlikable? Not at all. Wen Jiu initially thought Mu Ling's tears were endearing, but seeing her so heartbroken made her heart ache. She gently wiped Mu Ling's tears away, saying, Our Mu Ling is incredibly lovable. The moment we first met, I thought you were delightful. Pausing for a moment, she earnestly added, absolutely adorable. Then why does Chi Su never seem to like me? Mu Ling, the sole heir of the Mu family, had always been showered with affection since childhood. Everyone who met her greeted her with a smile. Yet Chi Su appeared to have never acknowledged her existence. Despite having spent numerous years attempting to curry favor behind him, Chi Su remained miserly with his smiles, and exclusively so towards her. The thought of it twisted Mu Ling's heart with pain. She simply could not comprehend, truly could not fathom. After all that she had given, even a stone should have been warmed by now. Perhaps it was due to the monotony of the people in her life. Wen Jiu gently patted her head and urged her to enter, suggesting they eat while conversing. Monotony? Mu Ling had never entertained such an idea before, and it sparked a wave of curiosity within her as she eagerly followed Wen Jiu into the house. Once the delivery person departed, Wen Jiu snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Yanci, adding a note, grateful for your generous gift of food. Such kindness can only be expressed by finishing every morsel. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yanci enlarged the selfie Wen Jiu had sent along with the array of dishes on the table, his finger unconsciously lingering on her smiling face. Why was the young lady of the Vincent family so easily pleased by a sumptuous meal? He saved the photo in her dedicated album before replying. What time would you like to set sail tomorrow? Wen Jiu glanced at the message, then at the sobbing Mu Ling before responding, would 3 in the afternoon be acceptable? Given Mu Ling's state, it seemed unlikely she would be getting to bed early that night. Of course, Jiang Yanci replied, as it had been arranged with her in mind, allowing her the freedom to choose the time. Jiu, stop playing with your phone. Noticing Wen Jiu still smiling at her screen, Mu Ling pounced over, her voice laced with pity. What did you mean by that? With Mu Ling's persistence, Wen Jiu reluctantly set her phone aside to explain. It means you should meet more men, and you will realize that Chi Su, who currently ignores you, is not as unique as you believe. Is that so? Mu Ling asked, skepticism in her tone. Fong Li, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. I think so too. Most people around you indulge you, while only Chi Su remains indifferent. Perhaps that is why you were drawn to him. Reflecting on Mu Ling's years of pursuit of Chi Su, Fong Li suggested, I believe you should heed Jiu's advice. step outside our familiar circle, and meet more people. But how do I go about meeting more people? Mu Ling pondered, having been sheltered by her family to the extent that even her social interactions were orchestrated by them. If she were to broaden her social circle, Mu Ling exchanged glances with Fong Li, and in unison, they turned their gaze towards Wen Jiu. Jiu. When will you return to the capital? I want to go too, Mu Ling inquired. Very soon. Wen Jiu calculated the time and was astonished to realize she would be returning to the capital in merely 5 days. Looking at both of them, she said, I should be leaving in 5 days. 5 days. This time, it was Mu Ling and Fong Li's turn to be astonished. Mu Ling scratched her head. Then I will discuss this with my parents. They should agree. To be honest, Mu Ling had never ventured beyond the harbor city, and the mere thought of it filled her with excitement. Fong Li, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. After furrowing her brows in contemplation for a moment, she mustered the courage to ask Wen Jiu, Little Jiu, can you take me away? Are you also leaving? Mu Ling inquired, taken aback. What about Wang Gu? It was not that Mu Ling wished to prevent Fong Li from departing. Rather, it was the unpredictable nature of Ning Wang that caused concern. If he were to discover Fong Li's intention to leave the port city, one could only imagine the chaos he might unleash. Chapter 46. No opportunity had it been in the past. The mere mention of Ning Wang's name would have caused Fong Li to falter. However, now, as she gazed at Wen Jiu before her, a yearning for freedom ignited within her. How could she stand idly by and watch the one glimmer of hope for liberation slip away? With this thought, Fong Li suppressed the flicker of hesitation in her heart and resolutely nodded at Wen Jiu, declaring, I am leaving. Wen Jiu was not surprised by Fong Li's decision. She was not one to willingly remain confined. From the moment Fong Li chose yesterday, Wen Jiu recognized that this seemingly docile girl was, in fact, a daring gambler at heart. Having allowed her to win yesterday, how could she let her lose today? A twinkle of laughter danced in Wen Jiu's eyes as she gently replied, Very well. I shall reward you. With Wen Jiu's response, Fong Li's anxious heart began to settle. Although she was aware that Wen Jiu's identity was complex, she found solace in the fact that they were in Hong Kong. She feared causing Wen Jiu any trouble, but thankfully, Wen Jiu appeared quite at ease. Fong Li exhaled deeply, retrieving the card she had kept close to her from her pocket and placing it before Wen Jiu. Meeting Wen Jiu's inquiring gaze, she slowly spoke. This is all the money I earned from painting over the past 4 years of university. Pausing, a hint of shyness washed over her, and she lowered her eyes before continuing. In total, it amounts to 320,000. I know this sum may not seem substantial to you, but it is everything I can offer at the moment. Painting? Before Wen Jiu could respond, Mu Ling, who had been listening, interjected with surprise. Ali, you can paint? Fong Li nodded, aware that very few knew of her artistic talent. Even her registered identity and bank account were under the name of her university roommate. She understood the risks she was taking. A single misstep could lead to the loss of her hard-earned money and royalties. Yet, to keep the Ning family from discovering her whereabouts, she had no other choice. Fortunately, her university roommate was an exceptionally kind person. Wen Jiu did not inquire why Fong Li painted but instead secured the card on the table. Aside from the thank you fee, consider the remainder as your accommodation and meal expenses upon returning to Beijing. Thank you, Fong Li said earnestly, fully aware that without Wen Jiu, no amount of money would have sufficed to garner assistance from anyone else. At that moment, with her delicate brows arched and her clear gaze, Fong Li appeared increasingly endearing. Seeing her at ease, Mu Ling and Wen Jiu exchanged glances and then burst into smiles. Mu Ling, with excitement, exclaimed, Ah, the handsome men of Beijing, here I come. Beijing. Fong Li echoed softly, I'm finally going back. The 4 years she spent studying in Beijing were the most beautiful years of her life since her parents' passing. Beijing felt like her second home. Returning was the one thing she longed for most. After a night of peaceful, dreamless slumber, the faint sound of birds chirping outside roused Wen Jiu from her rest. She blinked at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought, and suddenly remembered her plans to go out with Jiang Yanci, prompting her to hurriedly search for her phone. Glimpsing at the time, she noted it had just passed 11. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, just as she was about to rise and put her phone aside. A message popped up. It was from Jiang Yanci. Let me know when you're awake so I can send you lunch. As Wen Jiu gazed at the chat window, her drowsy eyes sparkled with sudden clarity, a gentle smile gradually blossoming on her face. After pondering for a moment, she decided against replying via text and opted to call him directly. Hello? The call was answered almost instantly, but the voice that reached her was softer than usual, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. Wen Jiu rolled over, her mind hazy, wondering, what on earth is he up to at this hour? Surely not. Exercising? Jiang Yanci adjusted the treadmill's speed, donned his headphones, blissfully unaware of the peculiar tone in her voice. He lowered his voice and asked, "Did I wake you with my message?" Exercising. Wen Jiu mentally chastised herself for her earlier lack of clarity. Clearing her throat, she replied, "No, my phone was on silent." She always kept her phone on silent while sleeping. Realizing she must have slept until she naturally awoke, Jiang Yanci felt relieved. "Shall I have someone bring you some food?" "Sure," Wen Jiu responded, then playfully remarked, "You're so considerate, President Jiang. It's truly hard not to like you." His attentiveness, rather than being presumptuous, showed genuine concern for her well-being, making her heart flutter. Indeed, in a place unseen by others, Jiang Yanci could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips upon receiving Wen Jiu's praise. His efforts were not in vain. The slight rasp in his voice, perhaps a result of his workout, lent it a languid charm, reminiscent of a lover whispering sweet nothings in the morning. Each word tantalized Wen Jiu's ears, causing them to flush with warmth. She lay sprawled out, allowing herself to luxuriate in Jiang Yanci's tenderness. Her mind floating freely as thoughts came and went. "Jiang Yanci, the perfume I mentioned I would get for you has arrived in the port city. I'll bring it when we meet later." "All right, I'll bring a safe." Although Jiang Yanci held no particular fondness for perfumes, he would undoubtedly cherish anything given by Wen Jiu. How extravagant. Wen Jiu scrunched her nose, her voice slightly muffled. "It's not even anything valuable. Besides, I had it nicely wrapped, so it won't tea break." Jiang Yanci stepped off the treadmill, reflecting on the noble yet delicate demeanor that Wen Jiu exuded. His eyes filled with affection. "Actually," he teased with a smile, "if the gift breaks, it's not a concern. What worries me is if the giver becomes upset and I can't soothe her." "How could that be?" Wen Jiu retorted, "You've never had to console me. I'm easily appeased." "Is that so?" Jiang Yanci purposefully teased her, "You've given me no such opportunity." As he turned his attention to the abdominal exercise machine, he casually remarked, "Miss Wen, would you grant me the chance to console you? Is it common for mere acquaintances to engage in such comforting?" After Jiang Yanci posed his question, Wen Jiu was immediately struck by a similar inquiry, but she quickly grasped the underlying implications of his words. Nodding casually, she remarked, "All right. Let us see how you perform." Wen Jiu was not one to feign ignorance. The opportunity had been presented to Jiang Yanci, and whether he could seize it depended solely on his capabilities. Clearly, Jiang Yanci understood Wen Jiu's message as well. He nodded, his demeanor earnest as if he were making a weighty promise. "I will certainly do my best." In a 5-star hotel in the harbor city, Luo Qi strode into the appointed meeting room in her high heels. Upon spotting the despondent figure seated by the window, she hesitated to recognize him. "You?" she ventured tentatively. When the man by the window turned to look, revealing his nearly flawless features, she confirmed she was indeed in the right place. Yet, the person before her had changed so dramatically since their last encounter that Luo Qi found it hard to believe he was Jiang Yu. The charming twinkle in his eyes had faded, replaced by a heart-wrenching sorrow. The melancholic aura surrounding him was so palpable that it seemed to engulf anyone nearby. Luo Qi steadied herself, fully comprehending the reason behind Jiang Yu's transformation. Wen Jiu. The name flashed through her mind, and she realized the extent of Wen Jiu's influence, having not only drawn Jiang Yu from the capital to the harbor city, but also leaving him unable to let go of her, even after their meeting ended with her abandonment. Chapter 47. Suppressing the surging jealousy within. Luo Qi first nodded at Jiang Yu and then beckoned Shenxi, who stood outside the hall, to enter. "Please come in," she invited. As her voice faded, Shenxi, adorned in an exquisite cream-colored short skirt, stepped into the parlor. Upon noticing Jiang Yu seated by the window, her casual gaze paused momentarily. The man's chestnut hair lay obediently across his chiseled brow, while his raven-like lashes drooped alongside his slender eyelids, conveying an aura of melancholy. The overhead lights accentuated his already refined features, rendering them even more gentle. This man, is he truly the future heir of the Jian family that Qi mentioned? With such looks, one could easily mistake him for a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. Luo Qi had not warned her of his striking appearance prior to her arrival, suppressing her astonishment. Shenxi gracefully approached Jiang Yu, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Shenxi." Jiang Yu, having not spoken for some time, found his voice somewhat hoarse as he gestured for her to sit. "Please, take a seat." As for the hand Shenxi offered, Jiang Yu did not even glance at it. Feeling her gesture ignored, Shenxi's smile turned somewhat forced, yet she swiftly composed herself. It was evident that she recognized this man before her was unlike the frivolous companions who typically sought to please her. She settled into the chair opposite Jiang Yu, gathering her hair from her chest and sweeping it behind her, revealing her fair neck as she leaned slightly forward. Did you summon me for something, Mr. Jian? Shenxi's actions were overly deliberate, and both individuals in the parlor quickly grasped her intentions. Jian Yu remained relatively calm, after all. He had encountered many women who acted in such a manner. In contrast, Luo Qi's expression visibly darkened upon witnessing Shenxi's behavior. Shenxi. She interjected with a hint of warning. Jian Yu wishes to inquire about Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Wen Jiu. The mention of this name, which made her grit her teeth, instantly chilled Shenxi's previously fluttering heart. She straightened her posture, casting a reproachful glance at Luo Qi. Prior to this meeting, she had only been informed that Jian Yu had matters to discuss with her, but she had not been told it concerned Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Had she known, she would have certainly declined the invitation. What? Not willing to assist me in this matter? Jian Yu inquired, swirling the wine glass on the table. His dark gaze fell upon Shenxi, his tone languid yet tinged with a hint of coldness. Why should I help you? Though Shenxi lacked intelligence, she was acutely aware of whom she could not afford to offend. Even if the person before her was Jiang Yu, the future heir of the Jin family, she did not possess the courage to antagonize Jiang Yanci on his behalf. At this, Jian Yu's wine glass thudded heavily against the table, producing a deep sound that startled Shenxi, causing her heart to momentarily halt. Once she registered that the man before her was displeased with her refusal, a smug smile crept onto her lips. She leisurely explained, Wen Jiu is not the issue. Rather, it is her connection to Jiang Yanci. While you may reside in the capital, I trust you are aware of how cold-blooded Jiang Yanci is and the ruthlessness of his methods. Although the foundation of the Shen family lies in the harbor city, in comparison to the Jiang family, she smirked, though I am reluctant to admit it. The Shen family appears rather insignificant in the presence of Jiang Yanci. Therefore, I cannot speak of matters related to him. Cold-blooded? Ruthless? Jian Yu chuckled with amusement. I thought those were merely rumors? Huh? Rumors? Noticing that Jian Yu was captivated by her words, Shenxi leaned back with a sense of pride, half jokingly and half seriously replying. Perhaps for outsiders like you, these are mere rumors, but for us natives of the harbor city, they are veritable truths, more genuine than pearls. As she spoke, Shenxi's voice abruptly trailed off, clearly realizing she was on the verge of revealing something she ought not to. Pretending to cough casually, she graciously offered Jian Yu. Since we share a connection, why not ask what you wish to know? I shall speak freely on all matters within my knowledge. Having reached this point in their conversation, Jian Yu, though curious about more clandestine affairs, hesitated to probe further. After some contemplation, he inquired, has Jiang Yanci ever had a girlfriend? Or more simply, does he have someone he fancies? This kind of matter was not a secret in the harbor city, yet the answer was unlikely to align with Jian Yu's expectations. Shenxi shook her head. No, none at all? Jian Yu was somewhat taken aback. Logically, a man of Jiang Yanci's stature would not lack in female companionship. No. Shenxi affirmed resolutely, adding that, to her knowledge, the only woman Jiang Yanci had treated with any special regard was Wen Jiu. Only her, such enchanting words. Yet upon hearing this, Jian Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, under the gazes of Shenxi and Luo Qi, the person who had previously exuded confidence found himself with reddened eyes. Shenxi regarded Jian Yu with a mix of pity and confusion, asking, why do you want to know this? Jian Yu remained silent, but Luo Qi spoke up indignantly, because Wen Jiu and Jian Yu are a couple. What? Shenxi sprang to her feet, nearly overturning the table. She opened her mouth, wanting to question Jian Yu, but unsure where to begin, finally managing to utter. Wen Jiu is your girlfriend? We had a quarrel, Jian Yu murmured. So she came to the harbor city to clear her mind. But I had no idea she would become so close to Jiang Yanci. Luo Qi sighed. That's why I was so astonished when I first learned of Wen Jiu's closeness to Jiang Yanci. She shook her head disapprovingly, but she has a boyfriend. How intriguing. Shenxi seemed to have stumbled upon something monumental, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Maintaining her dwindling composure, she scrutinized Jian Yu and asked, how can you prove it? If Wen Jiu truly has a boyfriend, then Jiang Yanci would be the male interloper. If he were to discover this, Shenxi's exhilaration grew, knowing that it was precisely because Wen Jiu aided Shenxi that she could effortlessly acquire the shares left to her by her deceased mother. Originally, had it not been for the incident involving Wen Jiu, those shares would undoubtedly have belonged to me in the future. Observing the subtle shifts in Shenxi's expression, Jian Yu retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph of himself with Wen Jiu. Can this serve as proof? In the picture, the loathsome face of Wen Jiu is pressed closely against Jian Yu's own. Each of their cheeks bears half of a heart drawn in lipstick, clearly indicating that one had painted it and the other had pressed their face against it. Upon seeing this photograph, Shenxi grinned triumphantly. With this leverage, Wen Jiu, can I not bring you to ruin? Chapter 48. Where are you looking? After bidding farewell to Shenxi, Luoqi turned her gaze towards Jiang Yan, whose previously sorrowful expression had faded. She inquired, aren't you afraid that Wen Jiu will dislike you even more? Afraid? Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair, casually swirling the wine glass in his hand. Just as Luoqi anticipated a denial, he affirmed, of course, I am afraid. However, I would rather endure her hatred than be treated like discarded refuse, ignored and neglected, ultimately forgotten as a stranger. Besides, who can say that Wen Jiu won't eventually have a change of heart? After all, she has loved me for so many years. How could she possibly let go so easily? Winning her back is merely a matter of time. For reasons unknown, Luoqi, who had long harbored feelings for Jiang Yan, felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the almost frenzied obsession in his eyes. All is well, all is well. Listening to the voice echoing from upstairs, Wen Jiu and Fang Li, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, were expressions devoid of ease. After all, Mu Ling had uttered these words far too many times, leading them from initial certainty to doubt, and now to a state of numbness. A minute later, as Mu Ling bounded down the stairs, Fang Li anxiously scrutinized her, breathless from exertion. Are you truly all right? To her disbelief, Mu Ling exclaimed, this time, phew. This time I am genuinely fine. She patted her chest and leaned into Wen Jiu's embrace, nearly breathless from the recent commotion. Wen Jiu, accustomed to indulging Mu Ling, gently patted her back to help her regain her composure. Once she had recovered, the group finally set out. Upon opening the door, Mu Ling called out to Qi Qin by the roadside, Brother Qi Qin, come help me carry my things. I'm exhausted. Coming, Qi Qin replied, rolling his eyes at her but not slowing his pace. Give me the items. Ning Wang, feeling apprehensive, approached Fang Li. He hadn't anticipated that she would accompany them on this outing. He thought she would decline upon realizing he was going. Could it be that she is no longer angry with me? His gaze softened, yet Fang Li did not move at the sight of his outstretched hand. It's not much. I can carry it myself, thank you. Her slightly distant tone disregarded Ning Wang's displeased expression as she hurried after the departing Mu Ling Xiaoling. Wait for me. The two had already agreed to share a vehicle the previous night. All right. Mu Ling promptly paused. Your foot isn't healed yet. Take your time, she reminded her. And once Fang Li caught up, they walked together towards the car parked by the roadside. Noticing their approach, Qi Su, who had gotten out of the car at some point, instinctively opened the door. However, Mu Ling didn't even glance in his direction as she led Fang Li towards another vehicle. Even after they had entered, Qi Su's hand remained on the door handle, seemingly taken aback that Mu Ling, who usually clung to him, would forego the chance to ride alone with him. His already cold demeanor became even more frosty, presenting a terrifying visage. However, this time, Mu Ling did not feel the need to backtrack and appease anyone as she had in the past. She fastened her seatbelt and, rather than inquiring about Qi Su's emotions, she admonished Qi Qin, saying, Brother Qi Qin, it's sufficient for me and Sister Fang Li to keep you company. Please do not allow anyone else to join us. The anyone else that Mu Ling referred to primarily indicated Qi Su and Ning Wang. They had originally planned to split into 3 cars, one for Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci, another for Ning Wang and Fang Li, and the last for Qi Qin, Qi Su, and Mu Ling. Now that Mu Ling had taken Fang Li onto Qi Qin's car, Qi Su and Ning Wang were left with only one vehicle. Very well. Qi Qin was always compliant with Mu Ling, so he naturally did not reject her request. As for Fang Li, she had the audacity to disregard Ning Wang, so there was little for him to fear. Qi Qin started the vehicle and saluted Wen Jiu, who was still standing at the entrance. Wen Jiu, we shall take our leave first. Although Qi Qin was not afraid of Ning Wang, he was concerned that Ning Wang might insist on following them, which would put him in an awkward position to refuse. Thus, it was best to depart promptly. All right. Wen Jiu waved her hand, watching their car drive away until she was certain there was no spectacle left to witness, before reluctantly shifting her gaze to Jiang Yanci, who stood by the car, arms crossed, staring at her intently for quite some time. Today, he wore an outfit that was entirely different from his usual style, a blue floral shirt with dark green patterns on top and an exceedingly flamboyant pair of light pink beach shorts on the bottom. It seemed he had noticed her gaze as the man flashed a dazzling smile, his bright white teeth almost blinding. Seeing this, Wen Jiu couldn't help but tilt her head in amusement and beckoned him closer with a playful gesture. Jiang Yanci chuckled in resignation but indulged her, striding toward her with long strides. In just a few steps, he exuded the aura of a runway model. Wen Jiu observed him with a peculiar look, feeling as though this man resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. "Miss Wen, are you satisfied with my attire today?" Jiang Yanci queried, pulling down his sunglasses, his narrow eyes glinting as he met her unwavering gaze. Just barely, Wen Jiu feigned seriousness, unwilling to admit that she was already captivated by his strikingly different style. "Just barely?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, "Miss Wen, is your taste truly reliable? With a face like this, who wouldn't say he is extraordinarily handsome?" Leaning closer to her, he bent down and earnestly urged, "Take another look." The floral shirt he wore was already casually styled, with the collar and sleeves nonchalantly loosened. As he bent down, Wen Jiu's eyes were immediately drawn to the tantalizing hints of muscle beneath his shirt. In her line of sight, there was hardly any trace of excess flesh. It was as if every muscle on his body had been honed to perfection. The tautness of his pale skin even revealed subtle, prominent veins, exuding a sensual allure that was hard to look away from. Wen Jiu's gaze traveled along his refined collarbone, pausing momentarily at his chest before continuing inch by inch towards the area that intrigued her most, his abdominal muscles. However, the contours of her muscles were only faintly visible when her gaze was caught. Before she could focus her eyes, someone seized her chin, forcing her to look up. "Wen Xiaojiu." Jiang Yanci's ears flushed a deep crimson as he questioned through gritted teeth, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yanci was well aware of how to exploit his own advantages, particularly his face that attracted countless admirers. Yet, he did not anticipate that Wen Jiu's gaze was not solely fixated on his visage. Who could have known that when he realized where Wen Jiu's true attention lay, he nearly ground his teeth to dust? At that moment, Wen Jiu's delicate face rested in his palm, her soft skin brushing against him. Jiang Yanci, devoid of any romantic thoughts, could only express his frustration, asking, "Do you even realize you are a girl?" Of course, Wen Jiu replied innocently, her beautiful eyes blinking with a fearless calm that mirrored Jiang Yanci's fury. She articulated each word with remarkable clarity, emphasizing, "It is precisely because I am a girl that I should indulge in something good." Chapter 49. What if Wen Jiu paid no heed to the hand that Jiang Yanci had placed on her face? Instead, her fair fingers seized his hand with surprising strength. Although her hand was merely 2/3 the size of his, it effortlessly pried his away. Once her mind regained its freedom, Wen Jiu not only refrained from retracting but continued to tease Jiang Yanci, commenting on his splendid physique. With a playful whistle and a flirtatious wink, she encouraged him to maintain his impressive form. Jiang Yanci, having just withdrawn his hand, felt a lingering warmth that now ignited a slight itch. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how many abdominal muscles Wen Jiu had actually seen. Before he could inquire, she had already taken several strides away. After a few steps, she noticed Jiang Yanci had not followed and paused, turning back in surprise. Was he upset? Gazing at his sunlit face, Wen Jiu felt her eyes involuntarily narrow, halting her impending question. Jiang Yanci possessed striking features that exuded an air of intimidation. His sharp brow and deep-set eyes were often imbued with an icy coldness. Meeting his gaze could compel anyone to shy away. His prominent nose only heightened this formidable presence. Yet, the cool and sensual demeanor reflected in his slightly parted lips softened his intimidating aura, rendering him more roguish than menacing. As if sensing her scrutiny, the previously nonchalant Jiang Yanci suddenly lifted his gaze to meet her inquisitive stare, a casual smile gracing his lips. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked. "You look somewhat familiar," Wen Jiu replied, furrowing her brow. In that fleeting moment when Jiang Yanci flashed that disarmingly innocent smile, her heart skipped a beat, accompanied by a profound sense of déjà vu. However, she could not place it. This strange yet intense familiarity clashed within her mind, deepening the furrow of her brow. "Are you feeling unwell?" Noticing her frown, Jiang Yanci's smile faded as he swiftly approached her, concern evident in his voice. The worry in his tone made Wen Jiu acutely aware of her current disquiet. Grasping his hand resting on her shoulder, she shook her head, yet kept her gaze fixed on him, her certainty unwavering. "We have met before." Jiang Yanci felt her grip tighten, and a chaotic memory flooded his mind, one stained with blood and disorder. Nevertheless, he merely patted Wen Jiu's head in a soothing manner. "Yes, we have met," he recalled. "I visited the Vincent family estate in Y country when I was a child." "When you were a child?" Wen Jiu's frown remained, her confusion evident. "You saw me at the estate?" "Well, it could be said that way." A gentle laugh escaped Jiang Yanci's lips, as if recalling an amusing incident. He slowly recounted, When I first entered the estate, I saw you tumble and fall. It was I who helped you up. What? Wen Jiu's eyes widened. But she could not recall the event. She gazed at Jiang Yanci with suspicion. What color was my hair at that time? Golden curls, he replied, pausing for a moment before adding, so exquisite, like a porcelain doll. Golden. Wen Jiu realized she was reflecting on a memory from her childhood. At the tender age of 10, following a lost wager, her brother Wen Xing and their mother had secretly taken her to dye her hair golden, intending for her to resemble a child born to them, so they could proudly showcase her. Seeing that Jiang Yanci's recollection was accurate, Wen Jiu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Folding her arms, she narrowed her eyes dangerously. I was only 10 then. How did you recognize me now? Both were quite young at the time, and such a trivial event had transpired, yet Jiang Yanci remembered it so vividly, which was rather intriguing. I didn't recognize you. Jiang Yanci shot her a glance, seemingly puzzled by the thoughts occupying Wen Jiu's mind, and added disdainfully, I already know your identity. If I couldn't recall our childhood encounter, my mind would indeed be rather dull. After all, among the younger generation of the Vincent family, she was the sole little princess. Knowing her identity allowed him to make the connection. This reasoning convinced Wen Jiu, and she dispelled the lingering unease from her mind, urging Jiang Yanci, let us get in the car. If Mu Ling and the others move too far ahead, we won't be able to catch up. All right. Noticing Wen Jiu had regained her composure, Jiang Yanci discreetly exhaled in relief, opening the car door for her before making his way to the driver's seat. Once Jiang Yanci was inside, Wen Jiu eagerly presented a small gift box she had been holding, perfume. Shall I try it now? Jiang Yanci reached for the packaging, but Wen Jiu stopped him. Try it at home. For now, try this instead. As she spoke, Wen Jiu adjusted her sunglasses and commanded, lower your head. Is there yet another gift? A peculiar sensation fluttered within Jiang Yanci, akin to the gentle brush of a fox's tail, both strange and addictive. He half closed his eyes, careful not to reveal his emotions while taking in the subtle rise of her smile. Seeing her lips consistently curved with amusement, Jiang Yanci's heart settled. Once she donned the sunglasses, her cool fingers brushed against his ear, as if by mere chance. Jiang Yanci's long lashes quivered, and noticing his reaction, Wen Jiu couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yanci. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yanci instinctively looked up, only to be met with her eyes glimmering with cunning mischief. She smirked, your ears are quite red. Jiang Yanci remained silent, yet the suppressed emotions within his dark eyes grew increasingly intense. Wen Jiu did not shy away. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon him intently. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Even the air-conditioned confines of the car felt stifling. Moments later, it was Jiang Yanci who awkwardly averted his gaze first. A smile blossomed on Wen Jiu's face, as she had briefly entertained the thought that Jiang Yanci might lean in for a kiss. When Xiao Jiu, stirred by her laughter, provoked a somewhat flustered response from Jiang Yanci, don't think I don't know. You won't dare to let me kiss you. Although it seemed as if Wen Jiu relished in teasing him at every opportunity, the instinctive tension in her body clearly signaled her wariness to Jiang Yanci. After a brief moment of rigidity, Wen Jiu relaxed her posture and leaned back in her seat. Listening to Jiang Yanci's almost accusatory remark and the growl of the engine as the vehicle surged forward, she lifted her eyelids to observe his strong, sinewy hands gripping the steering wheel. What if? Chapter 50. More practice with dishes. The vehicle, just ignited, was abruptly halted by Jiang Yanci's foot on the brake. Wen Jiu's body swayed uncontrollably, and upon regaining her composure, she glared at Jiang Yanci with fierce eyes, exclaiming, can you drive, or must I? Jiang Yanci, unfazed by her flare of temper, leaned cautiously closer to Wen Jiu, his gaze burning with intensity. What did you just say? Repeat it, His tone bore a hint of coaxing, akin to a ravenous wolf enticing a tender rabbit. Noticing the ingratiating look in his eyes, the proud feline-like Wen Jiu tilted her head, declaring, I won't repeat sweet words. With her finger pressed against Jiang Yanci's brow, she calmly commanded, drive. Her imperious tone, though unreasonable, was irresistibly charming. Jiang Yanci's gaze deepened as he observed her delicate features for a moment before averting his eyes. As the car resumed its journey, Wen Jiu discreetly exhaled, having genuinely feared Jiang Yanci might lean in to kiss her. If he did, should she refuse? Her thoughts spiraled once more, and throughout the ride, she gazed out the window, contemplating the matter. She believed herself not the type to engage in casual kisses. Yet with Jiang Yanci as the object of her thoughts, she pondered if a single indiscretion would truly be regrettable. Arriving at their destination, the car came to a gentle halt at the seaside port, where Jiang Yanci gently reminded the still-dazed Wen Jiu, "Are you still thinking?" His tone was ambiguous, clearly aware of her inner turmoil during their drive. "What are you thinking about?" Wen Jiu feigned ignorance, gazing at Jiang Yanci with a perplexed expression, firmly asserting, "I was merely admiring the scenery. I wasn't thinking about anything." "Let us hope so." Jiang Yanci refrained from exposing her pretense, stepping out to open the door for her. "Let us go." In the distance, on a yacht, Mu Ling waved excitedly at Wen Jiu, evidently having spotted them. The salty sea breeze tousled Wen Jiu's loose curls, and as her vision was obscured, she frowned. However, before she could push her hair aside, Jiang Yanci's broad hand had already swept her hair behind her ear. "A hair tie," he stated succinctly, extending his hand toward Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You can do that?" It was not that she doubted Jiang Yanci, but could a man who had never been in a relationship truly manage to tie hair? "Of course not," Jiang Yanci replied, taking the hair tie she offered, confidently stating, "Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I've never seen a pig run." It was merely a matter of tying hair. How difficult could it be? A minute later, Jiang Yanci's arm, which was enveloping Wen Jiu's hair, began to ache. He meticulously wrapped the hair tie around her hair, then fell into contemplation. Should he twist to the left or to the right? He tentatively adjusted the hair tie, managing to wrap it around once. Yet a stray strand had escaped unbeknownst to him, swaying in the wind as if mocking his clumsiness. Jiang Yanci's brow furrowed in concentration. Is it not done yet? Although Wen Jiu was reluctant to rush him, his slow pace had begun to strain her neck. Just wait a moment. Jiang Yanci feigned calmness as he removed the hair tie, gently gathering all of Wen Jiu's hair into his palm and smoothing it out. Wen Jiu's hair flowed smoothly, slipping effortlessly from his palm as Jiang Yanci eased his grip. Striving to avoid causing Wen Jiu discomfort, Jiang Yanci meticulously calibrated his strength. With a serious demeanor, he repeated the previous action. Fortunately, this time, the hair tie successfully wrapped around Wen Jiu's hair, securing it perfectly. Observing his handiwork, Jiang Yanci exhaled in relief, contentedly stating, "It's done." "Thank you, Jiang Tony," Wen Jiu replied, relishing her newfound freedom as she quickly moved her neck to release the stiffness in her muscles. However, the moment she turned, the hair tie began to slip with her movement, falling to the ground before either of them could react. A gust of sea breeze swept in, leaving Wen Jiu with her hair tousled across her face. TSK. Jiang Yanci, having encountered a minor setback, scoffed in disbelief at the outcome of his efforts. Bending down, he picked up the hair tie, deftly twirling it around his slender fingers, and stubbornly declared, "Let us try again." Wen Jiu responded, "No need." She gestured for a pause, her fair hand raised before Jiang Yanci. "I can manage this myself. I truly can." Jiang Yanci, gripping the hair tie to prevent her from taking it, stared at her defiantly. "Do you not trust me? Does your technique inspire confidence?" Wen Jiu retorted, her wide eyes conveying both the opportunity she extended and her disdain for his ineptitude. Seizing Jiang Yanci's hand, she reclaimed the hair tie, placing her hands behind her head. With nimble fingers, she fashioned a messy bun, then proudly raised her chin toward Jiang Yanci, asserting, "You simply need more practice." The graceful lines of her neck became even more striking as she secured her flowing hair, her porcelain skin accentuating her elegant swan-like neck. As she lifted her chin, she exuded a haughty charm reminiscent of a swan. Jiang Yanci, caught between amusement and annoyance, pressed his palm against her head, redirecting her gaze toward the yacht. Unwilling to admit his own shortcomings, he smoothly shifted the conversation. "Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting." Wen Jiu pouted but chose not to dwell on the matter, wary of provoking him further as they approached the yacht. As they arrived, Qin, who had been waiting, leaned over the boat's edge and teasingly asked in a hushed voice, "Is Yanci not human anymore? Why the delay?" "What?" Wen Jiu feigned ignorance, deliberately raising her voice in response. "Are you saying Jiang Yanci isn't human?" No." A chilling glare shot her way, causing Qin to shiver as he shot an accusatory glance at Wen Jiu. "I didn't say that." "Wen Jiu, don't twist my words. I heard it." Wen Jiu replied, boarding the yacht and playfully shaking her head at the flustered Qin, reveling in her triumph. "I didn't say it, I didn't." Qin vehemently denied, retreating in the presence of the approaching Jiang Yanci, looking as if he had been betrayed, and plaintively questioned, "Yanci, don't you believe me?" His expression of innocence was so convincing that, had it not been for Wen Jiu's earlier teasing, one might have believed him entirely innocent. Fortunately, Jiang Yanci was unfazed by this, calmly striding past Qin, leaving behind a remark that sent him into despair. "Firstly, I heard it with my own ears. Secondly, it was for overseas training. What? What? After the initial shock, upon hearing the words overseas training, Qin immediately fell apart, disregarding the teasing from Wen Jiu as he hastened to pursue Jiang Yanci, who had walked to the other side. The sound of Qin's lamentations intertwined with the roar of the yacht's engine, creating an oddly captivating melody. Muling popped a grape into her mouth, approached Wen Jiu with a fruit platter, and, after offering it to Wen Jiu, mischievously remarked, "Brother Qin has quite the loose tongue." Noticing Wen Jiu casually plucking a grape and savoring it, Muling continued, "Fortunately, Yanci can handle him." Wen Jiu had already disowned this, yet remained somewhat puzzled, inquiring, "Why are you also afraid of Jiang Yanci?" Chapter 51. The taboo. Upon mentioning this, Muling felt she had much to contribute. Cautiously glancing at Jiang Yanci, she noted that he was preoccupied with Qin, who was fervently pleading on behalf of someone else, allowing her the opportunity to discreetly pull Wen Jiu aside. With a conspiratorial whisper, she began, "First, what we feel is not fear but timidity. Scholars must choose their words with precision. Second, our timidity stems from a straightforward reason, the dual pressure of Yanji's identity and strength." Recalling her own reckless provocation of Jiang Yanci, which led to her grandfather confining her to the ancestral hall for half a month, she spoke through gritted teeth. "Yanji appears to be in the same circle as us, the frivolous youth, yet his status and position align with my father, or rather, my grandfather, and perhaps even surpass it. Any action that displeases him will not require his direct intervention. Our family elders will administer a few lashes to appease his displeasure. Thus, no one dares to provoke Yanji." Muling lamented. "No matter how brash I may be outside, I must retract into my shell before Yanji." Indeed, the pressure he exuded was formidable. Wen Jiu, feeling a pang of sympathy, poked Muling's cheek stuffed with fruit. "Yet, it seems Qin is not particularly afraid of Jiang Yanci." Muling, her words slightly slurred, swatted away Wen Jiu's teasing hand to swallow her mouthful before continuing. "After all, Qin and Yanji grew up together. Their bond is not something outsiders can compare to. Furthermore, when Yanji's family faced turmoil years ago, it was Qin who unhesitatingly stood by his side, providing Yanji with leverage. Otherwise, with Qin's ineffectual father, the Qi family wouldn't be securely positioned among the top tiers of the harbor city." Wen Jiu was taken aback to learn of such an intricate backstory. She had assumed their camaraderie was merely the result of childhood friendship. Meanwhile, Fong Li, listening intently to their conversation, hesitated before speaking. "Ning Wang has also mentioned the Jiang family's past upheaval. I recall him implying that Yanji's parents perished during that turmoil." At this revelation, Mu Ling's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly gestured for Fong Li to be silent, and upon noticing that Jiang Yanji and the others seemed oblivious to their discussion, she lowered her voice. "Do not mention this matter. It is Yanji's taboo. Whoever brings it up will face dire consequences." With that, she exaggeratedly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. This revelation heightened Wen Jiu and Fong Li's awareness of the matter's significance. "Wen Jiu," Muling gently nudged her, "if you're curious about these events, you may directly ask Yanji. Given your unique relationship with him, he is likely to confide in you." "I'm not curious," Wen Jiu shook her head, disinterested in prying into someone else's wounds to satiate her own curiosity. Her thoughts drifted instead to another matter, recalling that radiant, cheerful smile. She asked, "Has Jiang Yanji always possessed such a temperament?" Muling paused, then pressed her lips together, abandoning the fruit, her gaze serious as she fixed it upon Wen Jiu. "No. The Yanji of the past was somewhat akin to Qin, that passionate, youthful spirit, you know?" Upon nodding in acknowledgement, Wen Jiu continued, "However, compared to the mindless Qin, Yen Gu is notably more astute and considers matters with greater maturity, albeit limited to logical reasoning." Mu Ling reminisced about the audacious and fearless youth in her memories. Letting out a sigh, it was only after the incident I mentioned earlier that Yen Gu seemed to transform entirely. His methods became increasingly ruthless, and his treatment of competitors grew ever more brutal, almost the complete antithesis of his once optimistic demeanor. If you hadn't inquired, I might have forgotten that passionate and kind-hearted Yen Gu. However, Mu Ling seemed to recall something, her sorrowful aura shifting, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wen Jiu. Since Wen Jiu's arrival, she felt as if she had once again glimpsed the vibrant, warm Jiang Yanci from their past. "Wen Jiu, Yen Gu has no qualms with his own." She patted Wen Jiu's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not fear him." Wen Jiu, however, felt an overwhelming apprehension in Jiang Yanci's presence, making it impossible for her to conjure fear. "Wen Xiaojiu, Jiang Yanci, having escaped Qi-Qin's clutches, called out to the trio of heads huddled together not far away. Mu Ling jumped, and upon realizing Jiang Yanci was not approaching, she sighed in relief. She nudged Wen Jiu. Yin Gu is calling for you. Hurry. With a decisive spirit akin to a dead comrade is better than a living one, Wen Jiu clenched her fist in dissatisfaction before making her way to Jiang Yanci. As she drew near, Jiang Yanci fixed his intense gaze upon her and inquired, "What were you discussing so intently?" He had observed her several times, yet Wen Jiu remained oblivious. What could she possibly divulge to Jiang Yanci? That was, without a doubt, out of the question. With an unflinching demeanor, Wen Jiu declined, "Do not pry into the gossip of girls." Jiang Yanci fell silent. Approximately half an hour later, the yacht entered the fishing zone. Standing beside Jiang Yanci as he prepared the fishing line and bait, Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. Oh, how revolting. The bait they had prepared consisted of small octopuses and a type of elongated worm, resembling a footed earthworm, sandworm, wriggling energetically, causing goosebumps to rise on Wen Jiu's skin. Fishing can be rather enjoyable. Would you care to give it a try? Jiang Yanci offered her the fishing rod he had just cast into the sea. You were just giving it to me? She asked. Jiang Yanci, with a teasing smirk, replied, or did you intend to bait it yourself? No. I wasn't prepared for that. Quickly, Wen Jiu accepted the fishing rod, relishing the fruits of Jiang Yanci's labor. Humming a tune as she awaited the moment a fish would bite. Soon, Jiang Yanci and Qi-Qin each took a fishing rod. All of them earnestly fixated on the tranquil sea surface. Yet, as moments ticked by, the waters remained calm, devoid of any signs of fish biting. Wen Jiu adjusted her Bluetooth earphones. Are there even fish in this area? Mu Ling, with her legs crossed, shrugged. Perhaps. Prior to the sea fishing, they had only fished on the island. It was their first experience on a boat, thus Mu Ling lacked expertise. Qi-Qin, casting a disdainful glance at the two, remarked, you must have patience, for goodness sake. Fishing is an activity that cultivates one's character and requires patience. Is that not so? Yet, it seems rather excessive that after 40 to 50 minutes, there is still no sign of a catch. The sky is about to darken. Wen Jiu was initially engrossed in Qi-Qin's serious yet nonsensical ramblings when suddenly, her fishing rod was forcefully tugged. Her immediate reaction was to mimic what she had seen on television, jerking the rod upwards. Upon feeling the intensified pull, she stood up in a flurry, anxiously calling out to Jiang Yanci. Jiang Yanci, there is a fish. I've caught a fish. Chapter 52. The soft rice of warm wine. It is a rarity to witness a typically composed individual display such a demeanor. Jiang Yanci chuckled as he set down his fishing rod and strode confidently to warm wine's side. Does it feel heavy? Very heavy. Hurry up. I can't pull it any longer. Warm wine exclaimed, utilizing the curved base of the fishing rod against her abdominal muscles to gain leverage. However, despite her efforts, the formidable force continued to tug her toward the water. As it was her first fishing experience, Warm Wine felt an exhilarating thrill at hooking a fish, but also a tinge of anxiety about being dragged into the sea. Consequently, she appeared exceedingly tense, her arm muscles taut with strain. Jiang Yanci wasted no time. Positioning himself behind her, he adjusted his hands on the rod, one above and one below hers, before initiating an impromptu lesson. When I exert force, you must do the same. The fish you've caught is quite strong. It will be challenging to reel it in without tiring it out first. His steady voice resonated near her ear, sending a slight shiver down her spine. Yet, Warm Wine could not entertain any romantic notions. Her gaze was fixed intently on the bobber in the water. Fearing the fish she had finally hooked might escape. Fortunately, Jiang Yanci's presence provided her with immense reassurance. Despite it being their first collaboration, Warm Wine and Jiang Yanci exhibited remarkable synergy, deftly avoiding any missteps in their movements. Mu Ling and the others had already gathered to witness the excitement once they heard about Warm Wine's catch. As the fish began to tire, the group displayed eager expressions, as if anticipating its imminent emergence from the depths. However, the fish seemed to relish the game, darting away with a flick of its tail. The onlookers collectively held their breath. In response, Warm Wine and Jiang Yanci would allow the line to slacken, enabling the fish to tire itself out before making a determined effort to reel it in. After countless rounds of this back-and-forth struggle, the fish finally succumbed to fatigue. Jiang Yanci released the rod to retrieve the net, while Warm Wine remained steadfastly gripped to her fishing rod. At the moment the fish was scooped into the net, Warm Wine collapsed onto a chair, utterly drained, exclaiming, "Am I fishing or merely being walked?" However, none of those present paid her any heed, all rushing to inspect the fish. Wow, Mu Ling marveled at the lively fish in the boat, salivating. With such vigor, it must be delicious. Indeed, Chi Su replied. Glancing at Mu Ling, this is a mouse grouper, one of the more valuable species of wild grouper. The fish's elongated head and pointed mouth, coupled with its grayish hue, indeed bore a resemblance to a mouse at first glance. Mu Ling made a face, acknowledging Chi Su's attempt at conversation, but remained disinterested. Turning towards Warm Wine, who was still slumped in her chair, she waved, Warm Wine, come and see your prize. I'm coming, Warm Wine sighed, reluctant to move. Yet, her enthusiasm for her catch was undeniable. It was, after all, the first fish she had ever caught in her life. With enthusiasm triumphing over fatigue, Wen Jiu shook her sore arms and prepared to rise. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yanci had approached and placed his arm horizontally in front of her. Understanding his intention, Wen Jiu did not hesitate to lean on his arm for support as she stood up, then dashed over to join Mu Ling and the others, squatting down to observe. Upon seeing the fish, adorned with spots reminiscent of a leopard's coat, Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. Is it really that unattractive? And it's not even that big. The fish before her appeared to be merely 50 centimeters long. How could it be taken for a walk like a dog? Sensing her discontent, Jiang Yanci explained. Wild fish possess significantly greater strength, and this particular grouper is quite large for its species. He couldn't help but admire Wen Jiu's luck. The fish was indeed quite plump. Its belly and fins were visibly thick with meat, and Wen Jiu couldn't help but fantasize about how delicious it would be once cooked. She squatted down, her eyes gleaming like a ravenous wolf as she fixated on the grouper. Let us do it. Without hesitation, as soon as her words fell, the chef from the kitchen came over to take the fish for preparation. Wen Jiu watched her prize disappear into the distance, ready to continue the battle when she noticed a fishing rod in her peripheral vision wobbling. She quickly warned, whose fishing rod is moving? At her words, everyone turned. And in the next moment, Chi Qin let out a piercing scream. Mine. Before the sound had faded, he, who had been nonchalantly observing, dashed forward, seizing the rod and pulling upward, only to find that the hook was not only empty of fish but also devoid of bait. Ah, my fish, Chi Qin lamented, casting his gaze skyward. The others regarded him with sympathetic eyes before, almost in unison, returning to their seats. They did not wish to share Chi Qin's misfortune, having lost a catch due to their inattention after the fish had already bitten. In contrast to Mu Ling and the others who had yet to catch a fish, Wen Jiu, the first to reel one in, displayed a much more relaxed demeanor. The evening sea breeze oscillated between gentle and fierce, yet it did not deter the fervent anglers. It was not until the kitchen began to serve the prepared dishes that Jiang Yanci spoke up. It's about time. Let us eat. On the sea, a feast of seafood awaited them. As Wen Jiu began to reel in her line, Jiang Yanci took the rod from her. Allow me, he said. Since it was Wen Jiu's first fishing experience, she struggled with the finer details. Thus, upon his suggestion, she willingly handed the rod over to him, assisting with whatever she could, such as placing the fish hooks into a container. Once everything was tidied up, the group gathered around the table. The sight of an abundance of seafood made Wen Jiu's eyes sparkle. In that moment, nothing could be more satisfying than feasting on fish she had caught herself. As they simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, a collective sigh of delight escaped their lips as the succulent, tender fish melted in their mouths. Though they were no strangers to fresh seafood, nothing could compare to the one they had caught through their own efforts and anticipation. Soon, the dishes on the table began to reveal signs of having been devoured. Observing the contented demeanor of Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci leisurely commenced to take half of the most succulent portions from each fish and placed them onto the empty plate in front of himself. Witnessing this action, Chi Qin felt a surge of displeasure. Yen Gu, he exclaimed, fixating intently on the morsels in Jiang Yanci's plate. Can you possibly consume all of that? Chi Qin was well aware that Jiang Yanci was not particularly fond of seafood. Thus he understood precisely for whom those portions were intended. However, knowing the truth and teasing him with a few playful remarks were two entirely distinct matters. I can't finish it, Jiang Yanci replied calmly, pushing the plate towards Wen Jiu, but Wen Jiu can. Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled with delight, showing no hint of embarrassment. Thank you. Observing this scene, Chi Qin couldn't help but twitch his lips, muttering, if it weren't for the fact that most of the fish on this table were caught by Wen Jiu, I would never stand idly by and watch my beloved fish being taken away. After uttering this, Chi Qin seemed to have an epiphany. Turning to Jiang Yanci with a puzzled expression, by the way, Yen Gu, why didn't you fish today? Isn't it rather shameless of you to feast on Wen Jiu's generosity? Chapter 53, The status yet to be defined Jiang Yanci's fishing prowess is widely acknowledged by the elder members of the clan. Yet today, it seems that after casting his line initially, he has not managed to catch a single fish and has since reeled in his rod. Eating soft rice? This phrase strikes a chord. Jiang Yanci reclines languidly on a beach chair, a hint of pride gleaming in his smiling eyes. What can I say? With Wen Jiu's exceptional luck and skill, I cannot help but indulge in this soft rice. Upon hearing herself praised, Wen Jiu straightens her back. Though I am indeed formidable today, it is largely thanks to our esteemed Zhang's assistance. Otherwise, I would have ended up feeding the fish myself. Wen Jiu is not the type of girl who is utterly helpless, yet engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish in the sea truly poses a challenge for her. After catching a few fish, her hands are still trembling. Jiang Yanci refrains from casting his line again, fearing that something might go awry for Wen Jiu. Hearing this, Mu Ling concurs. Indeed, if it weren't for my regular training, I wouldn't have been able to reel them in either. Fishing requires strength, however. Mu Ling seems to have made a discovery as she gazes at Wen Jiu. You cannot possibly tell me that you eat this much while not exercising regularly? Wen Jiu silently takes another bite of fish, shaking her head in response to Mu Ling's incredulous look. In her younger years, Wen Jiu often trained with a coach to build her strength, but since returning home, she has hardly moved at all. Mu Ling releases a sigh of relief. I knew it. If you weren't exercising and still didn't gain weight, that would be truly bizarre. Wen Jiu. She genuinely wishes not to dishearten Mu Ling, but, observing Mu Ling's relieved expression, she cannot resist teasing her. She inquires, does a post-meal stroll count as exercise? Even Fong Li, who had been quietly eating, looks over in astonishment. Hearing the sound of Mu Ling's chopsticks snapping under pressure, Fong Li quickly restrains Mu Ling's agitated fist. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Harming your health benefits no one. Ollie, look at Jiu. She truly treats me like a non-entity. Mu Ling leans on Fong Li's shoulder, feigning tears. Witnessing this display, Wen Jiu discreetly picks up a piece of meat from her own bowl and places it into Mu Ling's. Fish is a source of high-quality protein. Consuming more will not lead to weight gain. Is that sufficient? The one who had been sobbing moments ago promptly shoves the meat into her mouth and exclaims, so delicious. Fong Li, however, that is still insufficient. You must reveal the reason behind your not gaining weight. Mu Ling gazes at Wen Jiu with anticipation. To maintain my figure, I must exercise double the amount for every bite I take. It's truly a struggle. Wen Jiu genuinely does not wish to discourage Mu Ling. Yet she cannot fabricate an appropriate excuse and can only respond honestly. It's due to my constitution. It's innate. Wen Jiu has always been slender. Even the excess energy from binge eating during her adolescence was utilized for growth. Ollie, do not stop me. Mu Ling can no longer contain herself and lunges toward Wen Jiu. Fong Li, obedient as ever, made no attempt to intervene. Merely observing as Wen Jiu nimbly evaded Mu Ling's grasp, dashing onto the deck to engage in a spirited game of chase. Qin languidly reclined on a beach chair, watching the playful antics of the two with a sigh, remarking, I always believed Wen Jiu possessed a mature and composed demeanor, much like you, Yan Go. I never anticipated she could be this lively. Hearing the trivial chatter, Jiang Yanci's gaze fell upon Wen Jiu, who deftly avoided Mu Ling's attempts. Her lips curving into a radiant smile that exuded warmth, nearly drowning him in her charm. Observing the subtle shifts in Jiang Yanci's expression, Qin shivered slightly. It's been nearly a month, he queried. Have you expressed your feelings to Wen Jiu? No rush, Jiang Yanci replied, his eyes still fixated on Wen Jiu. No rush. Qin, alarmed by his response, sat up straight. How can there be no rush? You must realize that Wen Jiu is only in Port City for a month. Once she returns to the capital, how will you pursue her? I'm not without legs. Though Jiang Yanci conversed with Qin, his gaze remained unwaveringly on Wen Jiu. The distance between the capital and Port City is considerable, even with legs. You'd be hard-pressed to traverse it, Qin thought to himself. I'll take a plane. My legs won't falter. And then what? Qin, clearly catching on to Jiang Yanci's implications, was bewildered. Are you contemplating a long-distance relationship with Wen Jiu? Jiang Yanci reluctantly tore his gaze from Wen Jiu, casting a sidelong glance at Qin. I lack even a formal acknowledgement. What relationship could there be? Don't bring up irrelevant matters. Very well. Qin slumped back into his chair, musing, you're doomed. Without a formal acknowledgement, your heart has already run off with her. What future family status could you possibly have? Jiang Yanci watched as Wen Jiu jogged over. They've finished their frolic, there's no saving you now. Qin conceded, offering his best wishes for Jiang Yanci's success. As the stars twinkled in the sky, the once lively cruise ship settled into tranquility after the well-fed guests retreated to rest. Wen Jiu, still wide awake, stood on the deck, stretching her stiff back from prolonged sitting. As she extended her arms, a sudden gust of cold wind swept over her, prompting her to instinctively pull her hands back and embrace herself. The night air over the sea was markedly cooler than during the day, and as she rubbed her goosebump-covered arms, she prepared to return for a jacket, only to feel a warm blanket drape over her shoulders. Without needing to glance back, she knew who stood behind her. At this moment, the only person attentive to her movements was him. The unguarded familiarity and trust she unconsciously exuded softened Jiang Yanci's heart. He approached her side, his lean, strong frame resting against the railing. One long leg casually bent, embodying a languid ease. Taking the remaining earbud from the case in her hand, he placed it in his ear and, as he toyed with the now empty case, inquired, "We're watching the sunrise early tomorrow. Why aren't you asleep yet?" The soothing melody from the headphones harmonized beautifully with the tranquil night. "I can't seem to sleep." Wen Jiu took a step forward, relaxing as she leaned against the ship's railing, gazing down into the unfathomable depths of the sea beneath her feet, allowing the sea breeze to caress her face. "Have you eaten too much?" Jiang Yanci pondered the reason for Wen Jiu's insomnia. At this, Wen Jiu shot him a glance, retorting, "If I had eaten too much, I would be sleepy. After all, energy is prioritized for the stomach, and one tends to feel more inclined to rest in such circumstances." Perhaps, she mused, it was the thought of leaving the port city that made her reluctant. Jiang Yanci casually remarked, "Then you toss and turn, unable to sleep?" While he spoke of departing from the port city, his true concern lay in questioning her feelings about leaving him. Wen Jiu saw through the tension underlying his casual demeanor and chose not to indulge him. "Why not directly ask me if I'm reluctant to leave you?" After a moment of silence, the nonchalance in Jiang Yanci's eyes shifted like receding tides. He fixed his gaze on her, earnestly scrutinizing every expression that graced her face. Exerting all his might to suppress the tumultuous unease clamoring within him to escape confinement, and in a voice barely audible to himself, he asked, "So, is that the case?" Chapter 54. So simple in that fleeting moment when the fish in the sea surged to the surface for air. The sound of Wen Jiu's voice mingled with the rhythmic ebb and flow of the ocean, reaching Jiang Yanci's ears. "Yes," Wen Jiu replied decisively. She had never been one to withhold her feelings. How could one harbor affection for another and remain silent? If love goes unacknowledged, who is truly loved? Thus, at that moment, Wen Jiu unambiguously conveyed to Jiang Yanci, "Yes." Upon hearing the answer he longed for, Jiang Yanci's eyelashes fluttered delicately. He realized he stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, towering over Wen Jiu, yet the angle did not allow him to fully perceive her emotions. Hence, he took a step back, bent down, and imprinted her image in his gaze. "When is your flight? I will see you off." Wen Jiu's eyes widened in surprise, meeting his deep, indulgent gaze. It was neither a hindrance nor a plea for retention. "Wen Xiaojiu," he sighed, a sound tinged with both resignation and acquiescence. "Are you certain you wish to return? I will not stop you, nor would I dare. My probing was merely to glean from you a reason for myself, a reason that would assuage my fears of not finding you when I seek you. Is it really that simple?" Wen Jiu pressed her lips together, her dimples akin to cups brimming with intoxicating wine. Jiang Yanci's fingers twitched, unable to resist the urge to gently touch her, yet reluctant to withdraw. His slightly rough thumb caressed the dimple at the corner of her mouth, as though he wished to blend his breath with hers, forever, drowning in that moment. So simple. The initial objective of all his recent endeavors had been achieved. As long as she hesitated, as long as she felt reluctant, as long as her heart fluttered, that was enough. The subsequent steps could unfold at leisure. Perhaps it was the profound affection reflected in Jiang Yanci's gaze. Or perhaps it was her own deliberate indulgence. Wen Jiu, who typically abhorred others touching her dimples, only caught Jiang Yanci's mischievous hand after a few seconds. "No touching," she scolded, her tone feigning ferocity, yet lacking in intimidation. However, Jiang Yanci dared not further provoke her. Once he withdrew his hand, Wen Jiu calmly tucked her own behind her back, yet her fingers, which had brushed against Jiang Yanci's palm, fidgeted slightly. His palm was warm, radiating a refreshing heat that eased the chill from Wen Jiu's wind-blown hands, inexplicably leaving her somewhat reluctant to part. Wen Jiu mused that it must be the coldness of the wind at present. It is human nature to seek warmth, convincing herself that she was not a mere temptress. Wen Jiu managed to suppress the fluttering sensations within her heart, only to raise her gaze and meet Jiang Yanci's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. She believed her subtle movements were concealed well. However, upon encountering Jiang Yanci's seemingly all-seeing eyes, her face betrayed her, flushing uncontrollably. Why are you staring at me like that? In her fluster, Wen Jiu nearly choked on her own saliva. As I pondered, it was rare to witness her in such a state of embarrassment. Jiang Yanci, with a mischievous heart, placed his hand back in front of Wen Jiu and teased, if Miss Wen has not yet had her fill, I could reluctantly make the sacrifice. No need to force it, Wen Jiu replied, pushing Jiang Yanci's hand away, her heart aching with the effort. After all, she was a hand enthusiast. Rejecting Jiang Yanci at that moment felt as cruel as denying a homebody the comfort of home or a foodie their meal. No need to force it, Jiang Yanci remarked, his hand lightly tapping the seam of his trousers. His fingers, distinctly shaped like tender green shoots or bamboo, rendered even such a casual motion exquisitely captivating. Wen Jiu felt a dazzling brightness before her, yet she prided herself on her self-control. She shook her head and refused. May I touch it? The moment the words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped them. Wen Jiu bit her lip in frustration, cursing her own audacity. Jiang Yanci could not help but laugh outright. Just as Wen Jiu thought he would grant her this opportunity, he turned and walked away. If you dislike forcing it, then so be it. Wait. Hey. Wen Jiu hastily quickened her pace to catch up. I just don't want to force myself. Forcing others is still acceptable. Forget it, Jiang Yanci replied, his voice laced with playful mockery. My status is not one that can be compelled. Jiang Yanci, how can you be like this? Wen Jiu exclaimed, hastening her steps to keep up with him. Like what? Jiang Yanci stopped and turned to question her, and in the next moment, he watched helplessly as Wen Jiu, unable to halt her momentum, collided directly into his embrace, though he swiftly steadied her by grasping her arms. Her forehead still struck his chest with a resounding thud. Ouch. The plaintive cry of Wen Jiu was met with a low grunt from Jiang Yanci, and she abruptly looked up. Meeting his dark gaze, she stepped back a pace, feeling insecure, and retreated another step before mustering a charming smile to ask, I said I couldn't stop, not that I intended to take revenge. Do you believe me? Why are you running? Jiang Yanci sighed, pulling her back before him once more. Does your forehead not hurt? Though his chest ached fiercely, he worried for her little head, uncertain if it would swell by the morrow. Observing the already noticeable red mark, Jiang Yanci pressed her down onto a beach chair. Behave and sit tight. I'll be back shortly. Wen Jiu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Once Jiang Yanci had walked away, she inhaled sharply and immediately began to rub the spot where she had collided. How painful. Thankfully, Jiang Yanci had steadied her. Otherwise, it would not have been just her forehead that suffered. Her lovely nose would have been in peril as well. The thought of her nose being injured conjured vivid images of blood splattering, filling Wen Jiu with gratitude for Jiang Yanci, wishing she could bow to him on the spot. After Wen Jiu had collected herself, Jiang Yanci returned, holding something in his hand. Apply this egg, or else it will swell by tomorrow, he spoke, placing the soft cloth-wrapped egg against her forehead, asking, is it too hot? Wen Jiu shook her head, saying the wine was not too hot. Jiang Yanci's voice was no longer as lighthearted as before. He acknowledged his mistake, admitting it was inappropriate to tease her. Wen Jiu's skin, fair and luminous under the yacht's cold lights, made even a small red mark on her delicate complexion appear glaringly conspicuous. It was not a significant matter. Wen Jiu waved her hand dismissively. Although it indeed hurt, as long as it did not mar her beauty, it was of little consequence. Jiang Yanci remained silent, gently rolling the egg to provide warmth for Wen Jiu. The hem of his shirt fluttered in the breeze, and at that moment, even the air seemed to hold a serene stillness. Chapter 55. You sent her to me. I wished to change my sitting posture, as my waist felt taut and weary. Before Jiang Yanci could respond, Wen Jiu reclined back in the beach chair, allowing her entire being to relax, coupled with the warmth of the egg on her forehead. It wasn't long before her eyelids began to droop in comfort. Observing Wen Jiu's head gently bobbing up and down, Jiang Yanci couldn't help but smile as he cradled her chin in his palm. He playfully pinched the soft flesh beneath her jaw before lowering his voice to inquire, Are you tired? Would you like to return to your room for a nap? No, came her sleepy reply, seemingly unaware that the hand supporting her chin belonged to the very person she had been longing for. She tilted her head, resting her cheek against Jiang Yanci's palm. Evidently pleased to have found a comfortable position, her lips curling into a smile that radiated delight. As he gazed at the defenseless figure of her slumbering form, Jiang Yanci finally comprehended why he had never associated her with the child he had first encountered, compared to the 10-year-old Lady Vincent, who had displayed remarkable composure amidst the watchful eyes of kidnappers, managing to secure a weapon and escape that hellish ordeal. The present Wen Jiu appeared far too much like an ordinary girl raised in a normal environment. Time slipped by unnoticed, and as the warmth of the egg faded, Jiang Yanci gently cradled Wen Jiu's face and settled beside her. His movements were tender, yet she sensed his presence. She lifted her head, struggling to open her eyes just enough to glimpse the ink-black sky, adorned only with twinkling stars, before yawning and reclining back. "The sun is calling me," she murmured, and as her words faded, her breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. How profoundly tired she must be. Jiang Yanci sighed and rose to fetch a thicker blanket to drape over her. With the sunrise merely 2 hours away, it was clear that Wen Jiu had no intention of returning to her room. Precisely what Jiang Yanci desired, to linger a little longer with her, even if it meant silently keeping her company. At 4:30 the next morning, Qin was awakened by the alarm and stumbled out of his room, rubbing his eyes. Just as a yawn was about to escape his lips, he was halted by the enchanting sight before him. Similarly roused by the alarm, Mu Ling stepped outside and spotted Qin. Just as she was about to greet him, she saw him make a gesture. Curious, she followed his gaze and, upon seeing the two nestled together on the deck, her mouth fell open in astonishment. "Is it truly this captivating?" she whispered, excitedly stomping her feet. In the next moment, she honestly retrieved her phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, beneath the crimson clouds that heralded the sun's emergence, the girl rested her head against the boy's shoulder. The gentle morning light and the soft caress of the breeze painted a serene tableau. Sensing that her phone's pixelation could not do justice to the beauty before her, Mu Ling dashed back to her room to fetch her camera. In unison, neither chose to intrude upon the couple until the sun finally broke the horizon. "Wen Jiu. The sun has risen," Jiang Yanci gently roused the person beside him. Wen Jiu, stirred from her slumber, blinked blearily, her gaze immediately drawn to the vibrant red sun leaping above the sea level, as countless golden-hued clouds gracefully spread apart. As the wine cooled, a shadow fell before them. Jiang Yanci adjusted the sunglasses for her, cautioning that prolonged exposure could discomfort the eyes. With a slight nod, Wen Jiu lifted her head from Jiang Yanci's shoulder, her arms cradling the emptiness of the view before her. The entire world seemed to hush, the boundless sea undulating gently, punctuated only by the low hum of yachts riding the waves. At the ship's railing, Mu Ling quietly held Fong Li's arm, both absorbed in the serene landscape, golden sunlight cascading upon them, causing their hair to shimmer with a soft glow. Qin casually draped his arm over Ning Wang's shoulder, noting, "Have I provoked sisterly again?" It was evident to him that Fong Li and Ning Wang were in a silent standoff since boarding the vessel the previous day. Their exchanges had been scarce. Yesterday, he had been curious about Fong Li's presence with Wen Jiu, but it now seemed that Ning Wang's actions had likely incited her ire, prompting Fong Li to escape from Ning Wang's villa. Yet, he pondered why she had ended up with Wen Jiu. Perhaps it was the latter's assistance? When had she ever shown him kindness? Ning Wang brushed Qin's hand away, an air of palpable resentment emanating from him. Observing his discomfort, Qin grinned broadly. "I mean no offense, but it seems Fong Li is quite fond of me. She always greets me with a smile." If Fong Li were not the object of Ning Wang's affections, Qin might have pursued her himself, for she embodied the tranquil and gentle demeanor he admired. "Shut up." Ning Wang ground his teeth, wishing to slap the smug fool, yet he restrained himself. Should he act against Qin, Fong Li would undoubtedly step in to defend him, and Ning Wang had no desire to inflict further harm upon himself. "Fine." Qin shrugged, sensing the severity of Ning Wang's expression, choosing to divert his gaze to Su, who stood alone, a sinister expression clouding his features. Yesterday, Mu Ling had confided in him about a trip to the capital, as he contemplated his younger brother's prolonged silence. He wondered if it was genuine indifference or merely a fade. Soon, they would uncover the truth. Just as he was about to approach Su, Ning Wang called him back. "Help me with something." Immediately on hearing this, Qin's expression shifted to one of wariness. "What do you need?" Ning Wang evaded the question. "Just tell me, as a brother, will you help?" At this, Qin sensed trouble brewing. Squinting, he replied, "First, tell me what it is, and then I'll decide if I want to be your brother." He was no naive fool, blindly loyal without principles. "Ning Wang, this bastard is becoming increasingly shrewd." With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Ning Wang disregarded Qin's reluctance, pulling him closer and lowering his voice. "Soon, Mu Ling will definitely drag Fong Li to your car. You'll need to deliver her to me. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing these words, Qi Qin immediately delivered an elbow strike to Ning Wang's abdomen. Although he did not apply much force, Ning Wang still furrowed his brow. I am indeed unwell. His eyes, brimming with a possessive obsession, remained fixated on the distant silhouette of Fong Li. Without a Li, I would perish. Do you believe that? I believe you are foolish. This time, it was Qi Qin who shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder, gritting his teeth yet compelled to lower his voice as he questioned. We have long advised you not to go too far regarding Fong Li. Did you heed our warnings? The current state of your relationship with her is entirely of your own making. If I do not act with a certain intensity, I would not even have the chance to see your face. What am I to do? Ning Wang roared, veins bulging on his neck. Chapter 56. It should be like him we grew up together. You should be well aware of her disdain for me. Moreover, had I not forcibly brought her back to Harbor City during her graduation ceremony, do you believe I would have had any chance of finding her after my mother's people took her away? Noticing a slight softening in Qi Qin's expression, Ning Wang continued, You know well how indulgent she became during those years away from Harbor City, having grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Her heart has long since run wild. How could she ever return to Harbor City to be at the mercy of others? Thus, Fong Li's graduation ceremony represented Ning Wang's sole opportunity. Whether Fong Li was taken away by Madame Ning's people or she anticipated Madame Ning's intentions and fled in advance, the outcome was equally unacceptable to him. The world is vast. If Fong Li truly wished to conceal her whereabouts, he would have no hope of finding her. Since you are aware that she has fared better outside of Harbor City, why must you insist on confining her here? Qi Qin gazed at Ning Wang in confusion. Brother Wang, do you not think your love is suffocating? He refused, stating, I cannot assist you with this matter. Although Qi Qin was not Fong Li, the mere thought of living every day under the scrutiny and control of others drove him to madness. Suffocating? Ning Wang's pupils trembled, and his complexion turned pale. Qi Qin's lips moved, as if realizing he had spoken too harshly, and he awkwardly explained, Fong Li has such a good nature. If you speak to her kindly, she will listen. There is no need for such forceful measures. She will listen? Ning Wang found Qi Qin's words laughable. Fong Li would heed everyone's words, except for his own. If it had been at the outset, perhaps she would have listened to him. Ning Wang recalled the day he returned home after playing basketball and, upon entering, saw a girl in a plain white dress with a high ponytail standing beside Madame Ning. That was the first time he met Fong Li. She had a cherubic face, and as she caught sight of him, she broke into a radiant yet slightly shy smile. At that moment, Ning Wang thought to himself, what a well-behaved child this is. Before he could even inquire, Madame Ning's voice rang out, a Wang. This is your sister, Ali. She will be living with us from now on, which only heightened Ning Wang's initial joy. Having spent time with that mischievous little monkey, Mu Ling, this obedient girl was a refreshing change. Initially, Ning Wang assumed Fong Li was merely the child of his mother's friend, taken in due to some family troubles, and thus treated her well. He included her in his usual activities, took her to enjoy all the delicious food, and even worried that she might be bullied at home by others, so wherever he went, he brought her along whenever he could. When they were still unfamiliar with each other, Fong Li would quietly follow him, occasionally calling out sweetly for help, Ning Wang Gij. As they grew slightly closer, she would also take the initiative to suggest going out to play together. As half a month passed, Ning Wang had grown accustomed to having this little shadow by his side. However, at that moment, he was unable to participate in the game due to Qi Qin's ankle injury and returned home early in the family car, only to witness an astonishing scene. His usually amiable mother was punishing Fong Li by making her kneel in front of all the household servants. Observing Fong Li's slender form, her back straight as an arrow, Ning Wang experienced the sensation of heartache for the first time. Just as he was about to enter and help her up, Madame Ning's voice halted him. If it weren't for the fact that you are the offspring of someone I deeply cherish, do you think I would bother with you? He was struck with shock and confusion. What did she mean by the offspring of someone I deeply cherish? Ning Wang had always been aware of his parents' discord. While other children enjoyed the constant companionship of their parents, he seldom saw both of his throughout the year. Yet, he had pretended not to care. Now, the spectacle before him suggested that perhaps their discord stemmed from other reasons. Furthermore, what was the true relationship between Fong Li and the man his mother professed to love? Was she merely that man's child, or was she the child of both his mother and that man? A torrent of thought surged through Ning Wang's mind as he resolutely kicked open the door and stepped inside, fixing his gaze upon Madame Ning, demanding, So, who exactly is she? Caught off guard by his sudden return, Madame Ning's expression soured, yet she appeared indifferent to Ning Wang's inquiry. Did you not hear? She is the daughter of the man I love. And what about my father? Ning Wang, suppressing the tears threatening to spill from his eyes, stared intently at Madame Ning as if he needed to extract an answer from her. In the past, his father was seldom at home. And although Ning Wang felt a sense of confusion, he refrained from questioning further to spare Madame Ning's feelings. But today, he sought clarity. Was his father's absence due to his own desire to stay away, or was it his mother who wished to keep him from returning? Your father is simply your father. Faced with Ning Wang's palpable sorrow, Madame Ning offered a cold, almost heartless reply. Even as she observed the anguish etched across Ning Wang's face, she smiled and added, Do not worry about your father. He has his own family outside. Madame Ning's demeanor and her words struck Ning Wang like a bolt from the blue. His hands trembled around the basketball as he questioned, his voice thick with emotion. And what about her? Is she another product of your other family? Family? Madame Ning shook her head, her tone laced with regret. I wish it were so, but alas, it is not. Fong Li's father is a principled man. Otherwise, we would not have separated, nor would he have fathered a child with another woman. Reflecting on this, Madame Ning's gaze grew colder. She approached Ning Wang, affectionately patting his head as she had done in the past. Good child, mother knows you are sensible. So you must get along well with your sister. Sister? Get along well? To hell with that sister. At that instant, as Fong Li cast a worried glance in his direction, Ning Wang slammed the basketball onto the ground, causing it to bounce back towards Fong Li. Fong Li did not evade. The basketball did not strike her, but rather soared past her head. Yet, Ning Wang observed the terror-stricken expansion of Fong Li's pupils, mirroring his own realization of the truth moments ago. A peculiar, unsettling sense of exhilaration surged within Ning Wang. If he were to be a child of the Ning family, he ought to embody the same essence. He struggled to force a smile, a grimace more hideous than tears. Dear sister A. Li, I shall endeavor to coexist harmoniously with you from now on. He enunciated the word harmoniously with meticulous clarity, and Fong Li seemed to grasp his intent. From that moment on, her gaze towards him lost all semblance of softness, replaced solely by fear and loathing. Just as she despised Madame Ning for bringing her into the Ning family, she found herself loathing this brother of hers. How could one's attitude towards another shift so abruptly? Just this morning, she had reluctantly seen him off, her eyes brimming with affection and trust. How could her feelings turn to disdain merely because of a moment's anger? Chapter 57. Ning Wang gazed sorrowfully at Fong Li as she staggered to her feet, limping away with her knees bruised and purple. It seemed that all her previous reliance and trust in him were merely illusions. He wished to apologize. Yet the stubbornness of her retreating figure rendered him unable to set aside his pride and speak. After all, she was the intruder who had disrupted his once serene life. Was it not justified to harbor resentment towards her? Why should he apologize? From that moment on, the seemingly obedient Fong Li would don a facade of compliance in front of others, while erecting barriers against him. She could offer gentle words to everyone else, yet her responses to him were cold and dismissive. No matter how well he treated her thereafter, he could not elicit even a hint of warmth from her. How could someone like Fong Li ever heed his words? Ning Wang shut his eyes, turning away from Qi, and muttered, If you do not wish to help, then so be it. It is not that I do not wish to help. Qi softened upon witnessing Ning Wang's gesture of wiping away tears, and gently explained, You ought to respect Fong Li's wishes. Do you understand what I mean? Ning Wang remained silent. After a moment of waiting, Qi sighed and walked away, realizing that no amount of external persuasion would sway the emotions of those directly involved. Only when they reached their breaking point, when they felt the sting of reality, would they consider turning back. As the sun hung high in the sky and the yacht docked, the group disembarked one by one, finally feeling the solid ground beneath her feet. Wen Jiu stomped her feet in satisfaction and glanced back at the yacht, thinking to herself that she would love to return someday. Let me take you home to rest, Jiang Yanci offered. Wen Jiu nodded. And just as she lifted her foot to walk, her phone rang. Seeing that the call was from Shenqi, she answered while following Jiang Yanci toward the car. Jiu, have you returned? Shenqi's voice was laced with concern. Sensing the urgency in her tone, Wen Jiu replied, slightly puzzled, We just disembarked, Qijia. Is something wrong? During her days in the port city, Shenqi had occasionally checked in on Wen Jiu's life, but her inquiries were usually limited to messages. A sudden phone call was out of character for her unless there was something pressing. Sure enough, Shenqi's voice turned grave as she continued, This morning, the young master of the Wen family, Wen Qingjing, unexpectedly arrived in the port city. After a pause, she added seriously, Jiu, I suspect he has come for you. Wen Jiu's steps came to a halt as her gaze fell upon several figures approaching her, her expression growing increasingly icy. There was no need for doubt. He was indeed here for her. Have they already come to find you? Shenqi inquired. Upon hearing Wen Jiu's confirmation, Shenqi stood up abruptly in her office, anxious to rush outside. She had received the news and immediately called Wen Jiu, only to realize she had been a moment too late. When Xingyu handed the wine to herself, if she were to be bullied on her own territory, Shenqi would have no idea how to justify it to Wen Xingyu. Hearing the commotion from her side, Wen Jiu quickly interjected, "Sister Qi, you need not come over. Jiang Yanci and the others are here. I shall be fine. It wouldn't be prudent to owe Jiang so many favors, having experienced the intricacies of the business world." Shenqi understood that the most difficult debt to repay is that of human favors, acknowledging that Wen Jiu spoke out of genuine concern for her. There was a flicker of warmth in Wen Jiu's previously cold gaze. Softening her tone, she playfully reassured, "Rest assured, I am well aware of these matters." The bond between her and Jiang Yanci was not one of indebtedness. These were merely casual exchanges. If it ever came to a point of reckoning, she was confident she could settle it. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Wen Jiu felt deep down that she and Jiang Yanci would never reach a point of severance. Then, Shenqi hesitated. "If anything arises, do be sure to call me first." "Understood," Wen Jiu replied readily. "Now, Sister Qi, please attend to your affairs." One more thing, Shenqi did not immediately hang up, but continued, "Shenqi's friend from Jing City is acquainted with Jian Yu, and I believe it's important to inform you of this." "Luoqi?" Wen Jiu's expression remained largely unchanged. "I am aware of this matter. According to my sources, Shenqi has met with Luoqi privately, and while I do not have the specifics of their conversation or actions, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer." "Is that so?" Wen Jiu's gaze drifted to the group a mere few steps away, her tone revealing no hint of emotion. She replied to Shenqi, "Sister Qi, I will message you later." "All right." Wen Jiu's statement indicated that the environment was no longer suitable for discussing the matter, and Shenqi ended the call. Reflecting on Shenqi's interactions with Jian Yu, Shenqi found herself unable to remain seated in her office. She stepped out, instructing her secretary, "Please investigate Shenqi's whereabouts over the past couple of days and report back to me." The secretary nodded and promptly set about fulfilling the task, allowing Shenqi to gradually relax her furrowed brow. At the port after hanging up, Wen Jiu turned her phone in her hand, then, with an impassive expression, regarded the individual who had approached her. Jiang Yanci stood a half-step behind her, watching the uninvited guest with keen interest. This was the second encounter with Wen Jiu's ex-boyfriend. The last time, he appeared rather ordinary. This time, he seemed even more so. "Is there anything you require of me?" He leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Wen Jiu's ear, creating an alluring atmosphere. Yet, the man's piercing gaze passed over Wen Jiu, fixated on Jian Yu, radiating a challenge that seemed to convey the ambiguity of his relationship with Wen Jiu. Witnessing this, Jian Yu instinctively stepped forward, only to halt as reason returned, reminding him of the territory he was within, unable to bear the sight of Wen Jiu being so intimate with another. Jian Yu took the initiative to interrupt the flirtatious ambience between the two. "Cheng, I've heard that you have made quite a number of friends in the harbor city, so I came to keep an eye on things." After 2 days apart, today Jian Yu appeared significantly more spirited, although still slightly gaunt compared to before. He at least no longer seemed so despondent. Wen Jiu cast a faint glance at him before pushing away Jiang Yan's head that was resting against her ear, murmuring, "It tickles." As she spoke, Wen Jiu lifted a hand to touch her tingling earlobe. What was this sudden display of intimacy? Jiang Yan, responding to the pressure of Wen Jiu's finger, rose and met her gaze with an indulgent look, saying, "I will be more mindful next time." Wen Jiu did not take Jiang Yan's words to heart. Instead, she turned her attention to Wen Chengjing, asking, "What brings you here?" Her inquiry clearly indicated that she dismissed Jian Yu's earlier explanation. Wen Chengjing, who had long heard rumors of Wen Jiu's breakup yet refused to believe them, felt a heavy weight in his heart as he observed her so close to another man. Although he was aware that this man was someone he could not afford to offend, he maintained a stern expression and commanded, "Come here, let us return to the capital." Chapter 58. "And you are merely an illegitimate daughter." With a disdainful glance, Wen Jiu looked up at him. Yet, it was precisely this air of indifference that incensed Wen Qingjing to the utmost degree. He could not fathom why an illegitimate daughter would dare to disregard him. A genuine scion of the Wen family. Surely, he was aware of Wen Jiu's true identity, despite what others might believe. Did she truly think that by the Wen family's declaration of her as their eldest daughter, she could assume the role of a legitimate heiress? The mere thought ignited a fire within Wen Jiu. Previously, since Wen Jiu did not reside within the Wen household and maintained a close relationship with Jiang Yan, he had managed to overlook her arrogance. However, now, Wen Jiu scoffed, looking down at her with an air of superiority. I am your brother, the eldest son of the Wen family, while you are merely an illegitimate daughter. Before Wen Jiu could respond, he reiterated his demand. Come back to the capital with me. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. You have no right to dictate my actions. Wen Jiu recognized Wen Qingjing's foolishness, which was precisely why those within the Wen family refrained from revealing her true identity to him. Yet, she was taken aback by his sheer ignorance. Fortunately, the toxic elements within the family had been dealt with, and she no longer needed to conceal her true self. Otherwise, she might very well be driven to exasperation by this self-righteous simpleton. With a cold huff, she disregarded the indignant expression on Wen Qingjing's face. Did you not consult Wen Su before seeking trouble with me? Am I truly someone you can provoke? Wen Su was Wen Qingjing's father and the current chairman of the Wen Corporation. He also served as Wen Jiu's nominal father, yet after returning to the country, she had never lived with the Wen family. Their relationship was strictly transactional, devoid of affection. Wen Su, she always addressed him by his full name. While he could scarcely allow her to endure any hardship. Wen Jiu, are you even human? As the eldest son, subject to Wen Su's stringent expectations, Wen Qingjing was consumed by jealousy at Wen Su's indulgence and favoritism towards Wen Jiu. Yet, Wen Jiu felt no respect for Wen Su and would not even utter the word father. What right did she have to claim the title of the Wen family's heiress? Wen Jiu sighed in exasperation, feeling quite helpless. Perhaps you should return home and reconsider your thoughts. Having expressed herself so plainly, could Wen Qingjing not contemplate other possibilities? She truly did not wish to squander her breath on such a fool. Donning her sunglasses, she attempted to walk past him. However, in a sudden fit of madness, Wen Qingjing raised his hand to strike her. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yanci swiftly grasped Wen Jiu's shoulder, shielding her within his embrace and turning her aside. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu, sensing Wen Qingjing's movement, seized his descending hand with increasing force, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare he lay a hand on Wen Jiu? Mu Ling and the others were utterly unprepared for Wen Qingjing's sudden aggression, and they were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, Mu Ling rushed to Wen Jiu's side, still cradled in Jiang Yanci's protection. Are you hurt? I'm fine, she reassured. Wen Jiu shook her head and turned to glance at the deeply concerned Jiang Yanci, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yanci's first instinct would be to protect her, especially since he possessed the capability to intercept Wen Qingjing. In that moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to ridicule Jiang Yanci for being flustered by his concern or to feel something else entirely. Regardless, she was acutely aware of the erratic rhythm of her heartbeat resonating within her chest. Once assured of Wen Jiu's safety, Mu Ling, in a fit of agitation, rolled up her sleeves and lunged toward Wen Qingjing's face. Dare to touch my sister in my presence? Do you think I, Mu Ling, am powerless? As Mu Ling charged forward, Jiang Yu subtly released his grip on Wen Qingjing, retreating a half-step. Almost instantaneously, Mu Ling's palm landed squarely on Wen Qingjing's cheek. You vile wretch, Wen Qingjing exclaimed, cupping his face in shock. A blend of astonishment and humiliation washing over him as he clearly did not expect to be struck by a woman. He inhaled sharply, preparing to retaliate. However, a swift kick to his knee sent him sprawling, his outstretched hand falling limply as he cried out in agony. Chisu withdrew his foot and stood beside Mu Ling, inquiring with a hint of mischief, Do you wish to continue? Mu Ling cast him a fleeting glance, not in the mood to argue, and seethed, Hold him down. I will make him understand who holds the power in Gang City. How dare he lay a hand on her sister right before her eyes? If she did not pummel him to the point where even his parents would fail to recognize him, she would not carry the surname Mu. As Mu Ling's fist rained down upon him, the crumpled form of Wen Qingjing emitted cries of torment, peeking out from Jiang Yanci's embrace. Wen Jiu observed the beleaguered Wen Qingjing and discreetly gave Mu Ling a thumbs up. After a brief interval, noticing that Mu Ling showed no signs of stopping, Wen Jiu was about to intervene when Jiang Yanci gently reassured her, Do not fret. Mu Ling has fought with people from our circle since childhood. She knows precisely where to strike to inflict pain without endangering life. Wen Jiu was taken aback, realizing that Mu Ling possessed such formidable skills. After enduring a considerable amount of punishment, Wen Qingjing finally grasped who could potentially rescue him. Struggling to extricate himself from Mu Ling's relentless assault, he pointed at Wen Jiu, pleading, You must make her stop. If not, I will go home and tell Dad everything. I will not spare you. Before Wen Jiu could respond, Jiang Yanci stepped protectively in front of her, his gaze fixed ominously on the prostrate Wen Jiu. If you do not wish to keep that hand, I can ensure it remains in Gang City forever. If it were not for Wen Jiu's presence. Jiang Yanci's cold stare bore into Wen Jiu like a wolf, his hands trembling slightly, but gradually steadying. He was determined to make this scoundrel, who dared to lay hands on Wen Jiu, bleed on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury boiling within him. Leave Gang City at once, or else. What the or else entailed remained unspoken, yet the chilling menace in Jiang Yanci's reddened eyes sent a shiver down Wen Jiu's spine. He felt as though he were being submerged in the icy depths of a winter lake, his entire being instantly drenched in frigid water. He swallowed hard, retracting the hand that pointed at the warm wine, paralyzed by fear and unable to utter a single word. Is this truly the contemporary ruler of the Jiang family in the harbor city? Jiang Yanci. At this moment, this name was indelibly etched in Wen Jiu's heart, more terrifying than Mu Ling, who had just seized the opportunity to deliver 2 kicks. Yet, as if such expulsion were insufficient, Jiang Yanci was about to instruct Qi, who was merely spectating, to prepare another gift for the Wen family when his arm was abruptly tapped by Wen Jiu from behind. He turned to meet her eyes, which held a faint smile. She spoke softly, I am fine, let it be. Considering that Wen Su had maintained a relatively tight-lipped demeanor over the years, and in light of Mu Ling's recent assault on Wen Jiu, they would let this matter rest. Although Jiang Yanci still felt unsatisfied, he ultimately chose not to undermine Wen Jiu's wishes. Upon seeing Jiang Yanci nod, Wen Jiu's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu, who stood nearby. Jiu, I did not foresee that he would lay hands on you. Meeting Wen Jiu's eyes, Jiang Yu's already reddened gaze was tinged with helplessness and remorse. He murmured an apology. I'm sorry. Chapter 59. Do good people reap good rewards? He intended for Wen Jiu to assist him in bringing Wen Jiu back to the capital. Yet, he never contemplated causing her any harm. With Wen Jiu, this foolish individual, creating a scene, Wen Jiu was likely to become even more frustrated with herself. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wen Jiu. Take him back, Wen Jiu spoke, marking her first and last statement of the day to Jiang Yu. Even though Jiang Yu tried to intervene with Wen Jiu would not express her gratitude or soften her heart towards him, since it was Jiang Yu who had brought him along. He was entirely responsible for any unforeseen consequences. Upon finishing her words, Wen Jiu cast a disdainful glare at the bruised Wen Jiu. No wonder the Wen family is reluctant to disclose my identity to you. Wen Jiu, your level of foolishness is truly beyond redemption. So, what identity does Wen Jiu actually possess? Wen Jiu's lips moved, his gaze fixed on Wen Jiu, who was protected by Jiang Yanci as she boarded the vehicle, his confused eyes revealing his bewilderment. Mu Ling shook her tired hand. Having exerted herself a bit too much, you wretched creature, do not let me see you in Port City again. Otherwise, I shall strike you once more. After declaring this, Mu Ling fiercely shook her fist before reluctantly releasing Wen Jiu. It had been a while since she had fought. It felt exhilarating. She skipped joyfully to the car with Qi, completely forgetting about the harmonious cooperation she had just shared with Qi Su. Witnessing this, Qi Su felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness in his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Mu Ling, but his voice was stifled. And by the time Mu Ling boarded the vehicle, the words of retention remained unspoken. That day, he had not intentionally missed their appointment. However, Mu Ling did not turn back, unable to perceive his hesitance. Can I let go now? Seeing that Mu Ling and the others had gone far, Fong Li moved her hand, which was grasped tightly by Ning Wang, and coldly reminded him. She had intended to intervene when she saw Wen Jiu act against Wen Jiu. Yet she was unsure why Ning Wang had stopped her. Ning Wang remained still, gently gazing at her, his eyes filled with an obstinacy that made one want to retreat. He said to Fong Li, come home with me. That is your home, not mine. Fong Li struggled to free her hand from Ning Wang's grasp. Her already fair skin turned red from the struggle, but she seemed oblivious, coldly turning to leave. Just as Ning Wang was about to follow her, Wen Jiu, who had distanced herself from Jiang Yanci, suddenly halted and extended her hand towards Fong Li, meeting the warning in Wen Jiu's eyes from afar. Ning Wang reluctantly stopped in his tracks. After ensuring Fong Li was safely in the car, Wen Jiu quietly inquired of Jiang Yanci beside her. If I were to take Fong Li from Port City to the capital, would Ning Wang go mad? Jiang Yanci paused, realizing what Wen Jiu meant, and rubbed his temples in slight exasperation. When do you think would be suitable? Wen Jiu made a playful grimace. Ning Wang is your friend. You should know him better than I do, right? So, her sentence trailed off, but Jiang Yanci had already grasped her intention. With a subtle glance at Ning Wang, who had taken a seat in Chi Su's vehicle, Jiang Yanci silently diverted his gaze, suppressing the flicker of guilt within him. He presented his perspective. Tonight. Tonight? Wen Jiu echoed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Jiang Yanci casually elaborated. Firstly, everyone is quite exhausted from today's activities, and generally, no one wishes to continue the exertion. Secondly, there are still a few days before your departure, hence, Wang's vigilance has not yet reached its peak. Seemingly pleased with Jiang Yanci's analysis, Wen Jiu complimented him with a pat on the shoulder. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a good man. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. A hint of discomfort crossed Jiang Yanci's face as he recalled the earlier betrayal. He cast a sidelong glance at Wen Jiu's mischievous demeanor and inquired, So, do good deeds yield good rewards? Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu immediately became wary. What kind of reward do you seek? Jiang Yanci pondered for a moment, poised to articulate his request, when Jian Yu's approach interrupted their conversation. The words Jiang Yanci had intended to speak halted in his throat as he lifted his gaze to the man standing before them. His eyes reflecting an indescribable disdain. Mr. Jian is still here. Ignoring Jiang Yanci's provocation, Jian Yu's focus remained solely on Wen Jiu. Jiu, may we have a serious discussion? Certainly. Jian Yu, already bracing himself for a rejection from Wen Jiu, was taken aback when she agreed. Simultaneously, Jiang Yanci, standing beside Wen Jiu, felt a barely perceptible shift in his expression. Wen Jiu blinked, her voice calm as she stated, The largest street-side CAF in the port city is quite easy to find. We shall meet there in an hour. Why not now? Jian Yu, anxious, pressed for an answer as he watched Wen Jiu prepare to leave. However, she simply waved her hand dismissively and entered the vehicle. Even after their cars had driven away, Jian Yu remained fixated on their receding figures, pondering the reason for the 1-hour delay. Was it to change her attire? Or perhaps to rest? Yet, it seemed insufficient time for either. For reasons unknown, a growing unease settled within Jian Yu's heart. Mr. Jian, the battered Wen Jing stumbled to his side. Noticing a viscous liquid seeping from his nostrils, hastily covering his nose with his hand. Shouldn't you take me to the hospital first? I can't, he coldly replied, fiddling with the car keys in his hand. Wen Jing was taken aback. Why not? Because I wish to slap you myself. Jian Yu forced a smile, suppressing his ire as he questioned, Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on her? I was just infuriated by her. Wen Jiu had called his intellect into question, clearly labeling him a fool. Throughout his life, Wen Jing had always been averse to such remarks. Thus, upon her mentioning it, he lost his composure. His protests grew quieter as he realized Jian Yu's gaze had grown cold. Recognizing that uttering another word could lead to further punishment, Wen Jing wisely fell silent. Fool, Jian Yu muttered in frustration before adding, I will have someone expedite your return to the capital. Wen Jing pinched his nose and exclaimed, Can't we go to the hospital first? Are you trying to get us killed? Jian Yu's patience had worn thin. Then let us return to Jing City. Wen Jing wiped the blood on his clothes, feeling wronged as he followed Jian Yu out. Had he known that Jian Yu had brought him to the harbor city merely to endure such suffering, he would have never come. Chapter 60. The taste of ruthlessness in this scene, when Jiu sits in the passenger seat, indulging in the snacks prepared by Jiang Yanci. Humming along to the car's music, her cheerful demeanor evident. Jiang Yanci maintains a calm facade, yet his gaze frequently drifts towards Wen Jiu, as if he is probing her thoughts. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity as Wen Jiu excitedly opens another bag of chips, he inquires, Are you this happy to meet him? The car, which initially exuded a subtle fragrance of pine, suddenly feels as if it has been steeped in vinegar. Wen Jiu feigns a sniff and, with an astonished expression, asks Jiang Yanci, What a strong scent of vinegar. Can you smell it? No, Jiang Yanci replies, stopping the car to snatch the freshly opened bag of chips from Wen Jiu's hands, savagely crunching a couple of pieces before darkly stating, I can only detect the scent of ruthlessness. Wen Jiu beams at the chips in Jiang Yanci's possession, waiting for the opportunity to reclaim them. She queries, What does ruthlessness smell like? Jiang Yanci, amused yet exasperated by her exaggerated demeanor, retorts, Raise your hand. Wen Jiu raises an eyebrow but complies. Jiang Yanci, with a victorious smirk, suggests, Bend down and take a whiff, you'll discover the scent of ruthlessness. The playful demeanor of the man before her sharply contrasts with his usual serious countenance, making him appear less like a figure of authority and more like a brash second-generation socialite. Wen Jiu, visibly frustrated yet still smiling, exclaims, I find it rather fragrant. If you don't believe me, take a sniff. With that, she extends her hand towards Jiang Yanci. In the sunlight, her arm glows with a tender, porcelain-like quality, reminiscent of a delicate, soft cake. Jiang Yanci feels a tingle of discomfort and, with a twitch of his brow, pinches her wrist to move her hand away. Firmly refusing, I want to smell it. Wen Jiu's hand, so fair that it dazzles his eyes, prompts her to ask, why not? Just won't. Jiang Yanci scoffs. And seizing the moment while Wen Jiu is distracted, he finishes the chips and hands the empty bag back to her, elegantly wiping his hands clean and advising, buckle up. I'm about to drive. Wen Jiu, speechless, clenches the empty chip bag tightly, her fist crackling with frustration. Jiang Yanci, are you a dog? As the car resumes its journey amidst Wen Jiu's indignant query, Jiang Yanci glances at her flustered expression and chuckles. Not a dog, but yours. Wen Jiu, taken aback, thinks to herself about the insipid romantic cliches that ensnare so many. She struggles to suppress a smile and turns her head to gaze out the window, resolving that if she responds to Jiang Yanci today, she would indeed be a dog. The journey continues in silence, with Jiang Yanci stealing glances at Wen Jiu, only to see her beautiful profile. His childish antics keep a smile lingering on his lips. Upon arriving at Jiang, as the car comes to a halt, Wen Jiu, brimming with indignation, attempts to open the door, but finds it stubbornly stuck. As she was about to turn and reprimand Jiang Yanci for his action of locking the door, a decisive click echoed, and the car lock released. The words on the tip of her tongue were abruptly stifled, meeting Jiang Yanci's gaze, which was filled with defiance. His hand paused its rhythmic tapping on the steering wheel. He innocently gestured, we've arrived, Miss Wen. Please disembark. With a haughty glance, Wen Jiu bet that Jiang Yanci had deliberately done that. Stifling her indignation, she stepped out of the car, only to find Fong Li, who had been inside for a while, emerging from the house. Upon seeing her, Fong Li's face instantly lit up with delight. Xiaojiu, you finally made it. Yangu had someone bring hot pot over. We couldn't eat without you, and it's been torturous waiting. Indeed. Mu Ling's head poked out from the hallway. I originally intended to go home and pack, but when I heard Yangu had prepared hot pot, I hurried over. Jiu, come quickly. I'm famished. She waved her hand towards Wen Jiu, her face betraying her impatience. Listening to their conversation, Wen Jiu turned back to the newly disembarked Jiang Yanci, raising an eyebrow in expectation of an explanation. I was concerned you might indulge in too many chips and ruin your appetite for the hot pot, he replied, feigning innocence. Wen Jiu glared at him. Why didn't you mention it sooner? What was the point of my sulking all this way? Realizing he had upset this little sovereign, Jiang Yanci disregarded the amused expressions of the onlookers, approached Wen Jiu, and lowered his voice, coaxing her gently, as the saying goes. There isn't a problem that a hot pot can't resolve. So, Miss Wen, would you consider letting this matter go? Humph. Wen Jiu huffed, her pride evident, and began to walk towards the villa. After a few steps, noticing Jiang Yanci lingering behind, she turned to glare at him. With a sudden understanding of her intent, Jiang Yanci quickly caught up, and only then did Wen Jiu feel satisfied enough to enter the house. Upon reaching the living room, Wen Jiu noticed Qin was also present. His face broke into a wide grin upon her arrival. Uninvited, but I trust our esteemed Miss Wen isn't upset? Given the current atmosphere, it appeared that Mu Ling and Fong Li had forged a friendship with Wen Jiu, while Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu's relationship remained ambiguous. Ironically, he found himself the most unfamiliar with Wen Jiu among them. Yet, for the sake of the hot pot, Qin steeled his resolve to join in. Not at all. Wen Jiu shook her head, signaling everyone to take a seat before adding, you are the first friend I made in the harbor city, and I am genuinely pleased by your presence. A wave of relief washed over Qin at her words, prompting him to take charge and invite the more reserved Fong Li to sit down. He began to speak animatedly. Wen Jiu and I share a great rapport. If I weren't a man and Yin Gu weren't protective, it's likely I would have been her sister before either of you. Hearing this, Mu Ling shot him a disapproving glance. Why not just undergo gender reassignment? After that, I'd gladly be your sister. Little sovereign. Can you refrain from suggesting such absurd ideas? What is absurd? Isn't it you who desired to be sisters with Jiu? Even as a man, it would hinder my sisterly bond with her. Nonsense. Mu Ling slammed the table, exclaiming, we girls are all fragrant and soft, while you are but a stinky stone. A stinky stone is unworthy of us. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Qin mimicked a gesture to strike the table. But upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Yan's ambiguous smile, his hand softened. He gently lifted a crab leg from the table and placed it into the hot pot, muttering, a true gentleman does not quarrel with ladies. Observing the scene, Wen Jiu couldn't help but smile, finding the banter between the two endearing. Just eat already. The meat is nearly ready. Previously, Wen Jiu had been skeptical about Qi Qin's claims of merely viewing Mu Ling as a sister. But witnessing their animated exchange made her a believer. Throughout the hot pot feast, most of the time was spent watching Mu Ling and Qi Qin engage in their playful sparring. Naturally, during the interludes of their banter, Wen Jiu and the others deftly indulged in a considerable amount of delicious food. By the time the two finally caught up, Wen Jiu and the others had nearly finished their meal. Taking the initiative, Wen Jiu stood up first, declaring, "Let us eat first and worry about the dishes later. I leave the washing to you all." Chapter 61. The intention of the drunken man is not in the wine. Upon witnessing the motion of warming the wine, the previously raucous duo fell silent simultaneously. Mu Ling then inquired, Jiu, are you planning to step out?" Her tone was laced with a subtle hint of probing. Wen Jiu discreetly cast a glance at the immovable Jiang Yanci, and a realization dawned upon her. She mused how it was curious that everyone had converged here for hot pot. Indeed, the drunken man's true intention lay not in the wine. Nodding, she replied, "I have some matters to attend to. I will be stepping out for a while." Ah? Mu Ling sprang to her feet, sensing the icy gaze lingering behind her, and hastily composed herself, forcing a smile that was painfully strained. "With so many guests here, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave, would it?" "It's nothing." Wen Jiu waved her hand nonchalantly. "They're all friends. Feel free to enjoy yourselves." Mu Ling felt a sudden disinclination to maintain a friendship with Wen Jiu. Ignoring her pleading gaze, Wen Jiu pinched her cheek. "You all continue eating. I shall go upstairs to change." With that, Wen Jiu ascended the stairs without a backward glance. In her absence, the living room felt as if it had been abruptly enveloped in a frigid, ancient ice, leaving the others shivering in its chill. Qi Qin cautiously stole a glance at the source of the cold, popped a piece of beef into his mouth, and after swallowing, remarked, "Yen good. It seems Wen Jiu is determined to meet her ex. What should we do?" Jiang Yanci's face betrayed no emotion, yet his eyes were dark and foreboding. "What use are you lot besides eating?" This remark, although minimally harmful, was laced with a strong sense of insult, causing Fong Li's chopsticks to falter as she pondered her own worth. "Yen go." After a brief silence, Fang Li spoke softly. "If you don't wish for Wen Jiu to go, why not say so directly? What good would that do?" Qi Qin, savoring the flavor of the beef, interjected before Jiang Yanci could respond. Wen Jiu and her ex were merely pursuer and pursued. No matter how influential you are, Yen go. It would be inappropriate to meddle in their private affairs before securing your position, lest you attract scorn. Keep silent, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Jiang Yanci kicked Qi Qin's shin, his already grim visage darkening further. Observing this exchange, Mu Ling and Fong Li exchanged a discreet glance, both recognizing the truth that sometimes the strongest adversaries are the ones we least expect. Given Jiang Yanci's regard for Wen Jiu, he seemed reluctant even to utter a harsh word. However, watching the unfolding drama was one thing that could not simply allow Wen Jiu to meet her ex. The thought of Wen Jiu being deceived back into a grand reconciliation sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Yanci would be devastated, and they would be left in disarray. With this thought in mind, Mu Ling feigned contemplation before a sudden inspiration struck her. "Yen ge, why not confess your feelings right now?" Jiang Yanci was momentarily shaken, finding the suggestion somewhat compelling. If he confessed first, Wen Jiu would likely lose the desire to meet her ex, wouldn't she? Yet, what if she rejected him? The mere thought of her refusal followed by her meeting with Jian pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. Moreover, he was utterly unprepared. Jiang Yanci swiftly dismissed the proposal, asserting that it was too casual. He could not, simply to prevent Wen Jiu from being disturbed, confess his feelings to a mere ex without any preparation. Such an act would belittle her sentiments for Wen Jiu. If confessing is out of the question. Mu Ling pondered intensely, her eyes suddenly brightening as she smiled at Jiang Yanci. "I have another idea. But it hinges on whether Brother Yin is willing to take a risk." With her mischievous expression, Jiang Yanci instinctively sensed that her idea would be less than favorable. Yet he was at a loss for alternatives. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Go on." With a giggle, Mu Ling leaned mysteriously and uttered 2 words, "Seduction." Thud. Qi Qin's chopsticks clattered to the floor at the sound of those words. Observing the tension etched on Jiang Yanci's face, Qi Qin quickly restrained his hand. "Brother Yin, Mu Ling only has your best interests at heart. Please don't act rashly." It was only Mu Ling, bold and audacious, who would dare suggest such a tactic for the esteemed head of the Jiang family. "Let go." Jiang Yanci shot a glance at Qi Qin's hand resting on him, straightening the wrinkles in his attire before inquiring of Mu Ling, What should I do? Ah? Qin gasped, unable to believe his ears. Ah? Muling echoed, her doe-like eyes widening in disbelief. Once she confirmed her senses were intact, she managed a strained smile. Brother Yin, are you serious? She admitted that her earlier suggestion had been made without much thought, but why had this most improbable idea been accepted by Jiang Yanci? Muling wished she could travel back in time to slap herself. Jiang Yanci, aware that Muling's suggestion lacked careful consideration, nevertheless recalled Wen Jiu's previous glances filled with desire for him, leading him to regard seduction as a potentially viable strategy. With this in mind, he urged Muling, "Tell me, what exactly should I do?" As the situation had escalated beyond redemption, Muling feigned a sigh of reluctance before saying, "First, Brother Yin, you should unbutton 2 more buttons on your shirt." Jiang Yanci was clad not in the floral shirt from the previous night, but in a solid black short-sleeved shirt adorned with an embroidered red plum blossom, radiating both restraint and allure. However, he had only undone 1 button at the collar. Given his striking appearance, this was insufficient for the purpose of seduction. At her suggestion, Jiang Yanci's hand instinctively moved to the collar, while Qin exaggeratedly shielded his eyes. "How scandalous!" he exclaimed. Ignoring him, Jiang Yanci, contemplating something, lowered his hand from the collar and gestured for Muling. "What else? Anything more?" Muling hesitated, then shook her head. "That's all." Noticing Jiang Yanci's furrowed brows, she quickly clarified, "Brother Yin, too much would seem out of place. Besides, your face alone is a potent aphrodisiac. As long as Wen Jiu isn't blind, your mere presence would be utterly captivating." Jiang Yanci's looks were one thing. Muling's desire to preserve her own life was quite another. She feared that Jiang Yanci might one day recall the events of today and seek retribution. Thus she dared not act too recklessly. TSK. Qin could not suppress a laugh upon hearing Muling's description. "A walking aphrodisiac, Muling. You truly are a remarkable talent." In response, Muling accepted the compliment with an unflinching demeanor. She gestured towards Jiang Yanci, saying, "Yanci, I believe it is time for Jiu to change into her attire. Perhaps you should ascend the stairs? I assure you, the moment Jiu opens the door, she will be utterly captivated by your beauty. If you succeed, I shall credit you with a merit." Jiang Yanci rose and leisurely made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the door of Wen Jiu's room, his hand finally rested on the button of his shirt. After unfastening 1 button, he glanced down and, finding it insufficient, proceeded to undo another. Observing the subtle contours of his muscles, a flush of warmth crept to his ears. Would this be too conspicuous? Chapter 62. She would not go to meet Jian Yu in his heart, Jiang Yanci pondered, suddenly feeling as if he had lost his mind for entertaining the absurd notion proposed by the unreliable Muling. He smiled helplessly and turned to leave. However, at that very moment, the door behind him unexpectedly swung open. Jiang Yanci instinctively glanced back. Their eyes met. Wen Jiu, just changed into her nightclothes, slowly lowered her gaze as if beholding something extraordinary, her crimson lips curving into an amazed smile. While Wen Jiu leaned against the doorframe, her legs lazily crossed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Jiang Yanci, you look rather disheveled." She deliberately elongated her tone, feigning understanding. "A beauty trap? You misunderstand." Jiang Yanci, expressionless, fastened the buttons of his shirt, claiming it was merely warm from the hot pot. Warm? Merely? Wen Jiu was entirely unconvinced by his explanation. As she watched Jiang Yanci prepare to fasten the last button, she reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Upon securing the button, Jiang Yanci exhaled in relief, prompting Wen Jiu to chuckle. "Not hot anymore?" Jiang Yanci mumbled a non-committal reply, the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint blush, resembling a newly awakened demon, both wicked and alluring. He lifted his gaze to meet the side of Wen Jiu, who was laughing uncontrollably, unwilling to concede to her jest. With a flicker of mischief in his eyes, he retorted, "Heat is secondary. It's primarily to fend off rogues." Wen Jiu's smile vanished. Watching Jiang Yanci stride toward the staircase, her retort lodged in her throat. Once he disappeared from view, she clenched her fists and muttered through gritted teeth, "You are the rogue. Your entire family are rogues." Hearing her muffled complaints from behind, Jiang Yanci's eyes brimmed with mirth. Having changed into her nightclothes, how could she possibly venture out? Thus, she would not go to meet Jian Yu. With that thought, Jiang Yanci found himself favorably disposed toward the group downstairs who had concocted such ludicrous ideas. At 8 in the evening, a soft knocking echoed through Wen Jiu's home, startling Fong Li from her slumber. As she listened to the sound so near, she instinctively reached for the lamp switch beside her bed, only to hear Wen Jiu's voice calling out, "Fong Li, it's me." Upon hearing Wen Jiu's voice, Fong Li's anxious heart settled. But just as her hand was about to hit the switch, Wen Jiu spoke again. Don't turn on the light. Fong Li's hand halted mid-air, unsure of why Wen Jiu would want her to refrain from illuminating the room. Nevertheless, she obediently descended from her bed, guided by the dim light of her phone, and approached the door. Little Jiu, I'm opening the door, she confirmed, ensuring the person outside was indeed Wen Jiu. Be a bit quieter, Wen Jiu cautioned solemnly. Sensing the seriousness in her tone, Fong Li's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. Carefully, she opened the door a crack, and upon confirming that it was truly Wen Jiu outside, she sighed in relief. Little Jiu, is something wrong? She lowered her voice to a whisper, mimicking Wen Jiu's earlier tone. Wen Jiu gently patted her hand. I shall arrange a private jet to take you back to Beijing. Upon your arrival at the airport, someone will be there to receive you. You can stay at my home for the time being, and we shall discuss the subsequent matters once I reach Beijing. Now, Fong Li exclaimed in astonishment, but Wen Jiu did not afford her the luxury of hesitation. Put on your shoes. We shall leave immediately. Fong Li glanced down at her nightgown, hesitating only for a brief moment before trailing behind Wen Jiu as they departed. The only light illuminating the entire villa was from Wen Jiu's room. The two stealthily made their way to the edge of the courtyard wall, where Wen Jiu crouched down to uncover a dog door concealed beneath a rose bush, secured by a small iron gate. She brandished a key before Fong Li. Had it not been for Jiang Yanci's reminder, I would have remained unaware of this place. While the other residents of the villa may have long sealed off the dog door's location, Wen Jiu's villa had remained untouched. Fong Li observed the typically glamorous and exquisite Wen Jiu bent over, opening the dog door, and felt a sense of disillusionment. However, the greater disillusionment awaited them ahead. After unlocking the dog door, Wen Jiu first peered out to ensure the surroundings were clear before crawling through with all force. Fong Li watched her agile movements, feeling a persistent impression that this was not Wen Jiu's first endeavor of such nature. Fong Li. Wen Jiu extended a hand through the dog door, beckoning her. Fong Li, seeing this, did not ponder further and mimicked Wen Jiu's actions to crawl out. Let us go? Like a thief, Wen Jiu scanned the area, leading Fong Li along the wall until they rounded to the back of the villa. Now, Wen Jiu instructed solemnly, walk towards the community's main entrance. You will spot a black sports car by the roadside. Upon seeing the vehicle, get inside and call me once you are in. With that, Wen Jiu produced a new phone from her pocket and handed it to Fong Li. Use this phone. Give me your old one. If there are any critical messages or documents, I will send them to you later. It was evident that Wen Jiu had considered every detail. Fong Li diligently committed Wen Jiu's instructions to memory and, without looking back, proceeded towards the community's exit. Along the way, she cautiously avoided crowded areas until she finally spotted the car Wen Jiu had mentioned. As she approached, the driver's window rolled down, revealing a poised and graceful young woman, someone Fong Li recognized. Hastily taking her seat in the back, Fong Li greeted the driver. Manager Shen, thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. Shen Qi, accustomed to maintaining a stern demeanor, noticed Fong Li's anxiety and offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Jiu will take care of everything. All right. Fong Li nodded, her lips uttering all right, yet her heart raced beyond her control. The scenery along the streets receded into the distance, and as Fong Li fixated on the dimly lit street lamps, a wave of bittersweet emotion welled up in her eyes. After graduation, she had been trapped in the city for 2 years, as if she had been ensnared for a lifetime. Silently, Fong Li wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, suppressing the tumult of trepidation and exhilaration within her heart. She was exhilarated at the prospect of her impending freedom, yet fearful that Ning Wang might perceive and thwart it all. It was not until the moment the plane took off, as she watched the brightly lit harbor city recede beneath her, that Fong Li could no longer contain the tears she had held back throughout the journey. No one disturbed her. She indulged in her fears and cried freely, eventually drifting into an unbidden sleep, awaiting the moment she would awaken to embrace her newfound liberty. After watching Fong Li's plane ascend, Shen Qi finally returned a call to Wen Jiu. The plane had taken off safely. Thank you for your assistance, Qi, Wen Jiu replied. Not at all. It was merely a matter of escorting someone. However, Shen Qi hesitated before continuing. I have just received word that Jian Yu has been lingering in the CAF since noon, as if waiting for someone. Since learning of Jian Yu's connection with Shen Qi had instructed someone to monitor Jian Yu's movements. Now, she deemed it appropriate to report to Wen Jiu as well. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu fell unusually silent for a moment before responding. There is no need to concern yourself with him. Shen Qi did not delve into the details of what had transpired between Wen Jiu and Jian Yu, But she gathered from their previous encounters and Wen Jiu's demeanor that their relationship was far from simple. Thus, she remained vigilant regarding matters related to Jiang Yan. Even though Wen Jiu had insisted it was unnecessary to keep an eye on him, Shenqi did not retract the surveillance after hanging up the phone. Chapter 63. Fong Li's own choice. Meanwhile, in a street-side CAF, Jiang Yan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the desolate street where the crowd had dissipated, his eyes betraying no hint of surprise. A waiter approached him, stating, "Sir, we will be closing in 5 minutes. We welcome you to visit us again." Since his arrival that noon, Jiang Yan had been waiting for someone, yet no one had come to meet him. Faced with the waiter's dismissal, he slid a card across the table, saying, "Inform your manager that as long as the CAF remains open tonight, I am willing to pay whatever sum is necessary." The waiter glanced at the black gold card on the table, hesitating for a moment before retreating to consult his superior. Such displays of wealth were not uncommon in the opulent port city. Before long, the CAF staff, having received notice to leave, gradually vacated the premises, leaving Jiang Yan alone in his reserved corner, under a solitary lamp that illuminated the space until dawn. The following morning, when the CAF staff entered and spotted the man still seated by the window, they were taken aback. "Sir, you haven't left yet? Is there anything we can assist you with?" In response, Jiang Yan merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before returning his gaze to the outside world. "I am fine. You may attend to your duties. Shall I prepare you a cup of coffee?" one of the waiters suggested, but Jiang Yan seemed oblivious, continuing to stare out the window. The coffee on the table grew cold, yet he remained there, waiting in silence. From the very beginning, Jiang Yan had suspected that when Jiu would not come, her vengeful nature was too strong, and he would not allow her any satisfaction. Yet still, he shifted his weary body, slowly rising to depart. As his solitary figure receded, a sigh was carried away by the wind. Ultimately, a glimmer of hope remained. What if Wen Jiu could not bear to let him wait so long? Wen Jiu, languidly clutching a pillow in the living room, was roused from her slumber by Mu Ling's persistent knocking. Yawning, she opened the door and was momentarily stunned by the sight of 6 suitcases beside Mu Ling. Realizing these were Mu Ling's belongings for her journey to Beijing, she exclaimed, "Are you planning not to return after going to Beijing?" "Of course not," Mu Ling pouted. "This isn't my first time traveling alone, so I need to be well prepared. You're going to my territory. How could I possibly let you be at a disadvantage?" Wen Jiu teased, playfully pinching her smooth cheek before withdrawing her hand in response to Mu Ling's reproachful glance. Mu Ling's round, chubby face was too delightful to resist, and Wen Jiu found herself somewhat addicted to the sensation. As she stepped aside to allow Mu Ling's bodyguard to carry the luggage into the room, Wen Jiu turned her attention to another guest accompanying Mu Ling, Ning Wang. Wen Jiu regarded him with polite curiosity, inquiring, "Ning, would you care to come in for a moment?" Ning Wang, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, smiled gracefully in response. "No, thank you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since Miss Wen is preparing for her return to Beijing, it would be inappropriate for Fong Li to continue staying here and impose." Ning Wang observed the tranquil expression of Wen Jiu, momentarily unable to discern her intentions. Nevertheless, he decided to lay bare the purpose of his visit. "I have come today to escort Ali home. I kindly request Miss Wen to summon her." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu slightly parted her lips, her expression perfectly embodying surprise. Observing her reaction, Ning Wang's heart plummeted. The furrow in his brow deepened as he contemplated an unbearable possibility, prompting him to question, "Miss Wen, please do not tell me that Ali is not with you." "She is not," Wen Jiu replied honestly, shaking her head. She did not shy away from Ning Wang's intense gaze, responding with a calm smile. "Last night, I took her to the capital." This revelation was impossible to conceal from Ning Wang, and Wen Jiu had no intention of doing so. "Wen Jiu," Ning Wang bellowed, fury surging through him. Although he had harbored such suspicions, hearing it confirmed from Wen Jiu's lips ignited a rage that clenched his fists. "Ali is mine. How dare you take it upon yourself to send her away?" "I did not take it upon myself. It was Fong Li's own choice," Wen Jiu said, her expression shifting slightly, though not due to Ning Wang, but rather Fong Li. She steadily regarded the anger in Ning Wang's eyes. "This morning, Ali sent me a message." "What message?" Ning Wang inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He yearned for the message to pertain to him. However, this was merely a figment of his imagination. When Jiu replied nonchalantly, she said she finally had a good night's sleep. As she spoke, her tone was filled with a wistful sentiment. For Fong Li, it seemed that a restful slumber held immense significance. At these words, Ning Wang's gaze trembled imperceptibly, his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen force. Yet, Wen Jiu appeared oblivious to the pain reflected in his eyes, shifting the conversation to ask, "Do you know why, despite only recently meeting Fong Li, I am willing to help her in this manner?" "Why?" Ning Wang managed to utter, his mind consumed by Wen Jiu's earlier statement. Wen Jiu fixed her eyes upon his, "Because I do not wish for such a beautiful girl to vanish from this world." At the moment she spoke these words, an uncontrollable image flashed through Ning Wang's mind, a scene of Fong Li standing on the rooftop captured by surveillance. Had it not been for Qi Qin's timely arrival, who desperately pleaded for him not to witness a living soul perish before his eyes, he would have been condemned to a lifetime of guilt. Perhaps Fong Li would have jumped. Yet, since that incident, Fong Li had behaved exceptionally well. He had thought her actions were merely a momentary impulse. But why would Wen Jiu utter such a statement? Wen Jiu, perceiving the confusion in Ning Wang's eyes, instantly realized he was utterly unaware of Fong Li's affliction. She found his notion of love somewhat amusing, yet felt pity for Fong Li. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Jiu inquired, "Are you aware of the somatic symptoms of depression?" "Depression?" Ning Wang's lips moved, opening and closing several times without uttering a sound, as a growing unease settled within him. Wen Jiu sighed, "Have you not noticed that Ali often seems lost in thought? Furthermore, when she carries objects, her hands tremble involuntarily, and she suffers from sleepless nights, even waking in terror at times. I initially believed her trembling was a result of fear towards me." Ning Wang finally regained her voice. Thus, when Ning Wang first observed Fong Li's trembling hands, she had desperately questioned Fong Li as to why she was afraid of her. Was Ali truly unwell? As for her poor sleep, Ning Wang had assumed that was merely a sign of Fong Li's wariness towards her. How could it be due to illness? Ning Wang. Wen Jiu sighed again, unabashedly expressing her disdain, "You are exceedingly self-righteous and selfish." Chapter 64. No one can keep her. On that fateful day, Fong Li mistakenly found her way to my door. I had no intention of meddling in her affairs. Yet I was acutely aware that if I did not intervene, she would inevitably choose to end her life. Those exquisite eyes of hers, upon our meeting, were filled with a haunting emptiness. The gaze of someone longing for death starkly contrasts with that of a normal person. It is a distinction that Wen Jiu could perceive instantly. Wen Jiu remarked she came seeking salvation from Jiang Yanci, clinging to her last shred of hope, only to miss him. With the final lifeline slipping away, death became Fong Li's sole choice. "No," Ning Wang suddenly bellowed, as if this outburst could alleviate the guilt and fear gnawing at his insides. He staggered back, exclaiming, "I never intended for her to die. But you have relentlessly driven her towards that path." Wen Jiu retorted without hesitation. Though her voice lacked the volume of Ning Wang's, it bore a weight far greater. Her chest heaved slowly, clearly agitated by his words. "Do not bind a free spirit with your false affection. No, you do not understand at all." Ning Wang's hands, hanging at his sides, turned pale from his grip. "I love Ali, I love her deeply, and I can offer her everything I possess. What you give may not hold significance for her, but what you forcibly take away are the very things she cherishes most." Wen Jiu longed to slap Ning Wang, to awaken this selfish man from his delusions. Taking a deep breath, Wen Jiu stated firmly, "Regardless of how profound you believe your misguided love to be, or how painful your separation from Fong Li is, I am here today to convey a singular truth. Fong Li intends to leave Gangcheng, and no one can keep her here. Wen Jiu, do not presume that being the heiress of the Vincent family renders the Ning family powerless against you," Ning Wang replied, gradually regaining his composure. His voice turned icy. "If I truly wish to confront you, the Vincent family cannot shield you." "Oh?" Wen Jiu shrugged, maintaining her composure. "You may certainly attempt it." Ning Wang, unfazed, merely raised his hand, and an array of Ning family bodyguards, who had been waiting outside the villa, surged into the premises. He looked at Wen Jiu, openly threatening, "Either bring Ali back, or I shall invite Miss Wen to the Ning family as a guest." "Invite me? You think you are worthy?" Wen Jiu straightened her posture slightly, as another group of trained bodyguards entered the villa, circumventing Ning Wang and positioning themselves before her, creating a barrier against the Ning family guards. The two factions stood poised for confrontation, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. Mu Ling, carrying items with a few bodyguards, heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon witnessing the scene, she recoiled slightly, swallowing hard. Wang Ge, what are you planning?" she questioned, stepping in front of Wen Jiu with her arms outstretched, warning, "If you dare to harm Jiu, Yen Gu will be angry." At the mention of Jiang Yanci, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ning Wang's eyes, but it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. He scoffed, "If I could keep Wen Jiu in Gangcheng, Yen Gu should be the one thanking me. To keep me here, you must possess the ability to do so." Wen Jiu grasped Mu Ling by the nape of her neck, drawing her protectively behind him. This is a matter between him and me. It is not your concern. Though Mu Ling and Ning Wang shared a history, Wen Jiu wished to avoid any estrangement caused by his actions. Can't we discuss this civilly? Mu Ling's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Wen Jiu scoffed lightly, his gaze turning frigid as it settled upon Ning Wang. No, we cannot. Ning Wang, in his self-righteousness, would never heed another's counsel. Otherwise, the situation would not have devolved to this point. Jiang Yanci and the others had feelings for Ning Wang. And while Wen Jiu understood the delicate nature of their circumstances, he remained resolute in protecting those dear to him. No one would dare to interfere. Since Miss Wen refuses to accept a polite request, I shall not be courteous either. Ning Wang's brow furrowed in cold determination as he fixed his gaze on Wen Jiu. Noticing her unwavering demeanor, his hand began to rise, signaling an impending confrontation. Make your move. With those words, Ning Wang's entourage surged forward towards the bodyguards shielding Wen Jiu. Just as the sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed, an unexpected phone call abruptly interrupted the chaos. Ning Wang answered the phone handed to him by a nearby bodyguard. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted. Just as he was about to end the call, the bodyguard beside him, as rigid as a statue, reminded him, "Young master, it's Madam on the line." The tone was not forceful, yet those few words compelled Ning Wang's associates to halt their aggression in unison. Gripping the phone tightly, Ning Wang met Wen Jiu's teasing gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Bring back the people accompanying you." The voice of Madam Ning came through, cold and authoritative. Ning Wang's lips tightened, and he remained silent. However, Madam Ning clearly understood her son's obstinate nature and promptly instructed Ning Wang's bodyguard, "Luda, take Ning Wang away." "Yes, madam," Luda replied loudly, gesturing for the visibly furious Ning Wang to follow. Without further explanation, the implication was unmistakable. Realizing that he could achieve nothing against Wen Jiu today, Ning Wang, in a fit of rage, hurled the phone to the ground, watching as it shattered into pieces. Yet, that was insufficient to quell his fury. He kicked a large flower pot in the courtyard as well. As the pot toppled over, he finally managed to suppress his anger long enough to question Wen Jiu. "How did you manage this?" Wen Jiu regarded him steadily. "The entirety of the Vincent family's enterprises is unyieldingly assaulting the Ning family's assets. The moment I am forced to leave this villa, your family will be left a hollow shell. Thus, it was only natural for Madam Ning to be in a state of urgency upon receiving this news." Good, good, good. Ning Wang repeated the word thrice before forcing out, "Wen Jiu, you are ruthless." "Thank you for the compliment," Wen Jiu replied humbly, watching as Ning Wang stormed away, her expression devoid of mirth. Once Wen Jiu's bodyguards departed as well, Mu Ling exhaled deeply, realizing for the first time the extent of the Vincent family's power. While the world acknowledged the Vincent family's formidable strength, the difference between hearsay and first-hand experience was strikingly profound. In the bustling port city, even among the esteemed families of the domestic Ning clan, the Vincent family stands unparalleled, casting an intimidating shadow. It is simply terrifying. Mu Ling swallowed hard and decisively grasped Wen Jiu's hand, pleading for support. Wen Jiu pushed Mu Ling's head away and turned to retreat indoors. "Wen Jiu, aren't you going to tell Yen Gu about this?" Mu Ling inquired, catching up with Wen Jiu, who had already slumped onto the sofa. Wen Jiu stared at the ceiling, her mind drifting. "There's no need." "Why not?" Mu Ling asked, perplexed. She had assumed that Wen Jiu held a special sentiment for Jiang Yanci. Typically, when one faces challenging situations or peril, they instinctively seek assistance from someone they trust. Yet today, Wen Jiu chose to reach out to her family abroad rather than the ever-present Jiang Yanci. Mu Ling pondered whether Wen Jiu was simply accustomed to independence or if Jiang Yanci had yet to prove himself as someone truly worthy of her complete trust and reliance. Was Wen Jiu's apparent closeness to Jiang Yanci merely a facade? A sense of unease washed over Mu Ling as she hesitated to delve deeper into her thoughts. Chapter 65, Lack of Ambition. Please read Chapter 64 before proceeding to Chapter 65. If you cannot find Chapter 64, kindly refresh your page, as the system may have swallowed it temporarily. Thank you for your patience. She took a deep breath, poised to inquire further, only to meet Wen Jiu's all-seeing gaze, causing her words to falter. Clearly, Wen Jiu had no intention of providing an explanation and ascended the stairs instead. "I'm going to rest for a while." After bidding farewell to Fong Li the previous night, she had been anticipating Ning Wang's arrival after the truth emerged, thus she had not closed her eyes. With matters now resolved, she needed to catch up on some sleep. Mu Ling nodded in understanding and replied, "You go ahead," as she watched Wen Jiu ascend. Mu Ling turned towards the courtyard to instruct the accompanying bodyguard to return to the Mu residence, as there was no shortage of protection for Wen Jiu here. Just as her foot crossed the threshold, she caught sight of Jiang Yanci standing at the entrance. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Mu Ling, and she stammered. "Yin, brother Yin, when did you arrive?" Oh no, had Jiang Yanci overheard her conversation with Wen Jiu? The phrase "no need" was harmless if taken lightly, yet could be deeply hurtful if considered seriously. Jiang Yanci did not respond to Mu Ling's query. Instead, he stared intently at the vacant staircase. After a prolonged silence, Mu Ling, growing increasingly anxious, called out once more, "Brother Yin." When his gaze finally settled upon her, she cautiously inquired, "Shall I call Wen Jiu down?" Wen Jiu had just gone upstairs, and surely wouldn't he have fallen asleep so quickly? "No need to disturb her," Jiang Yanci replied. His eyes lowered as he turned to leave. Simultaneously, a light admonition reached Mu Ling's ears. "You needn't inform her of my visit." For reasons she could not fathom, Mu Ling felt a pang of sorrow as she observed Jiang Yanci's retreating figure. Had he overheard those few words? If so, how painful it must be for him. Yet, Mu Ling was at a loss on how to console Jiang Yanci. From Wen Jiu's perspective, her ability to resolve matters independently rendered it unnecessary to burden others. However, from Jiang Yanci's viewpoint, he likely did not wish to be considered others. The atmosphere grew heavy without her noticing. As Jiang Yanci settled into his car, thoughts of Wen Jiu's nonchalant "no need" echoed in his mind. Upon receiving the news, he had rushed over from the company, only to discover that she had not intended to inform him of the situation at all. The indifference in her tone when she uttered "no need" struck him like a dagger to the heart. Did he not even qualify as a friend in her eyes? Was that why she deemed it unnecessary to share what transpired in her life with him? Realizing this, Jiang Yanci felt a sharp pang of anguish. He gazed at the villa before him, tempted to burst in and confront Wen Jiu, yet the weariness in her voice when she mentioned resting held him back. What a lack of ambition. Jiang Yanci fiercely struck the horn and accelerated out of the community, determined to find Ning Wang, who had not returned home but had instead gone to the boxing gym. Upon entering the gym, Jiang found Ning already engaged in 2 rounds with his sparring partner. The staff at the boxing gym regarded him as a savior upon his arrival. He tossed his suit onto the sofa, unfastened the collar of his shirt, and donned the boxing gloves handed to him by the staff, striding purposefully towards the ring. Before the staff could even set up the soft barriers for him, Jiang Yanci leveraged himself against a pillar at the edge of the enclosure, and by the time they looked again, he was already standing in the ring. "Let us begin." Ning Wang spoke first, offering no explanations for today's events. Even if given another chance, he would make the same choice again. Jiang Yanci shook out his hands, his eyes betraying a tempestuous sea of emotions as he locked his gaze on to Ning Wang, the tides of turmoil surging within. "Come." With that single word, the two were instantly entangled in combat. The staff gradually gathered around, their excitement ignited by the sight of 2 fighters, each throwing punches with reckless abandon yet pouring forth their utmost effort. As time passed, it was Ning Wang who first succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the floor. The surrounding staff retreated at a mere glance from Jiang Yanci. Observing the fallen Ning Wang, Jiang Yanci removed his gloves and, kneeling beside him despite the bruising at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "These lights are blinding." Ning Wang raised his hand to shield his eyes. His voice thick with emotion, Wen Jiu said. It seemed he was about to broach a matter of profound anguish, his chest heaving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Wen Jiu said Fong Li has depression. Depression. Tears cascaded down Ning Wang's cheeks as he continued. "I immediately consulted a doctor after I left, and all of Fong Li's symptoms aligned." Wen Jiu did not lie. "I thought her trembling was due to fear. But it turns out, she is ill. I am the one who has caused her suffering." As he spoke, Ning Wang's emotions flooded forth. "It's me. I'm a scoundrel, Fong Li. Fong Li, Fong Li." He murmured her name repeatedly, as if seeking solace from his own torment, yet finding none. The mere thought of the doctor's warnings regarding depression drove him to the brink of despair. Most patients require lifelong medication after their initial treatment, as the likelihood of relapse is significant upon cessation. Psychiatric medications come with severe side effects, muscle tremors, facial distortions, dizziness, headaches. The myriad side effects were overwhelming, and Ning Wang struggled to comprehend them all, but if Fong Li wished to recover, she would need to endure them indefinitely. Ning Wang stifled a sob, and Jiang Yanci, observing his distress, offered no words of comfort. The one truly suffering was Fong Li. Ning Wang's despair seemed undeserving of consolation. Yet, as a brother, Jiang Yanci did not abandon him. He quietly remained by Ning Wang's side until the latter had vented his emotions, at which point he lazily remarked, "I'll take a picture of you in this state and send it to Fong Li. It should bring her some joy." Ning Wang's face, bruised and battered, was not the most troubling aspect. Rather, it was his eyes, swollen and red from weeping, with strands of hair clinging to his cheeks, creating a rather disheveled appearance. With a dark expression, Ning Wang declared, "No need." As the words left his lips, his gaze swept over Jiang Yan's sullen face, seemingly casual as he inquired, "Did you not fare well with Wen Jiu? Otherwise, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly be by Wen Jiu's side at this hour, rather than here sparring with him." Jiang Yan remained silent, wiping the searing wound at the corner of his mouth, choosing not to respond to Ning Wang's question. Instead, he rose to assist Ning Wang to his feet. "If you're not on the brink of death, then return and tend to your injuries properly. As for Fong Li," Jiang Yan continued, "if I learn anything, I can update you on Fong Li's situation." "Very well," Ning Wang replied gratefully, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder. However, the moment a smile graced his lips, the pain from his wound contorted his features. Drawing in a sharp breath, Ning Wang lamented, "What on earth did Miss Wen do to you? She was quite ruthless." Ning Wang wagered that he had undoubtedly marred his appearance. Chapter 66. Yen Gu awaits you. Nothing has been done. Jiang Yanci responded casually, yet the disappointment in his gaze was unmistakable to Ning Wang. He patted Jiang Yanci's shoulder, attempting to provide some comfort. "I cannot fathom Wen Jiu." It was not only Ning Wang who found Wen Jiu enigmatic. Jiang Yanci reflected on Wen Jiu's instinctive wariness whenever he approached, in the heart-wrenching dismissal of "there's no need," leaving him with an icy heart. That little ancestor always gave him the impression of being within reach yet eternally unattainable. "Heartless," Jiang Yanci murmured softly. Yet his eyes betrayed a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Ning Wang couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Who scolds someone with such affection? Jiang Yanci was beyond saving. "When Jiu is about to return to the capital, are you truly letting her go?" Ning Wang could not restrain his reminder. Wen Jiu is not Fong Li. She stands behind the globally influential Vincent family. If she leaves, no one can compel her to return. Shall I follow your lead? Jiang Yanci shot him a glance before retorting, "A moment's pleasure in tormenting my wife, only to end up in pursuit of her ashes?" Jiang Yanci had never contemplated binding Wen Jiu to him through his emotions, even if she were not the daughter of the Vincent family. Heh. Ning Wang's expression darkened as he observed Jiang Yanci gracefully descending from the arena, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Well, I am being overly sentimental." He should have kept his thoughts to himself. However, Fong Li was different from Wen Jiu. Fong Li would merely evade her affections. If he did not forcibly keep her by his side, Ning Wang was at a loss as to how he could ever reach her again. Ning Wang had regretted more than once the constraints he placed upon Fong Li's freedom, yet after such regret, he understood he had no alternative. Allowing Fong Li her liberty, letting her pursue her desires, signified that one day she might fall for someone else, and that someone would undoubtedly not be him. Thus, Ning Wang found himself unable to comply. As for Wen Jiu, although her feelings toward Jiang Yanci remained uncertain, there was at least a possibility between them. Ning Wang picked up the garments strewn on the ground, walking towards the boxing gym's exit while dialing a number. "Inform Dr. Zhou that I am on my way." Zhou Shui was among the foremost psychiatrists both domestically and internationally, and Ning Wang had numerous specific inquiries regarding Fong Li's situation. On June 1st, at 11 in the morning, this was the scheduled departure time for Wen Jiu's flight from the harbor city. At precisely 9:30, Shengshi Jiajing. Mu Ling watched as her suitcase was loaded onto the vehicle and, removing her sunglasses, inquired of Wen Jiu, "So, you arranged for Sister Fong Li to take your private jet, yet brought me along on a commercial flight?" Wen Jiu, unfazed, returned the sunglasses to Mu Ling's face and replied, "Applying for a flight route is quite troublesome, and discretion is key." Mu Ling conceded with a reluctant nod. Seeing Wen Jiu's gaze fixated on Jiang Yanci's vehicle parked not far away, she playfully nudged Wen Jiu's slender waist. "Yen Gu is waiting for you." As if to corroborate Mu Ling's words, the car window descended, and Jiang Yanci's gaze fell squarely upon Wen Jiu. The leaves atop the trees rustled, casting dappled shadows that danced gracefully upon the ground. Despite the brief distance separating them, Wen Jiu found it somewhat challenging to discern Jiang Yanci's countenance obscured by the interplay of light and shadow. She pinched a gold coin delicately between her thumb and index finger, while her middle finger gently coaxed it to spin upon her fingertips. Should the members of the Wen family have been present, they would have understood that this was Wen Jiu's subtle gesture of contemplation over a certain matter. After gazing at Jiang Yanci for an extended moment, Wen Jiu finally decided to approach. Upon reaching the car, Jiang Yanci had already exited and opened the passenger door for her. With an air of nonchalance, Wen Jiu entered the vehicle. And only after securing her seatbelt did Jiang Yanci assume the driver's position. His well-defined hands grasped the steering wheel, and after a few tentative taps, he resolutely inquired, "You will send me a message once you arrive in the capital, won't you?" Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled slightly as she replied with brisk assurance, "Of course." Yet, Jiang Yanci remained skeptical of her words. Nevertheless, even if it were merely a self-soothing exercise, Jiang Yanci's mood visibly lifted. As the car departed from the bustling ambience of Jiaojing, Qi glanced at the exhilarated Mu Ling in the back seat. "Are you truly not going to inform Qi of your departure?" Qi felt no particular fondness for his younger brother, but neither did he harbor any dislike. To him, Qi was merely a rival devoid of significant competitiveness. Mentioning someone he hadn't seen in quite some time, Mu Ling's expression momentarily dimmed. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled brightly. "Brother Qi, please tell Qi that I am off to explore the outside world and meet handsome men. He need not worry, for by the time I return, I shall no longer find him appealing." What was it that drew Mu Ling to Qi? Perhaps it was the day she had quarreled with her family, braving the rain to seek solace with Qi, only to twist her ankle a few kilometers away from the Qi residence. Without hesitation, Qi had disembarked from his vehicle to shield her from the downpour. Mu Ling, known for her fiery temperament, especially towards a bastard like Qi, had promptly shoved the umbrella away the moment he offered it. Raindrops fell mercilessly upon Qi's pristine white t-shirt, blooming like translucent flowers, rapidly soaking through his attire. Sensing Mu Ling's aversion, Qi typically refrained from engaging with her. Yet this time, even as the umbrella slipped from her grasp, he did not retreat. Instead, he bent down to retrieve it and placed it over her head. The rain ceased to torment Mu Ling, but it relentlessly cascaded over the youthful visage of the boy. She brushed the damp strands of hair from her face and looked up at the towering figure, her reddened eyes brimming with grievance. "Are you enjoying my misfortune?" she challenged. "Not in the least," Qi replied, his expression as impassive as ever. From the moment Mu Ling had formed an impression of him, he had always worn that same cold faade, as if the world owed him a debt. Yet, at that moment, his stoic demeanor seemed to validate that he spoke no falsehoods. Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing increasingly pitiable. She burst into an unreasonable fit of tears, exclaiming, "Why isn't it funny? Am I not amusing enough in my current predicament?" Caught off guard by Mu Ling's unexpected outburst, Qi exhibited a rare moment of helplessness. After a pause, when Mu Ling believed he would not offer her any consolation, Qi surprisingly remarked, "It is funny. Stop crying." To this, Mu Ling only cried louder. This time, Qi seemed utterly speechless by her antics, rolling his eyes, albeit subtly. Noticing this, Mu Ling found it exceedingly amusing. She sniffled, seemingly delighted by the myriad of expressions she perceived on Qi face, and decided to tease him further. She insisted that he carry her to the Qi residence, threatening that should he refuse, she would inform the elders of the Qi family. Given the considerable distance, Mu Ling assumed Qi would decline. However, he silently acquiesced, carrying her without a word, while Mu Ling, unwilling to undermine herself, felt a twinge of guilt as she was borne along. Upon arriving at the Qi household, she gazed at the flushed cheeks of the young man, and for the first time, she understood the sensation of infatuation. Chapter 67. Are you enjoying playing with me? How irksome was Mu Ling during her rebellious phase. Perhaps even Qi, who had doted on her since childhood, found her bothersome. Yet, ever since that day, Qi repeatedly indulged her every unreasonable demand, leading Mu Ling to believe that he harbored feelings for her as well. This illusion persisted until the day she confessed her love. Mu Ling meticulously prepared everything that Qi adored, feeling anxious for several days, and finally stood before him in her most exquisite attire. The moment Qi discerned her intentions, his expression turned frantic as he attempted to turn away. However, Mu Ling did not grant him that opportunity. Yet, even in the grand setting meant for a confession, which was merely occupied by the two of them, Qi unhesitatingly uttered his rejection. "I do not like you." How succinct and direct those words were. In that moment, Mu Ling nearly succumbed to her emotions and wept. But the matured Mu Ling was far more rational and composed than she had been in the past. She analyzed every conceivable reason for Qi's disinterest. Perhaps it was the impression she had made during her more boisterous days, or maybe it was due to her current inadequacies, or even the blemishes on her face that marred her beauty. She articulated all possible explanations in hopes of finding a glimmer of hope from Qi. Yet, None surfaced. For the first time, Jisoo regarded her with a gaze that conveyed, "Why are you being so unreasonable?" before coldly stating, "I simply do not like you." This declaration pierced deeper than any rationale could. If someone disliked another for a specific flaw, rectifying that flaw might salvage the relationship. But without a reason, what could Mu Ling possibly do? Mu Ling reasoned that Jisoo must be reluctant to hurt her, hence his silence regarding the reason for his disinterest. Thus, she resolved to ignore his indifference and began to follow him closely. She believed that if she could uncover that reason and amend her shortcomings, Jisoo would eventually come to love her. She genuinely thought so. However, as time passed, trailing behind Jisoo became a habit, and her affection for him morphed into a routine, so habitual that Mu Ling lost sight of herself. So accustomed to it that Jisoo grew weary of her presence and no longer offered her a kind expression, while she shamelessly clung to him. Reflecting on the fervor she had squandered over the years, Mu Ling felt utterly exhausted. She languidly leaned against a chair, closing her eyes and wishing to remain silent. Qi tenderly ruffled her hair, expressing concern. "If you have any issues while enjoying your time in the capital, do not hesitate to call me." "Thank you," Mu Ling replied, her eyes still shut, yet her tone was earnest. To convey her sincerity, she added a term of endearment, "Qi go." The rarity of hearing the word go brought a smile to Qi's lips, and he mused that his years of pampering this little girl had not been in vain. At the airport, with less than 10 minutes until boarding, Wen Jiu glanced at Jiang Yanci, who had been silently observing her since entering the lounge, and reminded him, "We need to leave." Jiang Yanci responded, rising to his feet. His demeanor was unnaturally calm, so much so that Wen Jiu felt a twinge of unease. Not only was Wen Jiu anxious, but Mu Ling also felt a chill creeping down her spine. She glanced at Jiang Yanci and then turned to Qi, saying, "Qi, I feel like having some snacks. Let us go buy some." Having said that, Mu Ling disregarded Qi's reaction and directly pulled him away. The lounge was suddenly left with only the two standing. The previously harmonious atmosphere became subtly tense. Wen Jiu pressed her lips together, watching Jiang Yanci, who had already reached the exit, and spoke first, "Perhaps I should go by myself." Jiang Yanci lifted his eyelids to look at her, his dark pupils reflecting a shadowy hue. After a moment, a light, nonchalant laugh escaped his lips. "We haven't even left the port city yet, Miss Wen. Isn't it a bit premature to cast me aside? What does that mean?" Wen Jiu furrowed her brows, a wave of anxiety washing over her. However, Jiang Yanci offered no further explanation, instead graciously gesturing for her to proceed. "Since you prefer I do not accompany you, I shall not intrude." The smile on his lips held an unsettling quality. "Please, Miss Wen." Wen Jiu gathered the gold coin she had been toying with into her palm, feigning calmness as she stepped forward, inching toward the door. As she safely passed in front of Jiang Yanci, she subtly exhaled, believing that he might grow angry upon realizing their interactions had not been entirely innocent. Fortunately, that did not occur. With this thought, her steps lightened considerably. However, just as she was about to exit the lounge, a sudden gust of air swept past her. Sensing something amiss, Wen Jiu instinctively tried to evade. Yet, he was evidently anticipating her move. Her left wrist was firmly seized by his hand as she turned, and before she could react, his free hand pressed against her collarbone, decisively pinning her against the wall. Behind her was the cold surface of the wall, and in front of her was the searing heat of the man's breath, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Jiang Yanci," she called out, her voice strained. As she met his lazy smile, her gaze was caught by the simmering anger and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Wen Jiu nervously swallowed the non-existent lump in her throat. "What do you want?" "Nothing in particular." Jiang Yanci swiftly captured Wen Jiu's hand as she attempted to strike him, then methodically secured both her wrists together in his broad grasp. His grip was firm yet careful, as if reluctant to truly hurt her. Seeing her hands restrained, Wen Jiu wasted no time in retaliating, aiming directly at a vulnerable spot on Jiang Yanci. However, he was equally quick. Just as she lifted her leg, his knee met hers, effectively neutralizing her attack. The sharp pain from her knee caused her eyes to narrow with fleeting annoyance. "Jiang Yanci," she exclaimed in frustration, calling out his name. The man grinned, his expression increasingly mischievous. "Yes, Miss Wen. Do you have any commands for me?" His tone was laced with indulgence, yet his grip on her hands remained unyielding. Wen Jiu took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation as she pressed him again. "What on earth is wrong with you?" "I am not mad," he replied. Jiang Yanci replied earnestly, pausing momentarily before speaking again, just before Wen Jiu could interject. "I merely wish to inquire, Miss Wen, at this juncture, Jiang Yanci's tone turned slightly gritted. Are you enjoying playing with me? Wen Jiu responded with silence, leading to the question lingering in the air. When? Indeed. Did Jiang Yanci become aware? Wen Jiu countered, if I claim I haven't, would you believe me? Her expression conveyed disbelief, prompting Jiang Yanci to gently tug at her hand. His intentions unmistakable. He did not believe her. Chapter 68. I request a modicum of compensation. What do you wish to do? Wen Jiu, resigned to defeat, acknowledged her shortcomings. Upon returning home, she had not engaged in any training, and her skills were no match for Jiang Yanci. She could only accept this reality. Moreover, the situation was indeed her fault, as Jiang Yanci had already concluded her intentions were impure, denying it held no significance. Immersing oneself in a new relationship, while reveling in its joys, serves as a remarkably effective remedy for forgetting the displeasures of a previous affair. Wen Jiu swiftly decided to relinquish Jiang Yan. Yet the sorrow and heartache this relationship had inflicted upon her remained palpably real. Thus, her initial foray into the bar to play dice was primarily a means to alleviate her melancholy, while simultaneously seeking to determine whether it truly was easy to be captivated by another. Regrettably, after much play, no one had captured Wen Jiu's interest until Jiang Yanci made his entrance. At the moment Qin invited Wen Jiu to join Jiang Yanci for a game of dice, she realized her heart had stirred. Even though Jiang Yanci's demeanor and appearance did not align with her previous aesthetic preferences, in that instant, Wen Jiu recognized she had developed a new appreciation. However, she hesitated, sensing that Jiang Yanci's identity was not ordinary, and worried that she might become ensnared in this affection, unable to extricate herself. Thus, upon realizing that Jiang Yanci was disinterested in playing dice with her, she promptly abandoned her intentions and turned to leave. Yet, Jiang Yanci called her back. Following their interaction, as she had anticipated, Wen Jiu found herself infatuated with him, allowing her to conveniently forget her previous unhappiness. Everything unfolded according to her design. She fancied herself ensconced in this infatuation flawlessly. Yet, why did Jiang Yanci seem to perceive her emotions? Surely it could not be merely due to those 3 words? Wen Jiu's thoughts spiraled in myriad directions, and before she could respond, Jiang Yanci, growing impatient, clicked his tongue. When Wen Jiu snapped back to reality, he glared at her discontentedly, admonishing, do not lose focus. Wen Jiu retorted loudly, I am not. Her argument lacked substance, yet she spoke with fervor. Jiang Yanci chuckled. Isn't it a question of what I wish to do? Indeed, Wen Jiu nodded, her face radiating a readiness to face any challenge. Speak. Jiang Yanci fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes harboring a danger he himself was unaware of. First, upon returning to the capital, you must not sever contact with me. Agreed, Wen Jiu assented, believing she could navigate her own affairs in the capital. Second, you must not engage with any unrefined men. Wen Jiu was at a loss for words. Du Xiao had mentioned organizing a welcoming gathering for her, reportedly at a newly opened club in the capital, where male models were of the highest caliber in both physique and charm. She had already consented to attend. Noticing her silence as her gaze drifted away, Jiang Yanci grasped Wen Jiu's chin, compelling her to meet his eyes, frowning. Is it so difficult? Detecting the palpable resentment emanating from him, Wen Jiu felt a smile tug at her lips, though her face remained obedient as she blinked. Not difficult, I promise. Jiang Yanci replied gruffly. Though for reasons unbeknownst to him, even with Wen Jiu providing the answer he desired, he still felt unease within him. Yet, he found himself at a loss in dealing with her. As Jiang Yanci became lost in thought, Wen Jiu grew restless and attempted to move her hand, still captured by his grip. Discovering her inability to break free, she promptly surrendered. Upon perceiving Jiang Yanci's vigilant gaze, Wen Jiu promptly redirected his attention by inquiring, is there a third? Gazing upon the endearing and charming smile of the individual before him, Jiang Yanci became acutely aware of how easily he was manipulated by her. Initially, there was no third, but now it seems otherwise. He raised his hand, his palm gradually moving to the back of Wen Jiu's head. Wen Jiu asked, what about the third? Jiang Yanci's voice was low and slightly husky, yet Wen Jiu understood his words with clarity. As a victim of Miss Wen's emotional manipulation, he sought a form of compensation. Compensation? Wen Jiu questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping in, and she tentatively probed, what kind of compensation do you want? Her unspoken words halted abruptly as she beheld the magnified features of the man before her. Realizing Jiang Yanci might be about to act, Wen Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively turned her head to evade him, only to find his hand firmly restraining the back of her head with an undeniable force. Wen Jiu felt a surge of anxiety, striving to maintain her composure and scolding the audacious rogue before her. However, Jiang Yanci offered her no opportunity to voice her protest. It was as though he were savoring a delectable dessert for the first time. Cautiously licking the corner of Wen Jiu's lips, stunned by his tender yet inexperienced gesture, Wen Jiu was momentarily immobilized. Yet, as Jiang Yanci discerned the sweetness was even more delightful than anticipated, he greedily sought more. His movements transitioned from awkwardness to increasing fluidity. And Wen Jiu distinctly sensed this transformation. Struggling against his grasp, she attempted to push him away as his actions grew more fervent. Yet, Jiang Yanci's strength was unexpectedly formidable, and her diminishing breaths flushed her cheeks, rendering her limbs weak. After several futile attempts to resist, Wen Jiu surrendered. Jiang Yanci's kiss starkly contrasted with his usual restrained demeanor. He was domineering and ravenous, absorbing every breath that belonged to Wen Jiu. Particularly after grasping the essence of the moment, his actions became increasingly audacious. Jiang Yanci. In a fleeting moment of respite, Wen Jiu seized the opportunity to speak, but as soon as she uttered his name in reproach, Jiang Yanci lowered his head to silence her once more. Acknowledging that he could not refuse Wen Jiu's desires, he disregarded any rationale that would enable her to reject him. His gaze fixed intently on her gradually dazed expression, he recognized that she did not genuinely repulse him, a triumphant smile flickering in the depths of his elongated eyes. Sensing her body softening under his hold, he gradually loosened his grip while pinching her delicate waist. Just as he prepared to deepen the kiss, Wen Jiu's expression cleared, a sudden awareness taking hold. Sensing the impending crisis, Jiang Yanci began to withdraw, yet in that fleeting moment of reluctance, his lip was fiercely bitten by the irate little cat. The rich taste of iron filled the space between their lips, and though Jiang Yanci felt the sting, he chuckled nonchalantly and pressed another fervent kiss upon Wen Jiu before retreating. In his eyes, now tinged with a misty hue, reflected Wen Jiu's indignant visage, and Jiang Yanci, feeling a twinge of guilt, sought to soothe her, saying, "Do not be angry." After the man's kiss, his voice bore a sultry hoarseness, making it impossible for anyone to resist his charm. Observing Wen Jiu's silent glare, Jiang Yanci's gaze inadvertently fell upon her already vibrant lips. His eyes fixated on the additional touch of splendid red. With restraint, he lifted his hand to gently wipe the blood from Wen Jiu's lips, stating, "It's about time. I shall escort you. Curse you." Wen Jiu exclaimed, infuriated that he could so nonchalantly utter such words after kissing her. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and kicked him in the calf. She did not apply much force, and Jiang Yanci did not evade. Noticing her still furious expression, Jiang Yanci lowered his head and suggested, "Shall I give you a slap instead?" This time, he had indeed crossed the line. Wen Jiu felt that however she chose to retaliate, Jiang Yanci would endure it all. Yet, she remained still, witnessing the satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. A disturbing thought crossed her mind. She feared he might lick her hand. Disgusted by her sudden notion, but unwilling to let Jiang Yanci off the hook, she fiercely kicked him in the calf again, simultaneously tossing her bag into his embrace before striding towards the boarding gate. Jiang Yanci caught the bag just before it hit the ground, silently chuckling at Wen Jiu's huffy retreat, resigned to carry the heiress's bag as he followed her. Chapter 69. A good remedy. After waiting at the boarding gate for a while, Mu Ling spotted Wen Jiu approaching and quickly waved her over. Wen Jiu noticed her and walked directly towards her. Jiu, would you like a snack?" Mu Ling offered the treats she had genuinely purchased to enhance the authenticity of their performance. "I'm not hungry right now," Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head. The blush on her cheeks had faded, and her demeanor was so composed that it revealed no signs of distress. However, when Jiang Yanci arrived, Mu Ling and Qi Qin exchanged glances with a hint of ambiguity towards Wen Jiu. Qi Qin couldn't help but tease, "Yin Ge, has your mouth been feeling fiery after our brief separation?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yanci instinctively glanced at Wen Jiu. Yet, she seemed oblivious to Qi Qin's comment, calmly focused on her phone without even lifting her eyelids. Realizing he had genuinely annoyed her, Jiang Yanci, feeling guilty, touched his nose and refrained from responding to Qi Qin, fearing that if he said one more word, Miss Wen would kick him twice. "Miss Wen, Miss Mu, you may board now," announced the airport staff, leading them toward the gate. Wen Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yanci, who immediately handed her bag over. "Call me when you arrive?" she said with a disdainful laugh, accepting her bag and turning to leave. Jiang Yanci, acutely aware of Wen Jiu's displeasure, felt a headache coming on. When they were close, he was fearless, but now, seeing her walk away without a backward glance filled him with a sense of panic. Qi Qin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, finally chimed in. Have you managed to upset her? Jiang Yanci withdrew his gaze, raising a hand to touch the cut on his lip, which stung painfully, causing him to suck in a breath. Meeting Qi Qin's gleeful expression, he scoffed. You wouldn't understand. This is a badge of love. Well then, I suppose I don't understand. Qi Qin shrugged, responding nonchalantly. If I did, I would have been the one bitten. The injury on Jiang Yanci's lip was not deep, but it certainly hurt. Indeed, even a dog wouldn't bite you. No one is interested in fools. He retorted with a scoff, turning away to contemplate how to placate someone who was now giving him the cold shoulder. Yen Gu. The severely wounded Qi Qin hurried after Jiang Yanci. How can you resort to personal attacks? Nevertheless, no matter how much Qi Qin tried to regain his dignity, Jiang Yanci remained unresponsive. On the plane, sensing Mu Ling's gaze lingering on her lips multiple times and her hesitant demeanor, Wen Jiu closed the financial magazine in her hands and reluctantly conceded, if you have questions, just ask. Unlike Qi Qin's innocent gossip, Mu Ling was evidently more concerned about why Jiang Yanci had suddenly kissed Wen Jiu. Wasn't he usually quite restrained? With this thought in mind, Mu Ling inquired. What did you do to provoke Yen Gu like this? Mu Ling had observed Jiang Yanci's previous respect and affection for Wen Jiu, which only fueled her curiosity about what had transpired. I don't know, Wen Jiu replied, frowning once more at the mention of it. You don't know? Mu Ling was taken aback. Indeed, Wen Jiu affirmed. This was also a point of confusion for her. On that day, although Jiang Yanci heard the words exchanged between himself and Mu Ling, his temperament prevented him from reacting on the spot, allowing the incident to fade into the past. Yet, why has he suddenly sought to settle accounts today? What transpired during this interval that has left him so vulnerable? Wen Jiu pondered, yet could not discern an answer. Simultaneously, Qi Qin, departing from the airport, was also contemplating this question regarding Jiang Yanci. After all, as someone familiar with Jiang Yanci, they understood he was not prone to impulsiveness. Otherwise, during Wen Jiu's stay in Port City, had he truly acted recklessly, even she, the esteemed daughter of the Vincent family, would not have escaped unscathed. The adage that a formidable dragon does not suppress a local serpent is not merely a saying, especially considering the Jiang family is a giant in its own right. Upon hearing Qi Qin's inquiry, Jiang Yanci, seated in the back, felt his gaze turn icy, recalling the individual who had come to assert his claim the previous day. He toyed with a coin in his palm, raising his index finger to make the coin spin rapidly on its tip, just as Qi Qin was about to press further. Jiang Yanci spoke coolly. Jian, you came to see me yesterday. Who? Qi Qin in the passenger seat turned sharply to look at Jiang Yanci. Jian Yu? Your ex? Yes. Jiang Yanci nodded, slowly recalling Jian Yu's visit, and continued. He mentioned that when Xiao Jiu wishes to engage with me in order to forget him. What? Qi Qin exploded at this revelation. It was akin to plunging a knife into Jiang Yanci's heart. Reflecting on Jiang Yanci's actions today, Qi Qin was perplexed. You believe such an overt attempt at manipulation? I did not, Jiang Yanci replied. It would be a grave error to assume he could not see through such clumsy tactics. Then why are you still at odds with Wen Jiu? Qi Qin inquired. Jiang Yanci grasped the coin that had fallen, stating, even if Wen Jiu is not seeking to forget Jian Yu, her intent in engaging with me is not so straightforward. Am I merely a balm for her wounds? As he spoke, Jiang Yanci's tone was tinged with a sense of helplessness, yet there lingered a bittersweet relief. At least it was he whom Wen Jiu chose, not another. Huh? Qi Qin was astonished. Wen Jiu certainly knows how to play the game. Indeed. The memory of that day at the bar, where individuals with a modicum of charm and allure queued before Wen Jiu, left Jiang Yanci feeling a pang of jealousy. Had he not intervened that day, he would have likely missed even the chance to serve as her remedy. But, Yen Gu. Qi Qin leaned in from the back seat. How did you figure it out? How did I figure it out? Jiang Yanci reflected on the nuances of his interactions with Wen Jiu. It appeared he had developed an almost telepathic connection with her. Yet, being immersed in the situation, Jiang Yanci could not overlook the subtle boundaries Wen Jiu maintained. Moreover, aside from her thoughts of leisure or food, she often seemed to forget his existence entirely. Initially, Jiang Yanci assumed her feelings for him were insufficient, but after hearing her utter the phrase "there's no need," and with Jian Yu's suggestion, he began to glean the implications of Wen Jiu's playful intentions. At first, Jiang Yanci was filled with anger, but upon reflection, I realized that if I could bring her joy, how could that not be considered love? Nevertheless, one must keep matters distinct. This account must be settled with Wen Jiu. Otherwise, given Wen Jiu's apprehensive demeanor these past few days, she would undoubtedly ensure that upon her return to the capital, I would be rewarded with the swift deletion and blocking of every connection. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, before Wen Jiu departs, I must orchestrate an unforgettable moment, allowing Miss Wen a means to vent her frustrations at me when she reminisces, ensuring that we do not entirely lose contact. Chapter 70. Not necessarily ignoring the inquisitive gaze of Qi. Jiang Yanci pushed his head away, saying, "Did you not auction a diamond bracelet earlier? Have someone deliver it to me later. Consider it an early congratulatory gift." Oh? Jiang Yanci recalled that the diamond was adorned with cashmere sapphires, which, judging by Wen Jiu's aesthetic, she would surely appreciate. Qi hugged himself, lamenting that bracelet is an antique piece. He emphasized, it features 8 top-tier cashmere sapphires. If you want to treat me like that, why not just have me sell myself to you two as a flower boy? In addition to the prominently arranged cashmere sapphires, Qi bracelet was also embellished with over 60 high-quality colorless diamonds. Upon first sighting the bracelet at an auction abroad, he instantly recognized its future value. Thus, he spent $670,000 to acquire it. Most of the funds were borrowed from Jiang Yanci and the others. And just as he finished repaying the debt, Jiang Yanci set his sights on the bracelet. "You can't be a flower boy. You're too old for that," Jiang Yanci remarked disdainfully, glancing at Qi. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a key card and tossed it to Qi, stating, "You may choose any car from my garage. Aside from that, I will pay you the highest market price." Although referred to as a congratulatory gift, both were aware it was merely a jest. Upon hearing the word garage, Qi's lingering reluctance dissipated, and with a sycophantic smile, he squeezed the congratulatory card in his hand, squinting as he confirmed, "Really, I can choose any?" The monetary aspect was secondary. The allure lay in the fact that many of the cars in Jiang Yanci's garage, whether custom or collectible, had no counterparts in the country. He had long coveted cars that Jiang Yanci had previously denied him the pleasure of driving, and now he was being granted free rein. Qi felt himself floating with exhilaration. Jiang Yanci, clearly aware of Qi's enthusiasm for cars, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, brother, you truly are my dear brother," Qi exclaimed, planting a kiss on the key card in his hand. "Don't mention the bracelet being sold to you. I would gladly give it to you." "Oh?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. "Really giving it?" Recalling his meager savings, Qi quickly backtracked. "Ha ha ha, just kidding." Beijing. As she stepped out of the airport, the sweltering heat enveloped her. Wen Jiu instinctively frowned. She had never been fond of summer, and the slightest movement left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. However, Mu Ling was brimming with excitement, her eyes wide with wonder at the new world around her. "Wen Jiu, where's the person here to pick us up?" Despite her eagerness, Mu Ling had no intention of being a fool, basking in the sun under the scorching heat. "Here they come." Wen Jiu nodded towards the left, indicating with a tilt of her chin. Mu Ling turned to see a Cullinan approaching them. Her expression exaggerated as she removed her sunglasses. "I think I just spotted a stunning beauty." Wen Jiu replied, "The one driving is Gu Xiao, my best friend and university roommate. Of course. She is also the belle of the foreign language department at Beijing University, destined to become the most beautiful diplomat." "Oh my goodness." Mu Ling, who had never been particularly fond of studying, was taken aback upon hearing the name Kyoto University. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening as she stared at Wen Jiu. "Wait, you're my roommate? So you're also from Kyoto University?" Wen Jiu nodded, a hint of modesty in her demeanor. "I have received so many accolades that my hands are weary." Mu Ling exclaimed, clutching Wen Jiu's hand and gazing skyward. "Wealth, beauty, figure, intelligence. What window has God closed for you? Wen Jiu, tell me, is there anything you cannot do?" Her admiration for men, however, left much to be desired. The Cullinan vehicle glided to a stop beside them, and a teasing laugh from a girl emerged from the lowered window. Turning around, Mu Ling met Gu Xiao's warm and friendly smile, which momentarily flustered her. She quickly straightened up. "Hello, I am Mu Ling." As for the comment Gu Xiao had made earlier, she chose to ignore it. Gu Xiao nodded. "I am Gu Xiao. You can call me Xiao Xiao." "All right, a Ling," Mu Ling replied. Just then, the back window of the car rolled down, and Fong Li's head popped out. "I've come to pick you up as well." "Ali, oh my goodness. You're here too," Mu Ling exclaimed, her excitement rekindled as she rushed over to pinch Fong Li's noticeably rounder cheeks. While they were engrossed in cheerful chatter, Gu Xiao had already exited the vehicle and enveloped Wen Jiu in a warm embrace, instinctively assessing Wen Jiu's waist to ensure she and T lost weight before feeling relieved. Thankfully, you haven't T lost weight. However, Gu Xiao's furrowed brow remained tense as she raised an eyebrow, seemingly having discovered something intriguing. Have you gained weight? Gu Xiao was aware that Wen Jiu had a physique that made it difficult to gain weight, thus her surprise at noticing even a slight increase was palpable. Wen Jiu replied, You certainly know how to speak. You meet me and immediately say I've gained weight. Yet, given that Wen Jiu spent her days in the harbor city indulging in food and sleep, it was hardly surprising that she had gained a few pounds. Gu Xiao quickly backtracked. My fault? Our Miss Wen would never gain weight. Thank you. Wen Jiu managed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Then climbed into the passenger seat, reminding Muling, who was engrossed in conversation with Fong Li. Once everyone had fastened their seatbelts, Gu Xiao said, Your luggage will be sent to Wen Jiu's place. Shall we head out for a meal first? Wen Jiu turned to Muling. What do you think? As the sole temporary guest in the car, she naturally deferred to Muling's opinion. I want to eat, Muling replied, her eagerness for food evident in her sparkling eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao chuckled, Then let's set off. With a roar, the car carrying them vanished down the airport road. In a certain club in Jing City, the private room number 1, which typically remained empty until dark, was already filled with guests. Jiang Yan, the future heir of the Jian family, reclined in the center of the sofa, while the offspring of other families in Jing City casually occupied the remaining seats. The champagne tower on the table was already half empty. Yet the attendees appeared relatively sober, with the exception of Jiang Yan, who lay sprawled on the sofa, seemingly asleep. Lu Ming was scrolling through his social media feed when he raised an eyebrow in surprise at a post from Wen Jiu that had just appeared a minute ago. Wen Jiu has returned to Jing City. As soon as those words were uttered, the once boisterous private room fell into an immediate silence. With his eyes now open, Jiang Yan, seated at the center, loosened his bow tie considerably before extending his hand towards Lu Ming. Let me take a look. Lu Ming handed over his phone, cautioning, Just look. But refrain from making reckless comments with my account. Lu Ming was keen to avoid being placed on Wen Jiu's blacklist. Recently, Jian Yu had pursued her to the harbor city, yet failed to accomplish even the simplest task of being removed from the blacklist, revealing the extent of Wen Jiu's temperament. He truly did not wish to offend her. Upon hearing this, Jian Yu responded with a slight acknowledgement, opening Wen Jiu's moments and fixing his gaze upon the building visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. Indeed, it was in Beijing City. Jian Yu's expression softened instantly, accompanied by a hint of impatience. Let us wrap this up for today, he declared, tossing the phone back to Lu Ming as he exited the private room. Noticing his departure, the others attempted to persuade him to stay, but were halted by Lu Ming. When Jiu has returned, he is busy trying to console her. She truly is back? Indeed, I just saw her moments. When Jiu had been away for a month, could it be that she had finally calmed down? I told you. With Yuji's status, who would willingly let go? Yet, it was a pity. They had wagered that the two would not reconcile. And it seemed they were destined to lose that bet. As Jian Yu exited, the atmosphere in the private room regained its liveliness, though the conversation predominantly revolved around Wen Jiu. However, seeing that no one spoke out of turn, Lu Ming chose not to intervene. Yet, reconciliation? That remained uncertain. Chapter 71. All is well in the heart of Beijing. At the Yunjia private kitchen, 4 friends gathered around the dining table, lifting their teacups to clink them together, creating a melodious sound. Mu Ling, rubbing her full belly, contentedly drained her cup of tea and leaned back in her chair, a look of satisfaction on her face. Fong Li observed her and remarked, Didn't we just say not to eat too much? It's all good. Mu Ling waved her hand dismissively. The bliss of indulgence is akin to possessing the entire world. Upon hearing this, Fong Li chuckled and refrained from further comment. Gu Xiao, usually cautious about her figure, found herself unwittingly eating more under the influence of the 2 food enthusiasts, Wen Jiu and Mu Ling. She fastened the button of her loosened jeans and glanced at Wen Jiu, who had moved to the window for some fresh air. Are you planning to rest or walk off your meal? Gu Xiao, known for her playful spirit, meant something more spirited than a simple post-meal stroll. Wen Jiu stifled a yawn, glancing at the eager expressions of her companions, and said, You 3 go ahead. I'm feeling a bit nauseous and would prefer to lie down. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow, turning to Mu Ling and Fong Li. Shall we go? Mu Ling nodded enthusiastically, while Fong Li, equally fond of lively gatherings, agreed to join. Understanding Wen Jiu's aversion to movement, Gu Xiao did not press further and took Wen Jiu home before heading out with the other 2 to enjoy the night. As soon as Wen Jiu stepped inside her home, the doorbell rang, and Zhao, who had returned early to look after her, noticed Wen Jiu heading to answer the door and quickly urged, Aren't you tired? You should rest upstairs. As she spoke, she moved towards the front door. checking the surveillance monitor. Upon recognizing the visitor, Aunt Zhao discreetly turned off the feed. Not hearing any sounds of the door opening, Wen Jiu glanced back. Aunt Zhao quickly added, "It's someone you don't know. They must have the wrong address." "All right," Wen Jiu yawned, not giving it much thought as she ascended the stairs to rest. She sank into her lazy chair and took a moment to recuperate before deciding to take a shower. However, as she rose, she caught sight through the floor-to-ceiling window of a familiar figure standing outside the door, clearly having waited there for a while. With an unmistakable air of impatience, remembering Aunt Zhao's words about the unfamiliar person, Wen Jiu understood the situation, yet knowing did not mean she was seen. She calmly averted her gaze, finished her shower, and peeked outside again, finding the figure still there, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. Feeling that such a presence at her doorstep was rather bothersome, she contacted security to have the individual removed. After a few minutes, seeing the furious figure of Jiang Yan forcibly escorted away brought a sense of relief to Wen Jiu. She flopped onto her bed, ready to scroll through short videos when she noticed a message from Jiang Yanci. "Miss Wen, the flight has taken quite a while. Have you circled the globe yet?" Just reading those words conjured an image of Jiang Yanci's sarcastic expression. Recalling the kiss from earlier that day, Wen Jiu, filled with irritation, angrily tapped on Jiang Yanci's profile picture and, without hesitation, blocked him. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Yanci, who had just sent a message, stared at the red exclamation mark that popped up, a large question mark emerging above his head. He then burst into laughter, realizing he had indeed been blocked. "Huh? Who has the audacity?" Qi leaned over. Upon noticing the name Wen Jiu at the top of Jiang Yanci's chat box, Qi sank back into his seat. "Well, that is nothing then. If someone dares to provoke Jiang Yanci, being blocked is trivial. Are you quite idle?" Jiang Yanci shot a glance at the tenacious Qi following him, feeling his eyes ache from the annoyance. "I was rather unoccupied," Qi replied, uncrossing his legs and standing up. "But now, my foolish brother has had too much to drink, and I must go fetch him back." "Who?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. "Su?" "Indeed," Qi affirmed, looking as though he had lost his spirit since learning that Mu Ling had gone to the capital that afternoon. "Let me tell you, men should not be so stubborn." Jiang Yanci found this sentiment quite reasonable. Thus, after Qi exited, he promptly dialed Wen Jiu. Her phone, marked with Jiang Yanci's number, caught her off guard as she had not anticipated that he would still call after blocking him. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Jiu answered the call. "There's gossip. Miss Wen, are you interested?" Jiang Yanci cut straight to the chase to avoid any unnecessary small talk that might irritate her. It must be said, his approach captured Wen Jiu's attention completely. With her finger hovering over the hang-up button, she hesitated before clearing her throat. "Go ahead." A faint chuckle came from the other end of the line, like a feather brushing against Wen Jiu's heart. She bit her lip, wondering why he was smiling so enticingly. Surely, she was not the type to succumb easily. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yanci, had he been aware of Wen Jiu's current thoughts, he would have smirked even more provocatively. Drawing her in further, after piecing together the snippets of information from Qi, Jiang Yanci finally spoke in a measured tone. "Qi is drunk." Wen Jiu perked up with interest. "Do elaborate." Jiang Yanci recounted the events of Qi inebriation, concluding with a solemn note. "When Xiaojiu, let us not emulate Qi. When one fails to cherish those nearby, only upon their departure does one realize the ache of loss." "Why do I feel as though you're hinting at me?" Wen Jiu narrowed her eyes dangerously. Jiang Yanci, sensing the implication, quickly defended himself. "I would never dare." "Best not to." Wen Jiu feigned a fierce demeanor before yawning. "Are you tired?" Jiang Yanci inquired. "Yes, if it weren't for your gossip, I would have been asleep by now." Though she claimed this, it was unlikely she would drift off without spending at least half an hour on her phone. "Then sleep, if you wish." "Huh?" She glanced at the phone where they were connected. "Shall I hang up?" Jiang Yanci felt a jolt of urgency. "Wait, what is it?" As Wen Jiu pondered in perplexity, she suddenly heard Jiang Yanci's voice, laced with a hint of tentative inquiry. "Is it possible not to hang up?" Before Wen Jiu could respond, Jiang Yanci continued. "I could narrate stories to you, lulling you to sleep." As he uttered the latter part, his tone dwindled, clearly aware of the absurdity of his proposition. Nevertheless, Wen Jiu found it not particularly awkward. Rather, it was a rarity for anyone other than her parents to stay on the line through the night to soothe her to slumber. However, Wen Jiu replied, "I have outgrown the age for bedtime stories. Now, I only delight in gossip." Chapter 72, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment a second later. Jiang Yanci gazed at the phone that Wen Jiu had hung up, feeling a sense of frustration. Yet, before he could formulate a solution. A notification popped up on his phone indicating that Wen Jiu was calling again, without sufficient time to ponder why she had suddenly removed him from her blacklist. Jiang Yanci answered the call. On the other end, Wen Jiu remained silent, leaving Jiang Yanci nervously at a loss for words. Just as he was racking his brain to initiate a conversation, he faintly heard her steady breathing through the phone. In that moment, Jiang Yanci found it difficult to articulate the sensation swelling within him. It felt as though he were filled to the brim with soft, fluffy cotton. It was a feeling of unparalleled contentment. "Good night." When Ziyage alcohol, Jiang Yanci whispered into the phone, although he did not hear her reply. The satisfaction gleaming in his eyes betrayed his emotions. He ended the call, turned the speaker volume to the maximum, and then resumed his work. The following morning, upon awakening, Wen Jiu noticed the still-connected call and a smile graced her features. After sending a message to Jiang Yanci, she finally hung up the phone. As she emerged from the bathroom, she spotted Jiang Yanci's response, "Good morning." Wen Jiu, phone in hand, descended the stairs while pondering, is President Jiang not busy? The promptness of his reply led her to question whether he truly was the president of Gangcheng. "Responding to your message has little to do with my busyness." After sending his message, Jiang Yanci handed the recently signed documents to Chen Xiao. He instructed, "Please do your best to arrange the important matters within the next 2 days." Knowing of Jiang Yanci's plans to travel to the capital, Chen Xiao was not surprised by the arrangement and immediately set about preparing a new itinerary as per his request. Indeed, Wen Jiu replied, recalling the saying that if one is willing, they can always carve out a moment to respond to a message. Seated at the dining table, Wen Jiu snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Yanci. "Having breakfast?" Jiang Yanci replied, "All right." With that conversation concluded, Wen Jiu called Gu Xiao and placed the phone on speaker as she began to eat. Once connected, she heard a groggy voice on the other end, causing her a slight headache. "Please don't tell me you all stayed up all night." I just fell asleep not long ago," Gu Xiao mumbled. "Oh, both of them are here with me. We'll call you once we wake up." After this statement, silence enveloped the line, as it was evident Gu Xiao had drifted back to sleep. Aunt Zhao approached, observing Wen Jiu's exasperation with a smile. "It's normal for young people to enjoy themselves. I say, Jiu, you should also go out and have some fun. Look at you. Ever since you returned from the port city, you seem so much more spirited. And you've gained a bit of weight. Just seeing that lifts my spirits." Aunt Zhao's lifelong aspiration was to see Wen Jiu plump and rosy, but this dream had been thwarted by Wen Jiu's constitution. Now that she finally observed Wen Jiu gaining a little weight, she felt a glimmer of hope. Wen Jiu swallowed the wonton in her mouth and replied, "No, I plan to shed the weight I've gained during this time as soon as possible." Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Are you preparing to exercise?" Wen Jiu has always been aware of Aunt Zhao's aversion to exercise, so she was genuinely taken aback to hear her speak in such a manner. Reflecting on Jiang Yanci's physique, Wen Jiu resolutely nodded. She must train, without a doubt. Once she has developed formidable muscles, she would be ready to confront that scoundrel with a bold kiss. With this thought in mind, Wen Jiu felt invigorated. As evening approached, after a day of procrastination, she finally mustered the resolve to toil for an hour in the gym. Dragging her weary feet, she emerged, only to be greeted by Aunt Zhao, who had prepared electrolyte water for her. Seeing Wen Jiu slumped over the railing, looking utterly despondent, Aunt Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. If she truly detested exercising, she ought not to torment herself so. "No, I can't give up," Wen Jiu shook her head, slowly making her way down the stairs before collapsing onto the sofa. After sipping the electrolyte water handed to her by Aunt Zhao, she declared, "I'm not the kind of person who lacks willpower." "Very well," Aunt Zhao affectionately patted Wen Jiu's head, then put in the effort. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu's previously confident expression instantly drooped. She genuinely did not wish to exert herself. As she begrudgingly replenished her energy, Gu Xiao soon arrived with Mu Ling and Fong Li. Upon entering, the trio found Wen Jiu's desolate demeanor quite amusing. "What happened to you?" Gu Xiao inquired, casually taking a seat beside Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu sighed, "I'm exhausted." Gu Xiao was puzzled, as she could hardly fathom why Wen Jiu would willingly engage in any physically demanding activity. Then, the next moment, Wen Jiu confessed, "I just worked out for an entire hour. It nearly took my life." At this revelation, Gu Xiao and Mu Ling, who typically spent no less than 3 hours at the gym, fell silent. They chose not to engage with Wen Jiu further. "Xiao Jiu, there's something I wish to discuss with you," Fong Li began. Once Wen Jiu's gaze fell upon her, she continued, "Last night, I conferred with Ling, and we have decided to seek a place to stay in a nearby neighborhood, so we won't be living with you anymore." Why not? Wen Jiu pondered. I have plenty of vacant rooms here. I understand, Fong Li replied, but everyone's lifestyle and routines differ. We are concerned that moving in might disrupt your way of life. Noticing Wen Jiu's inclination to argue further, Fong Li quickly added, we have made our decision. Since they intended to remain in the city for a while longer, it was essential that everyone coexisted comfortably. Very well, Wen Jiu conceded, recognizing their determination. However, she smiled and said, I have a spacious flat in the city center. I rarely go there due to the noise, but it is fully equipped, perfect for the two of you. Free of charge. Wen Jiu emphasized the free part, as she was certainly not in need of the rental income. Exchanging glances, Mu Ling and Fong Li promptly approached Wen Jiu to massage her legs and shoulders. Thank you. My lady, they chimed in unison. Enough, you two, Wen Jiu replied, clearly not accustomed to being treated as a servant, as their vigorous kneading left her muscles aching. After enjoying dinner at Wen Jiu's place, Gu Xiao excused herself, as she had documents to translate. After she departed, Wen Jiu drove Mu Ling and Fong Li to their accommodation in the city center. Once she had relayed the door code, she felt reassured enough to leave. As she exited the elevator from the garage, her gaze inadvertently met that of the person she most wished to avoid. Are you blocking my way? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow and inquired. Upon encountering the irritation reflected in her eyes, Jiang Yu's expression dimmed, despite his efforts to finally see her. Jiu, can't we have a proper conversation? He implored. With a cold smile, Wen Jiu retorted, do I appear as though I wish to engage in conversation with you? Jiang Yu remained silent, taken aback. Wen Jiu had no intention of sparing him another glance. She stepped past him, heading toward her vehicle. Sensing her intent, Jiang Yu instinctively reached out to stop her, but before his hand could connect, he received a sharp slap across the face. Wen Jiu calmly shook her hand, which had gone numb from the force, and flashed a smile at the astonished Jiang Yu. Does it hurt? She asked, as Jiang Yu opened his mouth to respond. She interjected, remember this slap. If you ever dare to have someone follow me again, I assure you the next one will hurt even more. Chapter 73. Too late. Jiang Yu initially believed that Wen Jiu's issue stemmed from concern or perhaps a tinge of regret for having struck him. However, he was taken aback when her first words were a warning. He casually brushed the back of his hand against the wound on his cheek. Gazing into the depths of Wen Jiu's disdain, an awry smile escaped his lips. Was that slap sufficient to vent your anger? If not, feel free to deliver another. Wen Jiu narrowed her eyes at the faint glimmer of tears in his, scoffing before turning away without hesitation. Another slap? She deemed it a waste of energy. Yet, Jiang Yu, having finally encountered her, was unwilling to let her depart so easily. He swiftly stepped in front of Wen Jiu, stating, I stood you up that day, and you retaliated. Moreover, you spent an extensive time enjoying yourself in the harbor city, subjecting me to prolonged silent treatment, even indulging in ambiguous interactions with other men. And I scarcely uttered a word. Today, you have struck me once more. Surely, all your pent-up fury must have been released by now. Are you genuinely incapable of understanding human speech, or are you feigning ignorance? Wen Jiu began to doubt Jiang Yu's intelligence. With a swift motion, she accessed her social circle. We have broken up. Do I need to elucidate the meaning of a breakup for you? I did not consent. The mention of their breakup tugged painfully at Jiang Yu's heart. He hastily clarified, that day, Lin Anlin rushed out into the torrential rain, and the project team couldn't locate her. She is a living person. I couldn't just stand by and watch her encounter misfortune. Jiu, you have always been kind. Why are you so merciless in this matter? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, even though Wen Jiu no longer harbored affection for him, she found his phrasing utterly repulsive. With a furrowed brow, she retorted, so, you trust your studio partners but not your girlfriend, who was waiting for you in the rain for hours. If you had merely returned my call and explained the situation, I would have had my family come to pick me up instead of waiting foolishly. Jiang Yu, recalling that moment, pressed his lips together, pondering how to justify himself. When Wen Jiu continued, you were well aware that I called you. And you knew I would worry. You merely feared that answering my call would compel you to confront your own contradictions. Having grown up together, Jiang Yu not only understood Wen Jiu, but she, too, knew him intimately. Thus, after she uttered her words, Jiang Yu conceded that he could not counter her argument. As Wen Jiu regarded the man before her, who was too guilty to meet her gaze, she gradually separated him from the vivid memories of the radiant youth he once was. Wen Jiu shrugged. Jiang Yu, since you have made your choice, do not regret it. Do not look back. But I already regret it. Tears welled at the corners of Jiang Yu's eyes, rolling down and splashing onto the ground. He implored her with a pleading gaze. Jiu, can we start anew? Jiang Yu had never intended to pursue anything serious with Lin Anlin. He had merely grown accustomed to her favoritism and care during their time in the project group, a fleeting lapse in focus. No. Wen Jiu shook her head and, with a smile on the perplexed gaze of Jiang Yu, replied, "There isn't enough time." What does not enough time mean? Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on Wen Jiu as she confidently drove out of the garage, a new doubt surfacing in her mind. When did Wen Jiu learn to drive? As Jiang Yu pondered this, a figure flashed through her thoughts. Jiang Yanci? Could it be that he taught Wen Jiu how to drive? The memory of their intimacy filled Jiang Yu with a pang of bitterness. She had begun to grasp the meaning behind Wen Jiu's words, but simultaneously, a torrent of unwillingness surged within her. Why could Wen Jiu move on so swiftly, so easily captivated by another? Only she remained ensnared in the depths of memories, burdened by regret, guilt, and anguish. After the college entrance examination, the young gentlemen and ladies of the capital flocked to the city's premier entertainment venues. Luxury cars congesting the streets. Inside the bustling Xing Club, located on the East Second Ring, the atmosphere was electric. The expansive hall echoed with deafening music that resonated in the chest. On several small stages at the center, alluring dancers performed fervently for the guests just a breath away. Influenced by their energy, many playful patrons joined in, swaying gracefully. Seated on a sofa, Wen Jiu observed Mu Ling, whose eyes sparkled with delight as the club staff flirted with her. She turned to Gu Shao, inquiring about them. Before she could finish, Gu Shao assured her, "Rest assured. Everyone here is reputable." Although nothing untoward would transpire that night, Gu Shao would never introduce unsavory individuals into their midst. At this, Wen Jiu nodded, delicately swirling her wine glass before tilting her head back to take a sip. As she raised her gaze, the graceful curve of her neck was fully revealed. Yet, it was the shimmering gold chain suspended from her rimless glasses that captivated attention, swaying enticingly with her movements. The golden links glimmered under the lights, casting a bewitching allure, while her eyes, veiled in a haze of inebriation, drew one in. Upon entering Sheng-Yi, Jiang Yu's initial intention to head to a private room halted. Captivated by the presence at the hall's center, the one who drew countless gazes. Was that Wen Jiu? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, astonished. After a considerable absence, Wen Jiu appeared to have shed the aloofness of her former self, her vibrant and spirited demeanor now more alluring than ever. The others followed their gaze, confirming with surprise that the focal point of the hall was indeed Wen Jiu. She had never been one to seek the limelight in such situations. What prompted her to take center stage today? Furthermore, could the Wen family afford such extravagance? If Wen Xinjing were to discover his sister's lavish spending, he would likely be driven to madness. Given the ties between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yu, Wen Xinjing had inevitably entered their circle of acquaintances, albeit merely as a passing impression. In the guise of Wen Xinjing, one could scarcely penetrate their exclusive circle. Was it perhaps an attempt to provoke you, brother Yu? A sudden voice interjected, yet Jiang Yu comprehended that Wen Jiu's actions bore no connection to him whatsoever. However, witnessing her encircled by other men stirred an inexplicable frustration deep within Jiang Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his original plan to ascend the stairs and instead made his way directly to the center of the hall. As a prominent figure within the elite circles of Jing City, his movement prompted the previously watchful gazes to shift accordingly. Upon recognizing his trajectory directed towards Wen Jiu, those eyes withdrew, understanding dawning upon them. Though rumors of their separation had circulated, who could withstand Jiang Yu's resolve should he truly wish to reclaim her? Even if she were merely a daughter of a second-rate affluent family, perhaps today would unfold into a captivating spectacle of a love chase. The fervent gazes fixated on Jiang Yu, reaching a crescendo the moment he stood before Wen Jiu. Chapter 74. The only person I need to please the light above was obstructed, prompting Gu Shao to instinctively glance up, followed by a smirk. What advice do you have? Jian Shao? Coming from a political family, Gu Shao held little reverence for the young masters of the capital. Naturally, out of respect for the Gu family's connections, no one dared to offend her. Thus, even when questioned by Gu Shao, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. He disregarded her, his gaze fixated on Wen Jiu, who was still captivated by the male model's dance. It was then he noticed the clever design of Wen Jiu's black dress. What appeared to be an off-the-shoulder style at the front featured extensive cutouts at the back, revealing her exquisite butterfly bones. Below, her slender waist was accentuated by the dress, elegantly flaring out to envelop her curvaceous hips, ultimately extending into a mermaid tail. This dress showcased every advantage of Wen Jiu's figure, with each design element striking and memorable. Jiang Yu's gaze deepened as he removed his jacket and offered it to Wen Jiu, suggesting they retreat to a private room. Wen Jiu seemed to have indulged a bit too much, her eyes tinged with a faint blush. annoyed by the bothersome voice in her ear. She dismissively pushed aside the garment he presented. Leave. The crispness of her words felt like a slap to Jiang Yu's face. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. After all, it was rare for Wen Jiu to raise her voice at Jiang Yu. Yet Jiang Yu had anticipated this reaction. Wen Jiu was the type who found everything about someone she disliked to be irksome. He suppressed his heartache. There are many people here. You surely do not wish to become fodder for gossip, do you? His response was unexpected by those present, especially after Wen Jiu's sharp retort. How indulgent could he be? However, Wen Jiu showed no intention of sparing Jiang Yu's feelings. Rising, she pinched the jacket he had offered and tossed it onto the floor. Her striking eyes brimming with disdain. I find it dirty. Wen Jiu, in the past, no one regarded you as gossip material out of respect for brother Yu. Do not burn bridges behind you. Nearby, someone, unable to tolerate Wen Jiu's arrogance, feigned concern. Yet upon hearing this, Mu Ling, who had approached, widened her eyes in surprise. She glanced between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yu, pondering for a moment before inquiring, do you still need to rely on someone else's reputation? Wen Jiu curled her lip, raising an eyebrow slightly. I should not need to. The Wen family ultimately lacked stature. Wen Jiu, boasting such bravado, was indeed overstepping. Ah, Mu Ling realized. So it is the Wen family. It seemed these individuals were unaware that Wen Jiu was the heiress of the Vincent family, which piqued Mu Ling's interest even more. Thus, she chose not to join the festivities just yet, instead standing beside Wen Jiu to revel in the unfolding drama. Not the Wen family, what could it be? The speaker regarded the unfamiliar Mu Ling with a hint of confusion. However, Mu Ling had yet to cross the line into overshadowing the main event. She languidly stifled a yawn, leaning against Wen Jiu as if devoid of bones. Guess. Upon hearing Mu Ling's words, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Since returning from the port city, he had dispatched someone to investigate Wen Jiu's other identity, yet despite thorough inquiries, nothing had surfaced. Hearing Mu Ling's insinuation today clearly indicated that she was privy to Wen Jiu's concealed identity. Therefore, was it merely that he had failed to uncover it? The thought that even the Jian family could not uncover such information weighed heavily on Jiang Yu's heart. Ignoring the bothersome crowd, Wen Jiu resumed her seat, signaling the halting dancers to continue. However, as soon as they moved, Jiang Yu's mere glance halted them in their tracks. Jiu, if you wish to avoid my intervention, it would be wise to accompany me to the private room. Jiang Yu felt his patience waning. Wen Jiu could afford to be angry with him, even be swayed by another, but he could not bear to witness her degradation. Listening to the nauseating sounds around her, Wen Jiu finally reached her breaking point. She lifted her glass and, with decisive grace, stood and splashed the wine across Jiang Yu's face. Even the staff, who were managing the scene, momentarily stood in shock at her audacity. The thunderous music abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. In that stillness, a faint laugh echoed through the crowd. Mu Ling, startled by the unexpected sound, instantly shed her languid demeanor and visibly trembled. I must have misheard. She stammered, as Fong Li anxiously steadied her. You likely did not. As the words left her lips, their intertwined hands tightened, their faces paling in unison. Gu Shao cast a puzzled glance at the whispering pair before turning her attention to Wen Jiu, only to find that her expression was far from composed. The fearless demeanor she had just displayed had now transformed into a palpable vulnerability, akin to a quail caught by the throat. Noticing this, Gu Shao observed with intrigue the direction of the laughter. Similarly, Jiang Yu turned to face the person who had inexplicably appeared behind him. A sense of unrecognized wariness, and perhaps jealousy, flickering in his eyes. He forced a smile. Mr. Jiang, having traveled such a distance, you ought to have informed us in advance, so that Jiu and I could have prepared a proper reception for you. Oh, Jiang Yanci seemed to disregard Jiang Yu's reference to I, directly bypassing him to approach Wen Jiu. Leaning slightly forward, his hands resting on the sofa, he regarded her with a sly smile as she fixated upon him. With a tone laced with ambiguity, he inquired, Miss Wen, how do you intend to entertain me? Although it was a familiar address, when uttered by Jiang Yanci, it carried an unmistakable insinuation that ignited a flush in her ears and sent her heart racing. The irritation and disdain that had previously filled Wen Jiu's eyes gradually softened, replaced by a delicate warmth. Her lips curved into a gentle smile as her previously interrupted good mood swiftly returned. The current setting, I trust Mr. Jiang will not find it lacking? Certainly not. Jiang Yanci replied with a smile, moving beside Wen Jiu to take the empty glass from her hand and placing it on the table. He then casually retrieved a damp tissue from the table, taking her hand and meticulously wiping away the red wine that had stained her fingertips. The seriousness etched upon his brow rendered the act of wiping seemingly akin to the care bestowed upon a rare and precious treasure. The onlookers, captivated by the exquisite harmony of the scene, held their breath in a state of bewilderment, fearful of disturbing the delicate beauty before them. It was only when Jiang Yan spoke that this enchanting moment was shattered. I never expected Mr. Jiang to indulge in such antics for attention. His words, laced with a palpable tension, hung heavily in the air. Yet, Jiang Yanci merely offered a gentlemanly smile. Discarding the tissue into the wastebasket before raising his gaze to the flustered Jiang Yan, responding in a tone devoid of urgency, I believe you are mistaken, Jian. There is but one person I seek to please. Chapter 75 Congratulations. Who does this refer to? It has become rather obvious. As their gazes locked, Jiang Yanci concealed the fury simmering in Jian Yu's eyes with a casual smile. The next moment, when Jiao's voice, infused with surprise, interrupted the tension between the two men, she seized Jiang Yanci's wrist, drawing him to her side, completely disregarding Jian Yu's presence, and gestured for him to sit. All right, she said in a tone that exuded indulgence. Jiang Yanci complied and settled beside her, yielding to her gentle pull. Once they were seated, the manager of the establishment received a phone call and cast a surprised glance in Wen Jiu's direction. Following his lead, the previously silenced music resumed, and the staff, previously paralyzed by Jian Yu's imposing presence, began to move once more. Jiang Yanci observed the dancers before him, showcasing their physiques with fervor, a shadow of inscrutable darkness flickering in his eyes. Just as Wen Jiu was about to engage him in conversation, she turned to meet the heavy, inky gaze that momentarily stunned her, bringing to mind the promise she had made to Jiang Yanci at the airport. The warmth that had momentarily unsettled her heart now resurfaced, reminding her of her earlier resolve. Sure enough, before she could muster a retort, Jiang Yanci leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Wen Xiaojiu, did you not promise me you wouldn't seek out wild men?" Wen Jiu hesitated, then, after a brief silence, she struggled to suppress her guilt and replied, "They are merely the staff of the establishment. Surely they do not count as wild men? Is that not wild enough?" Jiang Yanci raised his chin, indicating the risque antics of those around them. However, when Wen Jiu turned to observe as he suggested, he swiftly blocked her view with his hand. His tone laced with irritation as he inquired, "Are you truly looking? Didn't you tell me to look?" Wen Jiu mumbled defensively, yet her eyes remained fixated on the stage. Jiang Yanci, exasperated, grasped her hand and stood, stating, "I do not wish to be entertained by you here. It is unclear who the real bargain is." Wen Jiu followed Jiang Yanci's steps toward the exit, yet she persisted, "Look at how well they dance. Their faces. Their waists." Wen Jiu. Her unfinished sentence was abruptly cut off by Jiang Yanci's irritated voice. She tilted her head to meet his gaze, her smile bright and captivating, with dimples that silently conveyed her cheerful disposition. In that instant, Jiang Yanci realized that her remarks were merely an attempt to tease him. Nevertheless, the jealousy brewing within him showed no signs of abating. "Look at me, not them," he commanded, uttering words that even surprised himself. Yet his expression was earnest enough to leave no room for doubt. Wen Jiu gazed at him without blinking, before finally asking, "Shall we go for a walk?" "Let us go," Jiang Yanci replied without hesitation. As long as it meant avoiding the male models, he was agreeable to any destination. Wen Jiu chuckled lightly and glanced toward Gu Xiao. With a mere exchange of looks, Gu Xiao understood Wen Jiu's intent. She smiled sweetly, her expression brimming with indulgence. "I will take good care of them. Go and enjoy yourselves." Regarding the individual known as Jiang Yanci, Gu Xiao finds herself unable to form an opinion. However, this visage is barely sufficient to be deemed worthy of Wen Jiu. Observing Wen Jiu briskly pulling Jiang Yanci through the resplendent gates of the club, Gu Xiao glanced toward Jian Yu and the others, who had been standing motionless nearby. "Is Jian Xiao not leaving yet?" Jian Yu's clenched fist gradually relaxed, and as he redirected his gaze from Wen Jiu's departing figure to the staircase, he faltered in his step at that very moment. Quick to react, Lu Ming promptly steadied him. "Are you all right?" Although Jian Yu may deserve it, Lu Ming could not help but feel a tinge of compassion. "He won't die," Jian Yu replied, though only he knew the profound discomfort that arose from witnessing the unguarded affection between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Especially at the moment when Wen Jiu led Jiang Yanci away from the hall, it felt as if his heart had been hollowed out. This sensation, perhaps, inflicted a torment more severe than death itself. Once outside the club, their pace slowed. Wen Jiu calmly retracted her hand from Jiang Yanci's grasp. "When did you arrive in the capital? Have you eaten?" The warmth from her wrist dissipated instantly, and Jiang Yanci, gazing at his now empty wrist, chose not to respond to her inquiry, instead asking with a hint of resignation, "Wen Jiu, was I merely a disposable tool?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, responding with a playful aha. "You don't think I was using you, do you? To provoke Jiang? Was there any necessity for that concerning an ex?" Jiang Yanci wished otherwise, yet he knew that Wen Jiu would not display such intimacy in the presence of others. A subtle disappointment flickered in his eyes. "I hope that is not the case. Congratulations, then." Suddenly, Wen Jiu cupped his slightly lowered head with both hands. Unable to bear the sight of his despondent expression, when Jiang Yanci's gaze met hers, Wen Jiu emphasized each word with intent. "Your hope has been fulfilled." Her smile resembled that of a beguiling fox, uttering words that Jiang Yanci yearned to hear. "Today, simply because of your presence, I am pleasantly surprised. Jiang Yanci, I happened to think of you just as you appeared." Her eyes sparkled with fragmented joy, as if threatening to engulf him entirely. "I am very happy, an indescribable happiness." Therefore, disregarding everything else, she longed to draw closer to him, inch by inch. Her palms, soft and warm, radiated a continuous warmth from the cheek she cradled, enveloping his heart in a cocoon of warmth, leaving not a single crevice unheeded. The lashes that hung low as he gazed at her trembled lightly, betraying the unrest within his soul. He yearned for this warmth, greedily desiring more, yet feared that such yearning might bring distress to the one before him. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within, and ultimately, Jiang Yanci could only suppress the surging desires within, leaning forward to embrace the person before him. Wen Jiu's hands, which had been cradling Jiang Yanci's face, now rested on his chest, and in that instant of falling into his embrace, she began to distinctly feel the rhythm of his heart. Each accelerated beat resonated with the knowledge that it was for her. Realizing this, the curve of Wen Jiu's lips deepened. In the ebb and flow of life, countless gazes fell upon them, yet Wen Jiu remained unperturbed. It was only when Jiang Yanci reluctantly released her that Wen Jiu, with a smile, inquired, "Returning to our initial topic, when did you arrive in the capital? Have you dined yet?" "The plane has just landed. Upon learning of your presence, I came directly here," he replied, walking alongside her at a leisurely pace. "I saved room to join you for dinner, so I haven't eaten yet." Contemplating this, Wen Jiu paused and asked, "Shall I take you to a place I find delightful?" Jiang Yanci nodded. If it's selected by Miss Wen, it must be exquisite. As she observed the adoration radiating from his eyes, Wen Jiu could not suppress a smile, sensing its worthlessness. She turned and walked ahead to evade Jiang Yanci's gaze. With each step, her fishtail skirt swayed, exuding an endless allure, while the surrounding eyes repeatedly fell upon Wen Jiu. Yet Jiang Yanci, with a sense of pride, took a step back, allowing her to bask in the admiration. In this moment, two hearts resonated in perfect harmony. Chapter 76. The following morning, in anticipation of the graduation ceremony, Wen Jiu arose early to prepare herself. Before she could finish her preparations, Gu Xiao, clad in a gray waistcoat suit, had already appeared outside her home, awaiting her. After Aunt Zhao opened the door to welcome him in, Gu Xiao ascended the stairs with a clear purpose, heading directly to Wen Jiu's room. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing Wen Jiu, who had just finished applying her eye makeup. She gestured dramatically, mimicking the act of setting off fireworks. "Ding ding ding ding. The beautiful lady has arrived." Startled, Gu Xiao exclaimed, "What?" Their eyes met, and Wen Jiu raised an inquisitive eyebrow, asking, "Am I not beautiful? Give me a kiss." Gu Xiao, who had pretended to be nonchalant just a moment earlier, suddenly shouted and lunged toward Wen Jiu. Reacting swiftly, Wen Jiu turned aside, evading her, prompting Gu Xiao to pivot and chase her again. The two engaged in playful banter within the room, their laughter echoing down the stairs, causing Aunt Zhao to shake her head in resignation. These two seemed perpetually youthful. Upstairs, Gu Xiao lay on Wen Jiu's bed, catching her breath, and turned her head to observe Wen Jiu at the vanity. "Last night, when Jiang Yanci arrived, I noticed you seemed quite happy." Wen Jiu paused in her application of lipstick, then admitted, "I was indeed quite happy. I didn't expect him to show up so suddenly. So I was surprised in that moment," she continued. Gu Xiao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "It's because you had an expectation in your heart all along, which is why you were surprised. Wen Jiu, you've fallen for him." The moment the words left her mouth, Gu Xiao felt as though her grievances could fuel a malevolent spirit. Wen Jiu turned to look at her, not denying the sentiment. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew I would come to like him. Do you believe that? Is this person truly so to your taste?" Gu Xiao sat up, somewhat astonished. Wen Jiu set down her lipstick, checked her makeup for any flaws, and then donned a simple white t-shirt hanging nearby. "There's a certain chemistry, you understand?" she said, then picked up a powder pink pleated skirt that reached her thighs, adjusting the hem into her skirt. She then asked Gu Xiao, "Does it look good?" Gu Xiao's gaze swept over Wen Jiu's enviably slender waist and her long, delicate legs, free of any excess flesh, and she gave a thumbs up. "Absolutely stunning. Though I must say, it feels a bit unfair to Jiang Yanci." Approaching Wen Jiu, Gu Xiao took the opportunity to touch her waist and questioned, "With such an exquisite makeup look, wearing something so simple seems a bit wasted, doesn't it?" Hee. Wen Jiu lifted her right leg, striking a pose while winking at Gu Xiao, and asked, "Do I not exude the aura of an invincible beauty of youth?" Then, Gu Xiao seemed to grasp something. "Is Jiang Yanci coming to see you today?" "Correct," Wen Jiu replied with a smile, standing on her tiptoes to twirl before Gu Xiao. Then leaning to one side, her heel touching the ground as she wobbled her toes. "Tell me, who could possibly escape the clutches of this charming lady?" Still the same statement. Gu Xiao pulled her downstairs, saying it's far too cheap for Jiang Yan to resign. "And what about Jiang Yan's face?" "No speaking on behalf of other men," Gu Xiao warned, asserting that even if Jiang Yan was indeed stunningly handsome, it was unacceptable. Wen Jiu immediately complied, understanding that praising anyone in front of a toxic fan was a grave offense. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Aunt Zhao, the two took a car to school. By the time they arrived, the school square was already bustling with people, not only returning graduates but also numerous underclassmen eager to join the festivities. Upon spotting Wen Jiu, who had been away for a long time, enthusiastic underclassmen waved at her from a distance. Wen Jiu noticed and reciprocated with waves. Gu Xiao asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be the top of Jing University?" "Refreshing," Wen Jiu replied earnestly, waving at a passing younger girl who was excitedly stomping her feet, her eyes behind sunglasses sparkling with adoration. Gu Xiao perceived her friend's smugness and was ready to tease her, but halted mid-sentence upon seeing someone approaching them. "Ugh, what a buzzkill," Gu Xiao exclaimed, disregarding her image. The charming smile on Wen Jiu's face faded, especially when the newcomer stood directly in front of her, transforming her expression into one of icy disdain. Sensing the hostility directed at her, Lin Anlin lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes before she even spoke. "Senior 1, could you please ask you not to kick me out of the project group?" Upon witnessing Lin Anlin's pitiful demeanor, Gu Xiao felt an urge to intervene. But just as she lifted her foot, Wen Jiu stopped her with a hand. Cameras surrounded them, and giving Gu Xiao's sensitive family background, Wen Jiu preferred to shield her from this confrontation. "You should go to your department's gathering point," she insisted with an authoritative tone. Though Gu Xiao was dissatisfied, she recognized Wen Jiu's intent to protect her. Hesitating for a moment to avoid losing her temper, Gu Xiao eventually turned to leave, her clenched teeth suggesting that she was not heading to a gathering, but rather on a mission of vengeance. Once Gu Xiao departed, Wen Jiu removed her sunglasses, casting her gaze down at the petite Lin Anlin, who stood a half-head shorter. "Why did Jian Yu expel you from the project group?" she inquired, her voice calm as if addressing an intruder disrupting her relationship. Lin Anlin, momentarily perplexed by the underlying meaning of the question, quickly realized the best response for her own benefit. "Because I upset the senior, and you were unhappy." The moment those words escaped her lips, those nearby frowned. Recognizing the well-known relationship between Wen Jiu and Jian Yu at Jing University, where even Jian Yu's affection for Wen Jiu was evident, it was not entirely surprising that Lin Anlin could be ousted from the project group for offending Wen Jiu. However, was such favoritism not a bit excessive? Those listening instinctively wanted to defend Lin Anlin, but were restrained by their companions. Do not act impulsively. Having spent a considerable time away from the campus and being disinterested in its affairs, you remain oblivious to the unfolding events. For students whose diligence surpasses their familial circumstances, it is indeed easy to be incited by those who share similar experiences. However, this does not imply their lack of intelligence. What does this mean? Those who are restless and eager to defend Lin Anlin quickly regain their composure upon hearing these words. "Hush, I will explain shortly." The person who restrained him made a gesture for silence, clearly preferring to observe the unfolding drama in tranquility, and the others followed suit, ceasing their movements. Meanwhile, the focal point of attention, Wen Jiu, could not help but chuckle upon hearing Lin Anlin's words. "Then pray tell, what have I done to displease you?" Lin Anlin pressed her lips together, confessing that she had inadvertently answered a call from a senior intended for Jian Yu. "Is that all?" Wen Jiu retorted. "Your Jian Yu truly lacks decorum. Given his appalling character, Lin, you should consider yourself fortunate to have departed from his project team. Otherwise, who knows what unsavory deeds he might perpetrate in the future." Chapter 77. Senior sister suggests a rebirth. Didn't Wen Jiu have a fondness for Jian Yu? Thus, Lin Anlin never anticipated that Wen Jiu would directly place the blame on Jian Yu. She hastily interjected to defend him. It's not like that. It's not Jiang Yu's fault. He merely fears you might misunderstand our relationship. Then what is it like? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, not permitting Lin Anlin to finish her statement. If Jiang Yu is not at fault in this matter, then it can only be you, Junior. Her smile was radiant and her voice gentle, akin to a senior advising a wayward junior if you were dismissed from the project group due to a lack of competence. You should strive harder to improve yourself instead of concocting unfounded excuses if it were due to a deficiency in character. Wen Jiu's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor that sent shivers down one's spine. Then I suggest you undergo a complete transformation to avoid tarnishing the academic integrity of Peking University. Ha ha. Indeed. Someone boldly cheered, igniting applause among the crowd. Lin Anlin, already feigning a pitiful demeanor, shrank further under the scrutiny. She stammered, wishing to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Confusion clouded her mind. Why was the situation not unfolding as she had envisioned? If she merely stated that it was her who prompted Jiang Yu to expel her from the project group, she could have entangled herself in the affair. Yet, Wen Jiu immediately pointed to Jiang Yu's fault, and eventually it became her own. Wen Jiu had deftly extricated herself from the situation. The surrounding stares, stripped of any subtlety, fell squarely upon Lin Anlin. Over the past days, she had endured far too many judgmental glances due to the exposure of her photos with Jiang Yu. Initially, some had stood by her side, but as the criticism mounted, they ceased to come to her defense. Her visit to Wen Jiu was a desperate gamble. If only she could ensnare Wen Jiu into her web, she might report Jiang Yu for personal bias and reclaim her place in the project group. However, Wen Jiu's words and actions were impeccably measured, leaving no room for her schemes. As Wen Jiu prepared to bypass her and depart, Lin Anlin steeled herself and called out to her retreating figure. It's because I caused you and Jiang Yu to part ways that he expelled me from the project group. Senior one, I implore you, persuade Jiang Yu to let me return. I simply cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Wen Jiu faltered momentarily. Lin Anlin broke into tears, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. Senior one, truly sorry. I never intended for this to happen. I didn't foresee that Jiang Yu would seek me out that day, leading to your abandonment and subsequent separation. With heartfelt pleas, she continued, please, help me. I never wished to disrupt your relationship. Lin Anlin, possessing such allure to make Jiang Yu forsake me, now seeks my aid for a mere game of subterfuge? Wen Jiu sidestepped Lin Anlin's bowing gesture, remarking coldly, if Jiang Yu is willing to compromise his integrity for you, then with a bit more effort, regaining your place in the project group should not prove too challenging. Her voice carried an unusual hint of helplessness. Why must you flaunt before me? With a mere utterance, she found herself irrevocably cast in the role of the victim. Lin Anlin's previously pitiable pleas swiftly morphed into mere ostentation, as she was rendered speechless by Wen Jiu's impeccably sound logic. The good and the bad had been articulated by Wen Jiu. Even her meticulously crafted narrative of suffering appeared utterly ludicrous in light of Wen Jiu's words. Watching Wen Jiu retreat amidst the throngs of onlookers, Lin Anlin, filled with unwillingness, pursued her, taking 1,000 steps back, without a you. Do you truly believe you could have ascended to such heights? As Wen Jiu's footsteps halted once more, Lin Anlin's anguished voice pierced through the air. Aren't you also reliant on the Jian family's connections to achieve your current stature? Wen Jiu, by what right do you look down upon me from your lofty perch? In the end, you and I are not so different. It is merely that Jiang Yu favors Wen Jiu, thus the one who loses is myself. Her voice was sharp and jarring, a stark contrast to her usual delicate and soft-spoken demeanor. Yet, Wen Jiu paused only for a moment before calmly continuing toward her department. As time passed, students arrived in succession. Jiang Yu, having just concluded a meeting and arriving late, spotted Wen Jiu surrounded by students from the finance department engaged in conversation and was about to approach her when someone nearby halted him. Jian Xiao, Lin Anlin just came looking for Wen Jiu. This brief statement instantly extinguished Jiang Yu's intention to seek out Wen Jiu. He inquired of those nearby, where's Lin Anlin? A computer science student pointed to a figure nearby. There she is. Lin Anlin had indeed enjoyed a princess-like treatment in the computer science department due to her decent abilities and striking appearance. However, her subsequent actions had increasingly irked many. Following the direction indicated, Jiang Yu quickly spotted Lin Anlin, her face alight with hope as she gazed at him. He frowned and commanded, have someone escort her back. She is a nuisance here. Understood, replied the person beside him, just as the stage before them began to buzz with activity. Noticing the graduation ceremony host had taken the stage, Jiang Yu called out to those preparing to leave, there's no need to go. We will discuss this afterward. At this moment, sending Lin Anlin away was futile. Should she refuse to cooperate and cause a scene, it would only further tarnish his reputation. The previous incident involving leaked photographs had become an indelible stain on Jiang Yu's life, and unless absolutely necessary, he wished to keep his distance from Lin Anlin. As time progressed, the program on stage reached its culmination. The host glanced at the script and announced, "Now, let us proceed to the final segment of today's graduation ceremony. Please join me in welcoming the outstanding graduate, Wen Jiu, to the stage to represent the students in a speech." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Wen Jiu, Senior, 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 Wen Jiu, we love you." The applause and shouts of the youthful assembly reverberated through the air as Wen Jiu ascended the podium. Smiling as she adjusted the microphone's height with poise before gesturing for the eager audience to quiet down, as her fingers gently rested upon her lips. The audience below instinctively ceased their exuberant cries. I couldn't help but murmur in astonishment, the thought of not seeing that face, so dear to me, after graduation makes life seem rather dull. Adding to the sentiment, I declared that today I wished to savor every moment, hoping to hear her voice for an entire day. Esteemed leaders, dear classmates, and all the younger students attending our graduation ceremony, good morning. Wen Jiu's melodious and orderly voice resonated, instantly silencing the murmurs and captivating the attention of those who had previously been whispering. They gazed at the radiant figure on the stage, their eyes reflecting an appreciation for beauty. Wen Jiu continued, "It is a great honor to stand here as a representative of the students. However, our time at this school is fleeting. To avoid squandering the final moments with each other, I shall keep my speech brief. I hope that as you step into society, you will fondly remember the joyous spirit you held when you first entered university." Her eloquence, coupled with the tenderness in her gaze, effortlessly stirred the emotions of the audience. Ultimately, Chapter 78, the regional head of Gangcheng Group in that fleeting moment when the two names were uttered. The audience was abruptly transported back to the cherished memories of their university days. Wen Jiu gazed down at the densely packed assembly of classmates and declared in a resonant voice, with the consent of the school leadership, "I would like to interject a piece of news." After a brief pause to heighten the anticipation of her listeners, she continued emphatically, "I, Wen Jiu, representing Gangcheng Group, extend a warm welcome to all of you, dear classmates and juniors, for participating in this recruitment fair hosted by Gangcheng Group. Thank you." After a slight bow, Wen Jiu gracefully exited the stage, leaving the audience enveloped in stunned silence. Finally, someone broke the spell. Did she just say she represents whom? Gangcheng Group? The regional head. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? How is Senior Wen Jiu connected to Gangcheng Group? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Wen family? A wave of disbelief spread through the crowd. No. Everyone, quickly check the official website of Gangcheng Group. Oh my goodness. Not only that, but look at the Atlas official website. They just released a congratulatory message for her. At that moment, those who had managed to access the Atlas website were greeted with the prominently displayed announcement, "Dear Ms. Wen Jiu, we are thrilled to hear that you have officially accepted the position of regional head of Gangcheng Group. The members of the Vincent family, along with all employees of Atlas Group, extend their warmest congratulations to you. We wish you a smooth transition and hope you lead Gangcheng Group to new heights. Sincerely, Atlas Group Limited." The fact that it was a congratulatory message in Chinese left many students astonished, glancing at one another in disbelief. They questioned whether they had stumbled upon a counterfeit website, yet everyone around them bore identical expressions of shock, evidently witnessing the same content. Although the message was succinct, its presence on the Atlas website underscored the significance they placed on Wen Jiu and her new position. Moreover, the mention of the Vincent family further clarified her esteemed background. When the illustrious family was noted alongside the explicit reference to the eldest daughter, Wen Jiu's identity became unmistakably clear. How could she possibly be a member of the Vincent family? In the midst of the crowd, Lin Anlin, too, was compelled to pull out her phone and browse the internet as gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Upon encountering the congratulatory message in Chinese, her hands trembled around her device. Now she realized the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, she had mocked someone for relying on a man, only to discover that the individual in question belonged to a world-class elite family. Why, she pondered, would anyone neglect to cherish such a young lady and instead associate with someone of dubious character? Was Senior Jian truly lacking in judgment? Who knows? But I wonder, which door has fate closed for our senior? Amidst the cacophony of derisive laughter and biting sarcasm that filled the air, the sounds reached Lin Anlin's ears. As she sipped her warm wine, A wave of terror washed over her as she realized that the support and connections of Wen Jiu were far beyond the reach of Jiang Yan. Her earlier doubts seemed utterly ludicrous in retrospect. To her astonishment, Wen Jiu was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Vincent family. The computer science students, equally taken aback, instinctively turned their gazes toward Jiang Yan in the front row. Yet, Jiang Yan's expression mirrored their astonishment, tinged with an imperceptible hint of anger. Amidst the collective shock, Wen Jiu, the one who had dropped the bombshell, remained the most composed of all. It was only after the graduation ceremony officially concluded that she rose to depart. Observing this scene, her classmates waved goodbye to Wen Jiu as usual. But upon recalling her identity, their gestures grew rigid and hesitant in the air. However, before they could retract their hands, Wen Jiu had already cheerfully patted their palms. Her demeanor unchanged from the past. "Happy graduation," she said. The moment she responded, the fleeting sense of distance vanished, and they smiled back, "Happy graduation." As she bid farewell to classmates along the way, Wen Jiu quickened her pace upon receiving news that Jiang Yanci had already arrived at the school gate. Passing by the fountain at the entrance, her keen ears caught snippets of conversation among a few students. "Guys, you won't believe what I just saw at the school gate," exclaimed classmate A, evident in their voice. "A super handsome guy. I thought he was a celebrity, but when I searched for male stars, I found no one that matched his looks." Classmate B, intrigued, asked, "How handsome?" Feigning mystery, classmate A continued, "You know our school heartthrob, right? Jiang Yan. He may be a jerk, but he truly is handsome." Classmate B chimed in, "That's true." Classmate A shook their finger playfully, "But the guy outside is, dare I say, at least twice as handsome as our heartthrob. And he was holding flowers. I wonder which lucky girl is so fortunate." Wen Jiu, suspecting she might be that fortunate girl, thought, "Even just passing by, I've been criticized." Stifling a laugh, her anticipation to meet the mysterious man outside grew, and her steps quickened. At last, she caught sight of a tall figure by the gate, yet her feet involuntarily slowed. Looking down at her clenched hands, she found herself puzzled by a sudden wave of nervousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci, who had rehearsed multiple times how to present the flowers to Wen Jiu, also noticed the figure emerging from within the gate. The man's previously languid stance instantly became alert as he fixated on the youthful figure adorned in a minimalist dress, radiating vitality. He had encountered Wen Jiu in her vibrant, striking, and even sultry forms, but he had never seen her embody such youthful exuberance as she did today. Before he could gather his thoughts, the girl was already jogging towards him, twirling on her toes, her pleated skirt swaying with her movements, and a playful arrogance dancing in her eyes. "Am I breathtaking?" she teased. Jiang Yanci's gaze softened in an instant. He bent slightly, and when their eyes met at the same level, he nodded earnestly, "Yes, you nearly left me speechless." The earnestness in his eyes caused Wen Jiu, who had been joking deliberately, to feel an involuntary warmth rise to her cheeks. Noticing the trace of elusive shyness in her gaze, Jiang Yanci found her particularly endearing today. He presented the bouquet he had prepared to Wen Jiu and softly congratulated her. "Happy graduation." It was a bouquet of yellow roses, each bloom radiating fresh vitality. However, as Wen Jiu examined the wrapping of the flowers, she looked at Jiang Yanci with confusion and asked, "Did someone take advantage of you?" The packaging, though not unattractive, lacked sophistication, clearly not the work of a seasoned florist. Who could it be? That remained a mystery. Chapter 79. I like it too. Jiang Yanci gazed at Wen Jiu, who was grinning broadly, and remarked, "Did you have to slander me after guessing?" Wen Jiu's smile faltered slightly as she replied, "I do have a conscience, albeit a limited one." She then playfully poked at the dewdrops on the rose, adding, "However, your choice of flowers is commendable. I truly adore them." The fleeting annoyance in Jiang Yanci's heart was instantly soothed by Wen Jiu's light-hearted compliment. Having reserved the flowers the previous day, Jiang Yanci felt uneasy and decided to hand-pick them himself at the flower shop early that morning. In a fit of enthusiasm, he even attempted to wrap them himself. Yet, the CEO's adept hands proved helpless against the delicate wrapping paper. Amidst the service staff's disdainful glances, he rendered countless sheets of paper into ruins, ultimately arriving to pick up Wen Jiu with flowers that were far from perfect. Little did he know that upon her discerning gaze recognizing his handiwork, she would tease him without mercy. Unwilling to be bested by Wen Jiu's playful jibes, he suddenly lowered his head, only to find her swiftly lifting her gaze to meet his. In his eyes, an unabashed smile drew closer, causing Wen Jiu's pupils to constrict and her expression to betray rare fluster. "Jiang Yanci, you mustn't," she implored, not wanting to be the subject of public scrutiny at the school entrance. As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Yanci's breath brushed against her cheek. Whispering in her ear, "Mustn't what?" His steady voice held an intoxicating allure. He continued, "I merely wish to express that, Miss Wen. I find your attire today quite appealing." Instantly realizing she had fallen victim to his charm, Wen Jiu gasped, "Jiang Yanci." She took a step back, attempting to create distance between them, as if doing so would conceal her racing heartbeat. With a mixture of irritation and disbelief, she accused, "You've gone bad." "Indeed," Jiang Yanci conceded, his gaze imbued with soft tenderness. "One becomes like the company they keep. I can only say, you, Miss Wen, are an excellent teacher." Wen Jiu found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort. She shyly withdrew her gaze from Jiang Yanci, feeling somewhat regretful for wearing flat shoes, especially as she noticed his towering stature in comparison to hers. Wen Jiu, a resounding female voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Turning towards the sound, she realized that a gathering of students had formed at the school gate, all watching her and Jiang Yanci intently. The realization struck them both, their ears flushing a deep crimson. The girl who called out to Wen Jiu, witnessing their synchronized blush, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wen Jiu, is this young man beside you your boyfriend?" At the mention of this question, Jiang Yanci felt the weight of anxiety. He lowered his gaze to Wen Jiu, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Wen Jiu smiled brightly and, under the curious stares of her juniors, confidently responded, "He is the one I currently like. But we are not yet together." With a hint of frustration, she added, "He hasn't confessed yet. I must wait for him to do so before granting him a title." Upon hearing Wen Jiu's response, the inquisitive junior immediately cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yanci. "Brother, you can't possibly tell us that with such a face. You dare not confess?" Jiang Yanci, who had never anticipated Wen Jiu's candid admission of affection, stood there perplexed. Before he could retort about his companion's lack of restraint, he turned to the questioning peer, his expression one of distress. "Perhaps you are unaware of how challenging it is to pursue your senior." He sighed. "The opportunity to escort your senior home today was procured at my own expense." Thus, everything remained unspoken. Jiang Yanci paid no heed to how suggestive his words might be. The junior, who had initially scolded him for his lack of initiative, quickly turned to the increasingly stiffening Wen Jiu beside her. "Senior, may we hear the details? The details of your sacrifice." The junior was keen to emphasize the crux of the matter. Wen Jiu was instantly amused by Jiang Yanci's shamelessness, and in a fit of playful indignation, she shoved the flowers into his arms. "You can tell them the details yourself." After uttering this, as if feeling insufficiently vindicated, she kicked his calf before turning to leave. Hearing the teasing laughter behind her, Wen Jiu hastened her steps, eager to escape this mortifying social scenario. Jiang Yanci caught the yellow rose that had once again fallen into his hands, nonchalantly waving it at the students from Peking University before him. "I am off to pursue your senior. As for the details." As he turned, his melodious voice reached the ears of the nearby classmates. "It's a secret. Your senior is prone to shyness." "Very well, we understand," the juniors chorused, their good-natured laughter bidding farewell to Jiang Yanci as he chased after Wen Jiu. It was unclear who first exclaimed, "What a match!" before others joined in exuberantly, wishing senior Wen Jiu a swift embrace of her beloved. The voices behind her were unending, and Wen Jiu had never felt her cheeks flush so palpably. It was as if she were about to ignite. Upon hearing the persistent footsteps trailing closely behind, Wen Jiu turned around once they had exited the crowd, arms crossed and a fierce expression ready to confront the pursuer. "Sacrificial charm?" she snapped. "When exactly did you sacrifice your charm?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Wen Jiu was angry for having spoken out of turn. To his surprise, it was not a matter of propriety, but rather one of action yet to be taken. He stifled a laugh, for the moment was ripe. Wen Jiu retorted, "Wow, Jiang Yanci, could you possibly be more subtle? Previously, you would flirt discreetly, and now you are so brazen. I feared that if I were more subtle, you might report me to your juniors." Jiang Yanci feigned innocence, and upon noticing Wen Jiu's impending change of expression, he quickly added, "I was wrong." Wen Jiu, a storm of indignation brewing within her, inquired, "What exactly was wrong?" She raised her chin defiantly, clearly not inclined to let Jiang Yanci off the hook easily for causing her to lose composure in front of her juniors. In the depths of Jiang Yanci's gaze, a smile bloomed. "We should have invited Miss Wen earlier to the seaside for a vacation." "A vacation? By the seaside?" Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. "Oh, the allure of abs and the enticing lines of a mermaid," Jiang Yanci teased, his laughter laced with an enigmatic seduction. Noticing Wen Jiu's arms dropped to her sides, he seized the moment to inquire, Is Miss Wen satisfied with my attitude of acknowledgement? Coughing lightly, Wen Jiu was not genuinely angry. She merely felt shy under the gaze of so many onlookers. Yet, with such tempting rewards before her, satisfaction was inevitable. It's acceptable, she nodded. Beckoning Jiang Yanci with a hand, return the flower to me. All right, he replied, handing her the flower while affectionately ruffling her hair. I'll go fetch the car. Will you wait for me here? When Joe's attention drifted back to the rose's delicate packaging. Struggling to fathom how someone as seemingly flawless as Jiang Yanci could possess a weakness for craftsmanship, he did not keep her waiting long. Soon arriving beside her in a deep green Bugatti, Wen Jiu noted that Jiang Yanci seemed to favor cooler hues. And recalling the auction catalog she had recently delivered to him, she began to formulate a plan in her mind. Chapter 80, Your Mr. Jiang is quite flirtatious. The car exited the vicinity of Jingda, yet it was evident that Jiang Yanci's destination was not his residence. Nonetheless, Wen Jiu refrained from inquiring further, reminding herself that she could not betray her own interests. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, Wen Jiu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she noted it was Gu Xiao and promptly answered the call. Your Mr. Jiang is rather flirtatious. Gu Xiao's voice boomed even before Wen Jiu could place the phone to her ear. The scene at the school gate had been so conspicuous that it had sparked numerous discussions across the campus network, all revolving around the two of them. Upon hearing the word flirtatious, Wen Jiu nearly fumbled the phone. She quickly cleared her throat, cautioning, Jiang Yanci is beside me. Gu Xiao responded. Could it be that he is even more flirtatious now? Intended as a gentle reminder for Gu Xiao to watch her words. Wen Jiu found herself at a loss for words more than usual today. Beside her, Jiang Yanci seemed to relish the commotion, adding, Please convey my gratitude for your friend's compliment. With a slight smirk, Wen Jiu switched to speaker mode to relay Jiang Yanci's thanks. On the other end, Gu Xiao fell into a rare silence before finally uttering, I've realized that what suits Jiang Yanci and you best is not his looks. Wah, Wen Jiu replied, puzzled and sensing a foreboding feeling. What is it? She inquired. Suppressing laughter, Gu Xiao remarked, his audacity. Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci. Jiang Yanci clenched his jaw, stating, Wen Xiaojiu? I believe the signal here is rather poor, don't you think? Wen Jiu agreed, I think so too. With that, she promptly hung up on Gu Xiao. However, not 3 seconds later, Gu Xiao called back. Upon answering, Gu Xiao quickly pleaded, I was wrong. I want to be mischievous again. Wen Jiu scoffed, Speak, what do you need? Gu Xiao, evidently aware of Wen Jiu's relationship with Jiang Yanci, understood that her call was not merely for idle gossip. Indeed, after Wen Jiu posed her question, Gu Xiao's demeanor turned serious. Jiu, your identity. Wen Jiu was taken aback and interjected, hastily explaining, previously, with the family situation being precarious, knowing my identity would not have been beneficial for you. Should anything happen to me, you, as someone privy to my identity, would inevitably be in danger. Xiao, my concealment was truly a last resort. Her voice quivered with concern, clearly anxious that Gu Xiao might be upset. I'm not angry. Why are you so nervous? Gu Xiao replied, though not upset. She felt a surge of joy hearing Wen Jiu's explanation. Chuckling, she recounted the earlier incident to Wen Jiu. I called you because Jian, you just came to ask about your identity. Haha. I lied and told him you had already disclosed it to me. His face turned pale on the spot. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, Jiu. After subtly vying with him for so long, this is the most satisfying victory I've ever achieved. Exercise caution and refrain from speaking carelessly. Initially, Gu Xiao had no intention of mentioning that scoundrel Jian Yu in front of Wen Jiu. However, in order to ensure that Jian Yu's future days would be even more unpleasant, she felt compelled to confide in Wen Jiu. Upon realizing that Gu Xiao was genuinely not upset with him, Wen Jiu's anxious heart settled. He assumed that Jian Yu would no longer pursue him, especially since Wen Jiu's true identity was now widely known. The shareholders of the Jian family would not allow Jian Yu to establish a formidable adversary, and thus would naturally restrain him. However, such an assumption may be unwarranted. Gu Xiao murmured softly to herself, recognizing from Jian Yu's wounded expression when he confronted her that he was unable to let go of Wen Jiu. Moreover, after the campus network revealed the video of Wen Jiu admitting her affection for Jiang Yanci, Jian Yu had publicly shed tears while fixating on Wen Jiu in the footage. Even Gu Xiao, who harbored a profound disdain for him, felt a twinge of pity at the sight of his despondent demeanor. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are detestable, and she could only conclude that Jian Yu had met his just desserts. After engaging in casual conversation over the phone for a while, the call came to an end. Wen Jiu set down her phone, only then realizing that the car's speed had diminished. She glanced at Jiang Yanci, questioning the purpose of their visit. Before Wen Jiu stood a quaint courtyard, with stone lions at the entrance and a plaque that bore the traces of time. More significantly, Wen Jiu was not unfamiliar with the surname Zhou inscribed on the plaque. Once among the prominent families of the capital over a decade ago, the Zhou family had gradually faded into obscurity. Unable to keep pace with the rapid developments of the era, Wen Jiu's knowledge regarding the Zhou family stemmed from a previous conversation with her mother, who had mentioned them. Subsequently, in an effort to glean lessons from the Zhou family's decline, Wen Jiu had commissioned research, which solidified her impression of the family. After Jiang Yanci exited the car and opened the door to the passenger seat, he noticed Wen Jiu's gaze fixed on him in confusion and softly stated, "I have come to retrieve something." With that, he leaned in to unbuckle the seatbelt beside Wen Jiu and extended his hand to her, saying, "I would be grateful for your cooperation, Miss Wen." As Wen Jiu regarded his outstretched hand, she placed her own into his. Upon exiting the vehicle, they were met by a middle-aged man clad in a suit who emerged from the Zhou residence. His demeanor displayed calm recognition of Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu, indicating prior knowledge of their arrival, or rather, of Jiang Yanci's impending visit. Wen Jiu pondered internally, maintaining a graceful smile as Jiang Yanci held her hand, leading her step by step into the once glorious Zhou residence. Traversing the long corridor adorned with dragon motifs, they arrived at the main courtyard. The middle-aged man who had come to guide them inclined slightly and said, "Please wait a moment." In such a once magnificent family, customs held paramount importance. Even after the Zhou family's decline to the point of being scarcely mentioned, the ingrained traditions remained largely intact over the years. "It should not take long," Jiang Yanci remarked, gently squeezing Wen Jiu's hand, his expression revealing a rare melancholy that Wen Jiu could not decipher. Observing his downcast brows, she remained perplexed by the cause of his sorrow. However, it was evidently not an appropriate moment to inquire. Wen Jiu suppressed the doubts that lingered in her heart and grasped Jiang Yanci's hand, which had inexplicably grown cold. It was all right. Since they were already here, the simplest phrase that could soothe the tension and unease within was simply, "Since we have come." Jiang Yanci silently curved the corners of his lips and tightened his delicate grip slightly. As more than 10 minutes passed, the door before them remained firmly shut, and the middle-aged man who had previously led the way had yet to reappear. A chill glimmered in Jiang Yanci's gaze as he anticipated that the other party might resort to the same old tricks. He turned to Wen Jiu, whose expression was inscrutable, and said, "Let us depart." Chapter 81. No one is qualified to make Wen Jiu suffer. Why? Wen Jiu grasped his hand. "Aren't you here to collect something? If you haven't retrieved it, why leave? I can come again another day." Jiang Yanci gazed tenderly at Wen Jiu, gently reassuring her. "You are quite fatigued today. Allow me to escort you home to rest." Prior to their meeting, he had already communicated with the Zhou family, who had not been unfriendly and had assured him that they would hand over the items upon his arrival. It was precisely this assurance that had driven him to bring Wen Jiu along so eagerly, as he wished to present his mother's carefully chosen gifts for his future daughter-in-law to Wen Jiu at the earliest opportunity. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Zhou family would continue to play their games, which they had indulged in for so many years. As his mother belonged to the Zhou family, he too was considered a junior within their ranks. For the sake of his mother's reputation, he could endure their condescension and their repeated failures to honor their commitments. However, no one had the right to make Wen Jiu endure such indignities. Jiang Yanci tightened his grip on Wen Jiu's wrist and spoke again, "Let us go." With that, he turned to leave, but Wen Jiu remained still. Her gaze fell upon his hand encircling her wrist. During the past 10 minutes of waiting, he had repeatedly clenched and then nervously released her hand. Wen Jiu was uncertain what could cause such disquiet in someone as composed and dignified as Jiang Yanci, yet she was resolute that he must acquire the item today. Gently, she freed herself from his grasp and turned to face him as he stepped forward. "Now, answer me a few questions." Jiang Yanci's lips quivered slightly, as if he had already surmised her inquiries. Indeed, the next moment she asked, "Is the item you seek of great importance to you?" Jiang Yanci instinctively curled his hands, nodding earnestly, "It is very important." His sentence trailed off, and the corners of his eyes glistened with a faint blush. His voice, tinged with an unrecognized tremor, revealed, "It is my mother's relic." The word relic escaped Jiang Yanci's lips so softly that Wen Jiu nearly missed it. Many years ago, a young Jiang Yanci had returned to the country with his parents' ashes, but before they could exit the airport, the Zhou family had arrogantly intervened, seizing both the ashes and belongings of Zhou Zishi. At that time, the Jiang family, in power, had wished for nothing more than Jiang Yanci's demise abroad. and they certainly had no intention of preserving anything that belonged to him. In subsequent attempts to reclaim Zhou Zaixi's ashes, Jiang Yanci had supported the waning Shou family on numerous occasions. Otherwise, the vast Shou residence would have been lost to them. However, aside from the ashes, there were items that Zhou Zaishi had promised to bequeath to Jiang Yanci. Thus, Jiang Yanci had persistently paved the way for the Zhou family. Yet they had continually delayed in granting him the items he sought. One of Jiang Yanci's purposes for coming to the capital this time was to address this matter. Wen Jiu offered no solace to him, but instead stepped closer, turning to gaze at the reception hall before asking her second question. Is the current head of the Zhou family your grandfather? Jiang Yanci remained silent. The term grandfather was not unfamiliar to him prior to his mother's passing. During holidays, his mother often brought him to this residence to accompany Zhou Huan. To ensure Jiang Yanci had an enjoyable time, Zhou Huan even designated a space in the backyard exclusively for him. Consequently, Zhou Zaishi felt secure leaving items prepared for Jiang Yanci at the Zhou household. For the Zhou family, amidst the turmoil engulfing the Jiang family, represented a more stable environment worthy of trust. However, after Zhou Zaishi's demise, the term grandfather became quite foreign to Jiang Yanci. Since then, Zhou Huan had not seen his grandson Jiang Yanci. Even the belongings of Zhou Zaishi were delivered directly to Jiang Yanci. Reflecting on this, despite his emotional numbness, a pang of sorrow surged within him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Jiu's family held great affection for her, yet there were also those who harbored disdain, even wishing her harm. Therefore, Wen Jiu was not overly surprised by the close relationship between the Zhou family and Jiang Yanci. However, she found the closed door before her somewhat bothersome. She gently patted Jiang Yanci's hand and remarked, "Jiang Yanci, have they stood you up on numerous occasions?" Observing Jiang Yanci's decisive turn to leave, she deduced that this was not his first encounter with such disappointment. Indeed, he affirmed with another nod, and Wen Jiu's keen perception astonished him once again. "Since that is the case, I shall not hold back." Upon finishing her sentence, Wen Jiu swiftly advanced. Standing resolutely before the closed door of the reception room, she unhesitatingly raised her foot and kicked it. A loud bang resonated, and she winced in pain, clutching her ankle, which had been jarred by the recoil. Yet, the door remained steadfastly shut. Jiang Yanci watched her exaggerated expression, hopping on one foot, and felt a smile break through the clouds of his heart. "What are you dawdling for?" Wen Jiu shot him a fierce glance, signaling, "Kick it again." "At your command." Jiang Yanci stepped forward, lifting his foot under Wen Jiu's watchful gaze, and struck with force. A resounding thud echoed as the door crashed to the ground. At the side entrance, Jiang Yanci's eyes met a group of individuals rushing over in a state of alarm. He raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Apologies. I couldn't control my strength." "Feigning," Wen Jiu muttered under her breath, crossing her arms as she stepped over the threshold with poise. "Jiang Yanci, who permitted you to enter?" "How audacious." The leader of the group, rushing from the side door, immediately confronted him. "I did." Already seated in the prominent position, Wen Jiu turned, elegantly adjusting her skirt as she settled into the chair upon Zhou Zhiling's gaze. Upon witnessing her action, Zhou Zhiling hastily interjected with an irate tone. "You are not allowed to sit. Get up." Unfortunately for him, by the time he uttered those words, Wen Jiu was already comfortably seated. The young woman elegantly crossed her fair, slender right leg over her left knee, her hand resting lightly on the armrest, rhythmically rising and falling as she leisurely surveyed the room's decor, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Zhiling's fury directed at her. Overlooked to such an extent, Zhou Zhiling could no longer contain the fury simmering within him. He gestured towards the young lady beside him, inviting her to rise. Did his uncle believe that, in his presence, he would once again bow to pressure? Jiang Yanci stood defiantly before the individual Zhou Zhiling had summoned, his gaze icy and unyielding. To speak candidly, although Zhou Zhiling had heard whispers of his nephew's fearsome reputation, he had never felt intimidated due to Jiang Yanci's past tendency to retreat. However, today, the palpable hostility in Jiang Yanci's gaze compelled Zhou Zhiling to swallow hard. He could not help but assert, "This is the Zhou family. I am your uncle." "Indeed," came the voice of Wen Jiu from behind Jiang Yanci. "You are his uncle, but not mine." "Jiang Yanci, come here," Wen Jiu called. And the man's frigid demeanor softened as he disregarded Zhou Zhiling's displeasure and approached her side. Wen Jiu gestured to a seat across the tea table and added, "Sit." Amused by her presumptuous tone, Jiang Yanci smiled, a playful grin gracing his lips as he took his place beside her. Chapter 82. Unwaveringly standing by one side upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Zhiling's lips twitched. It was one thing for this girl to be ignorant of propriety, But was Jiang Yanci's audacity in assuming the main seat truly a challenge to the heavens? Jiang Yanci, he scolded, yet before he could continue, Wen Jiu seized a teacup from the table and hurled it towards Zhou Zhiling. Perhaps Wen Jiu had deliberately controlled the trajectory, or perhaps Zhou Zhiling was simply fortunate. The teacup soared past his head and shattered violently upon the floor. As the sound of shattering glass faded, an eerie silence enveloped the reception room. Wen Jiu, with a half-smile, picked up another teacup and toyed with it. Let us converse amicably. I detest raucousness in my presence. Why you? Zhou Zhiling stammered. Pointing at Wen Jiu, his heart racing from the earlier shock, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, amused by his comical demeanor, and with a courteous nod, stated leisurely, Wen Jiu, I look forward to your guidance. Who? Zhou Zhiling faltered, his finger hovering uncertainly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name. Just then, a nearby associate discreetly reminded him, Zhou Zong, she is the one we saw trending earlier. The mention of the trending topic instantly jogged Zhou Zhiling's memory regarding what Wen Jiu represented, the Roshan group, the Vincent family. His pointing hand immediately withdrew. Even without a picture accompanying the trending search, the realization struck him with clarity, and the proud posture he had maintained crumbled into submission. I was unaware of Miss Wen's esteemed presence. I did not anticipate your visit to the Zhou residence, he stammered. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Jiu's eyes. To be candid, Zhou Zhiling's reaction was unexpected, especially considering how brazen he had been moments prior. However, Jiang Yanci's calm demeanor suggested that Zhou Zhiling, the current head of the Zhou family, was one to gauge others before acting. Leveraging his relationship as Jiang Yanci's uncle, being the brother of Jiang Yanci's deceased mother, he had thought himself above reproach, taking advantage of Jiang Yanci's kindness. Truly despicable. Wen Jiu set the teacup down and leaned back against her chair. I am here today to accompany General Jiang. She emphasized the title deliberately, noting the change in Zhou Zhiling's expression before continuing. To retrieve the belongings left to him by his mother. Confirming her suspicions, Zhou Zhiling anxiously pressed his lips together. Ms. Wen, the matters between Jiang Yanci and myself are purely private. Your interference may not be appropriate. I find it quite fitting, Wen Jiu replied, turning to Jiang Yanci. What do you think, General Jiang? I concur. Jiang Yanci nodded in agreement, glancing at her, witnessing her assertive demeanor fill him with an inexplicable warmth. She was standing up for him, steadfastly and without hesitation. 2-1. Zhou Zong, your opinion holds little weight here. Wen Jiu flashed an innocent smile at Zhou Zhiling. Yet the chill in her eyes belied any notion of her being a harmless girl. Unwilling to relinquish what belonged to Jiang Yanci, yet not wishing to offend Wen Jiu, Zhou Zhiling frantically signaled to Jiang Yanci, desperate to regain control of the situation. Yan, this matter is a private affair of our family. Shall we discuss it further at another time? However, this time, Jiang Yanci did not yield as he had in the past. Even when Zhou Zhilin addressed him with the most affectionate title, he remained resolute. Uncle, I do not wish for this to become an unpleasant spectacle, he said. Please return what belongs to me. Jiang Yanci's tone was relatively calm, yet his determination was unwavering. Zhou Zhilin gritted his teeth, fully aware that without relinquishing the items today, there would be no resolution. However, Zhou Zhilin took a deep breath, summoning his courage to say, the items can be given, but they must be exchanged for resources. Jiang Yanci frowned, about to refuse when he heard Wen Jiu's scornful laughter nearby. Mr. Zhou, I find your family's assets quite appealing. She resumed playing with the teacup on the table, leaving Zhou Zhilin with a sudden chill. The next moment, Wen Jiu continued, why not exchange something of yours instead? Otherwise, your Zhou family will belong to me. Zhou Zhilin was taken aback. Must he offer something in return for his own family's belongings? Why didn't Wen Jiu simply seize them? Zhou Zhilin couldn't restrain himself. Mr. Wen, you jest. Wen Jiu replied nonchalantly, I too believe Mr. Zhou is jesting. So, must we truly barter for our belongings? If it must be so. A cold smile spread across her face as she forcefully set the teacup down. I find your family's residence quite exquisite. If I truly desired it, I trust Mr. Zhou would be willing to part with it? The implication of her words was a blatant threat. If the young lady before him was indeed the one trending on social media, acquiring the Zhou family's residence would merely require a flick of her wrist. She wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Merely hinting at her desire would prompt others to contrive a way to dismantle the Zhou family and deliver the property into her hands. If Zhou Zhilin had not yet realized that Wen Jiu's elaborate maneuver was to bolster Jiang Yanci, then he had wasted years reading people's expressions. Yet, this young lady appeared quite youthful. How could her methods be so ruthless? Zhou Zhilin sighed, fully aware that he would gain no favor from Wen Jiu today. He wearily gestured, "I shall have someone prepare the items for you." "Thank you," Wen Jiu nodded, maintaining all due decorum. Zhou Jilin forced a smile, though none reached his eyes. As they awaited Zhou Jilin to procure the items, another individual emerged from the side door. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yanci's expression noticeably shifted. Wen Jiu, curious about this newcomer, watched as he bowed to Jiang Yanci and said, "Young master, the master wishes to see you." Upon encountering the elderly man with white hair, Jiang Yanci immediately stood. "Zhou," he called softly, noticing the warmth in his gaze. Wen Jiu understood that this elder held a significance for Jiang Yanci, and she too rose in respect. "It has been a long time. How have you been?" "Young master?" Zhou inquired with a smile, his face etched with the gentle lines of time. Jiang Yanci nodded. "All is well. Thank you for your concern." "Zhou, that is good to hear." Zhou smiled, his gaze shifting to Wen Jiu. "If possible, my master would also like to meet you, Miss Wen." The elderly gentleman, likely in his 70s or 80s, addressed me with a tone of respect, even as I humbly suggested he simply call me by my name. His demeanor was kind and gentle, and it was evident that he held no intention of being disrespectful. Upon hearing my words, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he replied, "Very well then, young master, Miss Wen Jiu, please." Chapter 83. With hidden intentions do you wish to go? Jiang Yanci inquired softly, lowering his head as he addressed Wen Jiu. Upon receiving her nod, he felt a sense of relief and followed Zhou deeper into the courtyard. Along the way, he elucidated to Wen Jiu, "My mother was raised by Zhou, and during my childhood, he took great care of me for an extended period." Jiang Yanci was explaining to Wen Jiu his desire to meet his grandfather. He could disregard the sentiments of others, yet when Zhou personally extended the invitation, he felt compelled to accept. Wen Jiu understood the underlying sentiment. Amidst the sea of insincerity, the rare instances of genuine emotion became all the more precious. It could only be said that Jiang Yanci's grandfather possessed a profound understanding of his grandson, comprehending the intricacies of the situation. Wen Jiu gently patted the back of his hand, reassuring him, "As I said, since we are here, there is no harm in paying a visit." Moreover, she sensed that Jiang Yanci harbored feelings for his grandfather. Otherwise, he would not have been so hindered by the petty man Zhou Jilin for so many years. As they conversed, Zhou halted before the room situated at the southern end of the courtyard. The lingering scent of medicine pervaded the air of this secluded courtyard, and the faint, oppressive sounds of labored breathing emanated from within the room. Wen Jiu glanced at Jiang Yanci, whose brow was furrowed in concern. Perhaps it was her malevolence. But at that moment, as an observer, she did not perceive the elderly man inside as longing for his grandson during his ailment. Zhou stepped forward to open the door, gesturing for the two to enter. "Young master, Miss Wen, please," he invited. Jiang Yanci nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Zhou." Although Wen Jiu felt a twinge of disgust at her own assumptions, she did not betray her feelings on her countenance. She sincerely hoped that her inner malice was indeed accurate. After expressing her gratitude to Zhou with a nod, Wen Jiu followed Jiang Yanci into the room. There, on the antique brown-black couch beneath the window, sat an elderly man, resembling a withered tree, with frail, pallid features and yellowed eyes fixated on them. The frail figure shifted back slightly, leaning against the wall for support, sitting up straighter than before. "Little Yan, you have grown." The frail voice of the old man emerged, evoking a pang of sorrow. Jiang Yanci released Wen Jiu's hand and stepped forward to drape the blanket that had slipped from the old man's shoulders back over him. "Grandfather has aged," Jiang Yanci remarked, his gaze falling upon the elderly man's emaciated hands. The skin was marked with countless needle pricks and remnants of unhealed bruises. At that moment, Jiang Yanci felt an inexpressible turmoil within. He was acutely aware that the old man's intentions were not entirely pure, yet his heart ached uncontrollably. In years past, this man had been able to guide him through the courtyard, but now he could only struggle to sit up in bed. He lowered his eyes and asked, "Did grandfather call for me for a reason?" Memories flooded back of the past when the ashes of the late Zhou Ziki had been forcibly taken from him, denying him the opportunity to honor and pay respects. After years of exploitation, did Jiang Yanci harbor resentment? Yes. Yet, witnessing Zhou Huan in such a dire state of health, he found himself overwhelmed by an uncontainable sense of sorrow. Human emotions are never as clear-cut as black and white. As Jiang Yanci scrutinized Zhou Huan was also observing him. This was the grandson who once filled him with the utmost pride. His features seemed to have been proportionally magnified, retaining the exquisite charm of his childhood, remarkably resembling his mother. However, in contrast to his younger self, The present individual exuded a vastly different aura. The person before him was mature, composed, and bore the haughty demeanor characteristic of one accustomed to high status. Indeed, he had grown up. Zhou Huan uncovered his mouth and coughed softly. After recuperating with the warm water poured by Jiang Yanci, he finally spoke. "What lies on the table is what you have always desired." As his words settled, Jiang Yanci turned his gaze to the wooden box on the adjacent table. "This most crucial item has been kept close to me, while the rest resides with your uncle. You may take them all with you shortly." Despite the long-awaited treasure being presented before him, Jiang Yanci remained still. He inquired, "What does grandfather want me to do?" A shadow flickered across Zhou Huanan's eyes, and after a moment, he shook his head, his expression heavy with sorrow. "You need not do anything. Simply take the items and leave." Jiang Yanci tightened his grip on the box at his side, still yearning to ask more. However, Wen Jiu, who had been silent since entering the room, suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Yanci." Her voice interrupted the unvoiced questions of Jiang Yanci, prompting an irritable glance from Zhou Huanan, who had been poised to voice his own demands, unperturbed by the old man's displeasure. Wen Jiu offered him a gentle smile before stepping forward to lift the wooden box from the table, handing it to Jiang Yanci with a tender tone. "I left the gift I prepared for your grandfather in the car. Could you fetch it for me?" Jiang Yanci held the wooden box firmly, his eyes fixed on the smile adorning Wen Jiu's face. He found her intentions inscrutable, yet refrained from voicing any objections. "All right." With that almost ethereal whisper, Jiang Yanci exited the room, cradling the box. Once his figure vanished beyond the courtyard gate, Wen Jiu approached and pushed open another closed door. A surge of blinding sunlight flooded the room, causing Zhou Huanan, accustomed to the dimness, to squint uncomfortably. Once he adjusted, Wen Jiu stood before him once more. Zhou Huanan assessed the strikingly beautiful girl in front of him and weakly inquired, "What do you intend by sending Yan away?" Upon hearing his question, the smile on Wen Jiu's lips deepened. "Of course, it is to prevent you from morally coercing our Yan." She was confident that had she not intervened, once Jiang Yanci voiced his inquiries, Zhou Huanan would have inevitably proposed conditions that Jiang Yanci could not refuse. As she spoke, the light in her eyes was soft. Yet the insinuations within her words transformed Zhou Huanan's expression multiple times. After a pause, he covered his mouth and began to cough. Wen Jiu, unperturbed, poured a cup of warm water and offered it to him, yet Zhou Huanan did not accept. She raised an eyebrow. "Is the old man afraid I might poison him?" This is a society governed by the rule of law, cough, society. It seems that this statement has provoked the individual before him. As Zhou Huanan began to cough more severely, Wen Jiu, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "Your health." Though Wen Jiu did not finish his sentence, both were acutely aware of the unspoken truth. Given Zhou Huanan's frail condition, there was little that could be demanded of Wen Jiu. Once Zhou Huanan had regained his composure, Wen Jiu continued, "Let us speak frankly. I assume you do not wish for my presence to linger, do you?" "Why do you say that?" Zhou Huanan, retaining a measure of caution, refrained from directly addressing Wen Jiu's inquiry. At this, the warmth in Wen Jiu's gaze diminished slightly. For if the elder truly desired to bequeath something to Jiang Yanci or genuinely wished to meet him, there would have been ample opportunities over the years. Yet, he did not. The sudden urge to see him now raises my suspicions of ulterior motives. Could it not be that my grandfather has little time left and wishes to see his grandson before departing? Zhou Huanan squinted, his murky eyes betraying an inscrutable darkness. Wen Jiu shook his head. "That is implausible." Wen Jiu firmly believed that extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden motives. Chapter 84. A heartbreaking tale. If Zhou Huan truly harbored such compassion for Jiang Yanci, he would not allow him to be so ruthlessly toyed with by Zhou Zhilan. Moreover, over the years, has he truly lacked the time or opportunity to see Jiang Yanci? Certainly not. He did not see him in the past, nor did he see him yesterday. Yet today, on the very day Jiang Yanci has fallen out with Zhou Zhilan, to claim he has no ulterior motives is utterly implausible. Seeing her respond with such unwavering certainty, Zhou Huan found himself appreciating her keen insight. Alas, with a sigh, he remarked, "My dear girl, you shall not glean the answers you seek from me. You may leave. In light of this, I can assure you that the old man will not obtain what you desire from Jiang Yanci either." Wen Jiu interjected lightly, facing Zhou Huan's increasingly penetrating gaze. Wen Jiu smiled nonchalantly. "I believe the old man is well aware of my identity and understands that I possess the capability to follow through on my words. Are you not afraid that this will cause a rift between you and a yin?" Zhou Huan pressed, his eyes sharp. After all, His standing in Jiang Yanci's heart was unlike any other. However, upon hearing this, Wen Jiu merely smiled indifferently. If Jiang Yanci cannot discern right from wrong, then why should I be afraid? After a moment of silence, Zhou Huan resignedly remarked, "You are such a perceptive girl." Wen Jiu humbly expressed her gratitude. Observing this, Zhou Huan exhaled as if conceding. He gazed out at the dazzling sunlight streaming through the window. And she, my youngest child, is the daughter I received late in life, whom I cherish dearly. Yet that girl chose to marry into the port city without a second thought. Though she has gone far away, as long as she finds happiness, I can accept it. I even adore her children immensely. I once believed Mai and she could lead a blissful life, but 10 years ago. Zhou Huan's nostalgic tone suddenly turned sharp. He clutched the blanket tightly, his face flushed with emotion. 10 years ago, Mai and she died. She perished due to the infighting within the Jiang family. I never wished for her to marry into the port city, but I could not stop her. Why must she wed a member of the Jiang family amidst such chaos? Upon receiving the news of Yanci's tragic fate, regret consumed me. I lamented allowing her to go to the port city. As he reminisced, Zhou Huan's frail hand pounded against his chest. Tears welled in his eyes. Yet she is gone. All I can do is bring her ashes home, for this is the only place she truly belongs. Here. She will forever be the carefree only daughter of the Zhou family. Zhou Huan's profound love for his daughter is indeed moving. However, Wen Jiu must grasp that it is not merely a tale of paternal affection. She quietly observed the emotional turmoil within Zhou Huan, waiting for him to regain his composure before continuing. If you love your daughter so dearly, why are you so cruel to the bloodline she left behind in this world? Why did he not perish alongside her? What? Wen Jiu was taken aback by Zhou Huan's outburst of fury. Zhou Huan seemed taken aback by the revelation of his innermost thoughts. As he regained his composure, he felt as though his body had lost all strength, sliding downwards. He gazed at the gray-white ceiling, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Every time he thought of a Yan still being alive, he was compelled to ask why. Because of him, because of his father, Mai Zaishi met his untimely demise. Why did Mai Zaishi perish while he remained? At times, I even ponder whether Zaishi sacrificed himself to protect him. When these thoughts crossed his mind, he found himself wishing for the other's death, longing for it. Zaishi adored his son so dearly, why did he not accompany him in death? His voice, barely above a whisper, was sharply interrupted by Wen Jiu's fierce rebuke. Absurd. She fixed her tear-streaked gaze upon Zhou Huan. By your logic, should you not also seek death? She loved her child deeply. Surely she loved you, his father, as well? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huan's hand trembled ever so slightly. It was as though Wen Jiu had pierced through his cowardice. He raised his hand to cover his face, stifled sobs escaping him bit by bit. Yet Wen Jiu felt no pity for him. If you despise him so thoroughly, regardless of how irrational your disdain may be, I have no words to say. But you, while harboring hatred, simultaneously exploit his admiration for you as his grandfather and his reverence for his mother's relics to compel him into servitude for the Zhou family. You are utterly repugnant. Never had Wen Jiu felt such fury as she did at this moment. Even when she had been handed over to kidnappers by her own family, thrust into a perilous situation where survival was uncertain, her anger did not compare to this. She clenched her teeth, her voice trembling with pain. Even today, you continue to exploit him. When Jiang Yanci came to visit his grandfather, the flicker of hope he harbored turned into a mockery. Wen Jiu lifted her chin, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In this world, there exist individuals who forever prefer to impose their own cowardice and hypocrisy upon others. Wen Jiu articulated each word with precision. You are well aware of who caused your daughter's death, yet you have not sought vengeance against him. Because, even amidst the turmoil within the Jiang family, the already waning Zhou family cannot compare, and thus you lack the courage. This cowardice, this self-reproach, you have transferred onto Jiang Yanci, who shares the bloodline of the Jiang family, even though he is the sole descendant of your daughter. Pursuing the very actions you wish to undertake, you dare not extend a helping hand. When Jiang Yanci avenged his parents, witnessing his ascent as the newly envied patriarch of the Jiang family, compared to the nearly forgotten, decaying Zhou family, your greedy hearts will inevitably stir with desire. When Jiu gradually regained her composure, her voice resonating with strength, it is your hypocrisy, your selfishness, your insatiable greed. The thoughts she had concealed for years were ruthlessly laid bare by a girl she had only just met, exposing the festering maggots beneath a seemingly intact surface. Zhou Huan suddenly opened his mouth wide and cried out in anguish. Yet Wen Jiu merely overturned the teacup she held, the water spilling onto the dry floor. Soaking it thoroughly, she placed the teacup back on the table and, without a backward glance, departed with a heavy heart. The mere thought of lingering here for another moment felt suffocating. As she stepped outside, she was met with an empty space behind the door. Yet Wen Jiu felt an unexpected sense of relief that Jiang Yanci had failed to comprehend her subtle hints. Deleting the recordings from her phone, she feigned nonchalance as she walked away. However, the moment she exited the Zhou family's gate and caught sight of Jiang Yanci standing beside his car, the sorrow concealed in his eyes became unmistakable, rendering her own tears uncontrollable. "Did you hear everything?" she inquired, her tone more declarative than interrogative. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, Jiang Yanci lifted his chin, attempting to feign indifference, yet the redness in his eyes betrayed him completely. Especially upon witnessing the profound concern reflected in Wen Jiu's gaze. He stepped forward decisively, enveloping the tearful figure before him in his embrace, holding her tightly as if to merge their very souls. "It hurts so much." Jiang Yanci gently caressed the back of Wen Jiu's head, offering solace. "Let my Jiu discover my sorrow." Initially, he had feared her self-reproach and had hurriedly escaped. Little did he realize, his Jiu was astute enough to perceive his distress at a mere glance. Chapter 85. Please don't cry, BB. Wen Jiu leaned her tear-streaked face against Jiang Yanci's chest, encircling his waist with her arms, as if this gesture could bestow upon him boundless strength. She softly reiterated, "They are the villains. You are not at fault." Her muffled voice emphasized repeatedly, "It is they who are wrong. Do not remain ensnared in sorrow. Do not be unhappy. Do not be disheartened." Indeed, Jiang Yanci was acutely aware of this. Yet, being human, how could he not feel despondent upon hearing hurtful words from those he once held dear? However, in contrast to his sorrow, it was the sight of Wen Jiu tilting her head back, stifling her tears, and ardently defending him that moved him even more. He lowered his head, gently wiping away the continuous tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertip. "Didn't we say not to be sad? Why are you still crying?" Wen Jiu pouted at him, wishing to express that she was grieving for him, but as the words failed to escape her lips, her tears only fell more profusely. In that moment, Jiang Yanci felt as though his heart was being tightly clenched. "Wen Xiaojiu," he gazed at her helplessly, his fingers ceaselessly wiping her tears, yet it seemed there was no end to them. With his head bowed, his already reddened eyes took on an additional sheen. "I'm sorry," he murmured, hastily gathering her back into his embrace, not wanting her to witness his own tears. "I'm sorry. Please don't cry, all right?" Is BB a term for baby in Cantonese? A muffled voice suddenly emerged from his arms, and upon hearing her finally articulate a complete sentence, Jiang Yanci nodded. "Yes." Wen Jiu clutched the hem of Jiang Yanci's shirt, hastily attempting to dry her tears, only to remember her makeup, and her expression immediately fell. "Wah, is my makeup ruined? Is there any smudging around my eyes? Do I look horrifically abstract?" "It's not ruined. You look lovely," Jiang Yanci assured, gently wiping away the tear marks at the corners of her eyes, bending down to earnestly emphasize, "If you worry about such trivial matters, how can others live? It is perfectly normal for a girl to care about her appearance, after all." Wen Jiu's emotions began to stabilize, and she took out her phone, handing it to Jiang Yanci. "Could you hold this for me?" Jiang Yanci obediently became her makeshift phone stand, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Jiu, as she tilted her head, inspecting herself from various angles, and then leaned in to confirm her eye makeup was indeed intact. She released a sigh of relief that softened his heart. "What are you smiling at?" The moment Wen Jiu shifted her gaze from the phone, she met Jiang Yanci's eyes sparkling with mirth, prompting her to ask, rather sternly, "I just think our Miss Wen is exceedingly beautiful," he replied, returning the phone to her and turning to open the passenger door. "Shall I take you home?" "Yes, I'm hungry," Wen Jiu said as she climbed into the car. "I want to eat something." "All right, let us get some food first." Jiang Yanci bent down to fasten her seatbelt before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat. As she was about to depart, Wen Jiu cast a fleeting glance at the tightly shut door of the Zhou residence beside her, a chill flickering in her eyes like a passing breeze. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Jiang Yanci, who had already started the vehicle, suddenly remarked, "I'll handle it myself. I wouldn't want to soil your hands." Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. "Truly deserving of our ruthless CEO, Jiang." Oh, her voice trailed off in an exaggerated tone, prompting Jiang Yanci to chuckle, his heavy heart lightened by her playful demeanor. He nodded. "Only in this manner can we successfully form a team." "Huh?" Wen Jiu frowned, her intuition suggesting that Jiang Yanci was indulging in awkward banter. The next moment, he continued, Isn't the scorpion beauty a fixed combination? So, you're the scorpion? Wen Jiu's brows knitted together, yet Jiang Yanci maintained a serious and earnest denial. I am the beauty. How ridiculous. Wen Jiu scoffed, diverting her gaze. She had underestimated Jiang Yanci. It was clear he was not merely engaging in banter, but rather dabbling in the abstract. Unable to compete with Wen Jiu's sage-like contemplation, she arched her index finger against her brow, exuding 3 parts affection and 7 parts exasperation. I truly lack the time to jest with you. Jiang Yanci. As dusk settled, a dark green Bugatti glided into the most prestigious villa district of the capital. After a hearty meal, Wen Jiu directed Jiang Yanci to park at her doorstep, then opened the door and exited the vehicle. Jiang Yanci leaned against the car window, watching her. Aren't you supposed to wait for me to exit and display some gentlemanly grace? Aren't you the beauty? What gentlemanly grace is required? Wen Jiu tilted her head, her smile radiating warmth, yet her words were sharp enough to choke. Jiang Yanci beckoned her with a finger. Come here. What for? Wen Jiu's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Yet Jiang Yanci unbuckled his seatbelt, stepped out, and opened the trunk. Observing this, Wen Jiu curiously approached. However, as she drew near, Jiang Yanci concealed the object he had retrieved behind his back. Wen Jiu, her view obstructed, queried. Show me. Jiang Yanci gestured, his wary demeanor suggesting he was guarding against theft rather than presenting a gift. Nevertheless, curiosity triumphed over her underlying discontent. Wen Jiu extended her left hand towards Jiang Yanci, her haughty air reminiscent of a princess awaiting assistance from her servants. Jiang Yanci gently took her hand with his left hand, then revealed what he had hidden behind him. The cool sensation brushed against Wen Jiu's wrist. Jiang Yanci, still holding her fingers, lowered his head, meticulously fastening the clasp of the bracelet. In this simple act, he held his breath, his hand trembling ever so slightly. Once he completed the task, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Wen Jiu raised her hand, earnestly inspecting the newly adorned bracelet on her bare wrist. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized the embedded cashmere sapphires. She gently shook her wrist, watching the light dance upon the gems, her gaze lifting with delight. Is this for me? Yes, a token of apology for upsetting you at the airport last time. Jiang Yanci nodded, observing the smile in her eyes before inquiring, do you like it? Is it a bracelet or something else? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow in response. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Yanci's lips moved, questioning whether he could not inquire about both. Wen Jiu nodded affirmatively, of course. If it is a bracelet, I truly adore it. After a brief pause, she abruptly lifted her hand. The delicate, fair arm of the girl draped around Jiang Yanci's neck, and before he could react, she had already risen onto her toes. If it were yours, then I absolutely adore it. With each repetition of absolutely, she gently nodded her head, as if to emphasize her sincerity. At that moment, the distance between them was so diminutive that Jiang Yanci could feel the warmth radiating from her, more fervent than the blazing summer sun. He lowered his gaze, intensely focusing on the earnestness in her eyes, catching a glimpse of his own reflection in them, which sent waves of tumultuous emotion through his heart, nearly shattering his self-control. Yet, this time, there was no need for him to unleash the beast confined within. Wen Jiu's hand around his neck tugged him down slightly. In the next heartbeat, their breaths, already so close, entwined with one another. Chapter 86. This place is dangerous. In the expanded pupils of Jiang Yanci, the gentle visage of Wen Jiu was faintly reflected as she slightly tilted her head. He longed to capture every nuance of her expression, akin to their previous encounter, yet her warm palm obstructed his gaze. Jiang Yanci, close your eyes. Wen Jiu found discomfort in the intensity of Jiang Yanci's stare. It felt perilous, as though he harbored intentions to consume her utterly. Listening to her voice, imbued with a sticky sweetness, Jiang Yanci obediently closed his eyes. As his lashes brushed against Wen Jiu's palm, a delightful shiver coursed through her, igniting a yearning deep within. Thus, Wen Jiu's actions grew bolder. Her hand, which had covered Jiang Yanci's eyes, glided down along his brow and cheeks, finally resting upon his neck. The strong pulse of his carotid artery thrummed beneath her fingertips. Jiang Yanci, she gently tapped her finger. This is dangerous. No one else may touch you but me. Understood. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yanci's hand had found its way to Wen Jiu's lower back, providing her a place to lean, alleviating the strain of her tiptoed stance. His eyes, filled with intoxicating allure, reflected not only indulgence, but also a hint of dissatisfaction at the abruptness of their kiss. Jiu, he murmured softly. That wasn't enough. I concur, Wen Jiu smirked, but just as Jiang Yanci anticipated a gratifying response, she delivered only a fleeting kiss. akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. Then, taking a step back, she steadied herself and playfully declared, "But I'm tired." Jiang Yanci was too tall. While her tiptoed kiss had satisfied her modest desire for control, it left her feeling fatigued. Her neck ached from the effort, and she had not anticipated the astonishment reflected in Jiang Yanci's eyes, as if to say, "Is it truly possible to engage in such antics?" Wen Jiu blinked innocently. "Of course." "Very well," Jiang Yanci conceded with a sigh, as Wen Jiu waved cheerily, "Then I shall head home." Goodbye, seeing her unrelenting intent to depart. Jiang Yanci sighed heavily, grasping her wrist and drawing her back into his embrace. Meeting her inquiring gaze, he remarked, "There's another gift. Generous of you, President Jiang." When Jiu responded, her curiosity piqued at the mention of another present, and she stood attentively, awaiting Jiang Yanci's second offering. However, upon seeing the wooden box he retrieved from old Master Zhou, a flicker of surprise ignited in her eyes. When Jiu's lips parted, ready to voice her thoughts, when Jiang Yanci, having contemplated the box for a moment, began, "My mother was an avid collector, often gathering items suited for my father and me." He continued, "These treasures are what she collected from all corners of the country, gifts she prepared for my future daughter-in-law." With care, Jiang Yanci placed the wooden box within the car, opening it to reveal a small, intricately carved box adorned with unknown vines and flowers. As he unveiled the jade ring nestled within, Jiang Yanci's calm facade belied the turmoil that tightened within his heart. He endured the discomfort within his heart as he retrieved the red jade ring, carefully attaching it to the prepared red thread before presenting it to Wen Jiu. "This ring was personally chosen by my mother from the stone materials, and she had commissioned a designer to carve it. It is a pair with the one I possess. Jiu, this is a gift from my mother to you. Today, I am honored to present this token on her behalf, and I hope you will cherish it." As Jiang Yanci's words fell, the ring, suspended from the red thread, swayed gently in the breeze. With each motion, Wen Jiu seemed to envision the tender expression on Jiang Yanci's mother's face as she meticulously selected the stone and eagerly awaited its sculpting. The thought of her warm demeanor was unmistakable. Wen Jiu extended her hand, accepting the jade ring with utmost care, as if it were a precious treasure. Observing its form intently, her mind drifted back to her visit to the Jiang family estate, where she had seen the half-broken ring that Jiang Yanci had been toying with. Judging by its texture and design, it appeared to be the other half of her own. However, Jiang Yanci's piece was slightly broader than hers. But what had caused the fracture in Jiang Yanci's ring? Pondering this, Wen Jiu instinctively furrowed her brows. The last time she had seen the broken ring had left a profound impression on her. She had thought it was its unique state that had drawn her attention. Yet today, she sensed that the matter was more complicated than she had initially believed. "Is something amiss? Do you not like it?" Jiang Yanci inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor with concern. Wen Jiu snapped back to reality, shaking her head as she donned the red thread around her neck. "I truly adore it. I was merely lost in thought, recalling your half-broken ring." Casually, she asked, "How did yours break?" At this, a subtle change flickered in Jiang Yanci's eyes. Though his face betrayed little, he replied softly, "It was accidentally shattered during the incident involving my parents." Jiang Yanci spoke the truth. Yet Wen Jiu felt a veil of concealment shrouded his words, reminiscent of their previous encounter. However, she chose not to probe further. Some matters do not necessitate relentless inquiry. She tucked the ring into her collar, adding, "Please convey my gratitude to Auntie. One day, I would love to visit her and uncle with you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of warmth illuminated Jiang Yanci's gaze. Certainly, he nodded in agreement. Wen Jiu waved him off, preparing to send Jiang Yanci on his way, when suddenly, the courtyard gate swung open from within. Hearing the noise, she turned to find Aunt Zhao's smiling eyes meeting hers. Wen Jiu pressed her lips together, asking, "Aunt Zhao, why have you come out?" Aunt Zhao glanced at her, but did not respond directly. Instead, she turned her head towards Jiang Yanci, standing behind Wen Jiu, and inquired with a smile, "Who is this young man?" Wen Jiu contemplated stating that he was her boyfriend, but recalling that Jiang Yanci had yet to confess his feelings, she refrained from assigning him a title. The words lingered unspoken on her lips. "Young man, perhaps you would care to elaborate?" This was the first male companion she had brought home, aside from her ex, Wen Jiu, which naturally piqued Aunt Zhao's interest. However, observing Wen Jiu's conflicted expression, Jiang Yanci mistakenly assumed that Wen Jiu wished to keep her family in the dark about him. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and with a mischievous glint, Jiang Yanci averted his gaze from Wen Jiu and obediently responded to Aunt Zhao, "Miss Wen is my benefactor." Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Realizing what Jiang Yanci had just said, Wen Jiu was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? Chapter 87. A moment of clarity, she gazed at Aunt Zhao, whose expression had turned sour, and hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, Aunt Zhao. Please, allow me to elucidate. Miss, I shall report this matter truthfully to the master and madam," Aunt Zhao retorted with a fierce glare at Jiang Yanci, calling him a pretty boy before taking Wen Jiu's hand and leading her into the courtyard. As the door to the courtyard closed, Jiang Yanci, realizing belatedly that he might have overstepped, awkwardly touched his nose. Concerned that his actions might have truly caused trouble for Wen Jiu, he approached the courtyard door, intending to clarify the situation with Aunt Zhao. However, before he could knock, a boisterous laughter erupted from within. "Ha, Aunt Zhao, you acted exceptionally well." Aunt Zhao's tone had softened, no longer as stern as before. "Who told that young man to be so mischievous? I know my miss better than anyone." There was a tone of pride in her voice as she continued, "Our Jiu would never engage in such irresponsible behavior." "Exactly." Wen Jiu nodded enthusiastically, glancing at Jiang Yanci outside, and playfully shook her head at him before pulling Aunt Zhao inside. Realizing he had been outwitted, Jiang Yanci let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging that he still had much to learn. In the harbor city, Shenqi stood at the entrance of the Shen family home with two companions, staring at a place she hadn't visited in years, devoid of any sense of nostalgia. "Break the door down." With that command, the individuals accompanying her surged forward. The Shen family villa was swiftly filled with Shenqi's entourage, yet amidst the chaos, she maintained her composure as she entered the living room. Upon witnessing Shen Huaixing and a strange woman being forcibly ushered out from the master bedroom, disheveled, her expression remained largely unchanged. Clearly, she had long been aware that, in addition to Shenqi's mother, Shen Huaixing had taken another mistress. Sitting regally on the central sofa, she inquired of Shen Huaixing, who was struggling to reach her. "Where is Shenqi? What are your intentions towards your sister? Isn't it enough that you aided others in bullying her last time?" Shen Huaixing spat on the floor. "Moreover, Shenqi, the Shen family is not under your control. Do you intend to rebel by bringing such a crowd here? The Shen family is hardly a kingdom to be overthrown," Shenqi replied with poised elegance, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "However, I do enjoy a good spectacle." With that, she began sending the photo she had just taken to Wang Shuan, Shenqi's mother. Noticing Shen Huaixing's expression darkening due to her actions, Shenqi feigned innocence with a slight smile. Encountering such a revolting situation with father today was purely coincidental. "My primary purpose here is to rectify the foolish actions concerning Shenqi." She received a dossier from her secretary, opened it, and tossed it in front of Shen Huaixing. "These are the materials intercepted by Mr. Zhang's associates. That fool Shen, she dared to allow those unscrupulous media outlets to slander Miss Wen. If I hadn't intervened in time." She let out a cold laugh, stating that the person standing before him now was not herself, but rather Jiang Yanci or the young lady of the Vincent family. These unscrupulous media outlets would stop at nothing for money, even if it meant offending Jiang Yanci. Only Shenqi, in her foolishness, dared to collaborate with them. Upon hearing the names mentioned by Shenqi, Shen Huaixing momentarily paused in his struggles. Shenqi waved her hand, and the two individuals restraining Shen Huaixing immediately released him. "Father, I presume you haven't caught up with today's financial news yet? I believe you should take a look," Shenqi remarked. Shen Huaixing's hands trembled with anger as he flipped through the papers on the floor, but upon her prompting, he hurriedly retrieved his phone to check. However, he need not search long, for news regarding the Asia-Pacific head of Rongxing Group immediately surfaced. The moment he saw the name, Shen Huaixing's already haggard face turned a ghastly white. Shenqi observed his expression with a sense of amusement. "Now, can you tell me where Shenqi is?" "As long as Shenqi pays the price, Miss Wen pushed the Shen family to the brink of ruin. What do you think, father?" She referred to him as father with a seemingly innocent demeanor, yet to Shen Huaixing, it sounded like a death knell. His grip on the documents quivered. "I once believed that your willingness to let Rongxing Group collaborate with the Shen family stemmed from a lingering affection for me as your father, which is why you agreed to my requests. However, after our last encounter, I realized that collaborating with a colossal enterprise like Rongxing was inherently unfair to the Shen family. Furthermore, the two copies of the contract are not identical. Not only are they different, but the signatures and seals on my copy are also forged. Gee, you have long intended to destroy the Shen family, haven't you?" Shen Huaixing looked like a betrayed father, his eyes filled with a poignant helplessness. Yet, Shenqi merely scoffed at his predicament. "Is it too late for you to realize this, father?" She had once yearned to preserve everything belonging to her mother, but eventually came to understand that if she could not possess it, why should it remain in someone else's hands? It was better to obliterate it entirely. No. It is not too late. Shen Huaixin shook his head, pleading, let me leave everything of the Shen family to you, please. If we simply re-sign the contract, no one at Rongshan Group will ever know. His eyes brimmed with hope as he gazed at Shenqi, longing for the answer he desired from her. However, Shenqi slowly shook her head. All of this was obtained through your coercion and manipulation. How can you possibly regret it? Listening to the sound of vehicles screeching outside, Shenqi rose to look out. Upon seeing a woman rushing into the living room, her smile deepened, without her needing to incite anything. When the woman in a flimsy camisole trembled and hid behind Shen Huaixin, Wang Xuan screeched, Harlot, harlot, how dare you sleep with my husband in my home? Harlot. Wang Xuan, devoid of her usual grace and composure befitting a lady, discarded her high heels and lunged toward Shen Huaixin's paramour. Unfortunately, this time, Shen Huaixin, who had always shielded her in the past, unhesitatingly protected his mistress from her wrath. He seized Wang Xuan's hand, raised high with the stiletto, and forcefully pushed her back, admonishing, look at yourself now. Mr. Shen, your wife is truly terrifying, the mistress lamented, simultaneously feigning distress while clinging to Shen Huaixin. The gathering of onlookers seemed to serve as her audience, and Shenqi found great satisfaction in her performance. However, Wang Xuan was far from pleased. Her anguished screams pierced the air, tears streaming down her cheeks as she once again charged forward, exclaiming, let go of my husband, you harlot. Release him. Witnessing the transformation of someone who once endeavored to maintain an air of dignity into this frenzied figure brought a sense of relief to Shenqi. Chapter 88. The little canary invites me to climb the mountain. The roles have reversed. The position once occupied by Wang Xuan is now filled by Shen Huaixin's little lover. Meanwhile, her mother stands where the now jealous and furious Wang Xuan is positioned. However, unlike Wang Xuan's chaotic uproar, her mother, upon realizing the desolation of the husband for whom she bore children, chose a despairing end to her life. Shenqi could no longer bear the jarring argument before her. She lifted her gaze towards Shenqi, who stood bewildered at the doorway, and signaled to those beside her. As they advanced, Shenqi instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to the trained individuals surrounding her. Before she could escape the courtyard, she was restrained by Shenqi's associates. Once captured, Shenqi sought help from Shen Huaixin and Wang Xuan inside, but their fierce altercation left them oblivious to her plight. Stepping outside, Shenqi offered a faint smile. Shenqi, if you haven't learned your lesson from the last incident, perhaps you should return and ponder your actions. Fully aware of Shenqi's motives, Shenqi quickly retorted, those matters were disclosed to me directly by Jiang Yan. I even saw their photographs together. In a fit of indignation, she accused, Wen Jiu is nothing but a promiscuous woman. Once Jiang Yanci discovers her true nature, she will receive no assistance from him. Shenqi, do you not fear inciting Jiang Yanci's wrath by defending her? Shenqi, taken aback by Shenqi's audacious remarks, pondered, at times. She questioned if she truly belonged to Shen Huaixin, for she lacked the foolish confidence that Shenqi and Shen Huaixin both exuded. A wave of irritation washed over her. Rubbing her aching temples, she commanded, take her away. Take me away? Where are you taking me? Shenqi panicked at the implication. Shenqi, you little wretch. What are you planning to do? As the vehicle's engine roared to life, Shenqi's vitriolic outbursts faded into the night. The commotion within the villa continued unabated. Glancing at the time, Shenqi declared, back to the company. Her visit had been solely to apprehend Shenqi, and the unexpected revelation of Shen Huaixin's affair was merely a serendipitous discovery. Yet, Shenqi was unaware that an even more astonishing twist awaited her. Before she had even reached the company, a call from her informant at the Shen residence interrupted her thoughts. President Shen. Madam Shen has pushed old President Shen down the stairs. The servants, alerted by the noise, found him seemingly unconscious. The Shen household is in disarray. Should we intervene? Surprisingly calm upon hearing of Shen Huaixin's misfortune, Shenqi gazed out at the enveloping darkness and replied, no need for direct involvement. Simply assist the Shen family in contacting the authorities. Understood, came the reply before the call was abruptly terminated. A soft beep emanated from her phone, prompting Shenqi to toss it aside and close her eyes, attempting to evade the haunting image of her mother's lifeless body submerged in the bathtub. Did Shenqi wish for Shen Huaixin's demise? Not truly. Yet, she harbored an unquenchable desire for him to endure a life steeped in anguish and despair, as a means to compensate for the maternal love she had lost. However, upon receiving the news the following day that Shen Huaixin had not survived and was declared brain-dead, Shenqi could not suppress a low chuckle. The sunlight streaming through the window enveloped her in warmth. As laughter turned to fatigue, she crumpled to the floor, curling into a corner and allowing her tears to dampen her clothing. At last it was over. In the room, Shenqi finally unleashed her sorrowful cries, as if she were purging years of grievances, resentment, and helplessness. When Wen Jiu heard the news of Shun Huixing's unexpected passing, she struggled to recall who he was. But once she did, she immediately called Shenqi. "Hello, Qi Jia," she greeted, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Shenqi was already preoccupied with arranging Shen Huixing's funeral. She stepped aside to answer, "I'm fine, just suddenly feel a bit empty." It was entirely natural to feel disoriented when such a significant emotional anchor vanished. Hatred is also a form of emotion. Indeed. Shenqi comprehended the implication behind Wen Jiu's words and exhaled softly, "But I feel quite liberated now, as if I can finally live for myself." Henceforth, she would strive to embody beauty and grace. With Shun Huixing's sudden demise, it was nearly impossible for Shun Shi and Wang Shuwan to claim any inheritance from Shenqi. At most, they might glean a meager sum from her. However, both women were currently entangled in their own troubles. Even if they acquired the money, whether they could utilize it remained uncertain. It must be said that Wen Jiu had a talent for offering comfort. Contemplating the tribulations that awaited Wang Shuwan and her daughter filled Shenqi's previously vacant heart with uncontrollable anticipation. Wen Jiu leaned against the window, waving to Jiang Yanci, who had just arrived in the courtyard. When he glanced her way, she gestured with her phone, signaling him to wait. Seeing Jiang Yanci respond with an okay gesture, Wen Jiu playfully blew him a kiss. Amused by her antics, Jiang Yanci chuckled, leaning against the car as he retrieved his camera. Drawing closer to capture the expressions on her face, seemingly unable to gaze upon her enough. Once the image of Wen Jiu vanished from the balcony, he leisurely tucked his phone away. In the living room, Aunt Zhao, engrossed in a family drama, noticed Wen Jiu hurrying down the stairs and promptly inquired, "Is your little canary here?" Unable to stifle her laughter, Wen Jiu replied, "The little canary invited me for a hike." "You're still willing to go hiking?" Aunt Zhao was genuinely astonished, then burst into laughter. "It seems your little canary is quite cherished." Wen Jiu, who was not fond of physical activities, especially not inclined towards strenuous endeavors such as hiking, shrugged as she approached the door. "There is nothing to be done. The little canary possesses quite the finesse." This sudden interest in climbing arose after she stumbled upon a video the previous night, prompting her to suggest the idea to Jiang Yanci. However, she did not anticipate that Jiang Yanci would schedule the outing for today, seemingly eager to prevent her from having a change of heart. "All right. I see you have taken a liking to him," and Zhao quipped, waving her hand, just as Wen Jiu was about to step outside. And Zhao recalled something and reminded her, "When, this morning you mentioned those cufflinks you asked him to photograph have already been sent over. They should arrive by tonight." "Good." Wen Jiu replied, and before Aunt Zhao could mention another matter, Wen Jiu had vanished without a trace. Shaking her head, and Zhao's eyes brimmed with affection. "Are you spying on me?" Wen Jiu exclaimed fiercely as she burst through the gate, confronting Jiang Yanci, who stood by the car, observing her feigned anger and charming demeanor. The warmth in Jiang Yanci's gaze seemed as if it could envelop her entirely. "I was capturing it in plain sight," he retorted, maintaining his composure.